Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you not love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny but very cold. Sunny but very cold Ann Arbor, Michigan, folks. We're live and alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a great one. Coming to you live from Stolen Land. This is a very big day, very important day for all of us here on this broadcast, it seems, for a million different reasons. And I'm actually live before 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's actually 9:44 a.m. Pacific time. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day, today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, and there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit going on in the world that we're going to obviously talk about. It's Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. It's Power Plant Day is what Donald Trump has claimed today is. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that. Donald Trump has said a bunch of unhinged things. But before I get into all of that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Before we get into all of that, hope you had a good evening. You don't look tired today. Thank you. That's because I just woke up. And that's part of the reason why I don't look tired today, even though I didn't sleep very well last night. I woke up at like 5 a.m. You might have seen it, 5 a.m. Michigan time. I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know what's up. The Roach got banned last night. I found that out. I thought that was interesting. We still haven't been able to figure out exactly what it was that led to his banning. Experts are saying he's the most bannable person, and it's like RFK Jr. You know how I joke about RFK Jr.? Like scientists will never be able to conduct a successful autopsy because he has so many different factors at play. It's kind of like with Asmongold. When he gets banned, you can't figure out exactly what is the reason, because it's everything that he says pretty much is a good enough reason for him to get banned. But I'm a chud-ass loser, as you already know. And that's what I was doing. I being a chud-ass loser. I ended the broadcast last night. I was very tired after 8 hours and change. And I ordered some crumble cookies, and I watched Jujutsu Kaisen. And I thought the crumble cookies would come in a package that was more discreet than the actual crumble package, especially considering that the front desk people that work at the hotel had openly told me that they were big fans of mine. So they might be watching right now. Shouts out to them. So they saw me sheepishly walk down to the hotel lobby, pick up this box of crumble cookies and a milk, and a tiny little bottle of reduced fat milk as well, as though that's going to save anything. And I sheepishly walked back upstairs with my shame, sat down in bed, Austin Show style, and ate the cookie. and I obviously couldn't even finish more than one cookie because those things are crazy. I just like kind of picked at all the different cookies they had. Watched Jujutsu Kaisen, fell asleep, woke up at 5 a.m., tweeted up a goddamn storm, went back to sleep, woke up again at 10, went on my favorite broadcast, LBC, live. I don't know if the video is out. I don't know if any of the Oi profs actually saw it, yeah. I was on LBC, right? And I even gave a shout out to all the fucking Briss out there that have been doing the work, yeah. Fucking hell. Went on LBC, talked about America. And yeah, Hasan picking up his milk and cookies. Yeah, pretty much. That was me. Gigi had this to say about the Trump tweet. Yeah, if the Hasan Piker discourse has hopefully run its course, probably not. We'll obviously talk a little bit about that as well. Michigan won the March Madness tournament, free crowd points from the rally today. Yeah, no, I know. I'll obviously be talking about that because when I walked downstairs, it added to my shame because I walked downstairs and there's like all this chaos and all this panic. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And they're like, oh, Michigan just won. And I was like, God damn. Okay.
Can I
yeah. I wonder if we're going to see Trump carry out his threats tonight. I know. Can we watch it? I just finished LBC. Yeah, I woke up, got out of bed, and talked to the LBC about Trump being Hitlerian. Also, apparently, this is what was going on this morning at Fox News. As Donald Trump is currently 5 minutes away from nuclear holocaust, okay? This is what Fox News is covering this morning, you know? So for all the liberals who've been crying about this manufactured outrage campaign for like the past 3 weeks, you should have focused your efforts just like I was on addressing what Donald Trump is doing, addressing what Israel is doing, and maybe building up a strong base of resistance against the imminent international rule-based order collapsing actions that our terrorist Adolf Hitlerian style president is committed to, seemingly. Anyway, I do think that the more insane Trump gets, the less likely he is to follow through on that. But like I said, as I've been talking about since yesterday, hopefully it's a Taco Tuesday, okay? Best case scenario, it's Taco Tuesday. Worst case scenario is that the world changes in an irreparable manner tonight. And it's actually insane to me that we are at the mercy of this one singular madman. And luckily, you know, Ro Khanna has been finally advocating for you know, the 25th Amendment, trying to put an end to this somehow, you know. But that's it. Everyone eat tacos today for luck. Yeah, Taco Tuesday, hopefully. Inshallah, it's Taco Tuesday. All right, so yeah, that's where we're at. I have my assessments on that. I'm obviously going to be getting on I'm obviously going to be moving to MSU campus quite like in a couple hours. So I wanted to get started ahead of all of that because I'm going to be live broadcasting the news, but in transit for the most part today. And that's the reason why I wanted to start early, start with the desktop side of things, and just basically go through exactly what Donald Trump has said and what he's threatened to do so far, and how he might taco out, hopefully. But yeah, let's get started. I'm going to blast off right now. Trump threatens rampage. We are the baddies. Iran remains restrained and resistant. Epstein's Fury Day 38. Where are the Dems? Abdul al-Sayed rally in MSU and UM all day. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Asmon Gold Band. I'll put that in the title as well. Because that is a thing that happened as well. It finally happened, but it's not really relevant. But yeah, here, let's blast off. Have you reviewed the recent impeachment files? Michigan's going nuts after the national championship yesterday. Yeah. Abdul also did a Fox interview this morning about me as well, which is kind of wild. Once again, it's unbelievable that this is like the real mover and shaker in American politics. It's very obviously set up as like, it's designed as this perfect distraction. And it's unbelievable how many people are so deranged in their hatred of myself that they are leaning into it, right? Like they've been actively leaning into it. These past couple of weeks, what have I been doing, right? What have we been doing in this community? We've been talking about Donald Trump. We've been talking about what Donald Trump is doing. We've been monitoring the situation, actively talking about Donald Trump's genocidal rhetoric, actively talking about the war crimes that Trump and the Israeli government are committing, right? And there are a lot of people that have decided to instead shift their enmity and their focus in this pivotal moment towards someone like myself for channeling the frustrations of the base within the Democratic Party. And it's fucking insane to me. It's unbelievable that there's this dissociation with like where people are. No one gives a shit about this stuff. And yet these guys chose to be so annoying, chose to be so resistant to the calls being made by their own constituents once again. As I've said over and over again, it's like they want to lose or something. I don't know what it is. In any case, yeah, let's start there. I already used this as the blast off meme, but apparently Trump threatened to nuke Iran this morning. I mean, not apparently. We know that he tried to do that. And Fox News spent the entire morning talking about me instead. So just something to consider for all the Democrats who look at this kind of coverage and go, you know what? They're right. We got to hand it to these fucking fascist monsters, right? Yeah. Michigan Dem doubles down after rally with anti-Israel streamer Fox and Friends.
Senate candidate in Michigan
from an hour ago.
Criticism this morning for planning a rally with anti-Israeli podcaster Hasan Piker, who says America deserved 9/11 and justified the October 7th attacks.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like that.
It's crazy when they add the context, because I feel like it's it's already an endlessly defensible position that most people would agree to, right? So it's always, I welcome whenever Fox News at least like gives me the opportunity to make my case. They won't ask me to do it on camera, which I could, but yeah, it's crazy that they will say, oh, he justified the October 7 attacks. And then they literally show me openly saying like nothing justifies what Israel is doing and what Israel has done leading up to October 7. Not even the atrocities that may or may not have happened on October 7, the way that Israel is presenting it.
Doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Democratic Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed joins us now. Abdul, thanks so much for getting up this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, Abdul, you've run a campaign where you've got a lot of young people supporting you. You've talked about gas prices, eliminating medical debt. But there has been some moments where a lot of people that are moderate Americans have disagreed with you. And I want to play this clip of when the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, was eliminated, and this is what you had to say. Watch.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are...
Yeah, also, this makes it a lot easier for Abdul to not only defend the context, but also himself as well, right? because they're basically tying both of these idiotic clips out of context that are totally defensible statements together, which shows what their intent is. So now he can just like talk about exactly what he meant. That's a good thing.
Sad today. So like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
So Abdul, I guess my question would be, who are those people and why do you still want their support?
Well, fast forward 5 weeks on, I think all of us are sad today. Our gas prices are up over $1. We're fighting a war that is taking service members' lives, and we're paying our tax dollars to do it to the tune of $1 billion to $2 billion a day. So I think all of us right now ought to be sad. We just watched a beautiful package about Dude 44 Bravo and his heroic return. And the president said that we leave nobody behind, except for the entire American public is being left behind by a war that is unjustifiable and illegal. So I think I speak for all of us to say that we are worse off in this war than we were before. And I think all of us...
Kind of wild that Fox News has listed you as anti-Israel on their news banner. Meanwhile, the Democratic establishment think tanks are going full on with the anti-Semitism claims. Yes, because the Fox News doesn't need to lie. Fox News already can say he's anti-Israel, and their audience will go, oh my God, he's anti-Israel. How dare he be anti-Israel? That's unacceptable. Do you understand? For Fox News, saying someone's anti-Israel is worse than saying someone's anti-Semitic. There's plenty of people who are anti-Semitic on Fox News, right? There's plenty of people who have been defended on Fox News from allegations of anti-Semitism. So for them, they have the liberty to say the quiet part out loud, like the actual animosity is coming from my anti-Israel stance. For Democrats, they have to couch it under smears and manufactured outrage.
Really need to step back and ask
liberals.
ourselves what our dollar should be used for.
So I would ask you, Abdul, I think you're right. I think the polling suggested, I mean, that was Iran's goal. Stated goal was to put pressure on the gas prices. But specifically, who are the people within the community that are sad about the Ayatollah being dead? Because the peaceful Muslims that I know, including those that are in the Gulf state that are supporting this action right now, they reject him and they wanted him dead. So who are those people that you know that are sad and why?
Again, he's trying to be like, you're a Muslim radical, like you're pro-Ayatollah, you're pro-Ayatollah. That's what he's trying to fucking present. Once again, Abdul al-Sayed's response here, I don't know what he'll say, should just be, listen, of course people are upset. We went in and we bombed an entire school. We killed almost 200 little schoolgirls in that opening salvo against the country that was open to negotiations, that was doing negotiations with us. And this was the second time we engaged in perfidy. It's unbelievable. If you're not sad, you don't understand what America's promise is supposed to represent. This is not just about an 87-year-old man, okay, and his assassination. This is a much broader problem.
Well, look, I'm no apologist for any regime, including our own. And at the end of the day, the question is whether or not a leader focuses on his or her people. Clearly, the Ayatollah did not. And clearly, Donald Trump and this administration is not either. So again, I'm going to tell you, they are white, they are black, they are Arab, they are non-Arab, they are Muslim, they're not Muslim. They're all the people who had to pump gas this morning to get to work and realize that they were going to have to end up paying tremendously more money because of an illegal, unjustifiable war. So the notion that the Ayatollah is dead is one thing, but the notion by which our country did it, fighting a third conflagration in a third country in this year alone, that there is the problem. And I think we have to understand that in politics, in government, the means don't always justify the end doesn't always justify the means. And I think Americans of all stripes right now are unified by asking, what is the aim here and what are we doing?
Yeah, so I think most Americans remember the 17 Americans that died in 1983 at the death of Iran.
No, they don't. No, they don't. That's what most of maybe Fox News' watchers, because they're all 85. But even then, there's never been a moment where Iran has randomly decided to attack America. Okay? the reason for why the successful revolution that took place in Iran, the Iranian revolution, the reason why it even happened was because of American intervention. And we haven't stopped trying to fuck with these people for 47 years, right? Every single thing that the American government brings up as a justification for the imminent threat that Iran has presented for 47 years is ridiculous. First of all, you cannot declare imminence if something has been happening consistently for 47 years. None of that makes sense. Okay, so even the language in and of itself is silly, is ridiculous. Oh, they've presented an imminent threat to America for 47 years. Okay, so then it's not imminent. And many people, including former Trump administration officials like Joe Ken, have openly come out and said, no, Iran has not actually been a threat for 47 years. This is bullshit. This is complete and utter nonsense, because it is nonsense and it should be said. This is one of the biggest problems that I have with American politics, with American news, and the way that politicians approach things, right? We should just say the truth. We must seek truth from facts, and we must communicate the truth to people, even if it's hard to hear. And that's precisely what I will always do, even though people yell at me for it, right? Womp womp, you're speaking nonsense, says Egyptian Cotton. See, there's going to be a lot of people like this. There will be people that will go, I don't want to hear that because I don't want to believe it. In my mind, I have to assume that there is good reason for why we're doing this, right? You have to, at a certain point, come to the reality that the government is lying to you, okay? If you believe that the government lied to you about COVID vaccines, it's so ridiculous that you would believe that the government is being truthful about, like, Iran, if you're a right-winger who believes such things. I don't even believe that, right? I don't believe the COVID vaccine shit, but, like, there's plenty of right-wingers who will just be like, yeah, the government's lying to you, brother. But then they'll be like, but yeah, Iran has been an imminent threat for 47 years and I'm not going to question it. Or China's been a massive threat to America. All of these foreign adversaries happen to be truly evil countries, right? Perhaps that's so that you get on board. Perhaps that is so you get on board with having all of your productive output reoriented to all of these wars rather than use your tax dollars building schools here, okay? You got potholes in your neighborhood. Your infrastructure's dog shit. Your bridges are in a state of dire disrepair. You don't have health care. You're never going to get health care. Rural hospitals are closing up in your neighborhood. And you think, oh, well, it's actually fine that we are the wealthiest nation on earth. And that's the situation here right now as it stands, because we're defeating these scary enemies elsewhere. There's never a moment where these people ask, why are these guys our enemies? Should we be fighting them? Right? It's an endless sequence of self-soothing behavior. Yeah, just the idea of anything being imminent for decades is oxymoronic. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's not how language works, right? We are the threat to Iran. For 47 years, they presented no threat to us.
On 244 American service members in October 23rd in 1983, 19 U.S. airmen in Kopar Bar Tower in 1996, and 3 U.S. Americans soldiers in 2024 of January. I want to get to your big event that you're going to have with Hasan Piker. He has said some things about 9/11. What do you stand on this? October 7th, he has blamed.
Yeah. Again, ironically enough, October 7 and 9/11 both have a direct through line. It's not. It's never acceptable when civilians die. I've never defended that. Okay. My principled stance on this is I don't want any civilians to die ever. Okay. I'm anti-war unconditionally. 9/11 is a direct byproduct of American meddling in the affairs of the Middle East for decades prior to 9/11. And that's not just my assessment. There's academic consensus on this. It's called blowback, right? And not only is there academic consensus on this, but former Fox News favorites like Robert Kagan, the godfather of the American neoconservative movement, only this past week came out and said the exact same things, right? He came out and said, look, there's no reason for these people to come and try to kill us. It is directly because of our meddling in their affairs that these sorts of things happen, right? 9/11 apologist Hasan. I noticed that since the Roach is not live today because he got banned, we're going to probably have a lot more weirdos in the chat today. Hopefully this will be, for the first time ever, an educational opportunity for many of you. Hopefully you guys can stick around and maybe cut through the noise for the first time and understand where I'm coming from, right? Because I'm in the process of describing this to you. Ironically enough, Asmongold has actually agreed with me in the past on that statement. And when he wasn't behaving in a partisan hack-like manner, obviously things have changed since then. Maybe many of you are newcomers to his commentary and therefore didn't know that. But yeah.
It is real for that. We know that they were attacked. Do you agree with him?
Of course, I oppose rape. Of course, I don't think 9/11 was justified. But because you appear with somebody doesn't mean you agree with them on everything. Think about this. You have the president on the show.
I think he should, like, Abdul easily can just, like, hit that line real quick to be like, listen, what he said before. He talks 10 hours a day. You, of all people, know better than when people get taken out of context. And you're doing that right now to an ideological enemy, right?
All the time. He talks about grabbing people by parts of their bodies I don't think you would ever consider. And that doesn't mean that you wouldn't appear with him. My question to you is, when did we start bending to cancel culture? When did we start saying that cancel culture was okay? Because clearly on your show, you have a number of people who you don't agree with, including me. And I think it's important for all of us who want to win votes, who want to build America, to go and talk to anyone, anywhere.
And we only have limited time, so I don't want to cut you off. But I'm talking about someone standing with the #1 state sponsor of terror. I'm talking about condemning the worst attack.
We're the #1 state sponsor of terror. We are doing the terrorism. The president is doing terrorism as of this morning. I don't think you should get into describing blowback as too in the weeds. Yeah, definitely not on Fox News either. But I think, like, when this conversation gets brought up over and over again, it does, like, there has to be a little bit of pushback as well, aside from just, like, attacking the framework of cancel culture. And the reason why I say that is not because I'm like, oh, why won't these people defend me? It makes them look bad as well a little bit. Because, like, you're basically saying you are de facto endorsing these statements. There has to be a reason for it. It's not just because you oppose cancel culture. It's because you understand the background of these sentiments, right? Like, you understand the full context of this. You understand the full scope of my analysis and my advocacy. So in a way to defend yourself, don't just stand on a, don't just claim that this is a principled stance against cancel culture, because that's going to have limited success after the 11 millionth time that people bring this kind of shit up, right?
On American, if you want to vote in a country where we consider this event brought us to our knees, I'm talking about speaking to moral clarity specifically about that. I'm happy to have you on to talk about the President of the United States any other time, but would you speak to what he said about,
I just think it's,
excuse me.
It's important.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous thing to do in this morning of all mornings, if we're even going to talk about language, right? Because the president this morning said he is going to end civilization. He is going to murder Iranians. And it's a big difference when the president says that, especially when he's in the process of blowing up Iran and murdering Iranian civilians, including little schoolgirls at a school. It's been 38 days of this endless bombing campaign. It's very different than misunderstanding and trying to manufacture outrage around the commentary from a Twitch streamer with statements from 2019 that already was discussed and parsed through endlessly back in 2019 on fucking Fox News. I think everyone understands exactly what's going on here, right?
Speak to what he said about 9/11 and October the 7th.
Well, it's important to talk about context. I'm never going to agree that 9/11 was justified. It was wrong. It was a horrible day for all of us. I'm never going to be okay with the innocent murder of civilians. I condemned Hamas and I condemned that attack on day one. The issue that you're trying to do is paint me out of context quotes, with out of context quotes taken out of context specifically to ask me these questions. And I'm going to play the same game with you. Why is it that you will not condemn the fact that the president of the United States talked about grabbing people by their body parts?
Trying to argue phrasing context with Fox News at this point is never going to work as a host is operating from a disingenuous position. It just gets you mired in nonsense. No, the argument always is like, dude, you know better than anybody else when people yell at the president, okay? And there's obviously it's obviously much more damning when the president is saying unhinged things as the president, not even as a private citizen, right? But also as the president. It's unbelievable. Anyway, this kind of stuff is a twofer, right? On the one hand, Abdul is trying to farm some sympathetic voters potentially to his side from the Fox News audience, but then also these clips will live on, and this will also make him look good to the liberals as well. That's why he's doing the grabber by the pussy comments.
And I would argue that it's all part of the same cancel culture game that we should not be playing. So I'm talking to your audience today because I think it's important to have a conversation.
Yeah, look, he's on the back foot. That's great. Always, Adam Mockler does this so perfectly, okay? He is so cutting. When he goes on these panels, when he has like these right-wing reactionaries on these panels, it's so, he's so good at this stuff. He turns into Adam Mockler, right? He'll go on a panel and just be like, you're really going to talk about a Twitch streamer and his statements when your guy, your president, is destroying the global economy? You know, it's unbelievable. What are we doing here? You have a higher standard for leftist Twitch streamers than you do the president? He's the president. Now go ahead and defend the president, right? That's part of the reason why I think like this kind of stuff is so old school, right? This kind of back and forth is so old school. Like you either have it or you don't. Nobody likes it. Everybody does it when it comes to cancel culture. Everybody loves cynically weaponizing quotes to smear their opposition. Nobody wants to have a real conversation about any of this stuff. It's very frustrating. You know, Donald Trump is threatening nukes, and these guys very clearly want to talk about a fucking Twitch streamer. They're doing this as a distraction.
Matters about the issues that matter today.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's not on the ballot, and that was litigated in 2016, and the American people reelected him again. So we've gone through that. I want to ask you about some of your comments because you're the one that's running for office. The president is term limited. You said that ICE, it cannot be reformed, and they cannot be trained, and they should be defunded.
Amazing. Great.
Do you still have that point of view?
I want you to ask yourself, Marines are getting a bum deal right now because ICE is funded to a higher level than the U.S. Marines, and we're now fighting a war. Ask yourself if that keeps them safe. Ask yourself.
Yeah, the ICE literally went to a base of a dude who was about to go out and fight Trump and Israel's wars in Iran, and they apprehended his wife, dude. Like, there's no, like, even within the confines of the right-wing framework that they design, where they're like, we love patriotism, we love America, we love our soldiers. It's like they literally, ICE is straight up nabbing people, nabbing wives of service members who are about to go on tour to fight Iran at the behest of Israel and Donald Trump, and ICE is kidnapping their wives. What the fuck kind of conversation is this? I mean, it's unbelievably evil. I don't think those guys should be going to fight Israel and Trump's wars in Iran. And I certainly don't think their wives should be getting kidnapped off of military bases, right? You have no leg to stand on. This is indefensible stuff.
It keeps you safe. They shot 2 people, one in the face, one in the back of the head. So no, you cannot reform using a child as bait. You cannot reform shooting American citizens because you can operate with impunity. So yes, absolutely, stand American public for and a humane approach to immigration enforcement.
So you believe that the 10 plus
They're like, cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. He's making too many good points.
million, some of them, which we have captured that are terrorists, since they're the only service that can do the deportations, you believe all those people should stay in the country? Is that what you're
Come
saying?
on, Lauren, you're better than that. At the end of the day, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Okay,
that
so who's
ICE
gonna deport
enforcement
them?
in this particular way.
Who's going to deport them? We already have a process, okay? We have regular law enforcement. You heard of it? ICE doesn't run a law enforcement function. ICE doesn't prosecute people. ICE doesn't even apprehend criminals. Okay? It's members of law enforcement that actually apprehend and arrest criminals, regardless of their immigration status. It's American judges that adjudicate what kind of sentencing these criminals will receive, regardless of immigration status. It's American prisons that these criminals go to if they've been found guilty of committing crimes. And in the aftermath of that, in the aftermath of all of that process, then immigration and naturalization services historically have apprehended some of these immigrants that have conducted heinous crimes, and if they see fit to deport them, they have deported them. Okay, that's what the normal process was. Donald Trump has changed that dynamic quite a bit. He makes it seem as though ICE is actually stopping crimes from happening, apprehending criminals and whatnot, but that's not the case. That's never been the case. This is not the function of ICE. ICE is not a regular law enforcement apparatus. Okay, these guys have historically and still continue to apprehend paperwork criminals. Okay? Paperwork criminals. Because at the end of the day, all undocumented immigrants are in violation of a civil violation. It's a paperwork problem. And it should be dealt with through paperwork rather than this like violent physical deportation process, unless there are other circumstances at play. Okay? Once again, we can be honest about this. We should be honest about this. If someone hasn't committed a heinous crime, they should not receive a heinous punishment. It's unnecessary, it's violent, it's causing instability here domestically. And on top of that, it has a negative consequence on the economy. It rips apart the social fabric that has kept America together. It's one of the most redeemable aspects of the American promise, that we are a nation that is diverse, and that diversity is part of our power. We are a nation that is comprised entirely of immigrants. I mean, the fucking president is a second-generation German, right? The goddamn president, Donald Trump, his family's only been on U.S. soil for 2 generations. That's the beauty of America. I mean, I hate Donald Trump, but the reality is this is the one country where your great-grandfather can come here and you can be the fucking president. Like, that's unbelievable. There's no other country like this, okay? There's no other country like this. That's what Abdul al-Sayed could be saying here as well.
When you shoot people in the face, when you fund them to the tune of $185 billion, when they can walk around with impunity covering their faces, not actually being held accountable to the highest law of the land, which is our Constitution, that is wrong. You can have immigration enforcement. You can keep a safe and secure southern border, which I agree with, but not like this.
All right. We appreciate you coming on and taking
What is this? But they don't want to do the paperwork at all, so eventually you have to get him out of the country. That's not true, brother. Again, you've been lied to, okay? Look, I'm not going to fault you because, you know, we have this is Roach Day, right? There's a lot of Asmongold fans in here, so perhaps you've been deluded into thinking this, but that's not the case, okay? A lot of the people that we're apprehending were actually nabbing from their pre-assigned court dates where they're going through the process of immigration court. They're going through the process of getting the proper clearance and the proper paperwork. ICE actually knows where the overwhelming majority of undocumented migrants are, and usually there's this handshake between ICE and the undocumented migrants, right? Where they know they're working, they know exactly where they work because they pay taxes, right? And in many circumstances, they literally have temporary protected status as well. So they already have the proper clearance and the proper paperwork. And they're going through the process of getting a full-blown clearance to work on U.S. soil. And in many of these circumstances, ICE is going to their place of work and also on top of that, going to their court dates, waiting outside of their court proceedings to apprehend them there. These are the people that are playing ball with the government. These are the people who are following the letter of the law. They legally have a right to claim asylum in many of these circumstances. And ironically enough, most people don't know this because they've been lied to. They've been lied about like the violence that these people present, which is, there's no evidence for it. All evidence actually shows that they are responsible. Undocumented and documented migrants are responsible for a lower share of crimes, significantly lower share of crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. And on top of that, these guys, 90% of the time, are actually following through on their court process, right? Or higher than 90%, as a matter of fact. It's unbelievable. We tell these people a lie, right? This is like American prosperity. You play ball with us. You tell us where you're at. You work for pennies on the dollar in some instances because you have a dream of building a better future for your family. And then what do? We punish them. We punish the people who are actually doing the right things. It's unnecessary. It's super cruel. It is a negative consequence on the economy. It actually sincerely has no positive, it has no benefits to America, right? It has no benefits to America at all. It's a total betrayal of the values that America represents. Anyway, I am 100% sure only a small number of people are indeed seeking true citizenship, but there's a lot of people benefit from it being illegal. No, they don't. They don't benefit from it at all. As a matter of fact, the only people that benefit are the bosses, the capital owners that know these guys are undocumented and know that, they usually won't be apprehended so they can work them to the fucking bone. They actually give a lot more back to the American economy than they take. They're totally shut out from the welfare structure. They can't take advantage of any of the benefits that other Americans can, and yet they pay taxes. So it's wrong. You're just wrong. I mean, it's okay. It's okay to be wrong, I guess. Hopefully, though, if you're smart enough, you hear this information and you receive it and you think critically about it, and perhaps you change your mind, right? That's what normal adults are supposed to do. You have that opportunity. I hope you take it.
Michigan Senate candidate.
There's another Fox and Friends coverage here as well. Why are you even reasoning with this guy? Everyone but natives is illegal in America. Hell, Hispanics are less illegal than American citizens. I'm trying to reason with this person because even if I can't reach across the aisle and change his mind, there are probably a lot of people. There are probably a lot of people out there who have maybe similar suspicions, and they can be convinced when they hear what I have to say. Not only that, but also it gives you the proper talking points. It reminds you of what the truth is on this issue. So when you have a conversation with someone who might change their minds, you are properly equipped. Okay? You're properly equipped with the talking points, and you develop a better understanding of why, this is happening. This ICE stuff is so overblown. ICE is deporting a little more than Biden did. The GOP is doing the cruelty theatrics to please their base, and the Dems do the exact same with the Gestapo pearl clutching. Yeah, except you're in the community of a person who has actively and aggressively defended migrants' rights under the Obama administration, and certainly demanded that Biden also take a more tolerant approach and fulfill his promises of creating a system of amnesty for the tens of millions of undocumented migrants that have been working on U.S. soil for the past decade plus. So I don't care what Biden did. I don't care what Obama did. I was actually against that because I have fucking principles. Because I'm not a goddamn partisan hack in the way that a lot of these people are that you approach, in the way that you might be. Okay? The idea that like kidnapping random people off the streets is not a big deal is so goddamn silly. And no, as far as the differences between Joe Biden and Obama's approach to the situation, there's a difference between interior removals and deportations happening at the point of border crossings. Obama and Joe Biden have consistently engaged in mass deportations at the point of border crossings. And I think that is also immoral because they're not allowing these people to go through the motions and the legal rights that they have as asylum seekers to go through the court processes. But Donald Trump has hyper-focused on interior removal, going after people at their place of business, going after people at their court dates. These are not only people that have been living inside of the United States of America. These are people that have been working. These are people that are part of the community. And they're being ripped apart from their fucking families. So you're actually wrong. There is a difference between the two, even though I'm against Obama and Joe Biden behaving in this cruel manner regardless. So yeah, ICE is a big deal. And perhaps that's the reason why, the system is fucked up. It's not ICE that's the issue, really. In Nazi Germany, the system is fucked up. It's not the Gestapo. That's the issue. That's the argument that you're making, right? I mean, that's stupid. No, I'm trying to change the fucking system, and you're trying to do this sheepish argument to defend ICE for some weird reason, while now openly recognizing that the system is busted. Okay, well, welcome to the fight, brother. If you understand why, how are they like the Gestapo? I don't know, demanding paperwork off of random people that they suspect of being migrants, detaining them, apprehending them, throwing them in the fucking prisons, and then deporting them to a concentration camp in El Salvador. That's, not dissimilar to the way that the Nazis operated as well. And their arguments at the time, identical to your argument currently, was, well, Jews are actually stateless. Why are they stateless? We've decided that they're stateless people, right? That's precisely what's happening right now. That's it. Anyway, let's continue.
Abdul El-Sayed plans to rally with far-left anti-Israel streamer Hasan Piker, who has made many controversial comments, such as saying America deserved 9/11. He also had this to say about the October 7th attacks.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies.
Okay, oh my God, it's the same fucking talking points. Holy shit.
He has said extremely controversial comments.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to skip this. I don't think there's any reason to listen to this, right? I mean, we've heard it a million times over. They truly use some bad pictures of you, dude. I don't care. Even my worst pictures still make me look better than 99% of these fucking creatures on the right. So who gives a shit? Why have anti-American nationalists? Democracy is the enemy of we the people, and Democratic Party has now become, no one is not naturalized citizens should hold any city state. You should be barred from running in any office. How are these people in our government? Who are they talking about? Senate candidate? Abdul El-Sayed is an American citizen. Can't believe you reached a point in your career where mainstream media is using you as a distraction from our war crimes overseas. I know. It's that's where we're at right now. Anyway, let's get to the actual news of the morning. Donald Trump. Donald Trump is. If you're wondering why Fox News has been doing wall-to-wall coverage on little old me, okay, is it because I present a significant threat to America? Of course not. I'll wear it as a badge of honor, of course, but the reason why they're doing that is because they don't want to talk about the real issue here, which is that we are on day 38 of Operation Epstein's Fury, Operation Epic Fortnite Fail, and 60 to $100 billion of assets in the region, radar facilities, radar flights like the AWACS program that are, $500 million a pop have been destroyed. That's your healthcare lighting on fire. That's your potholes not getting fixed. That's your schools not getting the proper funding because we wanted to wage Israel's war against Iran, and we pushed them into a corner where they had to fight back. For 47 years, they hadn't done so, and now they're doing so. And the entire global markets are on fire. You're paying more in gas. You're paying more at the pump. And it's unbelievably cruel to the people of Iran, obviously, first and foremost. But it's indefensible even for from the most selfish perspective in the United States of America, for people who don't care about Iranians, that only care about the inflation crisis that they are facing. This is only worsening said crisis. All of this, of course, is coming from the president that said he's the peace president. All of this is coming from the guy that said no new wars. All this is coming from the guy who said he was an isolationist, that he was going to focus on America, making America great again. America is worse than ever before. Our force projection capabilities have diminished. We are no longer the mighty American empire that we presented ourselves as. Because, you know, someone out there was actually crazy enough to be able to fight back because we pushed them into a corner. And, you know, this is the results. In the past week or so, Donald Trump has gotten increasingly more belligerent as he realizes that he's incapable of forcing Iran to concede on these ridiculous points that we brought to the table, that we tried to achieve diplomatically. Ironically enough, Iran was actually interested in negotiating with the United States of America, even after the 12-day war, where we engaged in perfidy, where we used the background of negotiations to allow Israel to do a first strike on Iran. And we did that again 38 days ago. And now, understandably, especially after we killed a bunch of little schoolgirls and we killed the people that were willing to compromise with America, well, the new leadership in charge is a little bit more resistant to dealing with the United States.
News coming into us from NBC. Actually, before that, let me just bring you...
Yeah, Donald Trump's last belligerent message was Tuesday night, the 6th extension on blowing up the power plants and civilian infrastructure of Iran, was open the fucking straight, and you know, all glory to Allah. That's what he said on Easter. He was very disrespectful to the entire Muslim world, you know, threatening war crimes over and over again. And you do that when you're in a position of weakness, right? You don't do that if you have the leverage, if you have the upper hand. You only do that when you're belligerent. So now he's actually upped the ante once again. This morning, I woke up to a Trump truth. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Literally says a whole civilization will die tonight and then ends it with God bless the great people of Iran. This is a contradiction baked into the fucking message. Okay? It's unbelievable. He is threatening genocide. He's threatening war crimes. This is Hitlerian, right? This is Adolf Hitler. It's no longer just Benjamin Netanyahu that was communicating in this Hitlerian manner. Donald Trump is doing it as well. I mean, he's done it before too. So, you know, hopefully people understand exactly what's going on. Damn, Loomer tweeting about you again. Yes, the more Trump is in a state of panic, the more his defenders, the Israel firsters, especially like Laura Loomer, will up the ante and demand my denaturalization and deportation. It's irrelevant. It's a distraction from the main point of contention here. The main issue at hand is Donald Trump is fucking this up and in a spectacular manner. Donald Trump is fucking everything up. And he's also threatening to do war crimes. The more Donald Trump fucks up, the more these guys will hyper-focus on people like myself.
A new post that we've had on Truth Social by Donald Trump. You can see there, he says the whole of civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, there are different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail. Maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So that statement just released on Truth Social by Donald Trump in relation, of course, to that deadline that should expire at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, US, which is 1 a.m. British time, so our time, 1 a.m. Wednesday morning, where Donald Trump has said that if the Strait of Hormuz has not been reopened and there isn't a deal with the Iranians, then he would destroy countless Iranian infrastructure, including power plants, bridges, and desalination plants as well.
Now to breaking news on the war with Iran. There have been more strikes on Iran today, just hours before President Trump's deadline for...
Yeah, Donald Trump said that, and Donald Trump is threatening to blow up the power plants, okay, the civilian power plants. Two things. Number one, this is a violation of the Geneva Convention, okay? Not that it matters. For America, it's a Geneva suggestion, right? It's not real. However, one of the most unbelievable lines of defense that I have seen thus far, one of the most Israeli lines of defense on the clear-cut terrorism that Donald Trump is advocating for here, has come from these, Israel firsters that don't want to address the true problem here and instead are talking about a whole bunch of nonsense. And here is one of them. Eric Doherty, another Trump regime booster, says, breaking, Iran is now forming human chains in front of a power plant in Khazarun in a bid to dissuade President Trump's strikes come 8 p.m. They even invited children to attend. This is evil and disgusting. Iran views their people as meat shields. They're literally saying this is a human shield. Someone even had the audacity to claim that that's the real violation of the Geneva Convention. Here is Javier Blas, energy and commodities columnist at Bloomberg. Iran is likely to deploy human shields to its bridges and power plants tonight. The use of civilians as human shields is banned under the Geneva Convention, Article 51. And it's unfucking believable. It's Iranian civilians on their own volition, hoping, perhaps naively, that this will cause America to be restrained and not blow up their bridges that they use, not blow up their power plants that they need. The army has contingencies, okay? When you blow up a power plant, you're not actually destroying a power plant for any sort of real military purpose. It's not dual use. It's bullshit, okay? To which I said, yeah, Iran would be violating the Geneva Convention here. Get a grip, man. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who have totally dropped all pretexts where they say, look, when Trump wants to blow up a power plant, there's no more Geneva Conventions. It's simply a Geneva suggestion, okay? Please do not give any fucking credence to this totally insane retort from those who are actively demanding that we do terrorism, okay? These are people who defended Israel's conduct in Gaza, and they said the exact same shit. They were like, Hamas is actually setting up human shields, okay? Hamas is setting up human shields. That's why we had to blow up the entirety of Gaza. It was fucking bullshit then, and it's bullshit now, okay? There's no such thing. We are violating the Geneva Convention here. Okay, we are violating it. That's what we are threatening to do. The threat alone is terrorism. The threat alone should be actionable, for the record. Okay, the notion that these people are going against their will because the Iranian government is like forcing them to do this is also bullshit. Okay, there are dissidents. There are anti-IRGC prominent critics of the government, people who have literally been arrested in the past that are on their own volition going out and saying, we're going to sit outside of these fucking power plants because hopefully America and Israel will be a little bit more restrained. I hope they're not wrong.
Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And there's a blunt new warning from the president this morning. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Nate, President Trump posted a truly apocalyptic message this morning designed apparently to force Iran to cut a deal. He said, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. He was asked multiple times yesterday whether bombing civilian infrastructure would be a war crime. He insisted the Iranian people want him to do it.
They want us to keep bombing.
As the clock ticks down to 8 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump's threats are getting more specific.
Every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock. Every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again.
Trump was asked repeatedly Monday whether such attacks on civilian infrastructure would constitute a war crime. He insisted the Iranian people get it.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing.
The war was also on his mind at the annual White House Easter egg roll.
I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran.
Flanked by the Easter Bunny and the First Lady, Trump rejected a 45-day ceasefire proposed by other countries in the region.
The only one that's going to set a ceasefire is me. I haven't set any ceasefire.
Despite his tough talk, Trump said he believes the Iranians are negotiating in good faith, though he claimed the talks have been hampered by the destruction caused by U.S. missiles.
We're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication.
With gas prices surging and his poll numbers sagging, Trump acknowledged there is pressure on him to wrap up this war.
Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money.
Unfortunately. He said, unfortunately, although I have an unlimited appetite for death and destruction, unfortunately, the American people want this to come to a close. You know? I mean, he's under a lot of pressure. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm telling you right now, the reason why he's behaving like a madman is because of the pressure that he's experiencing. Straight up. Okay? I've told you already, the real pressure points are capital, the real pressure points are Israel, and the real pressure points are all of these allies, right? All of the allies that America has that could potentially go back to America and say, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You got to stop, right? He needs to get a Jamie Dimon boss call. He needs to get a boss call from all, like the coalition of the willing, and he hasn't gotten it yet, or he hasn't listened to it yet, and that is what the real forces of restraint look like here. It's unfortunately not the Democratic pressure, right?
President Trump claimed yesterday that he could take out the entire country in one night if he wanted to. The president of Iran posted on X overnight, quote, over 14 million proud Iranians have up to this moment declared their readiness to sacrifice their lives in defense of Iran.
Wow, Iranians not mincing any words either. Nancy, we thank you. CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett joins us now. Listen, Major, the president is talking tough. If anything, he's doubling down. How seriously do you think we should take this ultimatum?
Very. The president was talking himself into it in the briefing room yesterday when he said the Iranians, the civilians in Iran, not the leadership, the civilians in Iran, for whom this war is putatively fought on behalf of, want the United States and Israel to keep bombing them more. That's the president talking himself into this, also saying that they could withstand the hardship that would be inflicted by destruction of most of the infrastructure of that country supporting 90 million people. That is the president in full public view talking himself into this. And there's plenty of reporting here at CBS and among other news outlets that the Israelis and the United States are expanding the array of targets presented to.
Where are the Democrats? Is a question that a lot of people are asking. I myself have asked this question as well. Finally, it's getting to a point of no return here. So some of the Democrats have actually started saying, oh, Mr. President, stop. Now, of course, obviously, even as the minority party here, the Democrats had some power. They could at least threaten the rest of Congress to be on the record defending this unjustifiable war, defending the war crime presidency. Okay? And they chose not to do that, because our leadership is absolutely on board with waging war with Iran. And it's even better that it's Trump doing it. They want it to happen. And it's even better that Trump's doing it because now they don't have to be weighed down. They don't have to be weighed down with the negative association of being responsible for this unpopular and unjustifiable war, right? I mean, this is basically what it is. Trump, I'm going to commit a genocide. Democrats, did you get congressional approval first? The Democrats have done less than I have. At least I've been talking about Donald Trump and constantly demanding Democrats to do something about it, invoke the 25th Amendment, invoke the War Powers Resolution. There are some Democrats who have actually tried to make this happen, but the National Party has been restrained. Okay, a competent counterbalance here, a competent opposition party here would push for the War Powers Resolution instantaneously. The moment that we started amassing troops in the region before the first strike took place, we should have been agitating. Okay, the Democrats should have gotten together and created a plan of attack. They should have immediately demanded the War Powers Resolution. Okay, not just saying like, oh, inform the public why you're doing this, Mr. President, but actually demand congressional representatives and senators get on the record with their support for this war. Okay, they should have done that instantaneously, and they should have kept pushing for it and agitating for it over and over again in every single mainstream outlet. Okay, it's actually unbelievable that there were more prominent Democrats in this last 2-week buildup to Donald Trump threatening to do maximum terrorism on Iran. Okay, there were more prominent Democrats talking about me than they were about Donald Trump on TV hits, giving interviews to Jewish Insider and whatnot. It was so crazy, right? And you have party dick riders who are running around. You have party dick riders, DNC-backed candidates, or DNC-backed influencers who have been chirping at me rather than hoping that their electeds that are supposed to listen to them do the right thing here, okay? Launch a legislative battle. That's a point of pressure. That's a necessary point of pressure that galvanizes the public into feeling like their voices are being heard, okay? It's a spectacular failure, and it's basically everything that's wrong with the party right now. And that's precisely the reason why, while people are still out there doing protest votes, understandably, in special elections, the overall confidence that the Democrats themselves have in the party is horrible. The numbers are terrible. Akbar Shahid Ahmed also brings up a really devastating point here. White House denies it is considering using nuclear weapons in Iran. Okay? Trump aides have discussed this as a possible step in the military campaign, including Israel launching a nuclear strike. This is something that I brought up. To you guys from day one. I was like, there's always the nuclear escalation up the escalation ladder. It's the final solution, right? There's no guarantee that even if nukes are deployed, that Iran would stop, right? I've been fearful that Israel could potentially go nuclear if they felt too threatened, if their defenses had been diminished to such a spectacular degree. Instead of being restrained by the United States of America, they could go up the nuclear escalation ladder and change the world in an irreparable way. But if you are wondering why, there isn't enough motion, enough anger and resentment, sufficient defenses launched by congressional representatives on the Democratic Party side, it certainly is. It certainly is because, as Adam Johnson correctly points to, most of Congress and our media agrees with what Trump is doing, even if they quibble about style and process. The liberal establishment cannot run the regime change propaganda ball 90 yards, then credibly hand-wring about the play call to punch it in. It falls flat. This is something that I brought up in the buildup as well. I kept repeating over and over again. You can't say you disagree with the actions Trump is taking, but you agree with the principles as to why he's taking those actions. That's the whole point of Donald Trump. He's a madman willing to do things that pussy Democrats won't. That's how he presents himself to his audience. That's how he presents himself to his base. His base likes that. So if you as a Democrat are not making a convincing case as to why these actions are wholly unjustifiable, unbelievably violent, unbelievably costly, totally illegal, and you turn around and you say, well, we hate the Ayatollah. It's good that he died. It's good that we're killing him. You can't turn around and just say, well, but the process has not been followed. Your criticism rings hollow. And that's not where the base is anyway. Okay? If Iran is indeed ontologically evil and mercilessly mowed down 40 billion protesters, then there isn't much substantive critique that can be made here. Schumer and Jeffries in particular have never veered away from process because on the merits, they agree with Trump. Exactly. They might not agree with the instability, at least on an aesthetic posture, right? That's the thing, right? On the aesthetics, they say that they're upset about the process. They say they're upset about the way it looks. And there's a reason for it, because it is an unpopular war. So Democrats will then cynically use this unpopular war that they were on board with, that they didn't launch a sufficient defense against in a moment where they should have, right? They will then turn around and blame Trump for following along with something that they also were on board with. It's a win-win for them because they're thinking about this totally in a sociopathic manner. Deeply reported story by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan about an extraordinary pitch presentation Netanyahu made to convince Trump to go to war with Iran. Another moment of vindication, by the way. In the Situation Room on February 11th, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. At one point, the Israelis played for Mr. Trump a brief video that included a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. Among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, now a Washington-based dissident who had tried to position himself as a secular leader who could shepherd Iran towards a post-theocratic government. Ironically enough, in and around the 2000 era, in the war on terror era, Pahlavi had also presented himself as someone who is a devout Muslim, a nationalist, right? Someone who would shy away from having open allegiances to the state of Israel. And now the situation has changed. The dynamic has changed. So he's openly a puppet of the state of Israel, not realizing that obviously actually deteriorates his base of support inside of Iran, because Israel and America are responsible for killing schoolgirls, blowing up medical facilities, blowing up hospitals, and now threatening to blow up civilian infrastructure. Now, you never will be a part of any sort of Iranian governance in the future. It's over. It's done. I mean, it was never going to happen anyway because he's an incompetent idiot, but it's absolutely over now, right? Who could have predicted that? The point is, if I, as a 34-year-old Twitch streamer, political commentator with no inside information, can foresee this stuff, and you can as well, where the fuck were the Americans, right? Where are the intelligence analysts? They were there too. Make no mistake. They were there. They were informing Donald Trump. Donald Trump chose not to listen to them because he was too busy listening to the PowerPoint presentations being presented to him by, Adolf Hitler's reincarnated corpse, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to a near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. Also wrong. The regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. Spectacularly wrong. And the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was assessed as minimal, perhaps the most wrong. Notice how all of the things that Benjamin Netanyahu was telling Donald Trump was directly at odds with his own intelligence assessment from the American intelligence community. It was entirely wrong. And not only was it so wrong that his generals also warned him against doing such a thing. Obviously, they still pulled the trigger because they're loyal dogs to Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump is a servile dog to Israel, they end up becoming loyal, servile dogs to Israel themselves. But the reality of the matter is every single person knew exactly how devastating this would be, and yet they leaned into it. This is part of the reason why I kept repeating over and over again that we have to cut Israel out of the equation, okay? And that still is a demand that I am making. We have to cut Israel out of this process. We have to restrain them. We have to bring them to heel. They have to be reminded that they are not the dominant force here. We are, okay? The United States of America holds the cards in that relationship. The United States of America and Israel don't hold the cards when it comes to the Iranian debacle that we have found ourselves in, right? Where we're so desperate that we're threatening war crimes over and over again, seemingly with the hopes that will cause the Iranian government to throw away their upper hand that they currently have in this war, as America and Israel have not achieved any of their military goals. None of their war goals have been achieved. That much is clear, right? If they're dogs, I'm sure you know how to handle them too soon. Yeah, exactly. We need to put a proverbial shock collar. Threatening war crimes while already doing war crimes in a war of aggression. Exactly. $8 p.m. after extended hour stock market. Yeah. But that's where we're at. Pretty shocking that people are leaking direct quotes to Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. The president then turned to General Kane. General, what do you think? General Kane replied, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." Mr. Trump quickly weighed the assessment. Regime change, he said, would be their problem. It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people. But the bottom line was that his decision on whether to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether parts 3 or parts 4 of Mr. Netanyahu's presentation were achievable. We now know that none of them were achievable, and this assessment is correct. General Kane was right, and I said it at the time as well. General Kane was in those rooms. He recognized the lies Israel was pitching Donald Trump. He recognized that Donald Trump was not listening to him. So what did he do? And this is not a guy that I align with ideologically. I mean, this is a monster, right? But what did I say in the buildup, in the naval assets buildup that was taking place? What did I say? General Kane went to every single media outlet that would listen and leaked to them basically that this was going to be a war of choice that would devastate America's force projection capabilities and destroy America's munitions. He openly said this, right? He went to every outlet. Why did he do that? Why did such a high-ranking individual in America's, in the American military, go to the media in the buildup, in the lead up to this 38-day quagmire that we're in, where Trump is now officially threatening the nuclear option in many respects, because he understood that the Israelis were fucking lying, and he tried to pressure Trump by way of the media. Okay. And what did Trump do? He's like, "No, General Kane loves me." Nope. Yeah, it's not an ideological objection either, since he didn't do this with Venezuela. It's just calculation. Exactly. Of course, these guys are monsters. This is what I was trying to explain to people when there were State Department officials that were coming out early on when Biden was bear hugging Netanyahu and saying, "Go all the way," right? They were saying, "I have plenty of objections." not because I care about the humanity of Palestinians necessarily, but I care about advancing the interests of empire. There were people in the CIA, people in the State Department that has spent years and years, gun running for these horrible criminal entities. And they were like, we can't continue this because Israel's going to do a genocide. We know that is going to happen. We have to put an end to it. And the American government at the time, under the leadership of Biden, was taking the wrong approach. This would greatly diminish America's force projection capabilities. This would turn Israel into a pariah state. We have to restrain Israel for the sake of Israel. And no one in a leadership role is actually looking at this with a sober approach. And that's where we're at. 77-year-old House Dem facing younger primary challengers seek to impeach Donald Trump. Larson charged Trump with murder, war crimes, and piracy over Venezuela military intervention and the naval blockade. Representative John Larson is mounting a long-shot bid to impeach President Donald Trump as he stares down a primary threat from younger challenges. I don't know how much teeth this kind of stuff has. But it's very funny that Fox News is presenting it as like a primary challenge that's lighting a fire under the ass of a Democrat, right? It doesn't even, at this point, it doesn't even matter if it's like, if that's the motivator or not, right? Anyway, let's hear from the Iranian side as well after we're done with this video.
To the president as options for this particular mission. So the markets are nervous. They are not trading aggressively down, but they are taking this threat seriously. That's not one or the only indicator, but it's one indicator of how the global economy is viewing all this, Gail. And if there is one restraining mechanism on all this, it's not the polling data in the United States. The president acknowledged that in Nancy's piece, sure. But the economic catastrophe globally that might come from a set of strikes like this is the one restraining mechanism on the president. That's the one thing that he has always been hesitant to play with because he considers it actual economic fire for the globe and for the United States. So that is a backdrop here. But you've got to take the president's rhetoric and his intent rather seriously.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very unsettling and, to be honest, quite frightening. But this deadline has been delayed before. What happens if President Trump delays again? And do you think that's likely?
I don't know if it's likely or not, Gail, but again, you can look at the president's rhetoric and find ways in which he could do this. The president said regime change has already been accomplished and that these new leaders, we don't know who they are, he never says who they are more reasonable, smarter, and sharper, that he could create a deal. And if he creates a deal, even if it's just temporary, the world would relax. But until there's a full ceasefire and an end of all hostilities, no one will relax fully here in Washington or in any global capital.
All right, Major, thank you very much. To hear more of Major on all of this and all the big stories from Washington today, tune into The Takeout, airing weeknights at 5 o'clock on CBS News 24/7.
Smoke's been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. This was the scene after a projectile fell in the Ramat HaSharon district. Alarms also sounded in Eilat and central Israel. Explosions were heard in the...
Yeah, Israeli army has struck railways after threatening to strike railways. Once again, civilian infrastructure that they're claiming is dual use, another act of terrorism. AOC also had some words to say about Donald Trump. Donald Trump's threats to kill an entire civilization. I mean, what a fucking ridiculous thing to say. This is a threat of genocide and merits removal from office. The president's mental faculties are collapsing and cannot be trusted. To every individual in the president's chain of command, you have a duty to refuse illegal orders. That includes carrying out this threat. Yeah. Pahlavi Reza also had some choice words. To the armed forces of Iran, you're the heirs of the legacy of the patriotic and honorable commanders of this land. How can you remain silent and inactive in the face of brazen presidents and boasts of foreign agents and criminals affiliated with the Islamic Republic in the streets of Iran? Buddy, where are you at? Buddy, you are the foreign agent, okay? You have behaved as the foreign agent. You have aligned with these malignant forces that are actively seeking out the destruction of this thousands of years old culture. They are destroying schools. They're destroying facilities that people use, colleges, universities, places where academic research is conducted. You're aligned with them. Get the fuck out of here. You're sending these messages from goddamn Langley talking about rise up in arms. Rise up in arms against who? Israel and America? Or rise up in arms against the government that is the only thing standing in the way of imminent death and destruction? Now, the United States also bombed dozens of Iranian military targets on Karg Island overnight. So here's what I think is happening. Okay, are you ready for this? Here's what I think is happening. I'm going to give you best case scenario and worst case scenario. Okay? Best case scenario is it's Taco Trump. It's Taco Tuesday. Trump extends once again. It's yet another real moment where people understand that Trump doesn't have the leverage and he's cognizant of that fact, right? Because Iran keeps saying, we're not going to fucking negotiate on half measures here. You have to give us real assurances. Here are the demands that we're making, right? And they have the upper hand. If they didn't have the upper hand, Donald Trump wouldn't actually expand the targets directly to civilian infrastructure, power plants and whatnot, right? They wouldn't do that. If they were able to successfully deteriorate Iran's striking capabilities, Iran wouldn't be able to strike Israel. They would be able to deploy aircraft over the Iranian airspace and destroy these facilities with ease, right? None of that has happened. So that's part of the reason why he's threatening. So best case scenario is it's fucking Taco Tuesday, okay? Donald Trump doesn't engage in the nuclear strike, doesn't destroy the power plants, okay? And there's an extension, right? He just claims once again that these guys, Iran is conceding, right? Falsely claiming that Iran is conceding. And obviously, intelligent people recognize the dynamic here, hopefully, and they understand. That's what we're looking for. We're hoping, inshallah, for Taco Tuesday, okay? The less worse, but still bad scenario is Trump tacos off of bombing the power plants and the bridges, but still is using that chaos and fear to actually try to launch a special operation on Karg Island or numerous other islands and try to take over the Iranian coastline in this, most likely very deadly military campaign that will unfold. Even if they take out the conventional forces on the ground, whether it be in Karg Island or in any number of different islands that they've entertained bombing, entertained invading, they will not be able to successfully hold these places, obviously. I've gone through the many different reasons as to why this would be most likely a failure. But that's like the second best worst case scenario, is that he doesn't bomb the power plants and these facilities, civilian infrastructure, and instead tries to do a military operation. It's still bad, right? But who knows? Worst case scenario is they use a nuclear first strike. That Israel or America, most likely Israel, deploys a nuclear weapon. There's no assurances that would actually lead to successful deterrence from Iran, but it will be a world-changing event, right? Because if America or Israel were to either blow up the power plants and blow up civilian infrastructure, or even deploy a nuke, that would be devastating. That would change the world, right? That would change the world completely. The deployment of nukes would change the calculation entirely for countries that have nukes. And there is no guarantee that that would actually stop the Iranian retaliation anyway, considering the mosaic structure that they have. And even if they don't nuke, I'm saying, like, even if they were to, the second worst case scenario beyond nukes would obviously be still blowing up the power plants and following through with these threats of doing terrorism. And in that situation, again, no guarantee that Iran stops its retaliation, and Iran would most likely retaliate in kind and completely eviscerate the Gulf. Iran would destroy the desalination plants in the Gulf. Iran would destroy as many Israeli targets that they possibly can as well. It would be a nightmare. It is a nightmare scenario if 20% of the entire world's oil and gas supply is destroyed overnight. There's obviously other options here as well, mining the strait, rendering all commercial traffic impossible. I don't know. I mean, it would be unbelievably violent. So those are the options. And I do think personally that Trump will taco here, hopefully, especially considering that. And shut off the Bab el Mandeb as well, with the Houthis. So shut off the entry point into the Red Sea. Before I forget, that's another threat that Iran has also presented. Okay. March's pants, though? Yeah, he has great pants. So yeah, I mean, I'm fine with being late. Yeah. You should communicate that to them. We can be a little bit later, because like coming there early is not. Yeah, I would be down to do that. Totally. Why did the war even start? Here, I'll show you a video. This will perhaps help you understand why the war started. Here is Israeli TV that has now begun a countdown for Trump's deadline on Iran.
אולי מופלטות בחדר הדיונים של המשא ומתן יזרזו קצת את העניינים.
וואי, זה חייס סמך לבב אנוש, ברור.
ואתם רואים כאן את ליאור ורוצלבסקי שחזרה אלינו כדי להגיש את המהדורה במשך 8 השעות הקרובות. כל הכבוד לשולחן. דדליין.
They're so happy. Are you anti-Semitic? Just think how happy you are making some Israeli generals right now. Think about how happy they are. Do you want to take that happiness away? You're basically an anti-Semite of the highest order. Remember who this is for, okay? Remember who you're fighting for, not just the Epstein class. Every time you pay a higher markup, remember that that's basically an Israel tax, okay? So you should feel confident. You should feel elated at why you're paying extra at the pump, okay? It should be a moment of excitement for you because you're helping the most moral nation on the planet, the only nation that matters on the planet, the greatest, holiest nation of all. After all, if you didn't feel elated, I would demand that you subsequently get deplatformed, canceled, and hopefully lose your job. If you weren't excited at the prospect of waging Israel's war, I mean, you should probably go to prison. Really. Am Israel Chai, ladies and gentlemen. You know what the HasanAbi broadcast official position is. The most moral nation on the planet, Israel is the only nation that matters. For me personally, when I think about the gas price and the inflation, I think to myself, well, this is for good reason. At least I know that Israelis are happy. Israelis are so happy that this is happening. Someone in the chat said, "Fuck Israel." Excuse me, mods, shoot that guy. Is it anti-Semitic that to bring up that Israel destroyed a synagogue? I mean, what was the synagogue wearing? Yeah. 35% off, 5+ gift subs train. Oh, hell yeah. I didn't even realize. Thank you, chatter. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, ladies and gentlemen. The Piker Broadcasting Service is committed to editorial independence, and your subscriptions in the form of a free one with a Twitch Prime, or your $6 a month subscriptions, or your gifted subs are what allow me to maintain my editorial independence and say no to big corporate sponsors and donations, such as Polymarket, which they'll never let me live down, obviously. Captain Ajax, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Yeah. Footage published by Iran's Fars news agency shows pro-government protesters forming what Fars describes as a human chain in front of the Khazarun combined cycle power plant in light of President Trump's deadline for a deal. I know. Well, we're going to be talking about that in a second. What happened to Asmongold? I don't know. I guess he got banned. So yeah. I'm seeing the messages, yeah. Anyway. My dog doesn't support Israel. Should I take him back to the pound? Put a shock collar on him. Connor Gray, thank you for the 10 gifted. All right. Yeah, it's 35% off gifted subs. We're at level 5 hype train. Gorlock, thank you. All right. So what is Iran saying in all of this? What's the Iranian response so far? Well, because they have an upper hand in these conversations, because America has not actually achieved any of its military objectives and is now just like flinging around wildly like a madman, increasing the Hitlerian intensity of the commentary and the threats. A senior Iranian source tells Reuters, Iran will close Bab el-Mandeb if the situation escalates, utilizing the Ansar Allah movement and the Houthis. They've done so before. U.S. has not changed its tone. No negotiations with the Americans. Iran will strike power plants in response to energy attacks. Entire region plunged into darkness, including Saudi Arabia. Iran last night hit a Saudi refinery, a facility that is responsible for 7% of the Saudi oil supply. They hit an industrial facility last night, lighting it on fire. Saudi Arabia claimed that it was, some of the intercepted missiles that fell on top of the facility. It was bullshit or whatever, but obviously those were successive and successful strikes, right? That was, I think, a threat for more to come. The Iranian goal there is very clear. They're trying to get the GCC to apply pressure to Donald Trump with the hopes that they don't have to escalate. Also, before cutting off direct diplomacy with the U.S., Iran told Pakistan that it believed it was winning and retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones in its arsenal. Now, of course, they're probably exaggerating the numbers, but it's clear that they still have significant capabilities, right? Even before Iran cut off direct diplomacy with the U.S., it was sticking to a hardline position in the negotiations and showed no signs of backing down. Tehran told Pakistan, which is mediating the talks, that it believed it was winning and that it retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones in its arsenal, according to mediators and a person familiar with the matter. Mediators said the numbers were likely exaggerated, but reflected Iran's unflinching negotiating position. The U.S. and Israel are continuing to strike Iran with force as President Trump's ultimatum deadline nears. Iran has threatened to retaliate with large-scale strikes on Gulf countries and Israeli power and energy infrastructure, according to mediators on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And now we have B-52s taking off, departing the Royal Air Force Base in Fairford. Local video show loaded B-52, 7-hour combat flight time. Iran puts them in striking range by 8 p.m. As far as Trump's inside, as far as the people around Trump that are warning him against taking this kind of chaotic and violent action that will breed even more instability and destroy global energy markets, of course. It seems my hair is out of control. I'm gonna have to fix it before I go and appear in front of people because I can't wear the New York DSA hat, but I'll do that later. JD Vance is one of the only people inside of the room that's like demanding some restraint from Trump. It seems. Hey, Hasan, I think you forgot that Trump won the FIFA Peace Prize. It's true, he did. It's true, he did do that. Obviously, he would never entertain disparaging the beautiful, wonderful, incredible FIFA Peace Prize. He would not tarnish the good reputation of the FIFA Peace Prize, right? He would never do that. That would be a horrible mistake. A distinguished award. Its legacy will reverberate. The Nobel Peace Prize and the committee there feel horrible for failing to give Trump the Peace Prize that he deserved. Mr. Hegseth and Mr. Kane ran through the sequencing of the attacks, and Mr. Trump said he wanted to go around the table and hear everyone's views. Mr. Vance, whose disagreement with the whole premise was well established, addressed the president. I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I support you. Ms. Wiles, Susie Wiles, told Mr. Trump that if he felt the need to proceed for America's national security, then he should go ahead. All cucks, all of them. Mr. Ratcliffe offered no opinion on whether to proceed, but he discussed the stunning new intelligence that the Iranian leadership was about to gather in the Ayatollah's compound in Tehran. The CIA director told the president that regime change was possible depending on how the term was defined. If we just mean killing the supreme leader, we can probably do that, he said. When called on, Mr. Warrington, the White House counsel, said it was a legally permissible option in terms of how the plan had been conceived by the U.S. officials and presented to the president. He did not offer a personal opinion, but when pressed by the president to provide one, he said that as a Marine veteran, he had known an American service member killed by Iran years earlier. This issue remained deeply personal. He told the president that if Israel intended to proceed regardless, the United States should do so as well. Yeah, this is also important to understand. So there's like very little restraint coming from the inside, but there's also very little restraint. There's some restraint coming from the Democrats, some demands of restraint coming from the Democrats, which is good. It's a little too late, but it's good nonetheless. But also on top of that, there is virtually no response from the global leadership. Muted reaction from world leaders to the U.S. president threatening to obliterate Iran in one night. When Putin hinted at nukes, there was talk of sanctions, international isolation, even threats of World War III. We don't even get words of condemnation in response to this. It's unfucking believable. The amount of cruelty that America can subject the rest of the world to is unbearable. I cannot believe it. Like, these guys have no interest in maintaining normalcy at all. They will cast everything aside when America wishes it. It's crazy. No one wants to talk to you guys? That's cope. That's cope. It's not that no one wants to talk to us, okay? It's not that no one wants to talk to us. It's that we are not a restrainable force is the assessment. Like our European allies are just they've decided like there's nothing to do here, and there is something to do. Any kind of pressure works. Yeah, Fizz is right, by the way. Chad, if you already seen people claiming that Hasan always just says America equals bad, remember that he's the only one saying the truth. Exactly. It's shameful. What we're doing is shameful. I want America to be a force for good, not a force for evil. And unfortunately, as it stands currently, we are a force for evil around the planet. We are a malignant force. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, when called on, Mr. Warrington, the White House counsel, said it was legally permissible. Mr. Chung laid out the likely public relations fallout. Mr. Trump had run for office opposed to further wars. People had not voted for conflict overseas. The plans ran contrary to everything the administration had said after the bombing campaign against Iran in June. How would they explain away 8 months of insisting that Iranian nuclear facilities have been totally obliterated? Mr. Trump gave neither a yes or no, but he said that whatever decision Mr. Trump made would be the right one. Ms. Leavitt told the president that this was his decision and that the press team would manage it as best as they could. Mr. Hegseth adopted a narrow position. They would have to take care of Iranians eventually, so they might as well do it now. I mean, you got a team of fucking drunk rapists and loyalists and cattle. Of course, they're not going to give you alternative options. Like, everyone's assessment in the room is that, yeah, this shit's probably going to suck. It's entirely antagonistic to everything that you won on. It's contradictory to everything that you claim to believe, but it doesn't matter. Oh my God. Politico also got another hit in. Adam Wren. New playbook. Abdul al-Sayed declines to part ways with on the Huns post that Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler ahead of his 2 rallies with the streamer today. I mean, when you're threatening genocide against the whole people, that speaks for itself, al-Sayed said. I mean, yeah, it's true. Mr. Hasan Dawn Piker, today's my birthday. For a birthday present, you should totally whip and nay on stream right now. I don't want Politico to demand comments from Abdul al-Sayed for my unsuccessful attempts at whipping and nay-naying today. Okay, another snippet. Tucker Carlson, the commentator who had emerged as another prominent skeptic of the intervention on the right, had come to the Oval Office several times over the previous year to warn Mr. Trump that a war with Iran would destroy his presidency. A couple of weeks before the war began, Mr. Trump, who had known Mr. Carlson for years, tried to reassure him over the phone. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay, the president said. Mr. Carlson asked how he knew. Because it always is, Mr. Trump replied. Oh, my God. Happy birthday, chatter, by the way. Oh, because it always is. It always is. Yeah. Tucker Carlson also had one of the best responses I've seen to Donald Trump. Like, I mean, it totally directly admonishing him. You know? I tried to Mitch to host Abdul, and they refused, calling you and him anti-Semitic, and they will not push those voices. What? University of Michigan? I'm a grad student at UMich Ford School of Public Policy, and I want to show you around the school and point out their Zionism. I try to get their Markhams to reach out, but they said they need to protect Jewish voices. This behavior needs to be called out. I'll give you a tour before you leave Ann Arbor. Yeah, that's not going to happen, big dog. Sorry. But also, I'm literally speaking at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, so, like, obviously, the school has a different approach to this. So, can the EU and GCC vassals stop this? Because what did we Asians do to deserve this energy crisis? I mean, nothing. You just are at the mercy of America's instability. And once again, remember, we here in the heart of empire, we here in the imperial core, legitimately suffer the least amount of consequences. There's still a little bit of friction, obviously, right? There will still be a little bit of friction because, you know, gas, the oil is a global commodity, which has inelastic demand. So they're going to need to get it, right? Countries that can't get it from the Strait of Hormuz are still going to have to get it somehow. And that is the reason why the price of a barrel goes up regardless. And you know, that is obviously consequential on inflation. But that's a marginal problem for everyday Americans in comparison to, like, the horrifying realities that we brought about to the rest of the world, right? In any case, General Kane was sober, laying out the risks and what the campaign would mean for munitions depletion. He offered no opinion. His position was that if Mr. Trump ordered the operation, the military would execute. Both of the president's top military leaders previewed how the campaign would unfold as the U.S. capacity to degrade Iran's military capabilities. When it was his turn to speak, Mr. Rubio offered moral clarity, telling the president If our goal is regime change or an uprising, we shouldn't do it. But if the goal is to destroy Iran's missile program, that's a goal we can achieve. Again, wrong. It was a demonstrable failure. It's been a demonstrable failure. It has not worked at all. And if anything, that unironically shows that the initial goals that they set out, as I told you over and over again, the true goals that they had were accomplishing military objectives, right? Anything new on potentially Trump backing out? I've seen some Axios reports, but it doesn't mean much. I still think that there is a taco moment here, hopefully. Maybe it's hopium, but here is part of the reason why. Trump signals extension possible on Iran strike deadline. President Trump told Fox News that the U.S. is prepared to strike Iran after his 8 p.m. deadline, but that could change if talks show something concrete. He did not set odds for a strike tonight.
I just got off the phone with the president, and he called, and I said, listen, if you were to put odds on it, what were the odds that this is going to end up being a negotiated deal? He said he wasn't going to put odds on it, but he said 8 p.m. is happening. That's what he said. He said, it is, if we get to that point, there is going to be an attack like they have not seen. Now, he's sticking to that at this point. Now, he said if negotiations move forward today and there is something concrete, that could change. But at this hour, he didn't want to put odds on it, but he said it is moving forward with the plans that we have.
Again, we are unironically at the mercy of a madman. You know what, like, a lot of people would say about Hillary Clinton, like, oh, what if she has her period and then she has the nuclear launch codes? Like, what these guys would say about Hillary Clinton is totally a direct thing you can say about Donald Trump, who is demonstrating that he is inconsistent and a total fucking psycho. Okay? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. President Trump told Fox News the U.S. is prepared to strike Iran. Like, it's like, how are we allowing this ticking time bomb to have the entire planet's future in his grip? Anyway, there's also more on the Democratic response or lack thereof, obviously. Matt Iglesias, one problem for Democrats is that left-wing people pretend they aren't doing stuff when they are, in fact, doing in order to further fuel the flames of anti-establishment sentiment. Daniel Denver says, it's incredible how absent Democratic Party leadership is in the face of Trump blowing up the entire fucking world. Hakeem Jeffries has tweeted twice. And that's what Matt Iglesias points to for one of the most popular, or not popular, one of the most powerful Democrats in the country. Okay, he's not very popular. He's popular in his district, but not very popular nationally for good reason. This is the reason why. It's incredible. Hakeem Jeffries is not a fucking Twitch streamer, man. What are you talking about? I've tweeted more about Donald Trump than he has. What the hell does that do? Like, this is it? He did this? That's all it is? On February 18th, the New York Times broke the news Trump was sending a war armada to Iran. Jeffries did not issue a formal statement about Iran until February 26th, 8 days later, which was entirely process criticism, right? Then proceeded to schedule a war powers vote for the week after the bombing started. Jeffries has yet to make a moral case against the war, only offering limp, sleepy, and incoherent process objections. Jeffries tried to ignore it altogether until Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie forced him to respond. Hakeem Jeffries allowed another war powers vote to be delayed for a month for no discernible reason. Okay, you got to take it? All right, take it. Boom. All right, let's get it started. Fox has a timer now too. Great, fantastic. At 8 p.m. tonight. In 8 hours and 30 minutes almost, approximately, we will know. We will know what the fate of the future holds, you know? So just remember, this isn't just simply like farming outrage against the Democrats. It's important for people to understand like what the Democratic Party could have done as far as like successful messaging strategies that they could have implemented ahead of time, and also what kind of legislative pressure they could apply in this circumstance so that when the moment comes, like right now, they would have a built-in defense mechanism. They would have a response. They could have paperwork that they could point to. They could have people on the record. Right? Or is it 8 p.m. EST? I thought they pushed it back to 8 p.m. EST. Oh, shit. It's not. Oh, you're right. That's not in 8 hours. That's Pacific time. I'm on my laptop. I'm on Pacific time. Apologies. I fucked it up. It's 8 p.m. EST, which is in, holy shit. That is actually, oh my God, dude. It's in 5.5 hours. What the hell? You're staying live? Yes, I will actually be doing a speech while it's happening, ironically enough, once again. Anyway, Alex Jordan of Quincy Institute says a majority of Democrats in the House and Senate voted to give Trump nearly $1 trillion for war in 2026. Now we're supposed to act like this party isn't a willing partner in the ruinous U.S. foreign policy, but rather a bulwark against war. Gonna take more than some angry tweets. Yeah, and they also obviously delayed the vote on the Iran War Powers Resolution. That was also completely ridiculous. You know, Senator Schumer, who has been Mr. Taco.
To negotiate.
Yeah, this was one of the only instances where Senator Schumer actually had a significant issue with Donald Trump. This was back in June 2nd, 2025, where he gave the game away, saying, "Oh, Trump is Mr. Taco. If he's going to deal with Iran, if he's going to do side deals with Iran, and try to create a negotiation environment, then he needs to let the people know, how dare you not blow up Iran? What the fuck's wrong with you?" That was his attitude then. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Bro, Trump keeps double booking you with his threats on World War III. True. No side deals. Yeah. Axios, Trump might be the most hawkish person in the top echelons of his administration on Iran, according to a U.S. source who spoke to him several times in recent days. Said one U.S. official, the president is the most bloodthirsty, like a mad dog. Hegseth and Rubio sound like the doves compared to the president. That's great. I love hearing stuff like that. That gives me a lot of confidence about what the future holds here. All right, we got to move on right now. We got to mobilize. I'm going to run these videos as we travel, and I'm also going to offer. I'm going to continue to offer commentary from the car ride to the place that we're going to. We're going to Michigan State University first. Yeah, and we're going to be in a van with Abdul and Summerlee. So let's do it.
Israeli city of Nahariya, after Hezbollah fired rockets from Lebanon, at least 10 projectiles were launched towards the north in the latest barrage. Israeli medics say 2 people were injured in that attack. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed Israeli warplanes struck bridges and railways in Iran, which he says were used by Iran's Revolutionary Guard.
Yesterday, our pilots destroyed transport planes and dozens of helicopters at an Iranian Air Force base. Today, Israeli pilots attacked the railways and bridges used by the Revolutionary Guards. They use them to transport raw materials for weapons, and the actors who attack us, the United States and the countries of the region, the same actors who also oppress the Iranian people.
Well, let's bring in Nora. She's following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So Nora, reports, as I mentioned there, these explosions heard in several locations in Israel. These rockets mostly fired by Hezbollah. At the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and saying very clearly that his plans, his strategy for Iran doesn't seem to be doing anything more than escalating.
That's right. And in the past 2 hours, we've seen warnings of 3 volleys of Iranian missiles, 1 in the south and 2 to the center area. We are hearing of initial reports of perhaps an impact site in Tahtigva, which has been repeatedly attacked. Tahtigva has several military industry factories. One of them was hit earlier in the week. Now, the political rhetoric is certainly one of escalation, not just from the Israeli prime minister, but even the defense minister. The rumblings in Israel, if you will, is that Donald Trump shouldn't take what's on the table, what mediators are offering, because anything short of absolute victory, of total decimation of the current government, of creating the conditions to completely collapse this system of government, would be tantamount to defeat. And the Israeli prime minister in particular has really tied his fate to this war. So you do not hear words of the possibility of reaching compromise. You hear the exact opposite. And that's why we saw those reports of Benjamin Netanyahu speaking to Donald Trump, counseling him to reject all those offers. Strategists of the Likud party of Netanyahu even talking about scenarios that are far more violent than just aerial bombardment of the energy and power grid and other vital infrastructure. That hit list, according to sources, is already in place, coordinated with the U.S. Army and waiting for the green light from Washington.
Nora Day and Ramallah, thank you.
We are just learning of new reports of explosions on Karg Island. This handles almost all of Iran's oil exports, about 90%. If you look at that map, it's actually, you can see it all the way up there at the top of the Persian Gulf there, just off the coast of Iran. President Trump has repeatedly threatened to bomb or seize the island, and there have been strikes before. Oil prices have been spiking over the last few minutes since the reports have been coming in of these strikes, up about 2 to 3% in the numbers that I've seen. Again, now over 3% there in some cases. Brent crude up more than 1%. Let's get right to CNN's Jim Sciutto, who's in Tel Aviv, monitoring the situation. Jim, what are you learning about this?
Yeah. John, I just spoke to a U.S. official who confirms to CNN that the U.S. struck targets on Karg Island overnight. To be clear, this U.S. official says these targets were military targets on Karg Island, not oil facilities. To your point in the introduction, John, the U.S. has previously struck military targets on Karg Island going back to the middle of March, and that appears to be what they've done again this time. And that's an important distinction, of course, because, yes, the president has held out the possibility of striking oil facilities there, which would have an impact far beyond Karg Island, given that this is where more than 90% of Iran's oil exports come out of. But again, the U.S. official confirming strikes, but making clear that those strikes are solely on military targets on Karg Island.
Again, the reason we're distinguishing those two, because the president has said by tonight, and we have a countdown clock actually over in the corner right there, by 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight, which is now 11 hours, 56 minutes, and 54 seconds, the president has said if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, if there is no deal reached, he will hit all bridges and all power plants, all, he says, in the nation of Iran. Again, so we're monitoring the situation very closely. New word of these strikes on Karg Island. Jim Sciutto in Tel Aviv, thank you for bringing us up to speed there. Kate?
All right, joining us now to talk about this, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier, retired Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson. General, let me just ask you about this breaking news. As Jim Sciutto is reporting, a U.S. official confirms that there were U.S. strikes on targets on Karg Island overnight, military targets, Jim is told, not oil facilities, not some of those key energy facilities that have been now clearly threatened by President Trump. Take that, even though the United States has hit targets on Karg Island before, when you look at it in the context and against the backdrop of this looming deadline, what do you make of it?
Well, thank you, Kate. What it tells me is that they're considering perhaps a ground invasion of Karg Island. The fact that they are not going after oil infrastructures, but they're going after military targets on the island Sounds to me like they're trying to soften the defenses in anticipation, perhaps, of some kind of deployment of U.S. ground forces into Karg Island, which I'd like to go on the record for saying I think would be a serious mistake. But we do have the Immediate Ready Brigade from the 82nd Airborne that is pre-positioned somewhere in the theater. Probably Al Udeid might be in Kuwait. They're probably just a couple hours away. The 31st MEU that we've heard about quite a bit, I believe they are still in the mouth of the Persian Gulf, so they're probably a good 10 to 12 hours away. And of course, in order to get to Karg Island, they're going to have to go through the Strait of Hormuz, because that would be really problematic. So I think the only real alternative here would be the 82nd Airborne Immediate Ready Brigade. And again, I believe that they're probably softening defenses and perhaps at least threatening to conduct ground operations at Karg Island.
The president has put out a new message on social media. Can we put it up? Let's read it, because it's about the deadline tonight. He wrote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran," the president ends with. General, just your reaction to what he just wrote.
Well, we already knew that Donald Trump was a pretty bad president, but now we know that he's an absolutely terrible commander-in-chief as well. I mean, he continues to vacillate. It offers contradictory messaging about what's going on, and, you know, does he support the Iranian people? Does he not? Does he want regime change? Does he not? Do the allies with us? Does he need them? Does he not? I mean, it goes on and on and on. We're seeing more of that, everything he's writing. But, I mean, again, this guy is just not competent in terms of leading this force. He has not set clear objectives, clear definable objectives that the military can truly execute. And I think that at 8 p.m. tonight, I believe that he'll figure out a way to either extend the deadline, because there's no way that he can do what he says he's going to do, which is to bomb every single civilian target in the theater and in Iran. And if he were to do that, it would be, as Kim suggests, it would be the commitment of a great war crime. And I'm old enough to remember the Nuremberg trials and how we've held the Germans accountable after what the atrocities they committed during World War II. And I'd hate to think, 5-10 years from now, we'd be doing the same kind of thing with American soldiers and leaders that made decisions that were being directed by the President of the United States that are illegal.
Let's go right to CNN's Becky Anderson, who is in Abu Dhabi, watching the situation there. These two new data points, Becky, the new strikes on Karg Island, which we haven't seen for a few days, and this really new incendiary threat from President Trump. How is it, or how do you think it will be received in the region?
And it's interesting, just about an hour ago, the Qatar spokesman for the Prime Minister, who is also the Foreign Minister, held a press conference. This was round about the time that these reports started coming out. And let me just read you very specifically what he said. He said, "We are close to the point where the situation in the region could spiral out of control." That really feels like, from the Qatar perspective, that they are suggesting an inflection point at this point, this Tuesday. Let's remember, 8 p.m. Eastern time, which would be the end of the deadline, were that deadline not to be pushed on Tuesday, would be 3:30 in the morning, Tehran time, 4 in the morning, for example, here in Abu Dhabi. So for the last, I'd say, 24 hours, this has been a region that has been on tenterhooks about what might happen next. You know that this entire region is absolutely determined. It insists that this conflict cannot end until the Strait of Hormuz is reopened effectively, and that the regional security here is sort of ring-fenced. But at this point,
it doesn't feel like we are at the point at which we are looking at a deal or indeed the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We just heard from J.D. Vance in Hungary. He suggested that these talks behind the scenes between the Pakistanis, Egypt, Turkey, and the US and Iran may provide us a bit of a window here, and we might see that deadline then pushed by Donald Trump. But meantime, of course, the question you asked me is, we have just seen two really important data points here, not least that of Karg Island. Let's remind ourselves, Karg Island is an absolute sort of trophy for Iran and the Iranian community. It is from Karg Island that Iran exports 90% of its oil. It has been exporting more and making a lot more money out of that oil since this conflict began, as it has access to that Strait of Hormuz. There has been a threat for some time against this island. As you rightly point out, at the moment we understand it is not the oil facilities, but just the radars and military sort of infrastructure around that oil facility there that has been struck. But were that to be the next target, I think, you know, we'd be into it.
All right, perfect. All right, we swapped. What's up, everybody? We're currently in a undisclosed car, heading to an undisclosed location. We got Abdul Sayed Summerlee here, and their entire teams are here as well. We're heading to Michigan State University first, right? We're going to be doing Michigan State first. We're going to be doing some speeches. There's going to be a rally. It's indoor or outdoor?
Indoor.
Indoor.
Indoor, hopefully.
Thank God.
It's still like 20. The sun is out, but it's still like 27 degrees outside.
Yeah, that's not great. It is very cold, but the spirits are high, yeah, I'm excited.
So welcome to Michigan, man. Thanks for coming out. Summer, thank you so much. I feel like Pennsylvania and Michigan are basically like siblings.
Definitely.
They're basically siblings. We you know, I've been trying to get somebody to run for Senate in Pennsylvania against somebody.
Our Senate race
who shall remain unnamed.
Your Senate race is way closer. We should definitely,
listen, like,
we should be focused on what is happening right now.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm trying to build a
important Senate race. What are you guys?
That somebody was
what are
on.
you, August?
We're August 7th for the August 4th for the primary, November 3rd for the general.
I think this door is a little bit open, by the way.
Like it's a little
I don't think they closed it fully.
Oh man.
Just so you guys know.
All right, so we gotta.
I'm just letting you know, it's fine.
I feel a little
March,
stressed.
if you fly off, I'll hold you. Okay. Only because you're connected to the camera and the bag. Otherwise, I'd be like, all right, you're out. You know.
I'll save you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll save you. Thank you. That's not Medicare for All Spirit.
Yeah. Okay, how are we feeling? I mean, there's gonna be like walk me through. I've never done a stump before, and the thing is,
I don't even know what a stump is.
I didn't even know what it is, and I also didn't even think that it was like anything different than what we've done together in the past. Like, you come on my stream, we've worked out together. I've like visited him before.
He's been to Michigan. I took him to
he's fed me.
I got him the meal. I should have probably gotten you guys. But next time you guys come, I'm gonna get you that meal.
But we're not gonna do. I don't align businesses. Like he's the A-list. Yeah, no, I don't. That's what I'm saying, right? I don't align businesses.
No, actually,
but it does feel like
here's
not rolled out here.
Hey, I rolled out a pretty good red carpet. The problem is Wasi only eats zabiha halal. So he had tofu. I feel like my guy came to Michigan. I gave him tofu. You got a good brisket. I mean, I could have done better.
You didn't hit him with a Dearborn special.
So the problem is we're in Ann Arbor, man. Like I gave him the best.
I'm not gonna pretend to know how far anything is. This is only my second time ever being in Michigan.
All right. So next time y'all come to town, we're going to Dearborn. We're going to Dearborn Meat Market. But I will tell you this: like, my go-to, frankly, is the burger at the place we went to. But you gotta get it fresh.
What's the other like Ann Arbor like especially last time? Okay, fun fact: first ever public appearance I ever did was with the Young Turks at University of Michigan Ann Arbor campus. It was the first time I ever spoke in front of a crowd. This was like more than 10 years ago. I was terrified. Okay, I blacked out. I don't even know what I said. I was supposed to like open for the Young
I think
Turks.
those are the quotes that they keep asking me to respond to.
Yeah, that was.
Oh my, listen, he blacked out. It was his first ever public appearance.
Yeah.
He didn't know what he was doing.
It was my first ever public appearance. and I still to this day have no idea what I said, but you know.
Did you go to Zingerman's? Is that what they took you?
That's what I was gonna say. And
smart.
I ate at Zingerman's, and it was delicious.
It is delicious. It's phenomenal.
They had those like stacked.
I will tell you.
strong
Also,
sandwiches.
the folks who started Zingerman's, big supporters of the campaign. So good
Hell
politics
yeah.
too.
Is Michigan known for food?
Yeah, like yes, but just it's like you know Dearborn for sure, and Zingerman's is like the known spot in Ann Arbor, right? It's like it is the platonic ideal of a deli, right? So you think like good deli food, it's fantastic.
Michigan food. Like if you're like, what's a Michigan?
Like you
food?
must come to.
Like,
You gotta eat
fries
one
on our
thing
sandwich,
in Michigan.
Right? Like, you know,
That is not.
I don't know.
Wow,
So,
you really
honestly,
sold that. You
like-
really sold that.
He went hard for that, like
Yeah.
that was a real Pennsylvania staple.
Whoa.
That's why we're not running statewide. This is why.
So Detroit style pizza. Detroit style pizza.
We had it last time. I
You
liked
didn't,
it.
you didn't enjoy it?
What is it?
Fine.
Oh,
It's like
is that
thicker square. Yeah. And then Coney dogs, which I will say is
It's
not
not
my
New
favorite. And then no, so we have like this like Coney Island that is a thing that is a Michigan Coney dog. It's like a hot dog with chili on top. And it is a thing that's like a very Detroit kind of staple. Verner's, if you like ginger ale.
No, that is cream soda.
No, Verner's is like straight up ginger ale.
No, that's-
it's like sharp.
I don't know. I got some from Rashida's house, like Rashida's office is across the hall from me. It tastes like cream soda.
So what do you
It
drink?
says ginger ale on it. It is cream soda.
Maybe they gave you Fago.
No, I love Fago. We're from Pittsburgh, you know, we say
Good news
pop
is
too.
she's not running statewide in Michigan ever. So.
Okay,
I was like, that's fine words.
It's not cream soda. I'm so sorry. It's ginger ale. It's the original ginger ale.
She's like, it's ginger ale.
I love Fago.
Fago's phenomenal.
We do Fago. We do pop in Pittsburgh, so Fago's.
And I love that you called it pop. I didn't know you called it
we're
pop.
pop people.
Wow.
I didn't know that y'all called it pop until I was
Yes.
an adult.
I
I
love
thought it was
that.
only us.
No, it's like it's
I'm
it's
seeing myself out of this conversation because I don't want to hurt either of their races. I feel like anything I say will be used against them, and this is way more damaging.
all of a sudden all the local press comes after us.
Yeah.
They're like, wait a second, Hasan calls it soda?
Yeah. No, but the thing is, like,
Of all the controversies.
I think like
of all the things he said,
in all the places I've visited, like Michigan is so beautiful, and especially like the Detroit, Hamtramck, like the areas where that I saw. If you look at it from the outside, everyone's like, oh, it's in a state of disrepair. It's like destroyed. And I feel like people are faking it a little bit. Like I think the locals are like, yeah, it's totally destroyed. Don't come
Sure.
here. Yeah,
Yep.
it's devastating. There's a lot of crime here. Please don't come here. And it's like, because it's so nice.
No,
I've never
Michigan.
been.
And if
we
you
got,
were-
so we got to get you to Detroit. That's next time you come through. She's like,
I was in
next time.
Detroit for less than 24 hours. Just once.
Really?
That's it.
Seriously?
Yeah, really.
Hey, I feel like I've done you a disservice, man. I brought
I
you out
know.
here and like took you to Ann Arbor and
That Ann Arbor.
Lansing.
no shade to Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor's lovely.
is
Lansing's lovely, but like
beautiful.
Detroit is Detroit.
Is it? We're on campus on the day where they won like a championship.
I heard you
I
brought
didn't
that
see
up.
anybody though. I did. As soon
Because
as I
everybody's
pulled
sleeping, man. Everybody was sleeping.
in, and we were so weak. We came in with the tidings.
Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Nothing like a Penn State grad to bring us the victory at Michigan.
Really outing her.
Shared is scary. I know. I was gonna tell none of these students that are from Penn State. I was not gonna mention it.
Honestly, today they're not going to hold it against you. You'll be good.
They wouldn't even need to.
No, that's rough.
There was nobody outside though.
I think what it was is like everyone was out until about 3, and then now everybody's crashed, and they're not going to wake up again until our rally. Yeah. No, Michigan is it is an incredible state. Incredible state. Think about like other good food. Shawarma has become like kind of an honorary, right? Like we do shawarma better than almost anybody.
Dearborn had some of the most bomb Middle Eastern food I've had all around the country.
I will have to
straight
take
up.
y'all's word for it.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, man. I feel like I failed you. Next time you come, Dearborn, Detroit, we'll do it right.
And I'll have tofu again.
No, we got to get you a good kebab.
Oh yeah.
Like we'll get you a good.
It was just that my breakfast was trash.
I'm so sorry, man. Like, I feel bad. Like I feel personally responsible for this.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
It's a lot of pressure. You have a lot to do right now.
There's still a couple things. Got to go in an election.
Me and my older brother, like that was.
So Summer, what brought you out?
You, man.
Thank you. It means so much. I appreciate it. And here I am, like making sure, like not even delivering on.
No,
like,
it's okay. That's I didn't come for the shawarma.
Yeah,
that'd have been nice.
Yeah, you brought her here. Now she's
I'm like the political equivalent of a shawarma.
Now she's to stand next to me and she's gonna get harassed by
To be
people.
fair, we did do like a 3-hour stream.
We did, yeah.
In my office.
Where
That's
I
mean,
called it the January 6th tour when she was. That's the only reason why.
On that note, like I'm good. My work is done.
That's the only reason why I knew some of these locations. That's all I'm saying. It's so funny. Like, okay, I'll just say this. Okay, the dynamic is so unbearable because, like, not only am I a Tushimer, but like, obviously the things I advocate for are, you know, values that a lot of Americans believe in, right? But also the president is insane. Like the things he's saying as the president, and he's acting out.
Full on genocide in a tweet. Like, so here's the thing: the fact that he tweeted that.
Politico tried to get you on that. They were like, "Oh, Hasan said this is Hitlerian," and you're like, he's saying he's gonna do a genocide. Like, what do you want? It's unbelievable.
It's pretty believable. This is his second term.
Well, that's true.
This is believable.
You're right. You're right.
No, I mean, but look, I appreciate tension. I actually do. I am one of the few people, I do appreciate tension. I appreciate dialogue. I think that we should talk about things that make us uncomfortable. I think we should talk about them.
Yeah.
I don't think that we should ambush people about it. I think that we should actually have conversation.
Yeah.
Because there are people who are hurting, absolutely. There are people who are pissed off. They're mad at the system. They feel like nothing's gonna change.
Yeah.
They should be heard also. And that's not actually what's happening here. That's like actually not what's happening with you. That's not what's happening on a lot of our campaigns in this conversation. So, I mean, you have a choice at that moment, right? Like, to do the greatest good that you can do. And right now, you know, I'm here for you, right? I'm here because we want to talk to these young people. I'm here because like there are people who are in your audience, there are people who are in our spheres and our lives, right? Who want they deserve to hear from us. They deserve to hear from people who want to represent them.
And I think that's exactly right. I'm gonna try something else for size to see if it resonates for you guys. The modern day Democratic Party is like the cool kids table. They only invite you there when they're gonna make fun of you. But for the rest of the time, it's only them having a conversation with each other that is increasingly irrelevant to the experience that everybody else has. And I think the challenge that we have is that Democrats wonder, like, well, how is it that we're losing? Why doesn't everybody realize we're the cool kids? And you're like, everybody hates the cool kids. Nobody likes the cool kids.
They're also not very cool, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's the other side of it.
When I think of cool, I'm not, no disrespect, I'm not thinking of Chuck Schumer, you know?
You're not?
I mean, he's not exactly the dynamic person that I think would, you know, do a lot of damage to the Republican movement at the moment. But I'm not alone. But like, see, that's the thing. Look, I'm vulgar, right? I'm a very passionate person. I get very upset. I have to deal with these people, these right-wing psychos, on a daily basis. Of course, like in ways that many people don't have to, because the medium that I'm a part of is incredibly there's so much incredibly interactive. There's so much back and forth conversations taking place, and of course, like,
bro, I gotta be honest with you, I don't know how you do it. Like, I honestly, I don't think I could do that for 8 hours a day. And then I watch you watch the chat. I'm like, how are you reading this?
I'm reading it right now too.
I'm chatty. I can't do that much.
No,
a little bit much.
I was like, it just looks like a word stream. I guess that's why it's called a stream.
Yeah, so people see like those choice moments where like I'm popping off at like someone who's saying some heinous things and they don't get any context behind it at all. And they're like, wow, this person's he's a real asshole, he's real angry. I'm like, you would be angry too if you heard what the other person was saying. You just saw my response to it that's like clipped for 10 seconds. Of course it's gonna look
are you be angry if we keep witnessing us squander opportunity after opportunity to actually get something done?
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, like, we're in politics. You are politics adjacent.
Yeah.
And people want to see stuff get done, and it's like we tiptoe around all the stuff that's really important, right? We're gonna fight a streamer. We're going to
we're gonna have a 2 week.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do that. We're gonna fight a streamer. We're gonna do all that. But we're going to ignore, you know, people who actually support a genocide. We're gonna ignore people who don't support Medicare for all. We're gonna push all those people out of the party.
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna, like, young people who are like climate justice. Right. We're gonna tell them that they don't know enough. Right. We're gonna do all that.
Not this election.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like,
2 elections from now, but not this election.
Yeah, no. But to be fair, like, even when you're talking about like the modern day party and what, you know, what it should be, what it can be, I think that we are really taking liberties by saying that people don't know sometimes what the outcome is going to be of some of these actions. I think it's actually a concerted effort to try to stymie a movement of younger people, of black and brown people, of otherwise marginalized people, working class people, poor people who actually are desperately trying to discover their politics, exercise, right?
If the whole party gets paid by the corporations who make the problem, and you step up against the corporations who are making the problem, their whole thing is just like, just shut that down, because the money train keeps going.
That's why I have a Abolish Sugar Tax Act.
Yeah.
To get them out of here.
So
If you need a co-sponsor in the Senate, let me know.
Yeah, we're also at the epicenter of. We're at the epicenter of like that Democratic Party's failure in the last election. Like Michigan is supposed to be a blue state, right? And it was very obvious that like a big part of the reason why Michigan was lost was because the Democrats, for some indiscernible reason, I still don't know to this day what they were thinking, decided we're gonna win. We're gonna win with our own design, right? Donald Trump is a monster. I made that very clear over and over again. I warned the Democrats that like they weren't taking it seriously. At the DNC, directly talked to them, right?
What do you mean when Vice President Harris invited you to the DNC to stream from the DNC?
Yes, exactly. When that happened, which is weirdly.
What do you think is the difference?
I
don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
You know, what might be the difference now?
But it's again identical. Like in the same problems persist in the way that the Democrats want to like get out of this, where they're obviously throwing these like endless distractions in the conversation in an effort not to talk about the real problem, which is like obviously what Donald Trump is doing in Iran. I think some Democrats do actually secretly, and maybe not so secretly, like what Donald Trump is doing, and they see this as a win-win where they can like tie this around him because it's super unpopular, and hope that like this will be a great benefit for them electorally. And simultaneously, they don't get to like disrupt any of their donors or any of their big lobbyists that want them to stay quiet in this moment.
Let me just stop it right there.
No, that's
it, right?
That's the
it is the disruption part. Disruption is the thing that is the greatest sin in our political system right now, right? The greater sin is not answering the corporate like donor. The greatest sin is not literally like commissioning American bombs. You know, in a global world that we share, right? That is not the greater sin. The greater sin is saying that like, I want Medicare for all. It's saying that actually I believe that our politics can be more inclusive. That like.
Yeah,
can actually work for people.
Like working like that, it can actually work for people. That is a greater sin. And I personally think that if the Democratic Party is going to survive this moment, then I think that we are going to have to confront the tension.
Yep.
It is very painful and it's very hard. It's very difficult. I don't deny any of that. But it is actually prolonging the pain for us to continue to tiptoe around each other. You can't tell me that this party is big enough, you know, for people who have, you know, denied so many working class people things. We have people who are anti-union. We have people who do not believe that folks like me, you know, should be able to have, you know, all of the rights, right? That's just real, right? There are people who have not spoken up against so many of the attacks that Donald Trump has had. Like people like that are welcome to the party, bro. Like you're gonna tell me that like progressive people of color are not?
I mean, think about this. Josh Geitheimer is welcome in that party.
Yeah, this morning he was defending, I think, like Trump's actions in Iran.
And we're talking about. This is a funny thing. Everyone's like, oh, why you talk so much about the war? I'm like, why do you think you don't have healthcare? Why do you think your kid's school looks like shit?
Yeah.
It's because we waste all our money doing that dumb shit instead of actually investing in you and your kids and your family and your home and your community with your tax dollars.
Yeah.
And now, like, you know, the crazy thing is, it's like it took gas prices going up $1 for people to be like, man, maybe it's a bad idea. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, it's been a bad idea. And if you apologize for that kind of politics and you're welcomed into the Democratic Party, which is supposed to be the party of peace, I don't know what to say except for, I'm sorry, your values are not consistent with what you say you're fighting for. And so at some point, the question for us is, yes, I'm gonna call you out on it. And I'm sorry, but like, you can either get right on your values or you're gonna continue to be called out. And what they're trying to do is weaponize folks like you to say that somehow you can't be welcomed into polite conversation unless they do it.
Yeah.
Right, unless they do it. And at some point, we can't sit back and abide near genocidal behavior on the part of the president and pretend like being welcomed into polite company is really like the table stakes.
No, like the president is both uncivil in his language and also in his actions. He's barbaric, right? I'm at least, you know, I'm not very civil as a Twitch streamer, but the things that I'm advocating for, the things that I'm advocating for, a lot of people are on board with. That's part of the reason why I'm a popular person in this sphere. The only like leftist live broadcaster in a sea of right-wing manosphere content creators. There's a reason for it. Yeah, like I can come across vulgar at moments, but like I would rather maintain the moral majority's perspective while sometimes being vulgar, maybe even communicating in the language that a lot of these people understand, unfortunately, and then to be a civil genocidaire, a civil defender of genocide, a civil defender of the current corrupt system that we have that would rather take all of our productive output, all of our tax dollars, and spend it on bombing schools overseas rather than building schools in our neighborhoods. And a lot of people, I think, have been so disconnected from foreign policy by design. They think it happens over there, it has to happen. People that pay a little bit more attention are told that we have to do that because our enemies are barbaric, they're monsters, they're violent, and they have to be brought to heel. And
it's like,
that's
if
it.
we don't do it, they're gonna do it. And you're like, are
Yeah.
they though? Like,
Yeah.
are they really? I thought that was the reason that we bombed them back in July.
And that's part.
And you told us that it was all super effective and the threat has been curtailed. But now we're gonna do it again 6 months around. We're gonna do it again after that.
Yeah, and now you have more sober analysis coming from the people that were like agitating to go to war with Iran as well, because it's obviously had been a spectacular failure.
When you've lost Bolton, like at some point, you're like, yeah, we just lost everyone.
John Bolton, yeah.
John Bolton. There you
John
go.
Bolton.
Michael Bolton, he lost a long time ago.
Yeah.
But
John Bolton has his own dog in the fight. That's why he's like an MEK guy. There's like two different major lobbies in America for Iran. You got MEK on the one side, which lost all support in Iran after they sided with Iraq in that American proxy war against Iran in the Iran-Iraq war. And then you have the Pahlavists, the monarchists, right? Neither of them have like a significant support on the ground. MEK has no support whatsoever. They're just treated as like psychotic terrorists for the most part. John Bolton is upset because he was an MEK lobbyist for years and years, and he knows that there was no shot that was happening. So that's part of the reason why he's been like critical of it. But what I'm talking about is like Saturnowitz, like people who are analysts at like these Atlanticist groups that have openly fomented war against Iran their entire careers, who as analysts are now recognizing it's actually a spectacular failure. So they're like calling for restraint from the outside now that like their dreams are being realized. It's very interesting. It's an interesting dynamic to observe. Did you guys see the New York Times report that just came out?
No.
It was the former Axios guy and Haberman, Maggie Haberman. They did this incredible report where they looked through all of the, they basically got in the room. They got quotes from General Kane, Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff, J.D. Vance, every single person, Marco Rubio, everyone that was like a part of the process of the decision-making process in these like closed-door meetings, they all basically gave quotes to the New York Times. And apparently the only person that offered like light pushback was Dan Kane, which we already knew because he leaked it to the press in the lead up to the war, because he was like, we're going to run out of munitions.
He's also the only serious person in that whole room.
Yeah. And
who actually has to prosecute the actual war.
Like, I don't agree with his worldview, but these people want to continue American empire. They want to continue the hegemony, and they realize that making decisions like this are going to be successful in that endeavor.
Well, you actually have the technical waging of war in front of you, and you actually have to make the thing add up. You realize that actually the math doesn't math. And that's the hard part, right? Like, the math never maths when it comes to war, but we do it anyway. And then they want to tell us that the math doesn't math when it comes to healthcare.
Well, no, I mean, the math does math for some people in war,
That's
right?
true. Somebody, that's right. Somebody always benefits.
Somebody
You're
always
correct.
benefits.
You're correct. Raytheon's doing great. Northrop Grumman doing great. Exxon doing great. Yeah.
Doing fine.
Yeah. The rest of us who want healthcare and good schools, not doing great.
Yeah, it's not like, it's interesting because like Trump is not even trying to sell it, right? Like,
half the time he's talking about his drapes.
The previous.
But Trump doesn't have to sell anything, right?
Yeah.
Trump doesn't have to sell anything, right? There is no scandal. There is no scandal that essentially sticks with this man. There's been one, right? It's Epstein files.
Yeah.
That's
and
it.
And even then, he's in
them.
Exactly.
He's in them, right? He's up in them, and right now, like,
and this is his escape tactic.
The smoke
right
for
here.
him is just like minimum. Smoke for him is minimum. I can't. Like, let me tell you, the one thing that I get since I've been like in politics, the one thing I get is like, Summer, you're not bipartisan enough.
Yes, of course.
And you're not bipartisan,
So
right?
you just have
so
to
it's
like,
yeah, but it's real, right? It's like a real conversation, right? How come you don't talk to Randy Fine more, right? Randy Fine is basically just like, I hate Muslims. He just tweets that, like, I hate Muslims. And it's like, should we be bipartisan? Like, what is the line between bipartisan? And then it's like, but here are people in media that you cannot talk to, but I do expect you to talk to your colleague, your Republican colleagues, who have said that they did not believe in your humanity. They've said they're not trying to work towards any of the goals that you're working toward. I work to anybody. If you believe that we can get Medicare for all,
let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. It's also never demanded of Republicans.
That's right.
That's another thing that gets
like
so
we have to
mad
reach
about.
over and talk to them about the shit that they want to do, but they don't have to reach over and talk to us about the stuff that we want to do.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 13 years. I've never seen the Republican Party
compromise anything.
Ever compromise. They never get punished for it either. The base loves when they don't compromise. The base rewards them for obstructing, right? But also on top of that, I've never had like a top speaker for the Republican Party come out and just be like, we want a strong Democratic Party, in the way that like Nancy Pelosi was consistently saying we need a strong Republican Party. Like, that's not why are we always conceding ahead of time? Why are we always conciliatory to these monsters that are ratcheting this country in the clear direction of fascism? Like, we're in it now. We're in the fascist waters.
And that's the thing, is that the ratchet always goes rightward.
Yeah.
And then when you're holding a very clear, very easy to defend line, people are like, that sounds extreme. I'm like, what the hell? Like, how many more people does ICE have to shoot in the face?
Yeah.
For us to be able to say, like, we probably should abolish this. No, when is the line? Tell me when the line is.
Yeah, it's also, it's paperwork violations, man. For the longest time, we had the INS. It was separate from Customs and Border Patrol. And you know, they did the agricultural control and things that were like necessary. The FBI was tasked with dealing with like federal crimes in general. Like, we had a working system, and it turned into this like behemoth of a surveillance state after 2003. Like, there are people who are probably voting for the first time in their lives in this election cycle that are, you know, around the same age as ICE, right?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that we act as though this institution
is
is
like written into the
profoundly
Constitution.
important.
I know.
Yeah, it's a profoundly important institution. Oh, what do you want? Our borders to be porous? It's like, no.
I'm like, also, what the fuck does Minneapolis have to do with the southern border? Like, that should have been the giveaway right there. It's like, I was there at the height of it. It was 2 below. That's not the southern border. Like, wrong border. So if this had anything to do with actual immigration, then what the fuck are you doing in Minneapolis?
Yeah. Also, not only that, but like, these people, we've done a great disservice to them. Like, there's tens of millions of people that have been working. There are neighbors. They have family members that are American-born citizens as well, and they're going along with this process where they're purposely kept in limbo, right? That's the reason why ICE is going to these courts.
Did you hear about this most recent case? This gentleman,
guy in the base?
Yes.
Yeah.
He brought his wife, and they picked her up for allegedly trying
right?
to. They had said that she was illegally trying to what was the word that they used? Invade a base or something like that. You're like, she had a deportation order from when she was 22 months, married to a reservist.
Yeah, from like, I think it was like from 2005.
Brought all of her paperwork with her, and you're like, how is this making us any safer?
Yeah. Like, is this productive? What's more productive?
It
like,
depends on what it depends on what your objective is.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I mean, and that's the other thing, right?
They're telling on themselves. That's exactly right.
It's simply to soothe the interests of like some of the most radical elements in American society, and it's just dangling this stuff, the white nativist sentiment, in front of them, so that they forget that like they don't have a house.
That's all well and good, but people don't call that out out enough.
Yeah.
No,
people don't call it out enough, right?
Well,
we keep talking about like,
that's why they yell at me all the time.
But that's why
they do, but you're an individual. Let's be real. Everything that we talked about, right? Every single impediment we have is very real. Republicans don't get the smoke that we do because we don't give it to them. Yep. Right? We don't have standards for them. Anytime that there is a barrier that comes up, it's actually just not an excuse for us to give up, right? Republicans have won on narrative and messaging. Yeah. And we have to be just as persistent, right?
Because they take no prisoners.
Yeah, no, precisely. But we have to be just as persistent. I mean, I think the question right now, when we're in the middle of authoritarianism, is do we want this worse, better than Republicans do, or than MAGA does, or than whoever these fascists are? Do we want to build what comes next just as much as they do? And we prove that not through our tweets. We don't prove that through our comment sections. We don't prove it. We prove it by actually doing it.
Yeah.
And there are so many different ways that you can do it. And actually, it is a responsibility of all of us. So even as we talk about whatever your lane is, right? We talk about electoralism. Is electoralism a real lane? Right? Is, you know, organizing, right? Should it be organizing? Should it be labor unions? It's
narrative
actually
creation.
but it's actually each and every one of those things. Yes. Whatever your lane is, you still need to take in the responsibility of actually changing this.
No, absolutely.
And like now more than ever, right? Whatever the impediment is, we need to be on top of it.
And it's
sometimes
also like,
our impediment to progress actually isn't as sometimes it's incredibly structural. And sometimes
it's just
it's
a
very
matter of
flimsy.
will.
Sometimes it's very flimsy.
And it's also like being willing to do multiple things. So like, you know, at the end of the day, people play this game with us all the time, right? I'm sure you've gotten it, Summer, I got it. It's like, well, here's this one thing that Hasan said. Do you now condemn him and everything he stands for? And I'm like, in what fucking world does the world work this way? Like, in what world would you condemn somebody for something that they've said if you're serious about the project of actually persuading somebody? Because the last time I checked, if you actually want to persuade somebody, you would go and have a conversation with people you might disagree with and all of the people they talk to and talk about, all right, here's how I see it, how do you see it? The problem is though, Democrats have actually given up on the idea of persuading. I think we don't actually believe in what it is that we're about. And too often, folks see this as a team red versus team blue. Team blue's got to win, but part of me is like, what are you winning team blue for?
I think that I also think that we use categories too much. Like Democrats don't believe this, right? Republicans don't believe that. I think that there are tons of Democrats, tons of everyday people, you know, from various. I think that we keep trying to fit people into this like you're left or you're right or you're middle, right? And people actually don't orient themselves that way. I think that there are people all over this country that care very deeply about a whole bunch of things, and they're genuinely and earnestly trying to figure out like how can they move the needle. They actually don't care about a whole bunch of the banter. They don't really care about a lot of this discourse, this conversation. The news cycle is not putting food on their table. What they're trying to figure out is who takes this seriously enough, and then how can they then align with that, right? Yeah. We have to give them that reason to. I'll tell you one thing. Listen, I'm a black woman in America. People ask me to reject things all the time. They ask me to condemn people who I've never met. They ask me to condemn people who I've never had any connection to. Like, it's a thing. I'm very used to it. I will say that I became a state rep I ran in 2018, right? That's the first time I ever ran for office. In that time, I've run every 2 years. I have never once done a negative campaign. Unless ever asked about an opponent, I do not like smear my opponents. I don't evoke them. I don't talk about them, because I think that what we need to demonstrate is that politics is a neutral, can be a neutral thing. Right?
It can be about what you're for.
It's not inherently evil. And if no one is demonstrating what politics are for, like you miss that. So people want we're in a condemn culture because people are like, they know that negative politics is such a wedge. You know why it's a wedge?
I love that point.
Because it disenfranchises people. Right? Back in the day, they used to be able to just literally write into a law that you cannot vote because you're black. You cannot vote because you're a woman. They can't do that as easily anymore. But what they can do is they can run you out using the tactics that they know work. Negative politics always run people out of elections.
I love that.
Because what they learn is that it doesn't work. As soon as somebody goes negative, you punch back, they punch back, you punch back, and the conversation is no longer what we can accomplish collectively. It's no longer like what will you do? What are you building? It is now what my opponent isn't, what they won't do. So I don't spend all of my time focusing on the negatives of other people, because other people will bring it up. I try to spend my time on like what we are here to build, which I believe very deeply in.
Politics by inclusion rather than politics by exclusion. I think, you know, at the end of the day, also we take this idea of politics as being a competition between, and the more I've realized is that like I'm running statewide in a gigantic state, 10 million people, and I want people to know me warts and all. That's it. Like, my job is to build a relationship with folks where you know what I'm gonna think and what I'm gonna say, because I told you what my beliefs are, and that you can predict based on what my beliefs are what I'm gonna do.
What you're gonna do?
Yeah. And like at the end of the day, if that includes solving your problems, making sure you can afford a home, making sure that you're not caught up in gobs and gobs of debt, making sure your kid's school is a dignified place for you to go to, make sure you have healthcare when you need it.
On earth.
Yes. Like, if folks understand like that I am going to show up for those fights every single time, then that's what I got to do. Now, if folks choose that that's not what they want, okay. But also, it's not just your fight. That's right. It's all of
inherently, right? We are representatives.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I've not run for an executive position, right? We're representatives, which means that like we can tell you what direction we want to go, and we can learn from our people, right? Because representatives. We learn from our people what they want and what they need. I think I have a pretty good grasp on what people in Western Pennsylvania.
Well, I think the people in Western Pennsylvania have said so.
People in Western Pennsylvania said so.
The last 8 years, right?
Right. My job is to go there and fight for that.
That's right.
Not alone. Right. It is not to be alone. It is. I might be alone when I go into the House floor. Yeah. But that should be the only place where we're alone. That's is when we go into the House floor. Any other time, we should be with people. People should be with us. Like, we don't win by just electing people and sending them away.
This kind of stuff, like even the conversation around Israel has shown once again that especially now, like, people are willing to reward those who demonstrate moral courage at times when others wouldn't, right? I don't even understand how the large majority of the party have not launched an opposition to what Donald Trump is doing, both in Iran, but also opposition towards the current relationship that we have with Israel that needs to be re-examined and needs to change, especially because it's a 90-10 issue in the base for the Democrats. And it's like almost an 80-20 issue for independents as well. Even Republicans are actually questioning this unlimited support that we have at a time when Israel has displaced another 1 million people in southern Lebanon.
I mean, they're getting ready to annex southern Lebanon. Yeah, that was always the worry.
And they're also literally saying they're demanding in southern Lebanese villages. The Israeli government has openly said they're going to turn it into Gaza, and they're going to southern villages in Lebanon that have, their Christian villages and the non-Shia villages, and demanding that they reveal if they have Shia Muslims in those villages they're sheltering. This is exactly what happened in the Holocaust when Germany occupied all these other countries. It's unbelievable that, like, we can't call into question the actions of our supposedly foreign ally that we're giving unlimited weapons support to at a time when Americans are suffering here. It's unbelievable.
We're also torching, what, $1.5 billion a day?
Yeah.
In a war that nobody wanted except for Benjamin Netanyahu, and he finally found somebody stupid enough to go fight it.
I mean, what can we do with $1.5 billion a day in Michigan?
I mean, here's the crazy thing.
I mean, I'm gonna fight for it to come to Pennsylvania, but like, what
I mean,
can we do?
Israel bombed a synagogue.
$1.5
Israel bombed a synagogue in Tehran yesterday. They bombed a synagogue. And they came out and they were like, "Oh, sorry, it was collateral damage." Like, it's unbearable. The inconsistency.
I mean, there is a long history of Sephardic Jewish folk in Iran. You're talking about, like, long range Jewish history being destroyed
for thousands of years.
And that's the other part of this. Like, I just want to be like absolutely clear about. At the end of the day, right? I think all of us have been extremely clear that when it comes to standing with the Jewish people, when it comes to uplifting and empowering Judaism, right? Like, nobody understands how important that is, right? As somebody who's been discriminated against. All three of us. Like,
you're a Muslim man in America. If anti-Semitism exists, so too does Islamophobia.
Yes, it
so
always
too does
run together.
anti-blackness.
Yes.
They are never far apart.
Yeah.
Which is why to abide one is to welcome the others.
Yes, and that's the thing.
And I will never do it.
The reason that we stand up against genocide is the same reason we stand up to fight anti-Semitism, because you care about people and all of their forms. But, like, this notion somehow that anti-Semitism and the definition of it can be pulled when it comes to defending Israel, but that if somebody critiques Israel, right, that somehow is impossible to do without being anti-Semitic. That to me, like, we have to address that. Like, when the ADL came after us, I was just like, come on, man, please stop doing this. This is dangerous.
It's dangerous. We don't talk about it, but, like, I mean, this happened with Zoran too. It's just racist. Like, it is so Islamophobic to be like, oh, this guy who has spent his entire, like, I spent my entire professional media career combating anti-Semitism. It's part of the reason why a lot of neo-Nazis on the internet despise me. They've doxed me, they've swatted me, they've come after myself and my family for years, right? And I've never shied away from fighting against anti-Semitism, as I do all forms of bigotry. So it's unbelievably cynical to launder these kinds of smears, specifically because of my avowed anti-Zionist principled stance against genocide, principled stance against fascism, no matter which form it takes. And it is just like with Zoran. He's, like, unbelievably careful, unbelievably conciliatory. He is so empathetic in his language and the way that he communicates on these issues, and they still smear him endlessly, where they're like, oh, he's an anti-Semite. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, yeah, it's a lot of pro-Israel people. A lot of people who are pro-Israel are very Islamophobic. The ideology requires you to dehumanize Muslims in general, like, and this is what it is. So if a Christian nationalist, a white nationalist, comes out and says, oh, a black elected is going to take away my way of existence, my way of life, we don't sit around and think about that endlessly. We don't turn around and say, oh, well, maybe this person has a valid concern. So it's ridiculous to, like, pin these marginalized communities against one another.
Yes, that's right.
Actually, you know what? You're right.
Too often we do. Yeah.
I think people forget that all the time.
I'm saying,
like,
I'm saying,
every
but like
day
in this
I
room, like,
experience like
yeah, but I
and
mean,
it's
like,
okay to say that. I think that oftentimes we're trying to compare it as like, if this was a black person, or if this was a that person, if this was a that person, we would never get away with it. And it's because we live in silos and we don't live other people's experiences.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Actually, what I meant is like broadly, I think like liberals
And also
in
get what you
general,
mean.
like broadly liberals in general, like kind of understand if there's like an avowed, anti-black candidate that's like demonstrating anti-blackness in that way. Like most people are like, liberals at least will be like, wait a minute, like why are you saying this, right? Even though, of course, anti-blackness is a fundamental principle of American politics. That's what I was trying to say in a way where like a lot of
I saw a
liberals,
post that somebody was just like, yeah, it's like bad, the president has done like anti-black things too. It was like he tried to, get monuments removed in Philadelphia, which is like terrible, obviously, like, oh.
Yeah.
But also, if you took a year's worth of Donald Trump's policy just in this term, and the thing that you can say is the most anti-black thing he did was that, it's because people don't recognize that like structural racism is violent too, right? Structural racism might not be, someone with a gun to your head. It might not be, it's not a bomb to your church in Birmingham anymore, although it has been that in times. But it is structural. Like if black women don't have jobs, that's actually violence because how do you go to the doctor, right? That's a real thing, right? If black folks and other, I don't even talk about anybody else, but like,
do you remember when Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon's conversations were like unearthed a couple years ago? I think it was in Trump 1, where Ronald Reagan had said some heinous things about like African diplomats.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and liberals were like, oh my God, I can't believe Ronald Reagan is anti-black. And I was like, this is how you realize, like, a lot of people are so optics focused.
Yes.
You're absolutely
and
right.
that's why it's like
they're
white
focused on the
hood,
optics.
like
burning
cross.
They need to hear
it's politics as symbol.
But that's also
substance.
why people struggle with anti-Muslim hate right now.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't manifest like a white hood, and a burning cross.
Until it does.
Until it does. Yeah. But anytime you see dehumanization of people, you see a genocide following.
Yeah.
All the time. Which is why, if we've learned anything from history, whether that history be the history of chattel slavery, history of the Holocaust, or the history post 9/11, right? We should recognize that when people are able to en masse just like dehumanize people, that I expect that we are about to commit atrocities against them. That's what fascists, that's what evil people do, right? They desensitize people to the humanity of the folks who they want to then conquer, the folks who they want to subjugate. And I just want in 2026 for us to take a beat and see that for what it is, right? We have watched in Gaza just like dehumanization of Palestinian people. I see it often, and I still don't see American politics willing to talk about
reckon
this
with
way,
well,
right?
I mean,
to talk about it that way.
This whole
and their family members,
and they're now doing it in Iran, and we will do it elsewhere. We've already done it in Sudan, right? The reason why people cannot talk about a genocide there, people can't talk about the Congo, because we've already long since dehumanized Afro-descended people, right? We're doing that more, and I do expect the Democratic Party to speak out against that. I do, because right, black people, we have learned, by the sword, like what it means to live and die for rights, not just for us, but for everybody, right? To know that we cannot go to the Republican Party. There is no house, there is no home for us, right?
Yeah.
But in this home, I want this home to be structurally sound. I want this home, right, to keep us warm, to do all the things that it needs to do for us. And I have greater expectations of the Democratic Party than I have for the Republican Party that I don't care for, right? I don't need the Republican Party to get their shit together because I'm not rooting for them,
when
right?
You say your values
I'm not
are about,
rooting for them.
When you say your values are about uplifting and empowering all people, then that means you got to uplift and empower all people.
And come hell or high water, I will force that. And listen, I've been called all type of things. I think everybody in this van, we've all been called very many things, and that's okay. And at the end of the day, though, I will still stand up for marginalized people wherever they exist. I will still stand against all forms of hate. And in doing so, I will not allow some people who are very reasonably scared, afraid, all that, and some people who are weaponized. I will not allow either of them to stop us from being able to build together forward, right? We're not gonna, our coalition is not going to exist if we tiptoe around each other in that way.
And the thing let's talk
about it.
That's clear in what you're saying is that's not out of, this is what they always try to weaponize, that if you want the good things for people who don't have them, it's not because out of any hatred for people who do have them, it's out of love for everybody and the folks who don't have them, right? It's not that hard to build in America where everybody gets healthcare. It's not that hard to build in America where everybody has a good job.
That brings us back to our real opposition, the real ops guys, the real ops, these corporations.
Yep. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like
super PACs.
If one group's greed is built on the notion that not everybody can have
anything, some people have nothing. Some people have nothing.
And then
the common denominator in Trump's administration, the first one and the second one, is him and the people he likes getting richer and richer and richer, and your gas price is getting higher and higher and higher, and your grocery bill is getting higher and higher and higher.
Your life is getting siphoned,
right?
For his greed.
For his greed. And if I could, don't get me wrong, it is very hard to build with somebody who doesn't see me as a whole human being, and I'm never going to excuse somebody for feeling that way. But also, I do need people to know that Donald Trump, MAGA, all these corporate donors, these people are like, they're playing you.
Yeah, they don't see you.
And
They don't see you as a human being either.
They don't.
And they're using like built-in social conditioning and pre-existing resentment towards marginalized populations, black people, brown people, and they're dangling that as red meat in front of your eyes, so you actually forget that you're being robbed blind. You're being robbed blind every day. Like, there is no reason for the wealthiest nation on earth to not be able to provide healthcare to every single human being unconditionally. No reason whatsoever. They've sold us a bad bill over and over again.
Well, how's the CEO of the insurance company going to make $18 million?
What?
How's the CEO of the insurance company going to make $18 million?
Exactly.
Honestly, he'll still make some money.
It's always parasitic forces of capital, faceless, lifeless, shareholder value that we care about, that we place in front of the needs of American citizens. That's why I always say, like, when people yell at me, when people come into my chat to yell at me, and they're like, oh, you're an Islamic fundamentalist, terrorist, whatever, which is really funny because I'm also the most woke, right? I'm always like, look, man, you say all this stuff, but I'm still gonna fight so that you get health care. Right?
Also, I love that when people are like, you're an Islamo-communist. I'm like, listen, man, one is either an Islamist or a communist. It can't be both. Like, you gotta pick which one you think he is.
That's like there's also such a European line too. The Islamo-Gauchism is like, that's like a very, we're trying to import European style.
We should import European style healthcare. Let's do that one. But yeah, to be very real though, those fish are like those tensions, the little resentment that you talk about. There is a strain of us, sometimes too often even on the left, that doesn't want to address that either. Right? Yeah. And let me tell you something. If we don't do something about this resentment in this country, it is our country's greatest weakness, right? With Donald Trump in office, we have a number of weaknesses, right? But that right there, it is the easiest thing for another country to manipulate us. They can't march, they can't bring troops into the United States. They can't reach us. They can't out-arms race us right now. But what they can do is they can tap into our natural fissures, and that is our race relations, right? Exactly. That is the resentment that we have between poor people and the haves and the have-not. Those resentments really actually are keeping us from building this better world that we really have an obligation to build. And it's important to not just brush that aside.
To the question that you asked about healthcare, right? You know the number of times I get people who are like, yeah, but I don't want my dollars going to somebody else's healthcare. You're like, but what if their dollars come to yours?
That's a very rugged individual.
Yeah. Half of that is about racial resentments about who deserves to get health care.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
and it's just like,
why don't we have these social programs that other places have? I'm gonna leave it there.
Yeah, no, it's been
which is why we need to do something about racism.
It's an incredibly successful way to divide the working class. It worked in the Reconstruction era, and it certainly worked when Reagan and Reaganomics was running amok in this country.
It also worked with Roosevelt.
So conciliatory towards that as well. What?
It also worked with Roosevelt.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Both of them.
Absolutely. There's always this unnecessary compromise that doesn't need to exist at all. And I think part of that is because people are too afraid, like our representatives, our electeds are, in certain instances, too afraid to say the truth. This has been one of my main principled forms of communication where I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. People are smarter than we give them credit. If you just are honest with them and you have a moral backbone and you tell them exactly what's what, the best you can hope for is charitability, and I think a lot of people will hear you out if you keep hammering on that message. And
but we gotta protect people who say the truth, right? Because Cory Bush told the truth.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm gonna hopefully see her on May 1st.
So this is the thing that people don't really appreciate about how the sausage gets made. So, you know, we're gonna raise and spend, what, $13-15 million? And the biggest spender in this race is gonna be AIPAC.
Oh yeah.
And so it's funny because people are like, why are you always talking about AIPAC? I'm like, well, they're the candidate you don't see.
AIPAC is the only money that, other than like Jeff Yass, AIPAC is the only folk who ever spend against me.
Yeah.
My opponents don't even have their own dollars.
And that's exactly it. So like they come in here, they drive the outcomes of elections by doing these nameless, faceless attack ad campaigns. 3 times now?
This is my third
time. So we have to be serious about the fact that like that's how politics works right now. Because of exactly this, you've got super PACs that can move money.
People do not understand like how it is. To be clear, I don't only talk about AIPAC, but I do because
I mean,
I do, and
you
it's
gotta
not
talk,
only.
You gotta talk about
it's not
AIPAC.
only, you have to. I have to because that's the race. Because those are the race they came in. Those are races of my comrades that they came into, right? So I will talk about it. And also, people are now replicating what they learned from me. My first race, it was just like, you know, it wasn't Summer doesn't agree with Israel. Right? It wasn't any of that. It was Summer's not a real Democrat.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
It was.
Yep.
It was.
That's
Summer
exactly
a Trump supporter.
So AIPAC has made themselves bigger than the Israel issue.
Yeah.
So when I say AIPAC, I'm saying AIPAC and all the things that they color themselves in.
And now CryptoPAC does it, and AIPAC does it, and others will come in and they will do it too, because we see that we can go, especially into like poorer communities, right? Where you like, where would I get $20 million to run from, guys? Hey guys, black women are the most underfunded candidates. Give money to my brother right here too, obviously. But black women are the most underfunded candidates. And then why does AIPAC target districts like mine? Because they know that my black ass can't go to my own, right, to poor communities. They know that poor candidates, poor community leaders can't go to these marginalized working class communities and raise $25 million to counteract their influence, right? So they do that. So they target those districts. And it fundamentally keeps us from being able to have a representative democracy, because these communities don't get to make their own choices. Don't get me wrong, they do. These communities are not stupid. Voters are not stupid, absolutely. But an ad on the TV, 24/7, 75 mailers saying this person is that, being able to define a person. Yeah, man, these people don't get informed consent.
Yeah.
And they deserve that.
No, it's a malign influence on the democratic process unconditionally. And it's not just AIPAC, it's all of these corporate PACs that do everything in their power to never actually tell the truth about why they're dumping boatloads of money into these races.
No mechanisms of accountability.
Illinois races that took place last month, AIPAC dumped like 30 million. Israel was not mentioned once in any of their promotional ads for their candidates.
They have never been mentioned since UDP has existed.
The candidates themselves never mentioned Israel once either. And they did this through subsidiaries like, you know, Elect Women PAC, or like they have all of these.
And now you got folks who run around being like, I don't take AIPAC money. You're like, you're right.
Why not take that
you
money?
take money from a super PAC that AIPAC funneled money into.
So why we have to be very clear that we want to abolish super PACs, right? Because I personally don't care who super PAC it is. Yeah, abolish all super PACs. They're like, what about your friend? No, all super PACs.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But in one race in Illinois, right, we had AIPAC against one candidate, right? It was like AIPAC was for another candidate.
Yeah,
crypto for a different candidate. And these people in this district are just trying to make the best decision for themselves.
Yeah.
And it's just like money just flooding in.
Yeah.
And fundamentally what happens, the more money that comes in, the less likely that working class people are gonna have representation, because working class people can't go into their phone, call up $1 million a quarter.
Can I do 10,000 points for my candidate?
Yeah. but here's the thing. That's the other side of the story, where like I think part of the reason why they're hitting me super hard as well is because I'm an uncontrollable entity, and it's clear that like you know, I've been duking it out with some of these forces of influence for quite a while, and it's gotten to a point where I think they're a little bit threatened. Because like there are groups like Track AIPAC, for example. There's like all these other groups and all these other independent media outlets that are now popping up that do a lot of damage to the tens of millions of dollars that they're dumping into these races. When we go through, you know, independent outlets that conduct investigative reporting like Dropsite, Zateo, many others, and we point out that like what you're seeing on your television is actually an operation to undermine democracy, a way to try to confuse you into making the wrong decision and push for a candidate that doesn't align with your values. And in the past, I think corporate media played ball with a lot of these entities, with a lot of these groups, but independent media doesn't do that. They're trying to create.
That's
their
where
own
the ads
version
get
of
bought,
that.
right? That's where the ads get bought. That's exactly it. Like at the end of the day, that money goes somewhere, and it usually goes into a corporate media pocket because that's where the ads get bought.
Yeah.
You know, and like that's the other side of it that you have to kind of recognize. And our system, unfortunately, right, does not create a situation where you have to say what you're actually for, unless you're a candidate campaigning for yourself. Everyone else gets to hide behind these fake names, right? United Democracy PAC, like what does that mean? UDP, what is it? United Democratic Project, Democracy Project?
Yeah.
That is a PAC, super PAC of choice.
I think I was one of the first candidates at that PAC existed again.
Really?
At least
And until
DMFI
this
has Israel in it. DMFI,
Yeah, they
Democratic
do.
Majority for Israel. At least that had.
But do they run ads as DMFI?
Yes.
Oh, do they?
They
did.
did.
Well,
They did.
you know.
Until this cycle, I think I was the only candidate to live to tell the tale.
Wow.
Yeah, they.
Bless you.
Thank you. It was tough.
I can imagine. I will tell you though, they're about to make my sorry weak ass beard. It's gonna look like Hasan's by the end of this campaign cycle.
they're not unbeatable though, right? Because like we said, people do understand what's going on more than ever before. I think like this is why whenever people when I do these like college campus tours and stuff like that, people are always like, how do we deal with the nihilism that we feel? Because I think a lot of people experience tremendous apathy when, and I saw this with my own two eyes in the 2020 cycle as well, you know, you had these mass protests, right? You had Black Lives Matter protests everywhere, and no solution came. We taught an entire generation that if you go out and you exercise your First Amendment, we're gonna stamp it out. And then you're gonna plug your nose and you're gonna vote for an old man that maybe you might not have been your first choice. And you're gonna do that as well. You're gonna exercise your civic duty, right?
Yeah, your civic duty doesn't like just end at the end of the day.
Yeah, but we taught people that basically if you do everything by the book, no change will still come. And then we did that again with Gaza, right?
Yeah.
Student protests. I went to all these campuses and colleges. They were so good.
In
at
25
messaging
years,
discipline.
the colleges will talk about how great those protests were.
Exactly, just like they did in Colombia with like the anti-apartheid protests and the anti-war,
Absolutely.
anti-Vietnam war.
That's the lesson that every generation hates when students exercise their First Amendment right.
Yeah.
But every generation also needs it at the same time.
Yeah.
So we condemned it when it was happening in real time with Gaza, and now we're like, well, we're all the protesters.
Y'all, just remember this. Hey, when we're all
We're
like
the students.
70, let's just never forget we had this conversation. You know what I mean? Because I don't ever want to be one of those jaded folks who's like, this is just how the system works. You know what I mean?
My trajectory is I've become more, I've become more left as time has passed. So I don't think I'll be
Everybody
doing that,
doesn't avoid the
hopefully.
trap. Some people do though.
Yeah.
God help.
Because you do. It's like actually when I talk to like young people, the thing that makes you most powerful is that you still have just like an expansive idea of what's possible.
What's possible? Yeah.
Like,
I will say, man, with this generation, like it's gotta be tough. Imagine you're 25 years old. You were born in the year 2000.
I think we're here.
Yeah, we are almost.
Ooh, you guys want to see the line outside? Someone sent me a photo.
I want to see it.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Yeah, we got super off topic. Like we're about to go onto this college campus. We're gonna talk to young people.
No,
We're
but
gonna
that's
tell them
exactly
what they have to
so
offer
this
to
is
democracy.
But that's
what
exactly
democracy have to offer them.
Well, it's actually, to be honest, man, I just like to level with
It's
folks.
super
I'm
cool.
like, listen, man, at the end of the day, I can't promise you we're gonna win, but I can promise you that you're gonna hand this off to somebody you love, and you're going to tell them what you did to try and protect it.
Yeah.
And that's the best I can offer you.
And the fight and the revolution goes on. The fight goes on.
The fight
man.
goes on.
The
Demasius,
fight for
link me that
liberation is
photo
constant.
again.
They deleted it.
No, it's just I lost it because it's always moving. Oh, Adam Wren posted it. All right, let's see. It's taking a while to load, but yeah, I mean, we probably could have had a bigger. We could have done if we did an outdoor.
We could have done bigger.
If we did an outdoor setting, it probably would have been. How big are the rooms?
We would have stressed my security officer.
Oh yeah, how big are the rooms?
He's done a great job.
I think there's 600 plus we got spillover.
Oh yeah.
So we got 1,000 RSVPs per.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And we shut it off. We shut it off like a week ago.
Yeah, I've.
You can't shut them off. You gotta let them keep RSVPing.
I've done.
They're students.
Some pretty.
That's true.
Done some pretty big rooms in other places, and usually it's there's tremendous response from the campus. Okay, it's
They're
not
done with
loading.
spring break, right?
Yeah, they're. I mean, so we end a bit early, so they're about 2 weeks away from finals, Actually, in Michigan.
So you guys like us? So for us, well, you have to be, right? I have a May primary. So Pitt, for instance, is usually out by the time our primary is.
I mean, we're
so when we
August.
talk to right. So when we talk to like young people, like where you can vote.
We're getting them signed up to volunteer, and then hopefully when they go home into their communities, they become volunteers in
a
their
lot of
communities.
them still from Michigan.
Yeah, especially on these campuses. You at the University of Michigan, you have a bit more out of state, but even then, you're still talking about like 45% in state. At MSU, probably 55%, 60% in state.
And then they'll call their parents and their grandparents.
That part, that generational organizing. Yes. I mean, like, we're about to put together a script called like how to talk to your parents about.
How to talk to your parents about a tool. That's awesome. What's like the first thing on there? What is the first thing that you want the parents to know?
He really does care about my life.
Aww.
He really does.
That's super sweet.
And he really wants you to have
the
healthcare.
building, apparently.
Oh, there you go. Okay. That's how we do.
Well, those people are going the wrong way.
Hey, the rally's this way. There we go.
Oh,
there we go, right here.
There you go.
Oh, look at that.
Boom.
Yo, can I make a quick request?
What is it? Is it a song?
No. Like when y'all get out the car, take a video. Like step out, quick pose, and then move on.
I want you to know that everybody just heard you make the plan.
It's not, this is our video, not them.
Oh my bad. They still heard you though.
It's also, it's just behind the scenes stuff. Thank you for that.
I got you.
I appreciate it.
Somebody's supposed to be my co-signer.
No, she quickly forgot who you were.
That's crazy. I'm here for you.
That's crazy.
That's wild. I'm literally here for you.
Is that why the pub speaking?
He's like, who are you?
No, I was just saying like he's telling the whole. It's like no, I'm just saying like everybody's watching this stream and it's just like, well, they're about to do this. And I'm gonna go.
Yeah, but I'm the official signer. It's gonna be the clean cut. This is the behind the scenes. 30 times.
We broke the group.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Did that happen 12 minutes ago?
No, this
That
is,
just happened?
yeah, this is 17 minutes long.
It's like a New York pizza spot.
Watching the stream right now. There he is.
Yeah, they're definitely. They're in the chat. It's still going around. It's going around the building.
There's a lot of kofiyas, bro.
All right.
Like that.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
We ain't gonna let them in. It's a little bit chilly out.
I definitely have to pee. 'Cause I've been slamming this Monster Bev.
There's a lot.
Parking spot right here.
Damn, bro, you got a real line.
That's a line.
Right?
We don't play in Michigan.
I know that's right.
We don't play.
Oh, okay. This is where we're getting out. Okay.
Wait, let him here. Yeah, you can get up.
And I will. Sorry for the flashbang chat.
Abdul just immediately, he's the man of action.
Abdul's like, I gotta go and greet the people.
Yeah.
So have you met Katie from my team? Actually, I think you did. You guys met before, yep.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hi.
You know, so
You're my favorite, my guy. Which direction are we going here?
touch the fans, bro. Touch the fans.
That's weird.
Come on, bro.
What's up, guys?
How long you guys been waiting out here? 2 hours. God damn. Okay. All right. All right.
Thank you for coming to the better campus of the two.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's go.
All right. They're still. Okay. All right. I have to pee. That's why I'm running inside.
I don't know where the bathroom is, so
It's all good. We'll figure it out.
We'll
figure it out. I have to go inside. Sorry.
Ooh, it's a little chilly.
It is chilly. You got that nice jacket though.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh damn, we got snacks and everything. Hello. All right. Well, you don't have to come with me. I'm going to the restroom.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh. All right. Yeah, you just stay with them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I'm pretty sure they're walking this way too.
Good to see you. How you doing, man? You good? Good to see you. How are you? Good? How you doing, man? You good? How you doing, man? You good? Been a minute. For sure.
Why do I listen to Hasan?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's right. Hasan's going.
All right, it's the Marchie show.
You good?
Okay. Those are like 3 except.
Can you take me to the green room or wherever? Oh, okay, great.
Crazy.
No, it's,
Beautiful hallway.
That's fine. It's fine.
Co-founder of the Sunrise Movement. Casey and a lot of people right here in this district. Very interesting race. We've got 2 carpetbaggers, frankly, from the establishment. All
right, well, yeah, with you chat quietly.
We're going to split. We're going to talk to the world and select the president.
Let me open you guys up so I can see what you're saying. And fix the lighting a bit too. It's so bright out there, but very poorly lit in here. As it goes. As is my plight. Hi, chat. Back in the cold weather. Can't lie, I low-key miss Callie a bit. Yes, please open me up, Marchie Poop. Oh, that's enough chat for today. Pants are glorious, thank you. They all went to the bathroom. What if Marchie had to go to the bathroom?
Hi, I'm Katie. What's up? Nice to meet you. Katie. Nice to meet you. I'm Casey. Nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to dinner with you guys
Are they
tomorrow.
all in the restroom?
I'll bring them all this way.
Are they all in the restroom?
The people are already there. Okay. Yeah, they all went to the bathroom, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
I'm gonna move you all to that side. You guys all start and take a photo.
We're good. I'm just waiting for Hasan.
I'm Roxy.
Hi, March. Nice to meet you, Roxy.
And then you guys can gather your.
I never know if I should go by March or Mauricio in these settings because it's like March is my internet name. That is what I'm known for. That is like my username, and it's also kind of become my real name. But then it also feels weird to like meet complete total normies who barely even know what Twitch is and be like, I'm March, the gamer tag. But it's like, then if I say Mauricio too much, then it gets confusing. Oh my god, why are we glorping?
Yeah. We'll just have to move all.
Mauricio Miranda. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going with March. It's easier.
Chat's done after chat's done. Okay.
Then I end up on
So
like
everyone,
email lists
for
and
photos,
identification things. Oh.
no one's moving that fast. Yeah, there we go.
Gonna scoot over here.
All right, first person here. This way, you want to start us off, and then we'll go around. They're going straight. Okay, and then you'll hand me your cell phone if you want a cell phone.
Bro's taking his sweet ass time. What's going on in there, you know?
You could tell we're like no idea where we're all learning. This is the green room. Make them promise you. You don't still look all different. No, that's a class. So, you can go all the way to that door. And stay in the
The green room is just a curtain popped up in a hallway. So I'm trying to make myself small. I have a class going on. I always find it so interesting coming to these college campuses as somebody who is a college dropout. We made it. I ended up going to college eventually, just not the way my parents probably thought I would have.
Yeah, I
Most of the internet here is not great. I'm trying to read chat, but I can't just...
All right.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Race to go win.
All right.
Okay.
Excuse me?
These are some of our VIPs.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
The other two went to the restroom. So
Yeah,
we'll start
I know.
photos after that. And go
Okay.
from there.
Oh, we're snapping pics together? Is that what we're going to be doing?
We're going to do a photo line real quick,
Okay.
and then maybe a little
Do you want me to just wait here? Where do you want me to go?
Just wait here.
Okay.
Or you can wait right out there.
Where do you want to be photographed?
I don't care. I have no idea what my hair looks like right now because I've been wearing this hat the entire time, and I feel like it's probably not great. Actually, you know what? It doesn't look too bad, right? Hat hair, but in like... Can you tell? Can you tell it's hat hair, chat?
I think you like it.
Hopefully it's fine. I think it's fine. Oh, Jake Paul did blackface. Nice.
Wow.
Classic.
Like today?
Yeah, he did blackface to portray himself as Drewski. Because why not?
Wow. That is not the same thing.
Well, yeah, still is. I think.
No, I'm saying like when Drewski does blackface versus...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he's that was his counter.
Let me introduce you. Will Lawrence, running for Congress. This
Great to meet
district.
you.
Son Piker. I feel extraordinarily short in this conversation.
Progressive organizer, co-founder of the Sunrise Movement,
So we got
running
some
against
stilts for me.
two carpetbagging war hawks in this race, and pro-Palestine, anti-war, yes to housing and healthcare, no to bonds and billionaires. And you're the man, so thanks for being here. Nice to meet you. I don't know if I can give this to you or your guy here, but I'd love to get on the stream sometime. This just lays out why I think this race is worth fighting, worth winning.
All right, absolutely.
But thanks for standing strong, brother. It's been a hell of a couple
You too.
weeks.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. What are we? So do we take photos?
Let me
or
grab some.
Is that?
And this is Isaac and Ben, who are campaign volunteers. They're big fans of this.
Nice to meet you, man. That's good. All right.
So, Representative, let me introduce you to Will Lawrence, running for Congress.
I met him already.
Yeah.
I have a memo.
Back when I let you.
You left me? Yeah, exactly.
I'm so sorry.
That's why when I saw y'all having a conversation, I was like, I already had it.
Good. I've got it.
All right, we're gonna get started with our first photo, and then people can rotate to the sandwich section. Sound good? Lupe, you want to grab him, and
Okay.
you want to grow together?
Are we doing singles with everyone, or are we all three of us in the photos with everybody?
I think we should do triples.
I think we should do triples.
Yeah. All right.
I think we got room.
Lupe's my campaign mom. She's like the Mexican mother I've always wanted.
Oh, I'm taking care of him.
I have one of those.
Now, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take several, and amazing. Thank you. Look this way once, and done.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Lupe. Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah, here you go.
It'll be faster.
Appropriate height.
There you go.
Yeah, that's all. That was like, wow, man.
Alrighty, big smile.
Man, it's summer, you look
Great.
I know. I'm used to it.
Amazing, thank you.
I am what I am.
Thank you, brother.
Sorry, we got 6 minutes.
Hi.
Yeah, that's what I say all the time.
Thanks for
You
coming
want me
out.
to hold it?
Here we are.
This is more appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, when I do peace signs and all my pictures, everybody talks
I always.
I do too. It's like, that's my go-to.
Okay, awesome.
Well, we're back. I get to do it now.
And we take
The return.
and amazing, thank
There's
you.
gonna be a story. How come Abdul was wishing everybody?
Sorry.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, Will kind of brought me along to sort of try to gas him up to you to try to get him to throw it.
Good work.
I'll hold those.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you, man. It's good
I'll hold
to
those.
see you, brother.
Hey, very good to meet you.
HasanAbi has always got this in on deck. What's going on? Nice to meet you.
Hey, appreciate you being here, man. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for coming all the way to beautiful Michigan State.
Of course.
You know?
Good to see you. How are you?
Okay, awesome. And keep looking here. Amazing. Lots of average. Millennial peace signs in the house.
Why are they for millennials?
That's what I feel
I know, I
good
saw
to say it.
Can somebody explain this to me?
Clock it.
Clock it. Come on, and I want y'all to know that this don't got nothing to use the right finger. Clock it. Also, this don't have anything to do with Gen Z.
Yeah. Well, most of like the Gen Z stuff is just stolen AAVE, right? I mean,
that was it?
Yeah, that was it.
All right. Perfect.
You're up for Roxy now.
Can I see you running for chair?
Roxanus, where are we now?
Well, we have,
She has the uniform on.
We were almost matching. I'm so okay. Yep.
What are we doing now?
Sorry, one more. I missed the college.
Come.
Our host.
Good to see you. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Good to see you.
I'm such a college.
We've met a bunch of times.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm Summer. I'm very nice to meet you. Please vote for this man. Like, consider it.
How do you want to do it?
Okay.
Okay, you want to go to the side?
Every other. There
We're doing my height here.
It is perfectly that. Let's figure this out.
Okay, perfect. Okay, right. And one more. Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
So
Appreciate
Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you guys.
All right, so
I'm so happy I'm not running Stay Live. My goodness.
I don't know what the schedule is, but like when does the whole thing start?
So we're starting at 4:30. If you guys are down for it, we've got Adam Red from Politico here. We'd love to talk to you all.
You guys know each other.
And then if you guys are okay with it, we'd love to bring CNN in for a quick interview.
You good? You good?
Yeah.
Are you good to talk to CNN too? Yeah?
Manu Raju.
Awesome.
Oh, Manu's
Yeah,
here.
yeah, it's
Manu's
Manu.
here. He was the guy who was calling you. That was Manu.
All right. Well, Adam's good to go.
Yeah. You want to do it here or you want to?
Yeah, right here's
You don't use it right here in the lobby, right?
I'm cool with whatever.
Yeah, we go out there and get mobbed.
No, you said that they were here.
Just gonna quietly stream it. Forgiveness.
Yeah. When I said here, I mean like literally here.
It's art footage too, Chad.
Politico is making you do the vertical video too.
this way.
Adam
You want to
Rand,
move them there? Is that better?
pivoting to video.
He's made his transition.
Yeah.
We're all creators now.
Yeah, whenever I see like Jake Tapper in his car doing like a vertical video format, I'm like, that's
sign of the times.
Yeah.
Hasan, what do you think of Abdul's opponent, Mallory McMorrow, saying that you're like Nick Fuentes?
I think it's a heinous smear. I don't really think McMorrow knows anything about me. Some of the senators, like Elise Slotkin and Cory Booker, have been even more forthcoming about openly not knowing who I am, claiming that they don't know who I am, and admitting that they're just basically delivering talking points that someone else has given them. I don't fault them for it. They're trying to win a race. It is a heinous smear at the end of the day. And it's one that many of these groups actually apply because they can't have a conversation about Israel's influence over American foreign policy on moral terms. So instead of attacking the message, they attack the messenger.
Yeah, what do you think of Alyssa Slotkin joining Bill Maher and saying that's okay, but not
Yeah, I mean, this double standard is existent in American politics. Islamophobia is oftentimes not considered at all. Bill Maher is not only an Islamophobe, but he's also demonstrated anti-blackness at every turn. But at the end of the day, he is representative of the same forces of politics in this country that are aligned with the establishment goals, and therefore there's never a question about participating on his show. I think the reason why a lot of people are very critical about what I've said and the manufactured outrage is because it's a way to possibly tie up Abdul al-Sayed with radical politics. I don't think any of the politics that we demonstrate are radical at all. I think we're speaking to a lot of people. That's why there's a lot of people out here, a lot of young people, a lot of old people as well, because they're sick and tired of business as usual politics. They want something more. They want more responsive politicians that will say no to endless wars and instead will demand that the wealthiest nation on earth take care of its citizens.
Abdul, are there any views that Hasan holds that you disavow? while you're with them right now?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. That's the conversation that folks are here to listen to. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it. I thought we lived through the whole discourse of should have gone on Rogan. And there's a lot that I would look at what Rogan said that I would disavow. And I'd still go on his show. And so I just think that we need to get over this if we're serious about winning elections. At the end of the day, not everybody reads Politico, as much as I know you wish and I wish that they did. Not everybody watches CNN, not everybody watches MS Now or Fox and Friends, which I did this morning, despite the fact that I disagree with them on, I don't know, almost everything when it comes to this war and the Trump administration. At the end of the day, though, I'm not policing platforms. I'm going on platforms to have conversations about the kind of politics that we want to build. I think Hasan has built painstakingly a platform for folks who feel like they've been locked out of our politics. It's critical that we share conversations with them. You see the kind of excitement that creates, and that's what we're focused on right now.
But do you concede there's a difference between campaigning with him and going on his Twitch stream?
I think that's a very old-fashioned question, frankly. I think at the end of the day, like, we streamed on the way here, so I was on the stream. We're going to be streaming the entire conversation, and I think the question of, again, you cannot engage with somebody's platform because you might disagree with some of the things that they said. I think that is exactly, that kind of platform policing is exactly why Democrats too often fail to get our message out to everybody. If we believe in our message, then you've got to be willing to take it everywhere. We talked earlier today, Adam, about the role of persuasion in our politics. I think too often Democrats have forgotten how to persuade. And part of that is because too often we don't think our positions are persuasive enough. I think my positions are plenty persuasive. So I'm going to take them everywhere, and I'm going to go have conversations with folks I agree with, folks I disagree with, folks that we share nothing with. I've done content with food creators and workout creators, but I want to take my message everywhere. And I think Hasan has built an audience around that, and so I'm grateful that he's here with us today to have a conversation to build a room about how we get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all.
Last question, Hasan. What does the 2028 Democrats' pushback against you say about their effort to rebuild a big Democratic tent?
I feel like there are a lot of people that are worried that this primary cycle is going to reshape the future of the Democratic Party with a vision that puts people first as opposed to corporate entities and foreign countries' interests first. And there are some people who I think are worried about what that says about their position. We saw with Zohran Mamdani's victory and the response that some in the establishment of the Democratic Party and the forces that they aligned with within the Republican Party, how many hurdles they set up in front of him. And I don't think it was because they were worried that Zohran was going to be unsuccessful. I think they were worried that he would become successful, and we've seen that already. His popularity has grown throughout time because he's demonstrating competent governance and showing the entire country as a national figure that you can really dial in and work for your constituents, the people that elected you, without compromising on your values. And that causes a little bit of tension with politicians that unfortunately don't want to do that. They want to sit around, collect paychecks, get unlimited corporate lobbying money. They want lobbyists to write their legislation for them, and they're calcified in their ways, and they're worried that this would actually cause them to maybe do their job for once. But that's precisely the enmity and anger and resentment that I've seen when I go out to places like Minneapolis, when I go out to No Kings protests. Not only are my fans there, not only are people in my demographic are there, people under the age of 35 that say we want more from the Democrats, we want them to actively fight back against the Trump administration. We want to re-examine our relationship with Israel. There are a lot of older people there as well, wealthy, educated, white women that are over the age of 65 that share that exact same resentment. And these people are not there because they've watched my content. They didn't arrive at these conclusions because they're watching me on Twitch for 8 hours a day. They arrived at those conclusions because the contradictions are worsening, and it's becoming undeniable that a change, a real significant seismic change, is a necessity, so that we can combat the forces of fascism in this country and move America in a positive trajectory for once, because our downfall is imminent, really. I think a lot of people are worried. They want to continue doing business as usual politics, and that's the reason why they're reacting the way that they are.
And I just want to say, I'm going to be the oldest person who is on stage today at 41 years old, right? You've got a politician in Representative Lee who has been leading on these values for 8 years since she's been in public service. And I want to give you a chance to talk a little bit about what it means for us to build a vanguard of a politics that doesn't back down, that fights on its values, that takes on corporate power, that takes on AIPAC, that is willing to speak about the beautiful future we actually really want to build. Because when I think about the kind of senator that I'd like to be, I think about people like you. So I'm grateful that you're here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I mean, I think that right now we're in an incredibly difficult moment. And I think about my life as a representative. I represent 755,000 diverse, different human beings who have a span of values and ideologies, and some of the conversations are tougher than others, and some of the ones we have are right in our alley and right in our comfort zone. Right now, we are in the midst of fascism. We are in it. And I think that for Americans in America, sometimes it's hard to admit that. But the work that we're actually going to have to do to get us out of this moment, to build what comes next, is going to take us having difficult conversations, going to have us going through tension, demonstrating what courage looks like, demonstrating what it means to be an elected official or a candidate who stands for something, who fights for something, who brings in new people. So I'm proud to stand with Abdul today. I'm proud to be here in a swing state, not too dissimilar from my own, to say that we are creating a party in a country that we can be proud of, that we are willing to fight for. And I think that that's worth doing, right? And I think that right now when we have a president who is live tweeting, the most maniacal things, that the attention of the media, that the attention of my own colleagues right now, who, mind you, have not called us back into session, right? I think we need to start talking about that. I think that we need to get very serious about our priorities right now. We have a little bit of time right now. Every single student we talk to may be the difference between whether or not this swing state has a Democrat in the Senate or another rubber stamp for Donald Trump's wars, for his stated genocides, for his unconstitutional power grabs, right? All of those things. It's important that we keep the main thing the main thing. And I want to have an Abdul in office right now who will fight against that, and not another Republican who will continue to allow this, who will continue to turn around, who will act like we don't need to be in session of invoking the 25th Amendment, impeaching him. Right now, let's talk about that.
Thanks all.
Thank you. No problem.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Can you just do one quick question on audio, just unrelated? It's just about Schumer.
The never-ending Schumer.
Let's do it quickly. And then, are you guys? You're open to CNN?
Sure, yeah. I'm open to everybody. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody.
Honestly, it doesn't come up that often. More often, people are focused on the structure of our politics that brings corporate money and special interest.
Was it?
Well, it exists unedited on the internet. So.
Yeah. Now we all know the sinister ways in which they edit. No, I'm just kidding. No. I'm more worried about my hair and the way it looks. I'm also worried about I didn't prepare a speech. And it's March's fault, Chad. It's March's fault because he was like, you're so much better when you're on it, when you're doing off the top dome. So I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to spit. I'm going to spit. I'm going to talk about unity. I'm going to talk about courage, boldness. I'm going to talk about maintaining revolutionary optimism at a time when there's so much instability and so much pain.
Chat is thanking me right now, I'm sure.
Have you ever prepared a speech? I did. I prepared one at Stanford. And then Mark said it wasn't good.
Snooze fest. No, I'm just kidding.
Mark said it was ass. That's what happened.
I'm sorry.
Do I want to, take it off?
Okay,
Put it
great.
somewhere?
So just bring it back? I can
keep it on.
Wait, why?
That's cool.
I'll keep it on for now.
Do you want us to put it in the van while you guys are out there?
Are you wearing Carhartt because you've been inspired by my son?
I'm sorry?
He's in the Midwest. I mean, he's
That's
like
crazy. No, I love
Carhartt's in Dearborn.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what
I love Carhartt. It's the most reliable gear that you can wear. I've been wearing Carhartt. Also, otherwise they're like socialist, but wealthy. No, I'm kidding.
So hot. Just so you guys know.
Yeah, wealthy
It's
socialist. Even when we went to Cuba, that's what they were saying. They're like, look at all of his clothes. Like,
I caught that one.
that's so crazy. It's like
socialism means naked.
Yeah, you know what's really funny? No, you know what I love? You know what I loved about that?
Where are your ranks?
Washington Post opinion made a video about that, and I was like, "You're owned by Jeff Bezos. What are you talking about? Like, you're about to be fired by Jeff Bezos, one of the wealthiest people on the planet."
The car warm.
All right, I'm gonna. Who do I give this to now?
I'll take it to the van.
Okay, thank you so much. I had to button it up a little bit, both with my speech and also with the optics.
What time are you speaking?
We're gonna do CBS instead. Alright.
Yeah.
CBS, okay?
Yeah. I don't care. I told you I'll do it.
My favorite was he was like,
We have him.
I immediately was like, oh my god. I love it. I just like that's one of the like such an old question.
Yeah. She's like, it's also, I mean, you brought this up in your video too, where it's like, you talk 10 hours a day, in 10-second increments, you're gonna find something.
Yes.
You're gonna find something that is questionable.
You know, I've known ever since I ran for office, everything I use can be clipped against me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like, here's a hard way to live your life that way. You know what I mean? And
That's
like,
why he's not a politician.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
like,
not.
honestly.
But also, like, the time is very different now for a new kind of politician anyway. We are unironically imposing this like restriction on ourselves because that is how normal people speak.
Also,
like, I know we have to be buttoned up, but
like,
Donald Trump's president.
Bro, like, I mean, like, the end of perfectly inoffensive politics.
Yeah.
Should have been the first time Donald Trump got elected president. You're like, all right, so.
And for the record, what matters most, I think, is your principles, your values.
Yes, what
and
you
not
actually
like-
about.
I'm very offended by the things he's doing every day.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, really.
I'm offended by it. Like I'm offended by the policy that comes out of Washington.
And it's all like this stupid messaging stuff.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm offended by the right.
Yeah.
I'm harmed by the policy.
Yeah. No, it's a twofer for Trump. It's both bad policy and then also horrible rhetoric
Oh, that
as
little one
well.
you have is not.
This one is the one that you always give me. I don't know what this is for.
I don't know what that one's for. CNN.
This is CNN?
Yeah. Is that good then?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The
track.
But you know, I actually just said that. I love the name.
Where's your
I'm
name?
into it.
Yeah.
She never got me a name.
Yeah, pick it up.
You never got
It's
him?
crazy. You know, staff. I get it.
It's messed up.
Crazy.
I got you. I got you. Do your job.
Yeah, it's my bad, man. I'm
She's like
sorry.
the people who ask you how come your clothes were too nice today in Cuba.
Yeah.
He was one of the guys. He was one of the guys asking.
It was me?
Yeah, he was tweeting from a sock account like, "Yo, this motherfucker has a nice ass.
Can we do one more
some
picture,
nice
guys?
ass glasses."
So we have our
Oh, my bad.
Chums advisor here. So we're gonna grab a quick photo.
Please. Stop it. Stop. You're triggering me.
Sorry.
I'm Summer. It's very nice to meet you. Squeeze in so that we're in the thing.
The red was the center.
Oh, here, you come more.
Very else center. Okay.
Let's go ahead and have them both and say if we do strong.
Are you taking the pictures?
Yeah. Okay, so let's
I've been looking at all of them.
There
Yeah.
you go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Close up.
I just want her to have the.
You got options.
I was like, is that her real phone? I was like, let's move to her
We
phone
get
over.
options. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Did you hear where dinner is?
I didn't read it.
I thought you would enjoy that. Of course. I haven't hyped it up.
There's a lot of green artifacting apparently taking place.
Because the reception in here is dog water.
Oh, okay. It's on schedule for 4:50. He speaks right after the student speaker. Summer Lee will speak after him. Okay.
Do we have some new folks coming? The Zingerman's team. I love them.
Yeah, there's like no reception. We're like in a bunker.
Okay. I mean, there's a little bit of green artifacting, but it's like overall fine, right?
I can't tell. My phone doesn't work.
Chad, is it really bad?
By the way. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Chad, is it really bad?
So we have CBS is going to do.
I'm trying to.
And then
There's very little internet in here. We could use the college internet.
There's any Wi-Fi.
Yeah, from Pittsburgh.
There's no Wi-Fi available? The college campus. No, there is. It's MSU net, guess.
We're pushing start time back a little bit, and there's 2 Michigan reporters. I'd love for you all to stay on seriously.
We know we're gonna have
We're the student reporters.
What the heliante?
Okay, I feel like
Yeah, we're gonna try to get one.
like she's a doppelganger of Aaliyah.
I can see it. I see
Definitely.
it. Yeah, I see it.
Well, it'll be difficult though with the capture.
Yes.
The
sorry, I haven't got back.
entry point. Like you have to agree. That's hard on TV, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, anything new happening, Chad, that I need to know of? Keep me updated on the situation monitoring as we're here getting ready for speeches. You have hat hair in the back?
Actually, fine if you started your speech.
We're gonna bring Andy back. We could have you guys back.
Hi, how are you?
After you guys, I think you're not off the hook yet, man.
Thank you for having me.
Is it just us, or is it just Abdul?
If you want to, are you?
You're like the whole team.
There's 2 mics, but 2 mics.
I'm gonna wait and see. It looks like
actually, I have this one, so I. Okay, yeah. Or do you just want Abdul, or you?
Do you want everybody, or do you want just Abdul?
If you all would love to participate, we'll take whoever.
If they would love to participate.
Watching your in.
You got this one.
Ready to go.
Like if it's any lower than would love, then just
Yeah. If you really like it, get out of here.
She's like, I'm okay with it. Okay, great. That would be great.
All right, you guys want
I'm in my favorite
I saw her
recording cast.
I saw her reposition the camera when she said I'd be down to do it.
Can you check if I still have
Yeah, that camera's
charging?
too. I'm way too short for that camera.
92%.
Definitely not for me, man.
Is it connected?
I'm a tall 5'8".
Is it connected though?
Do you know how many people come up to me and they're like, you know?
I thought she'd be taller.
Exactly. Like, you're a lot. I don't know how to say this.
91% is no longer charging.
I'm like, yeah, thanks.
Swap it? Oh
Stand right
shit.
there.
I'll swap it easily.
It's like this man's a
I'll swap it.
giant. I'm 6'5".
Oh, okay.
Personally.
That's what we tell people.
My personality is 6'5".
Oh my God, she says the same thing.
I'm gonna ask someone to do
USB-C charger?
She has a 6'5" energy. That's her. That's her phrase.
Yeah, just throw it on there.
That's not what you say it to.
Does anyone in any of the teams have a USB-C charger that we can put to a wall mount somewhere?
Certainly.
It's an iPhone charger.
I know. Yeah, I actually do in the car. Like
It would thank you forever.
It has to be connected to a
Oh,
wall
Brian.
mount.
Brian's got you. Brian, you got it.
okay, cool.
I like the black on black, man. Thank you. You stole my fundraising look. I like it. You do it a lot better than me. You're like very Gen Z about it. Very like millennial about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
That goes to Brian on my team here.
Perfect. And apparently our bit rate keeps dropping. I'm gonna try moving to that side.
All right, yeah.
Anyone
Sorry,
else want to join?
I got it passed
Okay,
through.
yeah, no, you're good.
Excuse me, sorry.
You guys get to see how the sausage is made.
All right,
Like
there you go,
this?
both of us.
Oh, this guy's taking notes. He's about to bust. He's gonna do all of it.
Let me just adjust real quick.
Not getting it?
Okay, there we go. You have you both in frame.
You're like a one-woman show. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
Like I was just like really like balancing the thing. You got the mic. Really just
All
inspiring.
right. Thank you very much. Well, thank you both very much for being here and for having me. I would love to know, I'm from DC, have been monitoring Twitter for the majority of the week. There's been a lot of controversy about this event, and I'm just curious, from YouTube, what is your reaction to that controversy? Do you think it's overblown coming from Washington, or what have you been hearing from the people that you're speaking to
The
here?
President of the United States just tweeted about wanting to do a genocide in Iran. And the fact that this is the controversy to me says everything we need to know about what DC focuses on. I don't pay much attention to DC, I pay attention to Michigan, because I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And here in Michigan, people can't afford their health care. Here in Michigan, people can't afford to fill up a tank because of the war that's being fought out of DC. And meanwhile, half the stuff the president is tweeting about, when he's not tweeting about his genocidal fantasies in Iran, he's tweeting about the drapes in a building. And so at the end of the day, like, I just don't take my cues from there. We're focused on reaching out to people who feel locked out of our politics because they cannot afford the basic means of a dignified life. And that's what we're focused on here. That's what these events are about. And we're excited to be able to take that message out to folks across our state. So.
I think that people should probably keep their eyes on the ball and focus on things that are world-changing events that are imminent right now. We already have a global energy crisis. There's very little attention on that, and it's born out of the appetite that this administration has to do unlimited death and destruction campaigns overseas that are costly for the voters, that are deadly for the people that happen to be under those bombs. That's what people should be focusing on, and they should be creating a robust line of defense, because that's what the situation requires right now. These are endless distractions, and the reality of the matter is most people that I encounter out in the real world don't care about this stuff at all. They never come up and say, hey, I can't believe you said this controversial thing that I saw that's 10 seconds long. They are at most supportive, if they even bring it up at all.
And you went there before I could. You know, the president put out a Truth Social this morning that I think some found alarming about, you know, an end of a civilization. What was your gut reaction to seeing that post this morning?
I'll be honest with you, I have kids. I thought about my kids. Can you imagine talking with that kind of language about people's kids? I mean, that's where I went. So 93 million people, talking about maybe 30% of them under 18. I'm talking about 30 million people that he is perfectly okay talking about wiping off the face of the earth in my name, in your name, in all of our name. That's where my mind went. And I think we have a responsibility to stand up against that and condemn that in all possible terms, and to make sure that our government doesn't get weaponized to take us into a war we can't extract ourselves from, that is burning and torching our tax dollars to raise our gas prices to destroy other people. That is not what my vision for a beautiful America is. My vision for a beautiful America is one where people get health care, where you don't have to worry about the quality of schools you send your kids to, where you can work the same job tomorrow you worked yesterday. That's what he said he was going to do. And he's just gotten us into, 3 wars since the year started alone, talking about blowing up people's children. It's disgusting.
It's fascist. It's exterminationist. It's unfortunately where we're at in American politics right now. And unfortunately, it's unrestrained. We need to use every single pressure valve that we can, every single hurdle that we can throw in the direction of this administration. Otherwise, we will be remembered in the dustbin of history in the way that Adolf Hitler was, in the way that other tyrants, brutal tyrants, were.
What do you mean by that? What is the response that you think Democrats or the progressives need to have in this moment?
It's like everybody. I mean, like, my guy is tweeting about genocide.
Yeah.
They're like, it is not a, I think we sometimes think about our politics through the lens of, what is the politically right thing to do. Like, as a human, you should have a particular gut reaction to somebody talking about killing 93 million people. And I think in politics, people want to know that their representatives care on a human level. So I think everybody, and to me, if this is not a crucible for Republicans, you're going to go along with this too? He's talking about, 93 million people? People were more offended that he dropped an F-bomb on Easter than they are about the fact that he talked about genocide of 93 million people, right? I don't care what you think about Iran. I don't care what you think about Iranians. They're human beings. So you're talking about wiping a whole civilization away. Why? Because you got into a war you never should have got us into, and now you're stuck in a quagmire, and the best thing you can do is rattle your saber? It's bullshit. I mean, we just need to get past this question of what is the right political thing to say, and get to a question of what is the right human thing to feel? What do we want as a society to be like? And I don't want to live in a society where people are telling us that somehow this is just a political football. I want to live in a society where we embrace one another's humanity and the humanity of other people, and that guides our engagement with politics. So meanwhile, people in our own country, there are people who are going to die today because they didn't get the health care they needed. There are kids who are going to go to school in a school where they're going to freeze because the heater doesn't work. There are people who are going to get fired today from jobs that should have existed. That's our country. And my guy wants to talk about wiping 93 million people off the face of the map.
And, my last question is, you're here doing these events on college campuses. What are you hearing from young people that is not registering with Democratic Party leadership? Or what are you just hearing in general from them that you are relating to and getting on their level here?
So I'll let Hasan speak to this because he spends 8 hours a day, famously, Twitch streaming to them. I will tell you this though, you know, there's a weird thing about getting older. I'm not young anymore, but I'm also not old. And I'm in this position now to have reflected on what it was like to be in my 20s. And I remember being in my 20s and being so excited about the election of Barack Obama and the future that we could live in. If you're in your 20s today, all you've known is a world in which big banks got away with a financial crisis that they created that probably cost you or a neighbor your home. You know a world where big tech has, you know, used their machines to siphon off your eyeballs and eardrums. You know a world where Donald Trump has been a fixture of our politics. You know a world in which all we've done is fight wars that we didn't need to fight. Like, that's what it feels like to be young. And honestly, what I'm hearing from folks is that nihilism that is well born out of public policy that we've created in this country. And what I'm trying to do is have a conversation about what does it look like to actually show up for each other in a time where everyone tells you that it's futile. That daring, that willingness to do the thing that everybody tells you is futile, that your politics have told you is futile, that's the kind of righteous action that we need right now. That's what this campaign is built of. So I can't promise anybody any victory. What I can promise you is failure if we don't try. And so our job is to put ourselves into a future that we want to build, put everything of ourselves there. And sometimes you play righteous defense, but sometimes you can actually win. And you know, that's why I want to have these conversations. I go everywhere, talk to everybody. I started my day talking to Fox and Friends, right? Which is not known for having a young audience. But there are a lot of people on that set of channels that feel left out because MAGA tricked them into yet another forever war. And I'm really excited to be able to have this conversation here because I know young people deserve a lot better than the politics they've been getting. You know, Hasan, I know you talk to young folks all day, every day. So what are you hearing?
I mean, it's exactly what you just pointed out. People want more responsive politics. They want to end to the forever wars. As a matter of fact, I think Donald Trump was able to dupe a lot of young people, specifically young men, with his message, with his lies, really. And a lot of people are feeling frustrated. There's definitely a lot of young men who feel like they were duped, taken advantage of. And I hope that the Democrats can be a little bit more responsive and a little bit more responsible to their needs. They have a massive affordability crisis. There's a lack of hope for a better future right now. And it's a cancerous attitude that we unfortunately have. And one of the two parties has to address it. I hope the Democrats can learn from candidates like Abdul and the message that they're presenting and be bold and not shy away because they're worried about corporate donations or they're worried about what lobbyists might think. They're worried about the pressure campaign that they might face, and instead be more responsive to the needs of their base and actually represent their interests rather than the interests of corporations and the super wealthy. That is the overwhelming message. It's one that Bernie Sanders very clearly was able to tap into. It's this anxiety that the youth felt, and they were totally right on it. And I think I just want our representatives to represent us and represent the youth. They are poorer on average. They feel the economic forces a lot more than well-to-do voters do, and unfortunately, they get sidecast in this conversation quite a bit.
Yeah, we gotta stop pretending jadedness is seriousness. Yeah. And I think young people deserve a lot better than that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both
Thanks,
so much. Pleasure to see you again. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
In about 10 minutes, we're gonna knock out a few more interviews if that's okay. That way we can keep this film shorter.
Ooh, okay. We'll take a drink.
Okay.
That was good.
That's great.
I have not been able to check Twitch once, so I have no idea.
No, it's working. They're watching.
Can you make sure? Can you make sure the HDMI is secured
I've
here?
literally been on something one time.
I was trying to lie.
No worries.
It's so
I don't forget faces. So I mentioned
Maybe
before,
it's
but
not.
I didn't really-
It's not
You don't have to
charged.
embarrass me.
It's still not charging for some reason.
No, I had coffee.
Faces and names. That one wasn't charged fully either. Oh,
It's over.
It's just as recent.
I got you.
Yeah, hopefully.
Sorry.
We have a.
Alright.
Okay, well, that one's working on that one.
Do we have another USB charger?
Hi guys, how are
We
you?
do. She's ready. We can actually.
Wow, legend.
Thank you so much.
And in the meantime, I'll swap to the other one.
God damn it! This is why I said we need the
The wall charger, yeah. It's okay, we'll figure it out. We'll make it work.
The other one we can potentially hurry up and when we head back. All we need to do is like make it through this.
We will, we will.
Sorry, our stick might kind of hit the dust.
We're going to do about 4 minutes if possible.
Okay. Here you go, plug that in.
Oh, this is not a USB-C charger.
Yeah, it does.
It's not a USB-C charger, it's a USB charger. Do we have a USB-C one? This is lightning.
I got one here. I'm gonna go get it from the car. Where's
Yeah,
the
definitely
jack?
need it, yeah. We need this.
Here. You got one? Of course.
USB.
Universal charger?
Yeah, but it's fine.
You know what? In my jacket. In the car.
No, we need it. We need to plug it to a wall.
Portable would work though.
I have like a laptop one, so sure.
Wait, do you just have block?
No, we charge it short. The USB-C cord.
Wait.
Wait. See what the other end is.
See what the other end is? The old one?
No, it's the old one.
Damn. Okay. All right, I'll go get it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, it's charging now. And the camera battery is fine for now. So
what?
It's charging right now.
You have extra spare batteries, right?
I do not.
You don't have a camera spare battery?
No, but it'll last a while. We'll make it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have them in my backpack, but I didn't think we'd need it. We will make it. You're not. I know best word of the stand for the visual or for the signal.
What?
I don't know where to stand best for the signals. I can't check my phone.
Okay. Yeah. Did you log into the regular internet? Because if you log into the regular internet, it'll help you.
It didn't show up.
Bit rate a bit low. It's gonna be low, chatters.
They thought they were getting somebody who was going to stand up to the system. Turns out
No,
he was the worst manifestation of the worst.
Yeah, it's true. You don't.
What is your reaction to what President Trump said earlier today? Some very aggressive statements toward Iran and some pretty big threats.
It was not just aggressive statements, it was genocidal. Talking about wiping out 93 million people. I'm a father of two
Oop,
daughters.
screen.
I got one.
Glorping.
There are 30 million didn't hear him. He's talking about killing all of them. That is unacceptable. It is wrong. It's disgusting. And the idea that we talk about this politically and don't talk about it in human terms is part of the problem. We got to talk about the humanity of this. That should never be something
I think that might
you had a USB regular lightning cable. I'm gonna give it back
I
to
want
you.
people to understand that there's a
Are you
different way, right? I know that most folks who watch Fox probably don't support me, but I also know that some of them might. And my job is to go everywhere and talk to everybody about an alternative to Trump and Trumpism, an alternative to this kind of genocidal ideology that gets us into wars without thinking about what happens next. That is spiking our gas prices. That is cratering our ability to afford our lives. That is taking us further away from being able to afford a dignified life. So I'm focused on making sure we take our message everywhere, talk to everyone. That's part of what we're trying to do here.
Right. Last question then. What message do you hope you can send tonight?
We can build a beautiful future if we do it.
And then once we're in the car, just plug it in.
I appreciate it. As always, thanks for the time. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. You have our contact with me.
Yes, perfect.
All right.
You got it?
We're going to do one more step, Ben and Craig, please.
Thank
Ben and
you.
Craig. Talking about Craig Moggs?
Oh, sorry.
We got Ben and Craig.
Ben and Craig. Ben! Yo! Roth Reporter, how are you, man? Wait, Ben, Craig, Ben Solis. All my favorites are here. Ben, Craig, Roth the Reporter. Yo, look at this.
How are you feeling?
How you doing, man? I'm good. I'm like, you're
The space is very tight, chat. I only have reception over here for the backpacks. That's why I'm standing over here awkwardly and not following Hasan, who is in the dead zone. He's in the sunken place. Oh, thanks. The fan gave it to us. March. Pleasure to meet you. Shout out to the fan who gave us the Luigi. Where we got the Luigi? I don't know why I'm asking you. I can't read chat at all.
Do you know how Will, I guess, try and get in touch with us? Because Will's running for Congress here in this district.
If you go on his Twitter, there's a link for his management email. If you just send it there, they field everything. I'm trying to open your chat. I'm trying. It's
I'm talking to everybody. I know there are probably not that many people.
You can't move from the spot.
We'll just film from out here. A new Pew poll just came out while we were live. 60% of Americans have a negative opinion of Israel. Just 37% have a favorable view of Israel. 80% of Democrats, 41% of Republicans have a negative view. Among ages 14 to 49, 84% of Democrats. And among ages 14 to 49, 57, majority of Republicans have a negative view of Israel. And there's still this conversation, this back and forth taking place. I think it's disrespectful to people's. It's unbelievable. It's disrespectful to the intelligence. It's insulting to the intelligence of people that this conversation, this like media cycle that's like played itself out in the way that it did. And I think it's outright dangerous. It's outright dangerous that people are still coming after someone like myself who actively tries to combat and push back against anti-Semitism while being an avowed anti-Zionist.
And I'll also tell you this, I started my day on Fox and Friends, right? So I'm not just talking to young people, I've been talking to young people here. But I've been to 90 different cities, 300 public events. I don't know, somebody was celebrating 17 events. I was like, 17, I did that in the first 3 months. So, make no mistake, we go here. We go here in a big way. We go everywhere in a big way. We get 150 people in Clare, Michigan.
Bro, it's crazy. So many of these like do-nothing influencers on the timeline are like, man, this is all the people's fault. This is the people's fault for Kamala not being responsive to the needs of the population. Making it seem like I said Kamala Harris would be worse than Trump or just like Trump. On Israel, yes. But Kamala Harris herself should have never advocated to wage war against Iran, which she did. She never should have came out and said, we want to have the most lethal military. My criticism against Kamala Harris was that she wasn't representing successfully what the party's base demanded. And yet there's still people that are fucking yelling at me. Goddamn influencer. Unbelievably unproductive people. These are the people that see the world falling apart and they think to themselves, how can I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer that I hate? Please, I urge, not you guys. You guys in here are obviously aware of the situation, but I urge people, when you see stuff like this, just, tell them, dude, lock the fuck in.
I think they're looking for folks who are serious about what they want to do and aren't just picking and plotting different positions because they feel like they look nice, but instead have been about it. I've been consistent since when you covered me then. I was saying the same stuff then as this. I'm saying now. And that consistency matters for something in our politics because it's so
like 1 or 2.
And then the other part of it is that I just think that, I've changed. I've grown up, had kids, it's teaching a lot about life. I was so focused on wanting
You're going to UM, but where were you before this?
that I forgot that really
hotel. I came from LA.
I want you to believe that we can have healthcare. I believe we can have healthcare. The only way we
Did you think it was going to go like this when I was doing the video after this event?
So I'm trying to build.
No, I didn't think there'd be any like friction at all. I was actually shocked. I also didn't realize that like stumping is different than just like him appearing on my stream or me fundraising for him. I've done that plenty of times.
I don't know. For me, the only.
So I didn't realize that there was a big difference for stumping, I guess.
According to someone, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think most people care.
Are you guys doing like a Q&A or just like giving speeches?
No, I think we're just giving speeches.
What happens on election day is a function of that.
You're all sitting around and talking, or like you all go around?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
At the end of the day, the choices that she's made in her campaign, I think.
What did you do that PV stream last week?
Where she's
They were pushing Discord to the max.
And that's her decision to make.
Yeah, that was interesting. I had no opinions on it whatsoever.
Whatever million, man.
Do you want to, Hasan's down to
You guys
take a
have,
few
if you want, if you guys have questions.
Yeah. The Republican administration, Mike Rogers, was doing some media earlier today. He said that the fact that Abdul's doing this event with you is disqualifying. Do you want to respond to that?
I mean, he's a Republican, so that's automatically disqualifying, especially in a state like Michigan. I mean, if you got a rubber stamp for Donald Trump's agenda, I think the people of Michigan are already very aware that it hasn't been beneficial for them at all. So any vote in that direction is going to be devastating. Any Republican anywhere is going to be devastating. That's my principle. So,
Hasan, a not insignificant portion of the Democratic Party condemned this campaign stop over a period of weeks. And these are the same people who in 2024 said, we need to get out there and we need to start listening to new voices. You're one of those new voices. And it seems that they're kind of repeating a costly mistake here. Do you agree that by shutting people like you out of the conversation, they are going to shoot themselves in the foot again, much like they did in elections past?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a self-serving conversation for me. I don't necessarily care to stump with candidates at all. I mean, I trust Abdul. I think he's a real fighter. He's what the moment needs, and that's why I said yes to coming on board. I've done many events with him already on my stream, but the reason why I think a lot of Democrats are upset with this is because they've been told to be upset with this. I mean, people like Elise Slotkin and Cory Booker have openly admitted that they don't even know who I am, and yet they have such strong opinions, apparently. They were very forthcoming about that. And I feel like that's exactly what's wrong with politics nowadays, where politicians should not simply be mouthpieces for this eclectic group of corporate donors and corporate interests. They should make up their own minds. They're adults. They're very intelligent people. They should be critical thinkers. And they should recognize that they have to represent the interests of the population and not foreign lobbies or corporate donors. This is a major problem at the heart of the Democratic Party, and I think it's a fatal problem for American democracy. Someone has to fight back against the Republican forces here, and the expectation right now in our current duopoly is that someone is the Democratic Party. And it's unbelievable that they still are trying to lean into harm reduction narratives and business as usual politics at a time when people are very loudly demanding change. Perhaps that's the reason why, even though it's the opposition party, the Democrats are not all that popular as a national party, and that's because we have weak leadership and we haven't mounted a strong enough opposition. It's precisely the reason why I'm happy to campaign alongside Abdul, because he's a real fighter. He's not going to back down. He understands that voters aren't stupid, right? If you're honest with people, if you tell them you represent their values, you represent their interests, you're going to fight for them, they're going to vote for you.
I got another one.
We got to wrap.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
sounds good. No worries. Thanks, Roxy.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nice to meet you guys.
We're going to get started in just a second.
Okay.
You need anything? Water?
No, I'm good. All right, Trent, what's going on? Nice to meet you. What's going on? Nice to meet you. What?
What are you gonna say?
No. I'm just gonna get up there and yap, dude. That's what I'm gonna do. I never stop, so it won't be that difficult, I assume.
It's only 10 minutes.
What?
Only 10 minutes.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be 5. They're gonna go through what?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Sweet.
Like, right? She runs a tight ship. My favorite. Logistics.
We'll have Nate sitting down at the front, right in front of you with the a clock. Josh, you have 5 minutes. Congresswoman, you have 10 minutes. Hasan, you have 10 minutes. I will give you a 1-minute cue when you have 1 minute left from the top. I'll be at the top. Nate will be at the very bottom. When you have 1 minute left, when I give that 1 minute cue, I'm going to come to the door and cue the next person up. And when it's about 30 seconds left, I want you to walk down to the front. So our introducer can introduce you all and then walk right up. Does that sound good to everybody? Yeah. Cool. Any questions?
Are they sitting in the front?
Yes. Oh, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Once you speak, if you could sit down at the front, there's a reserved seat up there for you.
Okay, before you speak, you're
hanging out back here.
Just me back here.
Yeah.
Is there overflow?
Not at this point. Okay. We have about 20 more people in line. I would like to get started in about 2 minutes. I'm gonna go check on the line, then we'll go queue the front, and I'll come back here and we'll be good to go. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take the seat.
Okay.
That's okay.
I
asked her you're not.
Yeah, you can set
Yeah, there's a seat reserved for me. I will say I was planning on going on stage with these shows, like
I see that.
Yeah. We can do that.
I can also be down low and then like.
I think down low is fine. We can get up. What's up? Yeah, of course. All right.
Yes. Let's do both.
Yeah.
Sorry, she's taking a better one. I'll get the walkout and then I'll walk down.
Thank
you. Let's do that.
Yeah, and then what I was planning on is maybe not even filming, like coming back out here, and then yeah. After I'm done with my speech, we're gonna come out here. We'll be out here. We'll wait it out instead of filming everything. We'll film all the speeches in Michigan.
What do you mean? So
we're gonna, because we're live streaming, right?
Yeah.
So, well, I was thinking we could. I guess there's going to be time between the two stops, right? I'm trying to figure out when I can have like a little bit of time. Talk about what's going on, but I guess we can film everyone's speeches.
I think we should come here and do it.
Yeah.
We're going to go into the green room after he's done speaking.
And just be here.
during Abdul's speech.
Yeah. And then film one of the speeches. So we'll film the University of Michigan.
Okay. And then after, so.
Or if you want to tell me what time he'll speak,
Any coffee recommendations? Teams up. I would honestly recommend.
Actually, we need like ratchet music.
I'm trying to think. Okay. How much time do you want?
What do you mean? Oh, I was just gonna do the speech and then wait it out, and the periods of time that we have, I could just be out here.
Yeah, that's
potentially.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Whatever you. That's fine. Oh wait, like, whatever you guys
I
want
guess,
to do.
I mean, I should probably,
If you
no, we
want-
should probably film it because I need to sit there. It's inappropriate if I walk away while they're speaking.
Then
Yeah,
the
it's
follow-up
messed up.
question is,
Yes.
where should I be?
There should be a seat for you as well.
Okay,
There.
okay, perfect.
Let me double check though before it started. And then after everyone wraps speaking, we're gonna take a bigger group of press for a shorter amount of time. It includes Fox News and the Free Beacon. So if you want to do it, then we'll do it.
Is there a middle walk-in lane?
I'm sorry.
Is there a middle lane to walk in?
So I have barely been in that room, but I can check.
Yeah, check it, 'cause I might make that.
Okay, and then do you want to? I think Hasan might have had a question about logistics.
No, it's fine.
You're
We'll just film everything, and then after all the speech is done, there's other stuff going on, right? Is there like a?
You'll have a car ride back.
Oh, okay. Then
Are we not doing
we're
we're not doing
We're gonna do that quick scrum with Fox, and Free Beacon, and those folks. But then you'll have an hour.
Did you separate like the bogeys from everyone else?
I mean, that's kind of
He's holding on to it. Oh my goodness.
Stay there.
We won't tell him.
Let's check on those.
See the juice. You guys charged up?
Probably some progress being made.
I don't think so.
We'll make it work.
What's up, man? Sure.
Oh my God.
My brother Marcus, he's your guy.
Nice to meet you.
Salam
alaikum.
Salam.
I have your phone. I actually. Bye guys, see you over there.
So jealous.
Sorry, chat. I'm just checking this. We'll be fine. We're chill. Hasan's. That's already at 2 out of 4 bars. We're chilling.
Thank you so much. Even watch it.
You alright? You need some food or drink?
Wow.
I'm on the job right now.
Whatever I can do for you.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that.
What was your name again?
March.
Nice
to meet you.
Alignment. I like your pants, Mark.
Thanks. Appreciate that. What's he doing? He's still taking photos over here.
Of our heritage, where are kids from savage and embarrassed, but they want to
Good crowd out there.
People, fans. Okay. Here I'll stand on this side so it's like the light is not blasting in your face.
I mean,
or blasting in my face.
Yes. It's a good call.
Boomies?
Also, I just went to 2 bars. We're chilling.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is working.
Yeah,
Nice,
we're
nice, nice.
Nice. By the time we're out of here, it'll be up to like 3.
All right, good. Check W, don't worry about it, Hasan. Per Barack Ravid, President has been briefed on 2-week extension request from Pakistan and will issue a response soon. See, that's the type of Barack Unit 8200 Ravid reporting I do like. Hopefully that's not a situation where they're, trying to dupe people.
I don't like not being able to reach it.
That's cool. I can.
God damn it.
How we feeling, chat?
Alright, so I'm gonna walk up with you, get the walk-up shot, and then walk down and get a shot.
Okay. Okay. It's a fake out to get the people out of the power plant? I mean, I don't think they care one way or another how many people they kill, especially considering.
Think so? Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you, Josh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Twitch streamer and political commentator, HasanAbi.
As is custom, I of course did not prepare a speech for this event, so I apologize ahead of time, but it is my great honor to be standing alongside incredible candidates and incredible politicians like Abdul Sayed and Summer Lee on this glorious, beautiful day in Michigan. Seems contrary to what a lot of my naysayers have been focused on for the past 3 weeks of Donald Trump's insane ramblings and bombing campaigns, this event has not been canceled at all. And I want to talk about that a little bit, because this morning, Donald Trump, the fascist tyrant himself, came out and said unbelievably violent things. He talked about genociding an entire population. and he was so callous and so careless with the words that he was using. But even worse, for the past 38 days now, he's also been unbelievably violent. And a lot of prominent Democrats spent the last 2 weeks, instead of developing the appropriate response to Donald Trump's mania, chose to repeat what corporate donors and foreign lobbyists and big donors had told themselves, including, but not limited to, Abdul Sayed's opponents, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens. And that's exactly what's wrong with politics in this day and age, and that's precisely the reason why all of you came in and wanted to hear responsive politics and responsive politicians speak for once. Politicians that put your interests above the interests of corporate donations. Politicians that are bold. Politicians that are fighters, that will represent your interests rather than the interests of faceless, lifeless corporations that pollute our waters, that consistently extract all of the value that you put out. A lot of these college campus stops that I do, people constantly ask me, Hasan, everything is so chaotic right now. How do you pay attention to what's going on? And how do you not feel so nihilistic? Especially because in the current duopoly that we have, one party is obviously representing tyranny. We know that, right? They're the fascist Republican Party. And the other party is supposed to be a counterbalance, a force against the awful politics, the repulsive, morally repugnant politics that Republicans represent. And yet the Democrats are out of touch. So how do you not feel nihilistic? And I tell them, you have to hold on to little positive changes that you make both in your life that will have reverberating outcomes that will lead to a sea change. That positive change could potentially be playing a formative role in electing someone like Zohran Mamdani in New York. Have you guys heard of that guy? The positive change in your life could be convincing one of your parents, one of your boomer parents that might have had a lifetime of propaganda incepted into their consciousness and have a totally ridiculous view about the relationship that we have with the state of Israel. Making that change, as many of you have, going out and protesting and demanding that change take place, has actually led to a sea change in attitude. And that's precisely the reason why, when a lot of people reach out to me over the course of the last 2 weeks and they said, hey man, I'm really sorry that this is happening. I hope, you get through it. I told them, fuck them. For the last 2.5 years, they smeared people like myself and people like yourselves and said that we were radical, said that we were wrong. And yet, we persevered and we understood the violence that was taking place. It was not that big of a sacrifice, especially in comparison to the sacrifice the Palestinian people had. And the smear campaigns that started shortly after October 7 were obviously a lot more consequential, a lot more successful back then. But now, I can easily say fuck them because I'm no longer alone. Neither are you. That's the positive change that you should hold close to your chest. And that's exactly the attitude. That's exactly the steadfastness that you can bring to every conversation, to every step that we take in the right direction. And sometimes it's going to be electing a fighter that will stand alongside you and represent your interests rather than the interests of corporations. For the longest time, foreign policy has been consistently talked about as though it's something that doesn't have any impact on our lives. The only time we think about foreign policy and the endless wars that we engage in is if we have an immediate relative that comes back broken, in a state of disrepair, and the state actually doesn't even offer them the necessary health care, right? Health care that they promised that they would get. Foreign policy is directly related to domestic policy because every single dollar that is spent on a bomb that blows up a school overseas is a dollar that is stolen from you. All of our productive output, all of our tax revenue that is supposed to be spent on your potholes, on your bridges, are spent blowing up bridges overseas. That is a real theft. And we say enough is enough. Now, it is a real honor that I have to present to you the next speaker, Summer Lee, who best represents this fight. She's steadfast in her approach, she's uncompromising, and just like Abdul is withstanding a lot of attacks from AIPAC, she too has been attacked by AIPAC consistently, and yet she's overcome those attacks and has been an incredible representative. Thank you. Give it up for Summer Lee.
What's up, NSU? We might be in the lecture hall, but I'm gonna say it right now, guys. This ain't a lecture. We're not here for a lecture, so I need y'all to get your energy up because right here, we're here to send a warning. We're gonna start with that one. I'm Summer Lee. I am proud to be here with fired up students and educators and citizens and human beings who are here to say that we're done with the status quo, we're done accepting that this is the way that our politics just has to be.
That's how you do a speech.
So I drove in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I don't like to leave my district too often. But right now, it's important that we send a message that nobody has a right to be on the sidelines anymore. If you're like me, you woke up this morning, your president tweeted out that we were about to eradicate an entire people. And let me be clear. He didn't just tweet that out, he tweeted that out in the middle of his third illegal war. He tweeted that out in the midst of another genocide. So when our president says stuff like that, we can't take it lightly. So when I say that right now, we cannot afford to be on the sidelines. Young people, students, Michiganders, wait, it's Michiganders, right? Michiganders. I know, and I don't promise you guys, I have been in Congress for 3.5 years. At no point in my life did I ever believe that anybody would send somebody to Congress who just says what we need, somebody who comes from a working class, poor, black background from the Mon Valley of Western Pennsylvania, where our people built steel and we built the country, and we are the type of people who they want to send to Congress. So when I say that, I know it's possible. I want to say that because we're about to go. I'm gonna dive in deeper too, right? Because from the midst of Congress, I never in my life thought that we would be in a position right now to determine what is the future of the world. Guys, we're in the midst of a moment where we have to decide whether or not we're gonna let some other folks who are fighting hard right now fighting hard to keep you discouraged, hard to keep you feeling apathetic, hard to keep you feeling like your voice doesn't matter. They want that because right now they have insidious plans for you. Right now they are open about the country that they're building, or who they're building it for, and who they're trying to put out. And if we don't think that right now, it's our responsibility to say that I'm gonna fight as hard as a Republican. I will fight as hard as MAGA. I will fight as hard as the people who don't love their neighbor. It's our moment to stand, put up, or shut up. So. Right now, young people, especially you guys, I understand what we're up against right now. I understand what it feels like to feel like there is no political home for you. Feels like anytime you come into politics, there's somebody to tell you that you ain't doing it right. You don't vote right. You don't protest right. You're not coming the right way. I know what it feels like to live through financial crises and global crises in the midst of our taxpayer dollars going to genocide. I understand how nerve-wracking, how annoying, how discouraging it is to feel like nothing that we do will possibly make a change. But I need you to understand that we cannot stay there. We don't have enough time to stay in that place. Right now, we need to get skin in the game. Right now, we have to find incredible candidates, people, incredible human beings who care and to build our future with us, like Abdul, who will go to the Senate and say that no, Donald Trump don't need to come to ask us for permission for a war or for a genocide. He needs to come for his impeachment. We can have people like Abdul, who has not just said Medicare for all, but has fought for it every day in his career because he knows that in the wealthiest nation on earth, there is no reason why any American, any human being on American soil should ever die because they have to decide between their medication and their housing. Come on. Right now, right today, right now, we need people like Abdul who can say that affordability is not a hoax, but that people in Michigan and Pennsylvania and everywhere else deserve to be able to afford their grocery, especially while another billionaire buys another yacht. That's not the country that we are going to settle for. So right now, I'm here to tell you that, yeah, things have been bleeding this by design. There are people who didn't want y'all to be here today. I don't know if any of you guys know this, but I saw that even the DOJ didn't want y'all to be here today. The DOJ didn't want y'all to be here today. Establishment politicians didn't want you to be here today. People who have a vested interest, who are invested in our oppression, people who are invested in your college being too expensive, they're invested in your medications being too expensive, they're invested in another war after another war after another war, and they are begging you to stay home. And I am begging you to reject that. I'm begging you to keep coming. Right now, don't just stand here today, don't just say that we will send an Abdul to Congress, but we need you to say that we will flip this script completely. That we have a responsibility, guys, and not just a responsibility. We have in this room the power. This is the most powerful room in America right now. Guys, this is the most powerful room in America. But only if you believe that. Only if you believe that when you stand together, when you exercise your collective power, your organized labor, your organized dollars, that we can actually change the trajectory of the whole world. And I know that we can do it because we've seen it time and time again. We saw it in the civil rights movement, and we saw it with apartheid South Africa. We will see it in Palestine. We will see it again here in the United States. Because you show up. Because you don't need to wait for a corporate donor to tell you how you should love up on each other. You're the most powerful room in America because you know that those folks are fighting on a ticking time bomb. This hate, the politics of hate and division. They want you to hate your Jewish neighbor or your Muslim neighbor or your black neighbor. They need you to feel like the other is your enemy and not the money. They need you to believe that the many don't have as big of a say as the money. But we know that, and I'm telling you that right now, Congress don't look like we need it to look. But the time where Congress looks like this room, where Congress looks like our movement, where Congress looks like people who have rented, not just owned houses, people who have lived through poison air and poison water, that time is coming because we are taking the time to build it. So right now I'm saying that there is a partner in this room who can come and help us to build the America that you deserve, but he cannot do it alone. He will not be able to do it alone. So guys, have a vested interest in your future. Have a vested interest in the movement that we're building. Know that right now, history will write about us, and it will say, did you stay on the sidelines, or did you get your hands dirty?
Why did you say that?
History is going to ask you if you looked at the options in front of you and you said, there's no reason for me to show up. If you saw a real one standing before you, somebody who has skin in this game, and you said, I will step out for them. I'll not just come to the rally, but I'm gonna go to my classmates and I'm gonna let them know that we have a fight ahead of us, but we are about that fight right now. If you guys are ready for that, then I promise you that what they have in store for us, they ain't ready for you. They're not ready for you. So I come here, and even though I started by telling you all the things that we're up against, I come here, even though I've been in Congress for 3.5 years. I'm telling you that I feel more powerful and more encouraged than I've ever felt. And I hope that right now you feel more powerful and more encouraged than you ever felt. Because the only people who can stop us right now are us. And the only thing that's standing between us having a fighter in the Senate or another status quo Dem or another do-nothing Republican is whether or not y'all get up and you fight for what you deserve. So I'm proud to be here with my brother Abdul right now. I'm proud to build not just a Congress, a Senate, a labor movement, a civil movement that meets this very moment. It will take each of us doing each of the things. So whatever it is that your move is, if you aren't registered to vote right now, then let's still do that. And let's talk to 3, 4 people in our lives. When you're done with this, let's call our family and let them know that Abdul is here and he's fighting for Medicare for all. He's gonna get money out of our politics with me and get on my bill. If you are organizing and doing your activism, know that you're in a time-honored position, and that is important too. If you're working or you're protesting or you're boycotting, know that that all works. Each and every one, guys, there's room for each and every one of us. But right now is the time to say that this is our country, and nobody is going to build it if we don't do it for ourselves. So thank you all so much. Because the power of the people is always, always greater than the people's power. We have the MC because if we don't, it'd be my greatest honor to introduce the man of the moment. So somebody wink or blink to me, but if not, then it's all good. Right now, listen, we came and he's been all over the state. This man has been all over the news recently. And despite the noise, he is undistracted, he's undeterred, and he's here to fight for each and every one of you. So with that, I am so proud to be here. I'm proud to be endorsing, but more than that, I'm proud to be in this fight with you all to make sure that we send Abdul Sayed to Senate, and he is here right now to tell you what we have in store for when we build that better world.
That's how you do a speech. But a lot of people don't understand that, like, this is her job. Like, she's really good at it. Yeah. I need a speech coach. That's what I need.
Can we hear it one more time? Whether it was West LA or West PA, we just heard for some real ones. Give it up for Congresswoman Summer Lee and Hasan Biker. for some friends. And there's a senator out of Pennsylvania I really think we probably could replace with somebody like her, no? Now listen, my name is Abdul and I am running for U.S. Senate. Because we're going to get money out of? Politics. Put money in your? Pocket. That's Medicare for? Money out of? Politics. Money in your? Pocket. Medicare for? Hey, my job's done. Now look, I was never supposed to run for office. My name has 11 letters in it. It's got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats they don't even know they have. I'm not supposed to run for office. Like every other good brown boy, I decided to go to medical school. Now look, I could go 15 hours from where I grew up, and I crossed 10 years difference in life expectancy to Egypt. A place where my own grandmother lost 2 babies before the age of 1. I didn't have to go 15 hours. I could go 15 minutes from where I grew up into the city of Detroit, cross 8 Mile, and I would cross the same 10-year life expectancy gap. I became a doctor because I wanted to do something about that. Shouldn't matter the color of your skin, shouldn't matter what your parents do for work, shouldn't matter where you come from. You deserve to live a long, healthy life in these United States of America. I find myself in the clinic finally doing the work that doctors do, only to realize that the healthcare system that I was training to be a part of was itself part of the problem and not part of the solution. Why? Because we've sold it off to folks who tell us that the value of that system is how much money it can make for a CEO, rather than whether or not it actually heals our broken bodies. So I made a decision when I graduated medical school. I said, you know what? I want to be a part of building the system that actually hallows, makes holy the diseases that we ought to treat, and hallows our bodies in the process. I went into public health. I got the opportunity to rebuild Detroit's health department after it had been shut down when the state came through the city of Detroit, forced it to shut down a 185-year-old health department in a city with a higher infant mortality rate than my father's native Egypt. Across my work in public health, leading Detroit's health department, Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services, we did things to take on the challenges that people face. We put glasses on kids' faces, built a program that guaranteed a pair of glasses for every kid who needed one. Delivered 50,000 pairs of glasses across the state since we brought it to Michigan. Some of the biggest polluters in our whole state. When Marathon Petroleum, down in southwest Detroit, the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the whole state, wanted to increase their emissions, despite the fact that the EPA had already said there was too much pollution in the air. We worked with the local community. We organized. We forced them to invest $10 million of their own money to reduce emissions when they had applied to increase them. We put air quality monitors all over Wayne County. Mike Rogers, back when he was in Congress, you know what he did? He was responsible for one of the biggest pro-opioid pieces of legislation. I happened to be in medical school. And I remember when they came up and told us, no, pain is the 5th vital sign, you've got to treat it at all costs. Opioids are a really effective drug to do that. And I remember sitting thinking, I don't see this in the science. Helped to kick off the opioid pandemic. When I was in Wayne County, we put Narcan, life-saving anti-overdose medication, for free in vending machines in 100 locations to try and do our part to save people's lives from the opioid epidemic that he and his corporate overlords told us was in our best interest. The Flint water crisis. I remember sitting in my office when I heard about Flint thinking, what if our kids were exposed to the lead we were hearing about in Flint, in the place where we systematically concentrate them most of the day, most of the year in their schools? So we had every school, daycare, and Head Start tested for lead in the water. In the first 68 schools we tested, 19 of them tested positive for lead. Got all the schools on a pathway to being lead-free, and helped to rewrite the state's lead policy after Flint. And when we learned that our county ranked number 8 for medical debt nationwide, a staggering $700 million of medical debt, we realized that we could erase it for pennies on the dollar. So guess what we did? We set aside $7 million to erase $700 million of medical debt for 300,000 people, the biggest medical debt erasure in Michigan State history. I'm never going to forget that day, though. Sitting in my office in Wayne County the day they froze federal funds. I'm sitting here looking at all the line items in my budget they just froze. WIC, food on the table for moms and babies. Federally qualified health centers, the last line of health care for people who can't get it. Vaccines, frozen. And I get a notification on my phone that after his long career, our current US Senator Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. And I had to ask myself then and there, where is the fight for the public's health? And I believe that that fight needs to go to the US Senate. I'm not new to this. I ran back in 2018. And I said something at the time I don't think most folks are ready to hear. And that's that Donald Trump himself is not the disease of our politics. He's just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease in our politics is the system that tells us that corporations and special interests get to buy and sell politicians to do their bidding instead of ours. It's the reason the things we have to buy become more expensive, and the things that we do for work give us less in return. It's the reason that they are taking our tax dollars and spending them to drop bombs on other people's babies rather than investing in schools and healthcare for our own. It's not enough to treat the symptom. It is time for us to treat the disease, which is why we're getting money out of politics. Getting money in your pocket. Getting Medicare for all. Now look, that work starts in rooms like this. That room starts in hearts that understand that we deserve better. Now I've been to 90 cities now. I've done 300 plus public events. And it doesn't matter where you go. You can be in a living room in Grand Rapids. You could be in a VFW hall in Escanaba. You could be in a church in Detroit. And people understand a basic thing. That we can have nice things, but we can't do it alone. That the only way to do it is to do it together. Yes. To build a righteous politics that unites us across the things that we deserve in our society. Yeah. The ability to look your kid in the eye and tell them, I know your future could be better than mine. Right. To send them off to a school and know that that is a school that dignifies their brains. To be able to walk into a doctor's office and know that the medical debt's not going to hit you in the ass on the way out. Right. Yeah. To know that when you pay your taxes, that money is actually going to benefit you rather than to devastate tens of millions of people, to subsidize a genocide on behalf of a foreign government that some special interest has told you somehow matters more than your own interests. Right. Right. And we're not going to stand for that anymore. No. Yeah. No. We're not going to stand for that anymore. I want to talk about a couple of issues right here and now. I had the privilege of being the guest of the people of Minneapolis in one of the worst moments of their entire history. I went to Minneapolis to understand what it looks like when our own government weaponizes itself and a paramilitary force answerable only to one man against the Constitution itself by laying siege to a city in our own country. I got to meet brave people who would never find themselves out in a protest except for they understood that this was foundational about whether or not we as a society would continue to live as a democracy. People showing up in ways and places to do things they wouldn't have ever dreamed of in any other time. Now, I watched ICE. I watched what it looks like when government employees weaponize themselves against the Constitution, which is supposed to be the document that structures the government they work for in the first place. And now you have politicians who tell you, oh, well, this can be reformed. It can be retrained. Ask yourself something. What is the training document that you give to somebody who's used a child as bait? I mean, think about the PowerPoint. I know you all in college, right? So you've seen a lot of PowerPoints. What does the slide look like? It's like a little boy, and you're like, no, don't touch the little boy. If that is not foundationally obvious to you as a human being, you do not deserve to work in government. I 1 the fact that they have funded ICE to the tune of $185 billion. That is more than the funding of the FBI. That is more than the funding of the U.S. Marines. A force that is not about immigration. Because guess what? I mean, y'all in college, you saw a map, right? How close is Minneapolis to the southern border? They want to tell you this is about keeping the southern border safe. I'm sorry, wrong border. And now they're trying to set up to do the same in Michigan. This is not about immigration. We can have a safe, secure border. We can enforce immigration policy. But you don't have to shoot people in the face. So there is no reforming. There is no retraining. There is only abolishing ICE. I don't know if you all follow the social medias, but for the last 2 weeks, people seem to be real upset about all of us coming out here to have this conversation here. And then Donald Trump gets on the social medias and decides to tweet about genociding the whole country of Iran. And I just want to be clear about this. There is no justification. There is no legal authority for a war that Donald Trump is using to torch our tax dollars, to destroy other people's lives, rather than using them to make our lives better. This is an illegal and unjustifiable war. And honestly, my message to anybody in politics right now, Democrat or Republican, is do not give me some bullshit about how you oppose the war but would vote to fund it. Last I checked, we've had an affordability crisis here at home. So why are we fighting the third war in 4 months in this country's history alone? Why are we there? There is one country that benefits here. One. Benjamin Netanyahu, who's been talking about taking a war to Iran for the better part of 40 years, and he finally found a dumbass dumb enough to do it. Now ask yourself why so many politicians in America support it. Well, $100 million of MAGA billionaire money being spent to tell us that the most important function of our foreign policy is to protect the interests of a foreign government in the form of AIPAC. And look, I am proud that AIPAC has called me the single most dangerous candidate for the U.S. I'm the only candidate in this race who's never asked for an AIPAC endorsement, only candidate in this race that is not supported by the Israel lobby. Now I'll be clear about something here. I will be absolutely clear. All of us love and revere our Jewish neighbors and the faith of Judaism. And we love and revere our Jewish neighbors and Judaism because we love and revere people. Which is exactly why we will not sit idly by while all tax dollars go to fund a genocide on behalf of a foreign government. Justify genocide. You can't do it. It's not possible. So here's the problem, though. When you stand up and you say that that's some bullshit, that you don't want your tax dollars being spent to buy a tank or a bomb for a foreign government, they come at you. Now here's the thing. My family immigrated from Egypt. You know what the second biggest recipient of foreign military aid is in the world? Egypt. So you know what? Start there first. And you go ahead and call me anti-Egyptian too. Y'all, righteous opposition to the destruction of people is about principle. It always has been, and it always will be. It doesn't matter who is being destroyed, and it doesn't matter who is doing the destroying. If you believe in people, then you stand up for the values of people. And you understand that every dollar that gets spent over there, to drop a bomb over there, on a child over there, is a dollar that is not being spent here, on your child here, on your school here, on your healthcare here. And we demand that our taxpayer dollars get spent here in Michigan. And you know what? People love to say, well, it's because he's Arab and Muslim. No, it's because I'm fucking from Michigan. Yeah! We have a choice in this election. I know I'm not supposed to run for office. I get it. I'm the wrong color, I pray the wrong way, come from the wrong part of the world. I trained in medicine. But we gotta stop playing not to lose. And we gotta start playing to win. Because it's not enough to hold the seat if you're gonna do exactly the same thing your MAGA opponent would have done. The question for us is, how do you hold a seat to operationalize it so people get the health care they need and deserve? How do you hold a seat to make sure that you are standing up against unjust illegal war? How do you hold a seat to make sure that you are not allowing ICE to weaponize itself against the very Constitution that forms the backbone of this country? How do you make sure that in these United States of America we stand up to protect what is most hallowed? And that is the thing we share together, this beautiful, incredible country with so much of its future left in front of it. Yeah. That is the question in front of us here right now. And look, we came through it last couple weeks. People try to tell us, oh, you can't possibly appear with certain people. You can't do it. That's not okay. But we don't back down. When they tell us who we can and can't talk to, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot have health care, we don't back down. When they tell us that there is no way for us to stand up to ICE, we don't back down. When they tell us that there is no way for us to stand up against illegal war, we don't back down. When they tell us that we can't win a seat because we got the wrong name or we're with the wrong person, we don't back down. When they tell us that our people power is not enough to take on their money power, we don't back down. And we will never back down against the likes of Donald Trump or the fascism he represents, because we the people win when we stand up. And that is what this movement is about. MSU, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Sorry. Let's keep it going for our speakers, folks. All right, everybody, I need you to put your signs up high. We're going to take a nice selfie with all those great signs.
Real quick, though. All right, wait. All right, wait. Just do a selfie, real quick.
Hey, great job, man. I heard you. You were awesome.
Thank you, Hasan.
Brandon, how are you? Good to see you. You well? Good to see you. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Abdul, you still have the mic.
Folks, thank you all so much for being here tonight.
You gotta go.
Our speakers are going to head backstage now, so please allow them and our staff some space as they exit. If you are fired up by what you heard tonight, we need you to join this movement. On your way out, please stop by the tables to sign up to volunteer, grab a flyer, and make sure you're ready to vote. Ushers will help guide everyone out in an orderly way, and we can direct you to the volunteer table. Again, thank you for coming out, for supporting Abdul, and for being part of this movement, and have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
Me?
Excuse me, sorry.
That'd be hilarious. I just like picked up a sandwich, started eating it.
Excuse me, Saturday.
It's coming.
This one's still going.
No, it's full.
I know, but this one's still going.
But the camera's at 40%.
I know. I'm watching.
So I'm
it.
gonna swap it.
Well,
no, I'm not gonna swap it. This one, the other one wasn't really charging.
Okay.
So I
Got it.
This is yours, right?
Yes. Thank you. We'll have you guys stand right here. I'm gonna have you circle all the way around.
Hey, you rocked it.
You did right.
You rocked it.
Okay, we need
I did
everybody
not
to-
rock it, but now I know what kind of energy to bring. I'm gonna try.
I'm not the candidate. I don't have to.
That was
Are you kidding me? Like
that was crazy.
Yeah, I don't
My chat was like, "You got speech mock." That's what they were saying.
Oh, you gotta, I gotta get the people ready for him.
Here, swap it. Put the new juice in, and then put the other one so the camera battery charges.
All right, setting you down for a bit, chat.
The horse, you can start here, please. Folks, can come this way.
Space, please. Can you do some space?
Hey, Jeff. I think Jeff has my jacket.
Space. Can we have?
Hey, Jeff, you got my jacket? Jacket? You always gotta look the part. From your phone?
I'm short for this. Jeff, can you see what's going on?
Yeah, do whatever you want. You want to do it from your phone or? This is a mirror showing.
All right. We're gonna take about 4 to 5 questions. If you have a question, keep your hand up, please. All right. In the back.
How are you going to?
Name and what we were.
Oh, sorry. I'm Sarah Wilson with Input India. How are you planning on addressing the East Lansing housing crisis, like skyrocketing from
Thank you for asking a really good policy question. I think about housing in two forms: one a supply issue and one a demand issue. Right now, we're watching as big corporations have been able to speculate on housing. I personally oppose any corporate ownership of housing. I think that needs to be abolished. I also think that the likes of Airbnb and Vrbo, where you have a lot of folks who could bring outside disallocated capital back into these markets, sit on housing that they use for Airbnb and Vrbo. I think that it needs to be an added surtax to help them go and invest in housing. We also just need to address the licensing and the zoning issues that have made it really impossible to get high quality housing projects greenlit. I ran a health department, and I know what it's like just to get a restaurant open, right? To actually have a new housing development build. What happens is our policies tend to be very opaque, and so that tends to bias the folks who have the army of lobbyists and lawyers who can actually get a project moved. I want affordable housing. If you want affordable housing, then you've got to address that. I believe that we need a major housing bill, and I believe that housing bill needs to address all of these issues. It needs to incentivize local, state, and municipal governments to make one-stop shops for housing projects, and we just need massive investment in new housing. We have not built the housing stock that we need. I'll also just say that on the demand front, we need to give people the home ownership capacity through down payment support. So I'd love to see that in a housing bill that maybe Congresswoman Lee and I can work on. But let's get super PACs done first.
I have
so
in Wall
thank you
Street
for the question.
housing too.
I'm sorry?
I have in corporate Wall Street.
Boom, done and done. She's already done it.
Do we have a state news reporter here? Yep.
Rhea, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well.
Could you elaborate on your stance when it comes to restoring federal funding for public universities like Michigan State and
Yeah, so look, I had my medical school funded by the NIH. The idea that we're going to use federal funding for research and development and for education as some kind of cudgel to ideologically impose a certain set of restrictions on universities that are meant to be about allowing for freedom of speech and free expression is insane. It's against the First Amendment, and I categorically oppose it. I believe we need more funding in research and development, not less. But I also believe that there's an opportunity for us to think about what 21st century funding looks like. Having worked in funded science, I can tell you that too often we're funding projects that are not necessarily on the leading edge. And so we've got to equip our scientists with funding that really does help them to do the kind of work that really is leading edge work, that has some risk involved in it. I'll also tell you that on the education side, I believe in debt-free and tuition-free higher ed. I don't think anybody should be going into crippling debt to get an education. And that's more important in the world of AI than it ever has been, because our only way forward is to make sure that folks are empowered with the maximum capacity
that they can, and that means investing in higher ed in a way that we haven't in the past. That also means investing in things like trades, that means investing in vocational training, that means investing in apprenticeships. Like all of the above needs to be invested in. And the last thing I'll tell you on this front is that we also got to do something about runaway inflation at the university level. I mean, part of the challenge right now is that we're in this death spiral where higher ed institutions are chasing the most lucrative, full freight paying students, and then they're investing in things like more froyo at the residence hall, or a nicer campus recreation building, and those things don't actually improve the educational mission of the university. And so I do think that there needs to be some limitation on the overhead that comes with higher ed, and I think as we invest more but also impose some limiters on that useless spend, I think we can get the kind of investment that we need and deserve.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to Lauren at Ridge.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. Obviously you are, thank you. Obviously you're speaking to large student groups here at MSU and at U of M. Can you speak to your strategy when it comes to courting the youth vote and what might motivate young voters to turn out in the primary?
Yeah, I think my colleagues have a lot to say on that too, but I'll just say this. You gotta reason with folks about the situation that we're in. Like, too often politicians are having this debate that is completely divorced from the lived experience of young people. And then we show up on election day and be like, how come young people didn't vote? Well, you didn't give them anything to vote for. And so I think you've got to literally do the work of listening. I've been to every major campus on this state, right? Every single one. And I listen first, and then we talk about the challenges that folks face. I'm not talking down to young people. I'm talking specifically to the challenges they face, because I believe that they got the greatest stake in our future, and we need to build a politics that is responsive to them. I'm also speaking to them in the places where they actually are. You probably didn't miss the last 2 weeks of controversy, but part of the reason that it's so important for me to be engaged with somebody like Hasan is because he's talking to these folks every single day. And if we're serious about building a politics that unlocks for the folks who feel locked out, you've got to be serious about going to the places where they naturally are. They're not watching MS Now, they're not watching CNN, they're not watching Fox News. I do those too, but they are listening and watching on Hasan's screen. So I want to go to where they are to have a conversation that centers them about the kind of future that they need and deserve. And the other thing I'll tell you is this: it's not just about young people, it's about all the folks that young people influence. I'm a father, my kids are not of voting age, but I'll tell you what, if my kids tell me something's important, I'm gonna pay attention. And they're 8 and 3. So you can imagine if your kids are 18, 19, 20, 22, and they're saying, this political conversation y'all keep having has nothing to do with my life, and here's what I'm paying attention to. I'm gonna listen. So I want to empower all these young folks to have a conversation with your parents and your grandparents. Talk to them about why you care about this campaign, why you are spending your time here. It's fascinating to me. Like, there are things that happen when I go to an event. We always have young people there. And older folks, especially when you go to like DEM clubs where young people almost never would get caught dead, right? Older folks come up to me like, how did you get the young people to show up? And I'm like, well, I go to where the young people are. And then the young people come up to me and be like, hey, I saw you on the sun.
Let's go to, speaking of Fox News, let's take one from Fox
News. I was on your program this morning.
Word, thank you for that.
Yeah, no, honored to be there. Would come again.
Thank you.
I got a great grilling. My teeth were so clean afterwards.
Obviously, having Hasan here brought a lot of energy and excitement with this college crowd. That's really important for the voters you're going for in the primary. Do you acknowledge, though, when you go to the general election, that that's a strategy that could, have some negative consequences while it's helpful in the primary?
No, I don't. And the reason I don't is because a vote is a vote is a vote is a vote. It doesn't matter if it's an 18-year-old, it doesn't matter if it's a 65-year-old. And I'll also tell you this, the most important person in an older person's life is the younger people in their lives. So I'm betting that all of these young people who are here today, they're gonna have conversations when they go home for summer vacation with their parents and their grandparents. And I can tell you that watching parents interact with their kids, they're always looking for something that the kid is excited about, right? And if they're seeing their young people put blood, sweat, and tears in this campaign, right? Going out there, knocking doors, they're gonna ask, what is it about this campaign that's so exciting to you? And what does it say to you about the future you actually want for yourself? And they're gonna have a lot of important, probably difficult conversations. I know I had those kind of conversations with my parents when I was younger. And I'm betting on that, right, as a pretty important electoral strategy. I'm also gonna tell you this. I remember back on Fox News when they were talking about ending the cancel culture era. I don't know when we found the cancel culture era again. I thought we put it away, right? The whole platform police thing. Because guess what? I don't agree with most of the folks who host Fox and Friends on much. But we had a conversation. You know why? Because I'm not too good or I'm not better than having a conversation with people because I want to talk to their audience, right? Whether we agree or we don't agree, the whole point is to persuade. So of course I'm going to show up on your station the next time y'all invite me. It might be a difficult conversation, but those are usually the best, most productive ones. And I'm not afraid of them, unlike too many Democrats and frankly too many Republicans.
We're going to do 2 more. Owen from MERS.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, Owen.
I wondered, you know, with the controversy that's been stirred in recent weeks, I think the argument you'd hear from moderate Democrats is that...
Oh, I've heard a lot of the argument from moderate Democrats, my guy. Go ahead.
With some of your more progressive positions, abolishing ICE, for example, some of your staunch opposition to U.S. support for Israel, there's a thought that those positions are too progressive to win in a general election. And I know you implicitly have hit on this throughout and during the rally, but I just want you to fully make your case of why that thinking is wrong.
If perfectly inoffensive won elections, then Donald Trump would never have been president. I think people are looking for honest and direct and specific. And so I'm going to be honest and direct and specific. And I've got perfectly good reasons to believe what I believe. Contrary to opinion in places like this, where all of us live, breathe, and eat politics all the time, most people don't ask themselves where they sit on a left-right spectrum in our politics. Most people ask, what do I think about things? And who's talking about the things that I think about? And it turns out that a lot of people are, I'm going to use a word here, but I'm going to explain it, chimeric. It's not that they are on a spectrum like between here and here. It's that they got opinions all over the place. And at the end of the day, they want to know whether or not you believe in your opinions. So I've had people come up to me in places being like, you know what, I don't agree with you on certain things. I'm like, okay. But they're like, I'm going to vote for you. I'm like, why? They're like, because I know what you believe. Because you don't try and tell me what I want to hear. I had a whole debate with a guy about the Second Amendment, right? And he was like, well, you don't believe in the Second Amendment. I was like, I absolutely do. Like, let's read what it actually says. Because the whole point of the Second Amendment is to protect you from your government. And your government has nukes. So do you think you should have nukes? He was like, well, maybe. I was like, do you think I should have nukes? He was like, absolutely not. I was like, okay, well, if you don't think I should have a nuke, then you agree there's a line. The question is just, where's the line? And so he comes up to me afterwards with a $100 check. He's like, I'm supporting you. I was like, why? I thought we disagreed. He's like, this is the one issue you and I don't agree on. But I want to have health care, and you want me to have health care. And I don't think corporations should get to decide the future of my politics, and you don't either. So I know that you're going to go fight like hell because you were not afraid of me, and you could have just told me what you thought I wanted to hear, and you could have just tried to take the edge off. You didn't. You went right at it. That kind of politics is what authenticity is made of. And people are sick and tired of voting for politicians who are trying to bake and polish themselves to be just right. They want people who are people. So we're having real human conversations, and let's see where it goes.
Questions for Hasan or Summer? Sure.
Jarvis Corey, I'm with the Midwesterner. I was wondering if you could make the case for Michigan voters to vote for Abdul.
You want me to make the case for Michigan voters to vote for Abdul?
Yes, sir.
Look, I don't appear alongside a lot of politicians. I do have them on the broadcast quite frequently. But the reason why, when Abdul asked for me to come on this journey with him, I said yes, absolutely. Not realizing what kind of backlash that would even start, but I would do it again, just the same regardless, is because he's a real fighter. He's honest. He doesn't treat people like they're stupid. He understands that voters have demands, and he will respond to those demands. So if you personally want a fighter that is going to make sure, and fight like hell, make sure that you get Medicare for all, that you get free health care, that every other OECD nation has, that we simply don't have in the wealthiest nation on earth, then Abdul's your guy. If you're sick and tired of endless wars and all of our taxes going to blowing up schools overseas rather than building schools here and ensuring that we have a better future, a better trajectory for the United States of America, then Abdul's your guy. So that's my argument for why you should go out and not only vote for him, but you should go out and also door knock for him as well, because he's going to need it. There are a lot of corporate powers at play in every single race. You got AIPAC, you got corporate lobbyists, you got the big pharmaceutical industry that are going to do everything they can to disparage him. They've already started doing that, as a matter of fact, in the past 2 weeks. And the reason why they're doing that is because they're afraid. They're afraid of your voice, okay? They're afraid of your voice being heard in the halls of the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to stand next to him. That's why I'm proud to endorse him. And I hope that other people can see what I see as well.
If I can ask something real quick, because I'm just thinking about the theme of the questions, right? What voters know is that in a primary, we sometimes will have tough conversations and tough battles. Sometimes they'll be ideological. Do we want someone who believes in Medicare for all or Medicare for some? Do we believe in housing for the poor and the working class, or exemptions for corporate landlords? Those are some of the conversations we have. But let me tell you, one thing that voters will know when we get to the general is that that is about the direction that we want our country to go into. Primary is the direction we want our party to go to, and the general will be the direction that we want our country to go into. And right now, everybody who is a Democrat in good faith will have an obligation to make sure that we make that clear. That this will be a decision between a Senate that does whatever it is that Trump tells it to do. It'll be a Senate that turns its head when it doesn't want him to look at him anymore. It'll be a Senate that's whipped. Or it will be a Democrat who will vote for your best interest. It will be a Democrat who will stand with working class people, with marginalized people, who will stand with the people, not just of Michigan, but this entire country. And that will be clear, not just by the end of August, but absolutely by November. And I think that any argument outside of that, if anybody is going to come, I don't believe any Michiganders are going to come here and say, well, I'm voting because of Hasan. They're going to say, I'm voting for the food on my table. I'm voting for the air and the water of my children. I'm voting for those union jobs that President Trump has tried relentlessly to get rid of. They're voting because they believe in a future that people have said is not possible. And they will know at the end of the day where Dole stands, and they will know at the end of the day where Republican stands. So I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about whether or not we each do our job to make sure that the main thing is the main thing, and that we don't use the same distracting tactics, the same negative politics that so many people have gotten with over time immemorial now. The days of those politics are old and tired.
We'll take Andrew, and then we're going to wrap up.
Roth the reporter.
Andrew Roth,
truly my favorite. Sorry, I love all of you guys, but like he's been covering me since he was in high school.
I guess I'll ask the room. Senator Sanders has endorsed Abdul. Senator Warren has endorsed Mallory McMorrow. Is there a concern that this race could become sort of a proxy rematch of 2020?
No, I think we've moved on. It's 2026. Nobody's having a proxy rematch. And at the end of the day, you know, I don't love horse race questions because I'm actually not, like, we're not physically racing. You know, there's not like, this is about building an indelible relationship with the voters of the state of Michigan. My job at the end of the day is that they know who I am, warts and all, that they can predict what I will do based on what I've said I will do and based on what I've done, based on how I come to my decisions. And if they know that and they know me, then I'm betting I win. And at the end of the day, the thing that you'll get with me is I'm pretty consistent. I've been saying the same thing since 2018 when I ran the first time. I didn't take corporate money when I ran the first time. I understood how devastating it was for our politics the first time. I've been about the same things consistently. I got yelled at by a lovely old lady at church. She was like, why are you not talking about new things? I was like, because we got the same old problems. You give me some new problems, I'll talk about new things. But at the end of the day, we got the same old problems. And so until we solve the same old problems, I'm gonna keep talking about the same old problems in the same old ways because there are real solutions there. They're right there. Now look, we got some new problems, right? Like think about AI and data centers and all these other things. Yes, new, but at the end of the day, you kind of can predict where I stand. Why? Because I stand against corporations dominating our politics to get their way, right, in ways that hurt us. Pretty consistent across the board. So look, at the end of the day, my bet is when people know who I am, when they see what the name is actually about, I'm betting that they're going to support us. That's the best bet I can make. I wish both of my opponents well in their race, trying to do the same things, but I got nothing against them. I've got a lot more about what I want to do to stand between Michiganders and a brutal corporate politics that has had their way with them for far too long.
But do the narratives reflect what you're seeing on the ground?
Yeah. I mean, like, look, I talk to people every day, and you know, it's rare that we end up sharing space outside of a certain number of forums. But I'll tell you that people are sick and tired of watching politicians come and tell them what they're going to do only to find out that things have just gotten worse over time. There's a thing that happens with politicians. There's a certain willingness to move on positions because it seems to be a short-term opportunity here. And people don't realize that when you move, you're saying something about your steadfastness on its own terms. And the only thing I can communicate is I'm consistent, right? And I don't back down to anyone. So, you know, if that's what folks want, then I'll win this race. If that's not what folks want, then so be it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like, I am not willing to bend, right? Because somebody has told me that it was more politic to do. Like, that's just not who I am. It's not in my DNA. It's not how I work. You've covered me long enough to know that.
Thank you guys. We're going to have Hasan, Summer, Abdul stay here and press exit out the black curtain that way.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Sir,
just need to
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, come in my thing.
No, I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you for coming. Rhea, great question. Appreciate you.
That's great. Thank you.
And we'll talk with you, Minna, at U of M. Okay, yeah.
Messed up how good you were. Messed up.
See you guys in Ann Arbor. See you in Ann Arbor.
You did me dirty.
No, I didn't. And would never.
Oh, look who it is. What's up, boys?
You know these guys? They're the
Of
best.
course, I'm a huge fan of these guys. Yeah.
Locking down Michigan. Come on now.
Hell
And in the
yeah.
office. How you doing, man? You good?
Chad, you might have seen these two wonderful gentlemen on your TikTok feeds. That's precisely where I encountered their commentary, and I was like, why so much leg? That's the first thing I thought. I was like, there's a lot of leg here, okay? Short shorts and just legs for everyone to see. And then I was like, damn. 'Cause whenever I see like a new political commentary outlet, I'm always like, oh, here we go. These guys are going to be like moderates. Because that's all I see.
White boys, yeah.
White boys talking to one another, and I'm like, here we go. They're going to be like, oh, it's Hasan is a dangerous, malign, a malignant force in America.
Once the check clears, I'm going to be on that list.
DNC, get on it. Get these boys laced up.
Exactly. Get us out of the Midwest.
Yeah. What's up? Are we doing something, or are you guys just chilling?
Well, we were going to interview them.
Yeah. Well, I think we have to go to the next place, right? Or is that oh, we have 5 more minutes. Okay, sure, we can do it.
Inhale a sandwich real quick.
Okay.
I'll do it one-handed.
Okay, you're gonna one-handed. All right.
You want to set up right here and you guys can face
Sure.
I can't do a one-handed chat. I'll starve. It's okay.
I'll grab something for you on the road. We get a roadie. Oh. I'm just letting you guys I mean, you can. I don't care.
No, I know you was great.
Yeah. I hope so. I hope we're past it. Because honestly, it kind of feels like the Democrats. No, but it's just so funny because they genuinely think this is like a reliable angle of attack, and it's just like they don't understand. But they don't understand. Like people hear that and they go, "What the fuck are you talking about? Who is Hasan?" Like no one no one who knows of me that has an opinion on me is going to they're either going to love me and they're already going to be voting for Abdul, or they're going to hate me and they're definitely not going to vote for most likely any Democrat, right? So like it's so unbelievably stupid to try and do this, especially on an issue that's 90-10. Anyway, all right, let's do it quick.
Yeah, we are good to go. Why is
Because he can lift 3 plates. Honestly, I was like looking through the candidates and I was like, who can actually outbench that drunk rapist Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, and that guy is Abdul. I was like, yeah, that's the guy.
Any Democrat that benches 315, I'm there.
Yeah, Jamal Bowman shouts out. He can also do it. See, I know my candidates.
Now, we're at Michigan State University. What do you think Democrats broadly need to do to get youth voters out?
I think they need to demonstrate that they're responsive to their needs. It's so weird that like it's the constant thing that I try to bring up to politicians whenever I talk to them. I'm like, dude, listen to the voters and be identifiable by key policies that will immediately improve their material conditions. Like that's what people want. That's what democracy is about, right? We're not reinventing the fucking wheel here. But so many politicians, and I will say, Abdul will never say this. He's not about the horse race or rat race as he said. But I think like there's a type of politician that is trying to always moderate, and they don't want to lead on issues. They're afraid to lead on issues. They're afraid to be out there in any way, shape, or form. And what I really appreciate about Abdul is he is unafraid. He's very bold. He wants to fight. That's exactly the type of candidate we need right now. And that's I wish that other Democrats that are already in office would also take note of that kind of politician, really, and start saying it like it is. Because people aren't dumb. Like we don't have to do this song and dance about like our allegiance to the state of Israel because that looks transparently like you're in the pocket of AIPAC. Like you are absolutely worried about getting yelled at, getting your donors to give you calls that are going to hurt your feelings and maybe even withdraw support, God forbid. Just have a people-backed candidacy and stand on your fucking convictions and stand on your principles and actually fight back for once. That's what people want, and I think that's what Abdul represents very well. All right, man. Good to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah. You want to take a photo?
Yes, sir.
All right.
For the Instagram.
Give the camera.
Oh, true.
Stop being
You're so tall. Like, it's actually crazy. Yeah, exactly.
All right, get closer.
All right. Actually, let me get you.
Yes, sir.
Or let you get
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. Excuse me.
You're getting a side
Okay.
Why am I on a recording?
Because it was just recording. I told you to switch it to photo.
I hope that McMorrow interview happens, by the way.
I'm not an iPhone person.
I'm a fan. I watch you guys, man.
She ducked us.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
3, 2, got it.
No, I don't think there's any chance we get her now.
Especially now that we're posting
not gonna
clips and we're doing everything.
But still, like, I think people shouldn't be afraid to have tough conversations, you know?
Absolutely not.
All right, let's get to the
And she
sandwiches.
absolutely is.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Here.
Yeah, we're too. Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
Food time. I want this one.
We're gonna have I mean, no disrespect to this place, obviously, but like.
You think I won't be hungry by then?
Others, oh yeah, that's true. You fucking chatters that don't know. March is a eater. I think you do.
I think that
You don't stop
right
eating,
now,
motherfucker.
we
It's
are
crazy.
at such a critical juncture, and we need people who are going to be straight.
For context, the green artifacting is due to cellular encoding breakdown. It's not an HDMI or hardware issue.
We need people who are going to fight for the least of these, marginalized people who are fighting in wars, who are going to be
You're a bad
steady voice for people who have
We need to find a way to charge on the car.
And I think that Abdul has been so clear about that, and I think that his progressive politics, but also his willingness to be there and whatever he just normal is so important in the right now.
Now, it seems like progressives are rising, and a lot of moderate or establishment types would tell you that in order to win in states like Michigan or Pennsylvania, you got to marginalize message. What would you say?
I think that there are a lot of people who think that they're political experts, and they're not. I don't think that there's people, I don't even think that people orient themselves on this strict left, right, binary spectrum. I think that people orient themselves to the conditions that they live through every single day.
Yeah, but one of the chatters gave this time.
Pennsylvania and Michigan are swing states, but within them are Detroit and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. That every district is diverse and different, and they all deserve somebody who's going to represent them in that way. So this idea that you have to and you can only do one way, moderate between what?
Should have brought my batteries. They're in my hotel room.
November, people are going to decide between the direction that Donald Trump is taking this world,
Amateur
or they're going
hour.
to decide between a politics
Unbelievable.
that is inclusive for everybody, that is positive, that wants people to have more access to wealth, to opportunity, to health, to air quality, all of those things, or somebody who wants to genocide an entire country. I want Trump to be removed by any means.
They're still grilling Fox News. They're still grilling him on me. It's crazy.
The process through Congress, which again he is twice impeached. So right now we would need Republicans who have so far abdicated their post as a co-equal branch of government. Right now, Mike Johnson could bring us back. Clinton could bring the Senate back, and we could do the right thing right now and remove a president who is clearly incapable of serving. And if we won't do that, Republicans will not move us on that, and the cabinet can move to vote the 25th Amendment. So those are two pathways that we have right now to do the right thing. We have two shots at this, and we don't have to miss a door. Listen, right now, the most important Senate race is the one happening right here, and we need to build. So we need to take every single shot that we have to get good people-centered votes in the Senate. The Senate can be a cold. Thank you. But I'm trying to get a duel in there to make sure that the Senate is looking right for the American people. And there will be other shots in between here. So let's talk about all the opportunities that we have. But right now, yeah, I hope that in 4 years,
Did you want to book the vehicle or you want to hold it?
I don't know. People are going to get a vote. I believe in democracy.
Actually, we can grab it now. While you guys start, hold on, let me grab my stuff from the side.
Let's do it, man. I've been waiting for my invitation back. Like,
oh, it's an open invite.
Is it? Yo, like, you gotta give me some of your shorts.
Oh yeah, give you some shorts.
Let's just keep it charging for now.
Okay.
We'll just wait.
Good call. Just stand over there.
Yeah, we'll just wait here. We'll wait here before we get into the vehicle. Because I want to get maximum juice out of that charger.
I love my boys in blue.
Oh my lord. It's so there's such a massive disconnect between like how DC operates and how DC media operates and how like normal people are. And I feel like they don't understand where they're like even Dave, right? Dave Weigel, who I've known for many years, right? But he still has that like DC brain sometimes. Like I saw him just post about how, you know, Summer Lee's getting less attention even though she's like out stumping with Abdul, and it's quite significant because like she doesn't have a challenger and that's why she has no problem like, you know, aligning with Hasan or whatever. But it's like I would have, if I was out stumping, I would have stumped for her too, right?
It was a whole lot of discourse.
Like, that's like, it's not even, like these sorts of things, these sorts of like manufactured controversies have a lot less relevance and a lot less significance in the eyes of like everyday people. It's old guard politics, the idea that like, ooh, this is a controversial person, you actually linked up with them. When I'm an endlessly accessible person, so you don't only get to hear from me on short bursts on MSNBC or CNN or Fox News, you get to actually directly hear from me in an unvarnished manner. So you can make up your own mind on these sorts of things. Right?
I'll just tell you why.
Yeah, I know.
It's like a house. Let me own a house. You're gonna want the house with black mold. ICE is a house with black mold.
More than 36,000 are streaming us on the Hunt's feed of Abdul say with more than 400 in the room.
One of ours, all of yours. Like, oh, I see the likeness. That's not how this is going to work. And people talk about ISIS somehow like in the Constitution. It's not.
Anyway, what's the reaction been so far, chatters? Is there more manufactured controversy, or are we cooking?
Without shooting people in the face. It's not that hard. So,
Sorry, Chad, I dropped you.
Meanwhile, on Fox News, what are they talking about on Fox News? Why are Dems appearing with Hasan Piker? What we're seeing with Piker is an indication of where the Democratic Party is today. Abdul said is a real shot at being the first Muslim U.S. senator. That's something we're seeing, the significant march of Islam across the U.S. It has been concerning to me and a lot of my colleagues. Dude, you got a fucking white robe on at that point. You know what I mean? You got the pointy KKK Klans robe on, brother. That's a you issue. You know what I mean? Like, Abdul and myself, we're born here. You know? This man loves America so much he's running for fucking Senate. Like, what is this argument? He definitely, Chip Roy, Texas congressman, he definitely loves America a lot more than you do, son of a bitch. You're fucking Republican. Clearly, he doesn't care what someone's background is. He's gonna give him health care no matter what. These kinds of arguments are so ridiculous, dude.
I get to see the manifestation of the
So ridiculous.
There's going to be somebody who has to put something in. And what you do, you really want to give a look in the eye and say, it's supposed to be my
Anyway,
acceptance as an endorsement.
The B-52s are turning back.
You know, I'm trying to make sure that
Taco Tuesday, baby. Taco Tuesday. I'll give you guys details on what like the latest updates are with Iran and everything else that's going on in a second. You know? But yeah, Democrats age 18 to 49. 52% say the conflict between Israel and Hamas is important to them personally, and 84% view Israel unfavorably. What is the fucking argument? What's the argument? What are we doing? There's still people that are like, ooh. Situation monitoring. I think it looks like it's looking to me like it's Taco Tuesday. I hope that's the case. Anyway. Grab me a bag of those Miss Vicky's, bro. Miss Vicky's? A little bag?
Yes.
Listen, if you have not signed up for this campaign,
I'm just kidding. I hope.
Oh yeah.
So now, so look, I know probably want to say.
I don't know what's going on over there, but I'll lose connection if I go over there.
Thank you for covering it. Yeah, let me guys get everything. Listen, seriously. Okay, look, there's going to be a lot of pressure. You need to prove to the rest of the party that responsible candidates for Abdul that actually are fighting on your side.
Trying to figure out if I want a sandwich. I lose reception over there.
You are constantly worried. You're like, why are the
What's bro
Democrats
saying?
not here
What's he
for us?
yapping
Why are the
about?
Democrats not fighting for us? Well, you know why. Because guys like Abdul have a harder time getting out of primaries. They're much easier. They have a much easier time in the general. We saw this with Bernie Sanders in 2016. We saw it again in 2020. We can't let it happen anymore. You have to go out and talk to your parents. You have to door knock. You have to phone bank. We have to fundraise for them because there's going to be tens of millions of dollars that they're going to dump into this race, both in the primaries as they've already started and certainly in the general as well. So it's up to all of us to fight for not just Abdul, but people like Abdul as well, all around the country. But you have a very important mission. So I hope you can do that. All right? Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Go great. Go white. Go white.
We gotta go.
Can we get like a group photo really quick?
Sure. Quick.
Yeah,
you do it. Yeah, you take it.
3, 2, 1.
Free Palestine!
Thank you.
I have the same shirt.
Yeah, you have student workers. I love them.
Let's go, Reed.
Let's go, Reed. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you guys. All right, I gotta go.
Bye, Hasan. Hasan, thank you. Do well with my
I can't.
Love that.
You gave me one assignment. You didn't even tell me to stay.
All right, we're good.
Oh shit.
Damn, it's cold.
Oh, she's a cold one. Oh, there's people here too.
Monka W.
So wait, whose charger was that? It's his, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as long as we have it.
Yeah, we're good. Thanks for coming, guys.
Thanks so much, man.
You guys were awesome. All right, we gotta go. All right, we have another college coach. Nice to meet you guys. Hell yeah. Thanks. How are you doing? Check the shirt out. That's what I'm talking about. You got one.
Wait, can I get one?
All right, I gotta go. Sorry.
Bye, bestie.
All right. Same seating arrangement if possible.
Yep. Same seating arrangement. Sounds good. What? When am I gaming?
When's gaming, man?
All right.
Do you want? No, because he's too small. He's too big. I was
What's
gonna say,
up?
do you want?
I'm fine with that seat. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Sure. Where is it?
I just want to make sure that he's getting on to the meetings.
Yeah.
It don't make a difference. So I'll wait.
Sure, we can do that.
Oh yeah,
Where's he at?
I'll let you guys decide.
Kissing babies.
The man just left. I don't know where he is.
Oh, he did?
No, he didn't leave. He didn't leave.
He might
Well,
have
I don't
just
know,
gone-
man.
he might have gone-
He's right there. He's right there.
Yeah, I was saying he did a handoff. He was like, "You guys talk to them." And
I
then
see
he was
him.
gone.
Yeah. All right. Don't forget the door knock for Abdul, all right? Phone bank and door knock. Talk to your parents.
And your younger siblings.
All right.
All
All right, brother. I was gonna ask you where you
wanna-
want to sit, so that
Yeah,
you
you wanna sit next? All right.
so that you don't have to.
Hey Jeff, you have a phone?
Because
Thank you, brother.
I'm happy to sit this way.
Oh.
You wanted to switch it up.
You don't want to be in the main.
The main.
The
I
main
was in it
angle.
for like an hour and a half.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Chad. Hold on.
There's a room up front.
Brian, I think we got room one more back here. I think Kevin's got the back. Yo, Brian, this is
Welcome.
Can we see if we can use the
Charge you out.
There's a car charger, yeah.
Yeah. We just gotta use that.
Put this in.
Is there like a
Outlet?
one of these back there? Because if there is, you can just take the...
Wait, isn't that a regular power outlet?
Yeah, that's the one we
Yeah, can we use that?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Oh
thank
shit! Wait, where's my phone? Okay, I have it.
you. How'd that go? In your
it was great, man.
estimation? Good.
You guys rocked it. You guys were phenomenal. I appreciate it. Sorry, give me just
So
a
funny.
minute.
There's like a. I was talking about this
Plug
earlier,
that
but
in
like
for me.
there's this massive disconnect between like normal people and what their values are, what they want out of politics, but also like what they consider to be controversial.
Yeah, we're good.
Versus like what the DC bubble can like laser in on sometimes.
But the DC, they're trying to like frame the narrative. It's like I'm gonna convince you all this is the actual thing that's important.
But in normal circumstances, I think like
Hey Jeff.
in the old.
Sorry, Kevin, can you pass me my coffee, please?
I know that's right.
Yeah. In the.
I'm
in
like
the-
itching for a yellow Red
Hey,
Bull.
we have a cold brew if you want it.
Send yellow Red Bulls. No.
Actually, yeah,
that
pass
is not
that.
a yellow Red Bull.
No, but this is my go-to as well.
That's your yellow Red Bull.
Cut some air on?
I think it is on.
Oh, my bad.
Oh wait, maybe it's not.
I don't think it's on.
This is not going to get back.
Lies.
It's really good. It's a honey latte.
Damn.
Wanna try some?
No.
I made it while I was making coffee earlier.
No, it's okay.
Want some?
I'm gonna just
Thank you.
struggle through. No,
It's the best honey latte I've ever had.
Yeah.
Try.
No, I don't doubt you. I mean, you're not gonna get me addicted to your coffees. This man is like a barista. In his house, though.
Yeah.
I love coffee.
Me too. What I was gonna say is like in the old days, I think when there were, when there wasn't such diversity and where people can get their information from, they did actually dominate the field, right?
Yeah.
But like nowadays, especially with someone like myself, like I am a media company on my own in some ways, right? So like
in a lot of
He
ways.
said, "I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman."
No, man, but like if people are like, oh, what's this about? Mainstream forces can no longer speak over me, where I can just like speak for myself, right? Even if like those outlets that don't want to field questions to me directly and want to create like whatever elaborate narrative they want to and manufacture outrage, I think people are more resilient to that kind of pressure because they see it and they're like, why am I supposed to care about this? The president is who he is, like this is ridiculous. But then also, if people want to see context or see what I'm about, I'm no longer defined by those, you know, whatever frame that they're using. They can just come to me directly and hear what I have to say.
Everything changed when progressives found out how to communicate directly to people.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Social media.
But that's what like a lot of people are, I think, very worried about.
It's their control and power.
Yeah.
They've been able to control the narrative for a very long time and dictate what was in bounds or out of bounds. And when you're no longer able to control that narrative or say that some people cannot be platformed because they can platform themselves, at some point you start to realize that actually there's a lot more diversity in our thought. And B, that the power players never really did us a service, right, in terms of actually exposing us to what was really like going on. And like, you know, I'm no conspiracy theorist, but I understand why people are such conspiracy theorists, because what happens is
you're like I'm not.
But like, I understand why people are looking for that, because at the end of the day, it's like all of a sudden all the scales have fallen off, right? Like you look at the Epstein shit, right, and you're just like, how is this not actually conspiracy? Like at some point you're like, some weird shit happened here, and like if this is the cabal of people who hold power and the weird shit that they were doing, at some point everything that I've been told I can think or cannot think, I have to rethink. You know what I mean? And you know, it's tough when you feel like everyone who has told you or has set the bounds of the conversation seems to be doing it in their interest and not yours. So I'll tell you, like, I remember in the heart of the COVID epidemic, having conversations with folks about taking the vaccine. And they were like, well, how can I trust Big Pharma? I'm like, look, at the end of the day, you can't. But the issue is not that Big Pharma makes bad stuff. The issue is that Big Pharma makes good stuff and raises the prices too high so that you can't actually afford it, right? Like, that's the issue. But getting that part right is hard. Once you're like, wait, if you've proven that your own interest is about making money, how can I trust you on anything?
Yeah. No, you're so right about that. Like, I think that's a big part of the reason why we have so much vaccine hesitancy in this country, is because what do you hear all the time? People are like, oh, well, Big Pharma, like they take away the cure, they give you the poison, they don't want it, like they paywall it, they want to make money off of us, and it creates this like weird dynamic because it's so inhumane. It's so unbelievably inhumane to paywall someone's health care.
Insulin.
I mean, but also because of things like the Tuskegee syphilis study.
Yeah, that too, for sure.
Lied to people for decades.
The number one thing that I found that was very good at like countering that kind of stuff when at the peak of like vaccine hesitancy was every rich person cut the line. Every rich person cut the line to get that vaccine before you. So
that's true.
I know for a fact that Rupert Murdoch was a massive. He was genuinely so fearful of COVID for good reason. I mean, it was ripping people apart.
Terrible disease.
Yeah, and it's that usually is like when people go, okay, actually that kind of makes sense.
I had a gentleman. It was wild. Like I was in Detroit, and he's like, Abdul, listen, I'm gonna take it. I trust you, right? I've been knowing you for a minute. I trust you, but I got a question for you. And I was like, what's that? He's like, look. At the end of the day, y'all are out here trying to get me to take this vaccine that didn't exist a year ago for a disease that didn't exist a year ago that I don't even have. And I've been having diabetes my whole life. That medication's 100 years old. So why weren't you out here when I couldn't afford my diabetes for a disease, or for my insulin for a disease I know I have? And at that point, I was just like, damn, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Is that again?
I said, shit, why weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, like, and this is like for me, it was just like, yeah, this is why we need Medicare for all. Because if you can't trust that the healthcare system has your best interest in a moment like this, then at some point we've lost the entire plot. Like,
I mean, also a bunch of prescription drugs shouldn't be thousands of dollars.
No, should be free.
Yeah,
should be free.
Somebody in my family, their cancer meds cost $10,000.
That's insane.
A month.
By the way, whenever people ask you guys like, oh, how do we reach out to young voters, or why is Hasan there, or why is why is his presence here so controversial? New Pew study came out. I'm gonna read you some data. Democrats age 18 to 49.
49, that's like...
Yeah, that's not even super young.
You're like, I made it in!
Yeah, I mean, it's young.
Bro, I felt so old in that room.
It's young for
I'm only 41.
It's young for politics. But listen, 52% say the conflict between Israel and Hamas is important to them personally. That's the majority of people under the age of 49 that are voter eligible that say, or Democrats, that say the Israel situation is important to them personally. 84% view Israel unfavorably. 84%. Democrats 50 plus, 57% say the conflict between Israel and Hamas is important to them personally, so it's an even higher percentage. 76% view Israel unfavorably. It's ridiculous. And then you look at our elected representatives, and you would think that the numbers were flipped on its head. It's unbearable.
To be incredibly clear, even if that were not the number, doing the right thing is still the obligation of your elected officials. We have the power of life and death in our vote. And I think that a lot of people ask me about this. I mean, they always do. I mean, they still do. They always have. And I have to remind people that at the end of the day, my vote has the power to determine whether or not a person survives. Yeah. Right, and I don't take that lightly. So when you ask me, like, when you ask me, non-civilian, like in my role as a government official, right, to do that, right, as if like that doesn't weigh on my soul, on their souls, and all of ours, like even that in and of itself. Sometimes if everybody was saying that, it's like, no, don't do it. If the poll said that, we should not be poll watchers. Like, we're supposed to set the temperature.
I admire what you, because you were fighting this fight when the numbers did not look like that.
Yes.
They did not look like that.
And you took it on the chin, and you still won. Like that, I mean, that just took incredible courage, and I'm really grateful for you. I remember showing up on I don't know if you remember this, I was your opening act on a fundraiser, I think when you were running in 2022. I remember just listening to you and being like, man, like, you know, it would be so easy if you didn't believe it in your soul, it would, to just be like, you know what, whatever, I'm gonna give up on this issue.
It very much would be.
Politicians that we see do exactly that. Even now, where it's like a 80-20 issue.
Yeah, but that makes it even more ridiculous. I mean, it was ridiculous that they refused to lean into this issue at all, even from a perspective that was beneficial in the elections. Like, I had so many conversations privately, publicly, with campaigns, with Democrats, both at the DNC, outside of the DNC. It just, I couldn't believe it. I mean, there were already plenty of polls that showed that this was an issue that people had a lot of concern around. Because I've given up on the notion that most elected representatives are going to do the right thing, even if when it requires courage, do the right thing without any like immediate tangible electoral benefits. But even then,
I think we're gonna have to dive deeper into that one day. Because I do also think that we treat elected officials like they are a special unicorn species of people, and that they are not also just people who are infallible. I know so many people who just want to be able to represent their districts. Yeah. Right? They didn't come into this.
Jeff, can you give them the longer one?
Yeah, they didn't come into this like I'm gonna be a character. I was like, I want to represent my district. Yeah. I want to be able to talk about this thing, to do this thing. And that money in politics ain't fake, man. It's not fake.
Do you think it's the machine that like?
I think it's very many things. Yeah. I think it's many things. And I think that when we kind of like isolate them one by one, then that's a real problem. Because again, these are real people, right? Which means that we act the exact same way that the general public acts in things. We are a direct reflection of the American population. Like, we're a mirror to each other. And I think that sometimes people want to act like that ain't the case. But it is, man. We're human. We go into these places, and this is no excuse. We go into these places. I remember the days after October 7th. There was very few of us who were taking that stance. Like, early days, like on October 7th, when we were like, yo, we can think about what will come next, because we've seen what's happened before, and we know what happens when like the president uses dehumanizing language, and even just to try to like steer people away from dehumanizing language. It's 6 of us. 7 out of 535, right? That's not easy. Yeah. Like, it is choosing to be uncomfortable every single day, and that is our responsibility. It is, right? Don't get me wrong. I was fully our responsibility, like, to do the right thing and to be uncomfortable, right? Because we chose that. We chose this life. Yeah. But also recognizing that, like, human beings really ain't built for always being under fire, always being alone, always being. The reason why I like put money in politics as my #1 issue, like, if people ask me, it's not because I believe like that I deprioritize anything else. It's because I actually do believe that the only way that we're going to get to the heart of building a Congress that is responsive to regular people is to get the influence of corporations, of billionaires, of just like terrible people out of it. I don't care about AIPAC having an opinion. I care about AIPAC having too much of a say
Yeah.
Right. At the end of the day, if we had a marketplace if we had a marketplace of ideas, then I would have my stance and they would have their stance, and everybody would have their one vote. That's just not how the system is working right now. I know people who are like, I want to represent my district. APAC is calling people on the House floor. They're calling politicians. The politicians should be actually, no excuse for a politician who's a coward.
Yep.
Yeah.
Summer,
Please leave.
How much do you think they're going to spend against me?
I mean,
it's a U.S. Senate race.
Yeah, the Senate races are so much more expensive, and honestly, I don't even know if they've not even to this date played in the Senate that much. So this is going to be new terrain, and it's a place where they can, really have a big say.
Yeah.
And it's not even just going to be them again.
I think they're.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's them. DMFI is all of them, and this is the hard part, right? Like, you can raise, you can say all the right things.
I don't care. Senate races shouldn't be $100,000.
I'm $100 million.
My bad. You're right. Right. Listen, that's how tired. Bro, that's how tired I am that I said 100,000.
100,000. That's a good deal.
Countries
Not a million.
have publicly funded campaigns for this reason. There's limits to what you can and can't spend,
and limits to who can and can't be in here.
I mean,
you can't be in here.
So Chad, I'm gonna just tell you, I need your help. Okay, $5, $10 goes a long way.
Yeah, we have it. We
Hasan,
have
you put it up there.
Money,
I need your help. Y'all, I really need it. I mean, I spend half of my time. Summer, tell them, how much of my time do I spend fundraising? It's
That's
insane.
a really good question, guys, because candidates, do you remember the meme back in the day where it was like, what this job does, what everybody thinks I do, what I actually do? Like campaigning, that would be a good one, because it's like, what do you think I'm doing? And at the end of the day, you're really just calling people, begging for dollars.
Days like this
begging
make
for
my
dollars,
heart sing.
Begging for dollars.
Yeah, and I spend 60% of my time on phone calling people for money, and it's just like, it shouldn't have to be this way. And
every second you have to do that, that's the second that you're not spending with a barber in your district.
Yep.
Or a grandma.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's what it is. It's like the institutional. I mean, Rashida was the one who told me, because I ask all the time. I ask every politician, are politicians, for the most part, are they cynical or are they genuinely dumb? Are they not? They don't. I mean,
it's a combination.
It's blunt, but
depends on the politicians.
Combo.
People
they contain multitudes.
Maybe off camera, I'll tell you one day which politicians, which people I've asked that question to and how they responded, because it's not always on camera.
It is so refreshing.
But she was saying that no, they're literally in a bubble, and I really respect I respect her.
She's joining us at the next one. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Legend
has it. She's on her way.
She's coming to Ann Arbor.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love her so much.
So if you want to know who Hasan fangirls over,
it's Rashida.
Yeah. I mean, I fangirl over you guys too. You guys.
Rashida's awesome. I love her.
Rashida
has sustained so many attacks. So many attacks
for years. You know what's that's the other thing. Is it's so thankless, because I remember this happened to Jeremy Corbyn. This happened to Ilhan Omar non-stop. Back in the day when she was talking about APAC, and it's a pervasive influence over American politics. Everyone was like, she's such an anti-Semite, and that went uncontested, right? At the time. Nowadays, people, when they hear that, they're like, okay, sure. When they hear smears of anti-Semitism and slanderous statements like that.
That shit is really heartbreaking. When you actually are somebody who fights for all people, who actually really do have deep love in your heart for folks, that actually really that hurts. Again, it hurts.
Yeah.
It does.
The way I explain it is who wants to be misunderstood? Even
no one.
Even when it's something simple, you don't want to be misunderstood. And the way I see it is you're being professionally misunderstood with regular.
There's a misunderstanding machine.
Yeah.
That is being built specifically to make sure that you are misinterpreted, misunderstood, misidentified.
Yeah. It's very, very frustrating. Fox News.
There's going to be a lot of turnover.
5 segments now, by the way, today. On the same day that Trump announced he's going to wipe out Iranian civilization, Fox News has done 5 different segments on me today.
You're leading Fox News, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't mind that, right? Yeah. They draw the line of demarcation. They're united in their hatred. I welcome that hatred. What really upsets me is when there are other people that also don't want fascism, don't want MAGA, and hate the Republicans, or at least they claim to hate the Republicans, and they come at it from a position of well, you weren't sufficiently, you weren't sufficiently excited about Kamala Harris. Like, I made it very clear what the differences are between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. My criticisms, however, revolved around the fact that she wasn't making that distinction, and also she didn't go far enough in that distinction regardless.
I mean, so I'll tell you, like, I endorsed her, right? I endorsed Uncommitted too.
And they still say,
and at the end of the day, they come after me and be like, well, you weren't. I was like, listen, at the end of the day, I did it from a moral perspective. I was like, look, whether you see this from the eyes of a child in Detroit or Gaza, Harris is better than Trump. And I thought that would create a space where I could move the conversation. But like, at the end of the day, that conversation to move. And like, I just think we've got to get through this moment in our politics where we think that some ideas are okay and others are not, where we think that some people's pain is worth more than other people's pain. Yeah. And like, when I'd have conversations with folks, they'd be like, well, that's gonna bother somebody else. I'm like, listen, at the end of the day, if you want to win these voters, like, I'm an Arab Muslim from Michigan. I know my community. And I'll tell you this, like, our community, if you stab us in the face, we'll hate you, but we'll respect you. If you stab us in the back, right, we'll hate you and we'll never respect you. And people felt stabbed in the back. And you can't ask people to justify having their tax dollars spent to bomb their cousin's children. And so if we're not willing to actually address that as a party,
it's an unconscionable thing to ask.
Yes.
Yeah. If they ask me as a black person to ever co-sign my people's destruction, I wouldn't do it. And you shouldn't have to do it, man.
And it's not even just like, it's not just Arab voters and Muslim voters. There were plenty of voters that also felt the same pain and the same anger of like where our tax dollars are going. And many of them chose to not go out and vote. And it's on us to go and earn those votes.
Yeah. It's not on voters to...
Exactly.
That's the thing about it. Like, if we lost these votes, what do we do to get them back? And it's crazy to me now. This is the crazy thing. You got people in this race who are like, well, if your community had voted a different way, then we wouldn't have Donald Trump. I'm like, I agree with you. This is why I try to get my community to vote a different way. But at the end of the day...
That's a gross way to...
But if you want to win the future, you kind of need to win those votes. So tell me how you've learned from that experience about building a broad coalition.
We must make the math.
You know who they never say that to? White Trump supporters.
Yeah, no, that's right.
When there's so much room for agreement and understanding and expanding
when they don't vote,
the net.
Those type of swing voters?
Yeah, they love, and by the way, I'm not even saying we shouldn't make an argument.
We respect when they leave. We respect when they swing back and when they swing away. We give them grace and empathy for their fickleness.
Yeah, but folks, voters like you or voters like me don't get to swing.
Or young people.
Or young people don't get to swing, right?
Yeah.
You just got to show up.
Just take
you got
to
take the medicine.
I actually argue that we shouldn't take anybody for granted. I actually argue that we should all have responsibility for each other. I do believe that the parties share more responsibility to go and get their vote. I'm a candidate all the time. I have to go and get voters, right? And I do also believe that we are all. I don't blame the voters, but also I do think that right now we are in the midst of authoritarianism. Like, we really are, and we all have to take a responsibility for that.
Yeah,
we have to take a responsibility for building the society that we want, and that is uncomfortable. And I do think that sometimes, because we have lived through such immense comfort in this country, right? We've accepted that we are exception. The exceptionalism of America is comfort, right? It is perpetual comfort, and that we now have to give that up and maybe boycott Target because they dog black folk out, or we might have to boycott the people who are funding genocides, or we might have to withhold our labor because our employer is funding Trump, right? Those are very real tools that are the only things that actually move.
Yeah.
It is, right? And so people have to expect that too. Don't get me wrong. Me and every one of my colleagues, we need to go there and we need to do our fucking jobs. We need to do it every single day. But also, it is not to say that the American people don't also have a job too. We all got jobs here.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that in a real movement, we all know our roles, that we're all supported in our roles, and that we're doing the things that we're supposed to be doing.
It also breeds apathy, and people never, like, when that apathy sets in, people forget the power that they have. Yes. People genuinely, that's what I was talking about with like the Black Lives Matter protests that took place, and same with like the Gaza protests as well. Like, when those protest movements happen and there's no responsiveness from the government, people learn the wrong lesson, or at least the right lesson for corporate interest, the lesson that they want to teach you, which is your voices don't matter.
Well, this question about what AIPAC serves to do is it exists to insulate politicians from the righteous action of everyday people.
Yeah.
Because they're like, don't worry, we got you. We'll drop 10 million to help support you so that you get to win your race. Yeah. Even if you're not actually addressing the issues that everyday people are.
But to be clear, man, this is not just AIPAC. This has existed.
Corporate PACs,
this has existed. Not even just corporate PACs. This has existed in American society and other societies for as long as these societies have tried to sustain democracies, right? Or people power movements. And it's okay to call that out. It's okay to say that there are various wings of that, right? Like, at the end of the day, apathy is like the antithesis of any like strong movement for progress.
Any revolutionary
and if Democrats seize this moment, and I don't mean like big D, I mean both big D and little d Democrats, that we should never be the people who are pushing more people from democracy.
Yes.
We should not be the people who look at their apathy and are feeding that instead of feeding their empowerment.
Or looking at folks and be like, well, we don't actually want your vote. You're like, what?
We should not be. We should not.
Yes,
be the
I
ones,
want your vote.
We should not be the ones to do that.
Yes.
Like, we should leave that to
is,
Republicans.
That is the attitude, unfortunately, of too much of the Democratic Party. Like, you know, I'm the kind of Democrat. Everybody's like, oh, well, you're always dogging off on Democrats. I'm like, yes. You know why I'm dogging Democrats? Because I want Democrats to be better. Like, I want a party that is about fighting for the things we need and deserve, not just not Donald Trump. Right? And if our best argument is we're not him, then don't be surprised when you don't win elections. So,
I don't fight. I push Democrats because I have a stake in this.
Yes.
I actually like really.
You got a
need,
D.
I actually really need us.
Got my name, like.
And also, like, I really need us to get this right.
Well, because at the end of the day, like, we're the only electoral force standing between us and them. So the question is, if you're serious about actually solving and taking on fascism, you've got to be fighting for what you are for, not just what you're against. And I think it's become too easy. It's become too fashionable to be like, but Donald Trump, though. And like, clearly that didn't work. It didn't work twice. If that's your best argument, I'm sorry, you're probably not going to win the argument.
There's literally people that are so not representative of the anger and resentment that Democrats feel right now all over the fucking timeline, that are using this as an opportunity to be like, see, elections have consequences. Like, yeah, we know, man.
Of course they do.
But like,
we've been saying that for a minute.
Yeah,
which is why we can't afford for young people to be disillusioned.
Yeah, but like, how do you feel
out.
like? How do you feel like that is a convincing message? Like, do you genuinely feel like you're gonna win anybody to your side?
No.
Like, we have to do away with harm reduction narratives.
I don't even think that's a harm reduction narrative. I think that they want certain people because that advances certain priorities.
Yeah. No,
I think that the fear
they want to win with their own coalition.
They want to win their own way.
Yeah.
And the fear of like other people, the type of people who you reach, who we reach, what people reach, the fear of them coming in is that they're actually not as predictable.
Yeah.
They're not like they're not blindly loyal people.
Yeah.
So it's scarier because what does that mean? I always say that like the most disenfranchising thing is right is incumbency. Like, don't get me wrong, I want to keep my job. I'm an incumbent, I want my job. But right when we're caring more about like protecting each other than we are protecting the actual interests of our districts, right? We've lost the plot. And that place, like the institution is protecting itself and has forgotten all about its actual role
in the governance of our country.
In the governance of our country, on behalf of the people, right? A government for and by the people, right?
That makes me sad. You're making me not want this job, bro.
No, I mean no, but it's like, but if things.
I'll be honest with you, I don't really want the job. I want the work.
Well, we're over. It's over.
No, but I mean, I'm like, I think about. I mean, I don't understand.
Everybody's not built for this moment, man.
But like, I don't understand what's so great about the job that folks will completely disregard what they went there to do, completely lie to people just to keep it.
Some of them went there to do what they're doing. Some people went to fit in, and some people went to up in. That's
well said.
Yeah, people did that. People went in. Some people went in because
I'm gonna have to hang out with Lindsey Graham. Can you imagine Lindsey Graham and the like Senate gym to see his ass every day?
Guys, it's not I know people think that this is like a luxurious, like glamorous job. Guys, there's nothing glamorous about the job. I don't know, maybe for like 5 people.
I'm not just like I'm really like it's a like I don't.
I'm the 6th man. It's not glamorous.
I mean, you guys spend how much time away from home?
lots too much.
You know, like,
and not only that, like, we'll spend time, if we're in DC, people are asking why we're not at home, and if we're at home, they're asking why we're not at DC.
Yeah.
Everybody's mad at you all the time. Right? Like, the only value of the job is that you can actually get something done. Like, I really just don't understand. Like, and to me, honestly,
everybody's not always mad.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to put like all the chips in. Right? Just keep putting the chips back in the middle.
There's so many.
Let's go.
There are so many just like amazing people.
Really?
They exist. People exist.
That makes me happy. We get that one hangout, even though like apparently the office.
Oh, I didn't mean in Congress.
Oh, you mean in the
there
world?
are fine people.
There are amazing people.
There are amazing people.
Like,
They're both, you know.
Tell me, they're like, no.
There are lovely people.
There's like two.
There are lovely folks there too.
It's gonna be me and Bernie.
I've met lovely people there and here and everywhere. No, there are amazing people in the world.
I mean, the vast majority of people in our country are good people. That's true. Like, honestly, the one thing that gets me through all of this is that, like, I get to meet some amazing people every single day. And those people want what's best for themselves, their families, their country, and they bring that goodwill to the conversation. And I think the problem is that there's like a machine between them and the people who represent them that serves to disaggregate that goodness that they have from what we end up getting in our elected officials, you know, present company excluded. And I think that therein lies all the infrastructure we're talking about, all the super PACs, all the 501c4s, all that, right, exists to make sure that the goodness in everyday people is not actually represented in the government that governs us. And I think taking that apart is part and parcel of our responsibility.
What I was really frustrated with, aside from like people suffering when I went to Cuba, you know, rolling blackouts, food is spoiling, the refrigerators aren't working because there's no energy, people can't get their medicine, there's shortages. But one of the things that was like endlessly frustrating to see was like that we had just robbed this island of its potential, right? There's so many strong, resilient people that are just like living their days, that are trying to do right by others, and they've done so much in the field of biomedical research in spite of these setbacks, and they're unbelievable. The setbacks are so arbitrary, so ridiculous, the sanctions are. And I feel the same way about America too. Like, we are robbing the next generation of its potential when we cut back on NIH funding. Yep. When we cut back, when we don't have well-funded public education in this country, when we
we're governed by a fool.
Or, I mean, sure, when we're governed by a fool, but like Abdul says, it is more so a symptom rather than the actual disease, right? Where it's just, there's all this unbearable weight that people, like regular, ordinary people, have to deal with on a daily basis. That's a setback. We don't know what America would look like, or we don't know what the rest of the world really would look like if there wasn't this like constant pressure of endless profit seeking, and trying to squeeze out every dollar from people's value on a daily basis. That's what's so frustrating about it. We do this to developing nations on a daily basis.
It's just very unnatural.
Yeah, it's inhumane. It's just not a human way to operate.
But also, we're a country of people who have convinced that, right, what is different than somebody, or why is somebody more or less deserving of safety and housing and food and protection because of where they were born, because of the happenstance of their birth? What makes them any different than me? They're no more or less human because they were born in a different geopolitical boundary.
Do we have the...
He's trying so hard to get some air.
No, I'm trying to. No. I'm good with the air. I'm trying to.
I have the ND filter.
You guys can have a gum. Does anyone have a gum?
You guys have a gum?
A gum.
All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna read you guys the new
No one has gum?
Trump statement. Okay. We got updates.
What did Trump say?
U.S. President Trump, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack on Iran for a period of 2 weeks, a double-sided ceasefire based on the conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan. Love Pakistan. Well, he didn't say that. I'm saying that. And wherein,
that's pretty good, man.
Wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire, he says. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives, sure, and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran. and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as President and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
Can we just say it's a good thing that there's not going to be nuclear Armageddon tonight? Like that's,
yes,
it's a good thing. And also, why the fuck did we write? Like, why did we fight this war?
Yeah, it's really funny where he goes like, oh, I'm advocating for the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. The closure is done. It's like, well, it was open.
Yeah,
it was open before you decided to blow up a school and like assassinate. Ironically enough, the leadership that was demonstrating the strategic restraint and was willing to negotiate with America over and over again. It's a
like we also had an agreement on the books that would have foreclosed on their ability to have nuclear weapons.
JCPOA.
Yes.
Exactly. It was
all there.
Like I have my disagreements with Barack Obama, but as far as foreign policy goes, normalization with Cuba and the JCPOA were signature accomplishments, and he got endlessly yelled at for them. And it was an unbelievable shame that the Biden administration did not continue, did not roll back the clock at all, and did not get back to some semblance of reason with a country that has always been totally willing to negotiate with the United States of America. I hate that, like, you don't have to be a supporter of the IRGC or the Iranian government, the Islamic Republic, to recognize the truth. That's what I'm so frustrated by, where people will endlessly say, oh, I guess you want the same form of governance here. It's like, no, I don't. You don't want to know why I don't? I don't vote Republican, okay? I don't want that. And it's pretty clear that I don't want that because I oppose Republicans in general. Not to say that they're similar to the Republicans in their governance in Iran either, because they have a higher degree of literacy and also a higher degree of educational attainment for women in Iran. A lot of people don't know that because we have this like insane attitude, like where everything is, we have this Orientalist framework that we operate off of.
See, the funny thing is, people would take what you just said and say, oh, you're an apologist for the regime. Except
it's
for
just the truth.
You're
I'm
just
an
sharing
apologist
facts.
for the truth.
You're
I'm an
sharing
apologist
facts
for the truth.
that undercut a narrative on which war is being waged unnecessarily to burn your tax dollars, to raise your gas prices, and waste your money not actually solving your problems. And that's the thing about it. Like, you can categorically disagree with the regime and also argue that we should never have gone to war. Like, those are easy things to do. Everybody should be doing them. It's not very difficult to say.
Also, the idea that like we have to be the world police is so frustrating to me. I'm sorry. Like, I think,
especially considering that like
our political environment relies on a lack of nuance.
Yeah.
And it encourages a lack of nuance, right? Because
Yeah.
it doesn't want people to actually think more deeply about all types of things, right?
Yeah.
I remember just like on foreign policy, on domestic policy, like infrastructure, like I would give answers that like actually answered the question. And it was like, well, listen, well, if this, then this, then this, and this, and they would be like, oh, that's too much nuance. It's so encouraged in us, so that now we have people who, like, when you say, oh, you're an apologist for the regime, like, people they think that it costs too much in your politics to even go that deeply into these conversations.
That's why, that's the number one thing I tell every elected. I'm like, be bold, be brave. I promise you.
It's our responsibility to be nuanced too.
People will reward you if you don't care about like just saying the truth, if you don't care about having a moral foundation, and you only care about winning elections, it will be beneficial to win elections. The thing about the Republicans is their worldview is heinous. I oppose it every step of the way. There's not a lot that I agree with at all, if anything, right? But they do actually stand on their horrible principles, and people do reward them for it. Their base does reward them for it. They're a lot more responsive, and in many instances,
our base reward courage?
I think so too, but we haven't seen it.
I think the hard part is courage is not in high supply.
We haven't seen it.
I mean, look
and
at you.
Our base does.
I'm one of few.
But you are also one of few with courage.
That's what I'm saying.
You want to know why I know the?
So that's what I'm saying is like, when you have courageous folks who step out and keep coming. I mean, a lot of folks will point. I ran in 2018. I lost my race. Right? Folks are like, see, you can't run that way. And I'm like, sure. But at the end of the day, it takes time. It takes effort. You know
think about all the older people now that voted for Hillary Clinton, that voted for Biden enthusiastically and thought that like moderate policies, which Biden wasn't all that moderate, but he was just automatically built in as a moderate because he was an old white guy. But when people that actually oppose Bernie Sanders in the primaries turn around and say, we were wrong to do that, we got duped by all of the media that we were consuming into thinking that we have to operate like Democratic Party consultants ourselves to think of like electability and then regurgitate those talking points on electability.
If you were a Democratic consultant, then gas prices wouldn't be bothering you that much. The Democratic consultants got a lot of money.
Yeah, but
to lose over and over again.
But the point is, and yeah, they get rewarded handsomely for regurgitating those exact like horrible talking points that actually do only bring marginal victories, right? They only bring marginal victories, if at that, and sometimes devastating defeats. But I think the second...
Sorry, Kevin, can I give this to you? Thank you so much.
The second Trump defeat, I think, it was a real turning point for a lot of people from what I've seen. Especially people that are like out there when I go out to Minneapolis or different places around the country, like I talk to a lot of older folks that participate in these like No Kings protests, stuff like that. They're like, I'm a lifelong liberal, I'm a lifelong Democratic Party voter, I'm sick and tired of what the Democrats have been doing. I was wrong about Bernie. And it's not just Bernie, it's like what he represents. Just a more honest politics, more responsive politics, and politics that puts people and their needs over corporate interests. So I think the time is now, and I think this movement is going to continue growing. And again, that's what they're
God bless Bernie, man. Give him a long life.
Yeah. The thing about it with Bernie too is that like even if you have disagreements with him, he doesn't like, he understands coalition building. Like there are a lot of people he props up that are more progressive than he is on many issues, but he doesn't care. He's like, no, these are the guys. Like these are people who are going to fight for ordinary folk.
And I've been saying the same thing for like 10 years in politics now. I know you've been saying the same thing. You've been saying it for like 70 years.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm like, damn. And that's also why he's the most popular elected official in America.
Yeah. And as far as people rewarding Summer, when you were saying like, dude, this is the base reward, think about that moment. And I've had this conversation with Zoran too, like the moment where he said, I'm not going to Israel, I'm going to stay in New York. That was the moment.
That was just also objectively the right answer.
Of course. But at the time, especially even then, we're looking at it with like today's vision, but like, and you've been there.
Oh, I'm about to say no.
Yeah. But at the time, that was still a somewhat brave thing to say, even though it was the honest thing, it was the righteous thing to say, it was the correct thing to say. But it was still, the calculation that most electeds or most campaigners were making was like, I can't say that. But he did. And I think that's how he cut across the rest of the field. Like, I saw so many right-wingers that were like, wow, okay, like, why did he say that? That's actually cool that he said that. He's right. Why do we care about this? And he was rewarded for it. So
I think too many candidates campaign to be liked, and I think it's better to campaign to be respected. And at the end of the day, like, there are people who will vote for you even if they don't like you because they respect that you're consistent and you're honest. And so I think for most of these folks, like when people ask me what's your advice, I'm like, look, don't worry about whether or not people like you or dislike you. Worry about whether or not people can respect who you are. Right? Be who you are. Earn respect.
Yeah, stand by your principles and be definable on your own terms. Don't let your opposition define you. It's such a annoying thing that Democrats do. Everything has to be focus tested. Everything has to be like perfectly calculated. We have to bring in the largest tent possible. That looks indecent. That oftentimes puts you in a predicament where you can change your opinion on things. Like this was a major problem with the people I talked to.
I'll tell you, like
on immigration,
you can build a broad tent. You really can't build a broad tent if you're consistent. People don't have to agree with you on everything.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, if they can map what you say you believe in to what you are saying right now, and that's a linear mapping process. They're like, I can predict this person, I know who they are. At the end of the day, they're not going to agree with you on everything.
Yes.
But they'll respect you enough to be like, I know who I'm voting for, and I understand what they believe in and why. And I respect that this person is going to go out and fight for my values if those values are consistent with what I believe in my values. And that's the thing, is like, it's not position by position. You're voting for an individual at the end of the day. So you want to know who that person is, right? We're not like a collection of position papers. right? We're real people who believe real things. And the problem with it is too many politicians actually are not, they have lost their humanity and don't believe real things. They're just issues of position papers that are incoherent when taken together. And then you're just like, wait, I don't understand actually who you are. Why do you believe this on this thing and this other thing on this other thing? It's like, well, because you're trying to bake this little coalition.
You're trying to coordinate. You're trying to coordinate your message. It's not going to work. People can see that. People, like, the average person has this notion that politicians are kind of fake. They're elitist. They're fake. Like, they're just telling you what you want to hear. And in some, to a certain degree, it is true. That is what a lot of politicians do, right? And that's why I think like having your own convictions and communicating that, even if it's like a hard subject to broach, even if it's not immediately beneficial, or even if it's like the third rail, right, that most politicians are afraid to talk about, while also simultaneously advancing universal policies that will help everyone, and showing people that you're earnest, showing people that you will actually advance these goals. Most people respond positively to that in my experience, because at the end of the day, the wedge issues that Republicans are so good at developing since the Gingrich era, especially, like wedge issues that they fight on, culture war issues in general. Sometimes they create those issues. Sometimes they identify like a fissure and they really harp on it. Trans issues was obviously a great example of this. A transphobic person still needs health care. If you come out there and you're like, listen, what do you want more? You want to destroy the lives of like 0.1% of the American population, or do you want health care? Like, we're not going to compromise on trans issues.
It's like both a trans person and a transphobic person need health care.
Yeah.
Right? And at the end of the day, like, you can oppose a transphobic person's transphobia.
Yes.
And you can still stand up to them and be like, and here's the things I still want to do for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Those are not inconsistent. They're not incoherent.
Yeah, transphobic people need health care and a roof over their heads too. And I mean,
and sometimes there are their own impediment to getting that.
Yeah, yep. No, absolutely.
And that's the thing, is like, you know, the thing that a trans person and the person who hates a trans person both need is healthcare, a roof over their heads, a good job.
Yeah.
And so like, when we bring those things together, I had to say, like, one of the big frustrations I've had with the corporate Democratic Party is that they took these identity issues because they weren't willing to actually speak to the structural issues in our politics, because they were taking money from the same corporations causing the problem, and then exploited these identity issues and went to speak to each little part of the coalition in different terms, rather than just actually asking, how do you bring everybody in the tent to the middle of the tent about the things that all of us need? And to be able to speak to, look, we're going to fight for everybody's rights, because your rights and your rights are my rights. And if we see them as such, then we cannot assent to anybody taking anybody's rights. And the structural failure of our politics to actually solve the problems that all of us have in common, the ability to afford a home, the ability to get health care, the ability to buy our groceries, the ability to know our tax dollars.
What about the structural problems that we don't have in common?
And I think we can speak to those too, right? Because, like, you know,
because sometimes people tell me to shut up about the structural problems that I don't think. People talk about identity politics all the time, and I'm gonna tell you, if my identity did not impact my politics, I wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah.
My identity actually does impact my politics.
Yeah, but you're one of the I think few congresspersons that actually takes that lived experience to advance what others might perceive radical goals, but are just like universal values.
Because it actually isn't hard to hold multiple things.
Yes.
Yeah.
It isn't, right? It isn't hard to acknowledge that in a class struggle, black poor people and white poor people are actually not equal. And also still saying that we need to have a class analysis.
And I think that that's exactly it. It's that you recognize that the ways in which racism makes all of the structural features worse for black folk.
It is also the thing that undergirds it.
Yes, but it still points us to the same solution.
Absolutely.
If we guaranteed everybody in this country health care.
I believe in Medicare for all,
yes.
and the reason why I believe in tackling the race problem is because we will have Medicare for all, right? Yeah. When we have addressed why we live in a country where too many people in power are happy to say that I will go down with the ship as long as I don't have to give that person a life raft.
And the thing that you do is that you talk about both and not either or. And I think the way that the corporate Democratic Party talked about this was either or. We can either talk about race or we can talk about class. You're like, no.
I mean,
we have to talk about race and class.
Hillary
right?
Our class struggle will be so powerful when we have recognized how much we need each other, not as stepping stools, but as actual comrades.
As mutually interdependent folks who deserve better together.
And that's why I'm believing them both.
what was it that Hillary Clinton said, like, you know, like abolishing the banks won't
end racism.
Won't end racism or something. It's like that's what I mean when I say, like, there's such a cynical way that Republicans use identity politics and weaponize it cynically against their left flank. And I think a lot of corporate Democrats, a lot of establishment Democrats do the same against their left flank as well. Like, because this kind of campaign only works if someone truly cares about this stuff. And a corporate Democrat is going to care about, you know, not coming across as a white supremacist than a Republican does. And same with a leftist, a progressive candidate.
I'm so short, the light gets me.
Oh, you got hit there.
And just like that, a leftist and a progressive is going to care more about not being misunderstood and misheard or being smeared or slandered in that degree, in that regard, than a corporate Democrat does. The weaponization, I think, of those sorts of values are very cynical, but it only works for an audience that's like receptive to it. And I wish that we could have like a more honest conversation about that sort of stuff as well. Not that it matters. I mean, it's largely inconsequential because most people are still carrying a lot of white supremacist resentment that they've learned from their social conditioning, from their upbringing.
You know,
and that's obviously a much larger problem.
Like, we got to end poverty because we got to end poverty. We got to end racism because we got to end racism. But if we fail to end racism, we won't end poverty. And if we fail to end poverty, we can't end racism. And so, like, those two things are mutually inclusive as problems. And it is absolutely critical that we ask, like, what are the interventions that we can create that help to address both of them?
Yes. Hard agree.
Man, what do we got? How much? Let's see what
We're about to get to Ann Arbor. I mean, this is going to be even bigger, we predict, than the MSU rally. So
okay,
I'm interested to see what the.
I'm gonna try to be more energetic this time.
Bro, you were great.
No. Now that I've seen both of you guys and how you command the attention of a room, it's a very different skill than yapping for 10 hours while reading chat.
I couldn't do what you do, man. I think my brain would fry. Like, please stop.
My brain is fried. But yeah, Chip Roy went on Fox News and said some heinous things about you.
About me?
Yeah.
Shocking.
I welcome his his hatred. Chip Roy.
Yeah, he said, I forget where it is, but he was on the Will Cain show, and they were like, oh, it says a lot that the Democrats are like leaning in the direction of influencers like Hasan, and now you got a Muslim guy, Abdul al-Sayed, and like Islam is taking over the Democratic Party. He's gonna be the first Muslim senator if he wins.
Nobody's gonna ask any of these people to condemn this shit.
Nope. Of course not. There's a total.
There will not be a media witch hunt on Randy Fine, and he just.
You know what I can't wait for? I can't wait for
every day.
Folks who say terrible shit about me and my faith and how I pray.
So I can already tell you how this is gonna go.
Huh?
I can already tell you how this is gonna go. They're gonna talk so much shit on you on the outside, and they're gonna shake your hand, and they're gonna say, "Hey, how are the kids?"
Yep.
That's what they do all the time.
I know.
Because to them it is a game. Sometimes they're fundraising. Sometimes they're inciting their base so that they can, you know, perpetuate their own like little cycle. But the most thing is, they want you to understand that. Ah, man, we're not talking about.
I'm just joshing you.
It's not even I'm just joshing. Yeah, we gotta do that.
It's just
they do that. I watch them do this every single day. I watch people say terrible things about me and then like clamor to come shake my hand.
At the end of the day, you know, like, my goal, I'm not here to defend myself.
I don't shake their hands.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
No, that's like in a much smaller way. That's how like the political commentary space is as well. I was like shocked. I was horrified when I went to Washington, D.C. the first time ever for like a White House Correspondents' Dinner when I was with the Young Turks. And the room lit up when I think at the time it was like, maybe it was Kellyanne Conway. Kellyanne Conway walked in. All these like liberal commentators, they were all so excited to take photos with her because that's a famous person.
It's enough for me.
And it was like, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, so it is all fucking theater. Like you don't have real backbone. You don't have any real standing in this. Like you're not you're not talking about these issues like your loved ones are in harm's way. You're just
because their loved ones are in harm's way.
No, but that's you're
You
right.
talked about that authenticity.
I mean, that's the thing. When Chip Roy says that shit about me, he puts,
they're authentic. They're authentic to like their lived experience.
Yeah.
And like that's very real. People always talk about the Democrats have. We talk about this. Do Democrats have a messaging problem? Like no, Democrats have a messenger problem.
Yeah.
Some people will inherently never be able to deliver certain messages because that is just not the life that they've known. These are not the worries that they've had. This is not the concerns that they've ever had to live through. So how can they be a successful messenger on that? Right? Don't get me wrong, you can have empathy for people, but like we're supposed to be a representative, like a reflective democracy, and you can't talk and speak for the conditions of working class people if you've never been in. But you should still fight for them. Do not get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. But how are you going to say that I want to end corporate PACs when you are a corporate entity in of yourself?
Yeah, no, if you're a small business owner, like those are the types of things, or if you have a shit ton of stocks, for example, you're obviously going to be...
Or if you've never had to think about,
you're serving two masters.
Whether or not what you say puts crosshairs on your own family. I mean, there's the thing about it.
Or what you do puts a crosshair on your own family.
On my kids, you know what I mean? Like,
every time these folks call us out of our names, or they casually, like wantonly just say, oh, they're this, they're that, it endangers us, right? It actually does.
Yeah, no, it's
and then they want to say, how are the kids?
How are the kids? I'm like,
they got you 3 death threats, and now they want to be like, how are the kids?
Well, they're scared to death because they need the security detail because of what you said.
Yeah.
But no, when you were talking about like politicians, you're like, oh, well, they always just say what you want to hear. I remember when I had to, like the first time I had to sternly, like politely just say no, and people were shocked. They were like shocked. What do you mean no? I was like, no, I don't agree with that. And there are a lot of folks who actually are not accustomed to their politicians saying I don't agree. They think that our role is to fundamentally always agree with them. And that actually isn't our role. Our role is to take in all of the various sources of information that we have, which we should have more sources of information. We should have more access to information than other people. And it's our job to get it to you. So when I say no, I don't agree with that, it's not even just like an opinion. But sometimes you have to just say that. Like, I respect, you still have access to me. Me not agreeing with you doesn't mean that you don't get to come and petition your representative. Don't mean that you don't get to talk to me. Doesn't mean that I don't have to come and answer to you. It means that I listened to what you said, and I read this, and I listened to them, and I don't agree with you.
I realized.
And no one can always agree with you.
I wish more people said that. We need to normalize that.
Yeah, I don't agree with you, and
let's talk about where we do agree.
All right, what do you guys think about the idea that, at least for the duration of the, back and forth now 38th day of Operation Epstein's Fury, we just kind of make Trump feel like he won here, and we're like, you did it, sir. Like, what if everybody around him was like, you did it, you won, you're so bold, you're so beautiful, and you're so brave. And maybe he just believes that.
You're bold, you're beautiful.
Yeah.
You practice this.
Yeah, you gotta have a good Trump voice.
You did it.
What about you? Got a Trump voice?
No.
She's like, I would not deign to lower my face to that standard. Yeah. You showed him.
Because I'm seeing like, right-wing influencers on the timeline being like, oh, we won, we got Iran to like back away.
We won the war we never should have.
And I'm like,
fought.
yeah, sure, okay, it's good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you did it. We should just all collectively say, you're so golden, you're so brave, and you're so beautiful, you did it.
In other news, something like 8 months ago, I subpoenaed the Epstein files. They still owe us 3 million documents.
Really?
I'm gonna just throw that out there. If people were talking about like, the
because that really is why we fought this whole war. Let's not forget.
The Epstein Files Transparency Act, lovely, grateful for it. Also, the subpoena that I got like back in July, it's like legally binding. It's still legally binding. They still owe us these documents. There are no loopholes for that.
What do we do in that situation where they're just like, we don't care. We're just not gonna abide by the restrictions. Like, what happens when they just choose not to follow?
What happens when you choose not to? What happens when we choose not to again support the things that undergird their power?
Our whole democracy.
Yeah. What happens when we choose not to do those things too? We continue to move as the people who have no power and have no leverage, and that's just not true.
Yeah.
So even if like one politician, like, can I go enforce them? Obviously not, because if I could, I would have already gotten the last 3 million documents. Can we collectively identify all of the people who are funding Donald Trump, holding him up, and can we say that we will no longer support them? Yeah.
You gotta take the ND filter off, bro. It's crazy dark.
What does it look like right now?
What?
Show it to me.
Look.
It's a professional operation.
Well, we're.
Well,
look.
the sun went down.
Yes.
It's not like that bad over here. Take it off there.
Yeah, it's a lot better now. Sorry to cut you guys off. This is one of the wonderful parts of. I mean, it's a much more authentic experience. Like that's why you can't really hide the truth on a live stream, and you know it offers like insight into how the sausage is made in many respects. So I think it's like very cool for my audience to see all this stuff.
Hey, that's Wasi. Hey, Wasi.
Pittsburgh. 8 hours.
They're gonna build one.
That's AI, right? Don't read the caption. Just read the statement.
Can I have one of those white Gatorades?
For sure, man. We got water too if you'd rather, but we also got Gatorade here.
What a wild thing to say.
No way.
Anyways.
This is my go-to flavor right here.
That can't be right.
Yeah, I love this one too.
Folks want that sausages made?
Oh, it's not zero sugar, but
Yeah, I usually do the zero sugar. I didn't realize we'd have zero sugar.
That's like wild. So excited. This is no, how'd you do that so quickly?
Oh look, one of the comments on my post is just like unga bunga, and they be like, "Oh my God, anti-blackness doesn't exist."
Oh, dude, that's crazy. Yeah,
And they be like, "Oh my God, I'm not racist."
The internet is so vicious, but it's also made extra vicious.
Oh wait, the next one. Don't you have a hair appointment to get to? I'm like, no, I went the other day.
I'm sorry, no, that sucks.
It's definitely made worse when people feel emboldened. When you got the adults that are also speaking like this, when you got politicians speaking like this.
I was just gonna do voiceover for all this.
It's fucked up.
Send it to y'all. So we can do that right now.
Oh, I'm largely unfazed by other people taking the poison of living a miserable existence.
The what?
A miserable existence, like they're miserable.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's wrong. But also,
I'll do it.
I would hate to be that miserable.
You only do that when you got something that's severely lacking in your life, and this is just you lashing out. The way I see it is like, the way I see it is that you're trying to make other people just as miserable as you are, and that's the way you are. That's the reason why you operate.
One would not be able to.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, man, I thought I was spot on, bro.
Should we send that to you?
Yeah. Please do. That's exactly.
This guy's a dad. So you know. His son's birthday's on Saturday.
Unlocked and loaded. Oh, even the screensaver, yeah.
This little fella.
I hope we fundraise a decent amount today, chat. All right, make me proud.
It looked very. That's a killer epic. Yeah.
You hear me?
Right, it's very random.
PBS.
This is like, good use that bar and.
Oh yeah.
Do you want music on it or just send it to you like this?
I'll just send it like this, and then I'll also
Wrong. You want me
Is Ann Arbor one of those places where all the restaurants close at 8? It definitely
No,
is.
you got spots that stay open.
What is it like? Is it like the college camp or diner places though?
All right, y'all, here we go. Take a look.
Oh damn.
Oh, I gotta.
Oh look.
Hold on, we gotta save this.
I love my people. Honk them out. Honk them out, Jeff.
Do they know it's us?
No.
Probably
Now they do. Maybe.
They don't know that we're in this nondescript van.
Damn.
Yeah, they do.
Where are we? Are we getting out over here?
Oh.
Yo guys, can we try the thing again when we get out the? Oh, you messed it up.
I messed it up.
Sam did good. Someone did good.
What do I gotta do?
Just be you. Be cool. Get out the car.
Okay. I thought that's what I did last time.
Can you hand me my other
So
jacket?
quick, bro.
Huh?
Can you hand me my other jacket?
Get back here.
Switch it out.
Yeah.
Good word to do the charger with us if possible.
Does no one care?
What?
It's no,
We're gonna want
my
to do the
jean
charger with
jacket.
us if possible.
Not this one?
Yeah, we want to bring the charger. Yeah.
Jean jacket?
Yeah, jean jacket gone.
It's over here.
I didn't realize we had outfit changes.
Yes.
I like it.
Oh damn!
It's a different day.
A different day. different
vibe. These people just want a
You're
championship.
so good. You got it all down.
No, this is just hot and constricting, and I did the suit jacket thing with you guys already.
I told you that the jacket would come off when I went and spoke. I swear. He's to the level. All right, so we're letting Brian, Mars, and Omar get out first.
Yeah.
Brian, you've been sitting like that the whole time?
Yeah. No, you're good. I'm just the youngest in my family. I'm not my first band.
Hey, man.
I'm also the
That's
youngest.
That's leadership.
No, Mira has a brother.
I'm definitely annoyingly an oldest.
There's such a beauty in being the youngest.
I can imagine. So much more love.
Yes. No. I only have my sister though. You know, well, on my mom's side.
Well, way in the back.
All right, we're gonna go say hi to our friends.
I'm the youngest one. Nobody actually ever believes that.
Yeah, well, he has such a oldest.
Hey, Kevin. I'm gonna go run the line, okay?
You know, like. All right, do the first step. We're close.
All right, I gotta get the first step right.
Yeah.
Back to work, guys.
Well, I don't have an ND filter, so I keep those on.
All right, let me know when you're ready. So I'm ready for it.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, take your time.
I know, good luck, bro. The perfect shot.
I got the whole thing planned out.
Wait, sorry, wait, goddamn. Yeah, so like that, there you go. Real G shit. Alright. Hit it.
Can I get out?
Yeah.
You're better.
I need you on the charger.
That was actually.
Oh yeah.
You got my phone right, Bob?
Nah, bro.
For real?
Yeah, you need that. You need that.
You need that.
I'm not gonna lie, those kids silently in the back. I was like,
I got my charger on.
Can you put this in your pocket? Sure. You got all the
other batteries.
You guys still need that charger? Oh, you
Yeah, yes.
right?
Could I use it?
That's good?
That's our lifeline. It's cold.
What's up, everybody? Y'all are in for a real treat. Not because of me. Abdul and Summer are so good. It's so cold. It is cold as
Hasan.
Hello. What's up, guys? How's it going?
See you, Sean Slug.
Such a big fan.
There we go.
Thank you
for everything you're doing.
Hell yeah. What's up, guys? Nice to see you, bro.
Hasan, merhaba.
I know, man. What's up? Thanks for coming, man. Dab it up.
God bless you guys.
Yeah, it's so cold. It's so cold. I don't know how you guys do it. All right. Autograph? After. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, hi.
What's up?
Hasan! Man! Should have brought up the LA weather with you. Hasan!
You're so fucking cool, man.
Nice to meet you guys. See you inside. See you inside.
Oh wait, this is not the way we're supposed to go.
No.
Abdul, this is crazy. Why are you gonna do this to us?
Abdul,
what a choice! Just trying to get what a choice!
I had to work the whole lot.
I'm so upset with you.
hilarious. You okay? I'm freezing.
I'm so cold.
One more lap. You don't. At least you have a jacket. I don't even have a jacket on. This blazer is not enough.
Your head's looking big today, kid.
Hasan, check this out. Catch it up politics.
No, I don't. Hell yeah.
Hell shit, he smells great.
I should have worn the jacket.
Well, let's flip it.
What's gonna happen to our internet down here?
Guess we'll find out. Maybe this place will have Wi-Fi. I'm gonna make you purple for a really good reason.
I can't see anything. I can't see if it's working or not.
Where do you go that fast?
Oh my god, we're literally in a bunker. It's solid. It's good. We're good.
Hey, wait a second, Aaliyah. You gotta meet Amira. You guys, look at, see? Same energy.
No, yes.
Am I wrong?
I'm actually
Same energy.
seeing it. I'm seeing it. The fit is kind of giving.
The fit is the same.
It's giving.
props. No, I love it. It's great. Of course.
Okay, don't pull me out
Thank you for being here.
Good to see you, you good? Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, how are you?
I see Hasan trying to be a bit political and finding it difficult. Yeah. Oh my God, Mark.
Looking for the bikini off. Oh, but I don't have a hair.
There we go.
We're gonna pause for one solo.
So by the way, this is your biggest fan. We brought her because.
Oh my God.
I love you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. What's up? What's happening?
How's it going?
It's going a lot better now.
Yeah.
Wow.
The youngest
so weird
HasanAbi
hearing your
had.
voice go so like not fast.
I feel I need to be more courteous and not curse. That's what I need to do. I have a potty mouth. I'm sorry.
She's all the time like, he can say that on TV.
Sometimes I do, unfortunately.
But I don't care.
All right. So we're going to do a solo shot? Let's do it.
We gotta do a solo.
Yeah, all right. Ready? 1, 2. All right, we're going to
You know, when I saw you at the Women for Abdul event, I sent the picture that we took to Hasan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him you were his youngest fan.
It's true. It's
so
true.
so nice to see you again.
Yeah.
So I'm honored that you came back.
Oh my
So thank
goodness.
All right, guys.
Hi, I'm Summer Lee.
Smart.
All right, we got a big
From
group.
Pennsylvania. Very to meet you.
Oh no, you're good. I was just like, how did she manifest those? No, you're good. You're good. Thank you though.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Lovely meeting you. Thank you for being
How
here.
tall are you?
I'm Mark.
I'm 6'4".
Hi.
Hi, Chad.
I thought you were 6'7".
No.
6'7".
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you. Nice
to meet you.
Sorry.
I also thought you were bigger.
And now
How
we're
are
going
you
to
doing?
someone.
Good to meet you.
Hi, Marge.
How you doing?
So this is Isha, who is like one of your biggest fans, who's also my student. He also does all of our events. He's basically our advanced guy. So he's helped to set up all of these.
What's up, man?
So
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And the battery. Excuse me. Oh, sorry.
It doesn't like my non.
Good to meet you too.
I'm Leah. That you talked to.
Oh, you're the one I called.
Oh,
It's nice to meet you. Sorry, give me 2 seconds.
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Shall we?
That's what we're here for.
you need me to have enough pictures of you, man. He's like Hasan and my professor.
All right, I gotta come back over here. He's so small. I'm not gonna be doing.
All right. Next
Better
up.
to like spread it out
No.
instead of like we look.
I can't.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Hey, how you doing? Come on in the middle. Come in the middle.
Should we just
Yeah, please squeeze it.
a little close? Yeah. Now we're
You
set.
know how to do it.
Ready? All right. We got options. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
See you guys.
About being over here.
Okay.
I am fine.
Nobody cares about all of us. Nobody cares about all of us.
Thank you so much. I'm at Congresswoman Lee.
It's mine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Ready? Great.
Thank you so much for coming.
On the material this man.
I know. It's your floor. Thank you.
What's that? I already have it. We'll hang it. We'll put you right in the middle here.
Can I?
So Rima is a very active Palestinian leader. She's a state school board member, Washington.
I was the activist.
So Ann Arbor school board member.
Outside at night when I was trying to get ready to do that.
Thank you so much.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Tell them the message for your daughter.
Yes. My daughter's name.
Your mom is awesome.
You don't want to hear that.
Free Palestine.
She was worried about passing out. So I'm taking a picture instead. And she loves it. Thank you so much.
Of course. Rashid, you good? This is Alan.
All right, next up. You have a phone?
Thank you, Abdul. We got you.
Coming soon. Hi, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
You. Thank you so much for being here.
I know, I'm like so cute.
All right, ready? 1, 2. We got options.
I think all of us do.
It's nice to meet you.
That's why I moved.
Oh, look at that.
I've never felt so much.
You got the yellow one.
Shame about my height.
Frame marking the rest of us.
No.
How are you? Good to see you. Sit down. How you been?
How was your crumble cookie yesterday?
Oh God, shameful.
It was so shameful.
It was a shameful experience.
All right, everybody, please in. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, now the camera, please. Thank you.
Impeccably dressed.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all so much for being here.
Very kind.
All right, next up.
You're amazing supporters of us. Like, they hosted one of the first fundraisers we ever did. She owns an amazing business called Go Grow, which is sort of like a third space for parents with kids.
All right, Chad, I'm gonna leave you here for 2 seconds while I go find water. Enjoy this photo op.
Over here. There we go.
All
Thanks so much. Love all of you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank
right, next.
We're doing press before and after, like last time, or just after?
I think it's just after. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Right in the middle?
Yeah, of course.
So it's
Thank
basically
you.
all the tall people there.
I know, right? This is awkward. I like it. Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, at the camera. Perfect.
Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate y'all. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
All right, next. You guys got it.
So Leonard's running for
How you doing? Thanks for being with us.
He takes on some of the. He actually defended all of the students who were being attacked by the AG for their work.
Oh, hell yeah.
So he's one of the good ones.
And he does this for real because he took all his young friends to the plane.
He knows.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, doctor.
He also had the sickest watch in the game.
Oh, I took it off, buddy.
Good.
I didn't.
He just actually has extra.
And this is the humble campaign.
All right, at the camera, real quick. At the camera. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
Appreciate it. You the Congresswoman?
Yes. God bless. Thank you. What's up, man?
You good?
How you doing?
His name is also Hasan. All people on the side.
He's the
Hasan's over here.
Hasan's over here.
Oh, hell yeah.
What's up, chat? You know, forget.
Everybody, shout out your mom. Hi, how you doing?
How you doing? Good? Appreciate you.
His name's Hasan.
We got a lot of
Hasan.
All the Hasans are coming out.
You guys only let Hasan say VIP.
There. You get one? Hi, Brittany, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Everybody, thanks for being here.
Here we go, Michigan. We got peace sign here. Is this your first time?
All right, the camera.
Abdul doesn't a huge fan. Abdul doesn't give out peace.
Thank you for being here.
He won't give peace to the people. People should ask him that.
Hi, how are you?
Say
hi, Mama. Thank you. This is my campaign manager's family.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Hi.
How are you? How are you doing? Hi, it's good to meet you all. Anywhere you come in. Come in.
We got a bunch of them.
Aaliyah, get in.
Yeah, come on in. Oh, Aaliyah, is this your family? It literally is.
Thank you.
I love it. Hi.
So this guy's behind all the video stuff. How are you?
Nice. My son's from here also, so.
Listen to the youth.
Bring it in, bring it in.
Abdul,
sorry.
Okay, you just went out, okay?
Thank you, thank you.
I was just like, you've been here with us the whole time.
Yeah, we're with M-Gate, and we'd love to work with you.
Yeah.
So happy.
Hey, did you want a picture?
No, we're grateful for the support, of course. No, thank you so much. Yes, that happened.
How are you?
It's been a long day. It really, really has.
All right, mobilizing chat. Sorry, I got distracted.
Oh, I want you to say we were literally looking for cups. Like we have enough to share.
Let's see.
And there is Wi-Fi. Down here.
I'll try. Listen, I know that is my role, right? It is the energy.
I don't care.
What?
There is Wi-Fi.
There's some in your lip. The other side.
Kind of around you.
I see that.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
This is charging right here.
Oh, perfect.
Or you can move it wherever.
What are we on juice in general? One battery's full life, right?
One battery's full. The camera is still charging, but probably not for long. And then this thing is charging right now, so I don't know. I'm optimistic. Wow, everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, of course.
Everything's gonna be Daijo Blue, chat. Everything's gonna be Daijo Blue, chat.
You were doing the
Smile, chat. There's that one on the page. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, the camera, I love that.
Alright.
Very on brand. You took a picture with the camera.
One more staff one.
One more. All right. You want to get all the
Maybe
stuff?
one more.
Yeah, we're so staff.
So Aisha is she helps
Thank
us
you.
with all of our local fundraising.
Summer She's put the event together for tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much. We have an incredible team. There's so many.
We really do.
Got it. Thank you.
Can do one more. Roxy.
Where's all the team? Bring all the team
We
in.
got Roxy.
Yeah.
We got one
You're
more
gonna have to
Roxy.
give the camera to somebody else.
Trent, you want
Bring
one?
all the team in. Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you.
Where do you want to tell team?
Oh, we can do rows. I'm short. You're short sighted.
I'm short.
Come on out. Come on over here. Because it.
You need to be
Like, is this a fun? Yeah, no.
Roxy.
The camera's the other.
Or someone else. Come on. Yes, Katie. That's well, then we were trying to get someone to take a photo. Am I sorry? Okay, already spot.
All right. Do we have everyone? Wait, one more.
Any more?
He has a lot of staff.
Cute.
Everybody say Abdul.
For Senate.
Okay.
I believe Leo's doing that.
Yes, I got it. So if folks who are not speaking want to start heading over to the auditorium, the program's going to get started in the next 10 minutes.
I won't need it now, but I'll need it at some point. Switch me.
So if you need help getting back to the auditorium, please raise your hand. Otherwise, you are free to go. Perfect.
Wow, goodbye.
Transitions for this time? Last time she did the intro.
Yes.
So the same thing, or are we gonna do
yes.
MC?
So we have an MC who's like gonna intro each of you guys.
Oh, good. There's an MC.
You don't have to
intro the next person.
Okay. Yeah, I looked around. The MC didn't come. So.
I know.
No, for sure.
I'll do it.
For sure.
Like,
And I heard you did amazing. So no worries there.
Okay, so there is an MC.
Okay, cool.
Theoretically.
Where did Abdul go? He's lost.
He's right here.
He's sitting. Don't worry.
He's ready for a nap.
Wait, do you
want me to shuffle this way?
Some snacks over there.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Spending time with my kids.
Okay, if you guys want to come here.
Okay. What are you doing, a promo for Rebel?
If I could have all I need them to just go ahead and fund me because I give them my money.
You guys got a quick sec?
Just gonna give you guys a quick run through of the show. Not gonna be crazy different than the last one. Okay, so So we're gonna have. Where did Yusuf Rabi go?
I would guess him.
He's so tall, we can't miss him.
Not in this room.
Rashida should be here soon. I'll give them individual run-throughs when they get here. Okay, so Amir's gonna go first. You have 2 minutes to speak, and then after you is gonna be Summit, who is on their way. Summit is gonna have 5 minutes, and then Yusuf Rabi's gonna go there. He's gonna have 5 minutes, and then it's gonna be Congresswoman Tlaib. She is also on her way. She's gonna have 5 minutes, and then we're gonna go to you. You have 10 minutes, like at the last venue, and then Congresswoman Lee, you have 10 minutes as well, right after Hasan, and then Abdul's gonna close. The ask, though, that is going to be different at this one is at the very end, we'd love for the two of you, as well as Congresswoman Tlaib, to join Abdul on stage.
I actually just left.
All good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This one's going to be a little bit different because it's going to be easier for you guys to get there. So after you're done speaking, there will be reserved seats in the very front row. They have stars on them. That's where you know to go sit afterwards. So exit to the left of the stage. So you're facing this way, go this way. So afterwards, go sit down, and then I'm gonna have you two, as well as Congresswoman Tlaib, join Abdul on stage. Take a selfie together, gonna get some shots, take a selfie with the crowd, and then Brian is gonna run up on stage, and you guys are gonna do a bit where you sign the lens of the camera, which is gonna be really cute for a video.
Nice.
Any questions?
Cool. Are they coming in from that ramp
here
on the side?
Yes, so they're gonna be coming in from the right of the stage. There's a side door. So they're not gonna be going down the ramp like you guys did last time. You're gonna be coming from to the right of the stage.
Can someone signal? Is it after the speech is done? Like
Yes,
it's
after
the
he's
speech is
done.
and someone will like.
Yeah, so after
signal.
Abdul's speech is done, Mr. Brightside is going to start playing, and that's when you guys should know you need to walk up onto the stage. You Mish people, you know what that's about.
I don't know.
Okay, gotcha. So, yeah, the
Yes.
third quarter they sing Mr. Brightside. I don't know, like they started to do it after I left, but it's just a thing that folks do.
It's a famous You Mish thing. And so afterwards, this is the room that press scrum is going to be happening in.
You know what?
So
Actually,
we will-
let's wait. When Brightside goes on, I'd love to get the whole everybody singing it.
Singing it.
So wait,
Yeah, that's-
wait
that's
until the
pretty
song
dope.
is up.
I like that.
And I'm gonna call you guys up. Right?
Okay,
They'll
yeah.
sing it.
Okay,
It's just a thing we do here.
Okay, so that will be, so Abdul will cue you guys to walk up onto the stage. Afterwards, this is where press scrum is going to be happening. So please we're going to obviously corral you guys and direct you how to get there, but just in case for whatever reason you get lost, please note the way to kind of get here since it's not as direct as it was at the last event. Any further questions?
How big is the room?
Big.
How many?
Oh, we got to go right now.
500.
Okay, great.
And we have to go over?
How do you guys
I
want to
don't-
start off? A chant? You want me to do anything crazy to get the hype up?
Do you,
hype it up?
Yeah, do you, man.
All right.
Okay, Amir, I believe you need to start heading up with Trent
Just
so we
make
can
sure
have you
you tell
queued
them
up.
who you are and what you're doing.
Of course. Yeah. I'm here to support you. That's it.
No. This is about supporting you.
I love you, bro. I got you.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Okay, Trent's gonna escort you upstairs. For each of you guys that are speaking, I'm gonna have somebody go with you just in case, for whatever reason you get lost along the way. It's a bit of a trek. It's a little bit of a trek. Get water. Also,
I did.
anyone?
How far is the room from here? Okay, I'm gonna find a closer outlet to plug in if that's possible. Probably like outside or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could take a minute for her. I can't because I changed my clothes.
Why?
Be on the blackboard.
Oof. I realized just now that I haven't eaten yet.
Why do you always do this?
8 p.m.
Why do you always do
I don't know how the time just flew by, dude. It's crazy. I totally forgot. This is a bigger room too. Chat. We have Wi-Fi, right? We're good. Like everything has been.
I mean, my phone's got Wi-Fi. I've been watching. I don't think it's been going down.
It's time, Breton. Put me in the bottle.
How long until they escort us?
Sorry.
How long until they escort us?
I want you to know that
My big sister is here. Until they escort us. How long?
Probably about 2 minutes.
2 minutes ago.
2 to 5.
Hey, welcome.
Hi.
There's no cancellation for you in Michigan. We love you here.
It's great
Yeah,
seeing
you're always
you.
welcome here. Hey, honey, how's it going?
Summer.
Not them getting enthusiasm.
Nice to meet you. How are you? Good. Nice to see you. Hi guys, how are you?
Hey, Saga.
Yeah,
Nice
no
to meet you.
Lassie.
Oh,
Should have brought the baby.
I'm sorry, I tried to.
Cute.
I really tried to. I got
You know he's
pictures.
turning 1 this week?
Yeah, this Sunday. I have a video
But
for
you
you.
know the picture sheet, you know how they put pictures at
Yeah.
that trend where you put baby pictures?
Yeah.
Looks just like you.
Oh, yeah.
Baby picture? Yeah,
know that's
very
yeah, I was like, oh, that's Lassie.
Yeah.
I was like, that's Lassie.
Somebody else, that's right. Did you guys do that
Everybody
too?
dressed up. I ain't.
Yannick said that you ate us up. That was like,
Oh, that's hilarious.
Okay, yeah. No, you don't have to. I'm just saying.
I did last
didn't-
night.
No, he's good. Yeah.
Listen, man, at the end of the day, I know who wins 3 votes.
I'm going to have you meet our field organizers. We just hired 5. They're ready to roll for you. They're excited. So this is my director of fields, and he's just did the training and everything.
How are you, man? You good?
Really good.
Yes.
From Southwest.
Southwest.
That's my neighborhood.
oh, about to say, I don't know. That's none of the neighborhoods in Detroit.
Southwest is like real deal.
Yeah, I was
That's
born
what
and
I've always
raised there.
heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yep, that's what we know.
Well, welcome. This should be exciting.
So how far is Detroit from here?
Like 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, not even
Terrible.
I
40
figured
minutes.
like we brought them, so they've done Ann Arbor and East Lansing. I was like, wow, we brought you here and didn't even do Detroit and Dearborn. Like, we got to make that happen.
Here, what do I do? I texted you, but your phone goes straight.
Oh, she is mine?
Here. She's here. She's in the back.
Yeah,
So
that's what she wanted. You know what it was?
I'm gonna call her out. I don't care. I'm gonna say she's here.
She's talking to press.
Yeah, I'm gonna totally be like, Debbie Zoom was here.
Yeah, good.
Thank
Oh,
you for your
nice. Say
support.
hello.
Thank you for your support, Debs.
Congressman, if you're good, I can give you a run through of the runner show.
I have it.
Oh, you have
Yeah,
it?
we have 8:12.
Okay.
I should be up.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Perfect. And then just so you
I'm
know.
gonna plug in closer to the auditorium
Oh, okay.
because I don't think it's very accessible.
We're going to. We're gonna have you,
Actually, I'll just
the
leave it
4
here.
of you guys, kind of join Abdul on
Okay.
stage once he's done speaking. Take some
Yeah.
pics, take a shot with the crowd, and then we'll like do a little bit where Brian from our digital team is gonna come up with a camera, and you can like sign the camera. It'll be a fun video.
Okay, so everybody's cool with me having, because she's here, this
Do
is
it.
her district.
Do it.
I'm out of protocol.
I'll do the same.
Okay, I
Yeah, I'll do
appreciate
the
that.
same. No,
Okay.
I mean,
I'll leave it to you.
I texted.
No, that's why
I
I
texted and
because I wanted
invited.
you to know, and I didn't want to
I'm
like
glad you
have her
came.
there and not come.
She's always been Abdul curious.
I know.
Come here.
I love it. She likes to support the young people.
I know. I told her, I was like, great, come through, come.
I always call her.
And tomorrow
like an
I
air
like
bomb.
her.
I like her,
She's
and I
cool.
don't like a lot of politics. So.
She says what she believes, and I really admire that in somebody. So.
Product placement.
Should be good.
Yeah.
I'm
She's
a
like,
totally
Trying to get a Red Bull.
Somebody told me they're like, hey, if you were to take a corporate
I'm
contribution,
on a
where are you
matcha
from?
now. I'm a matcha girl now.
Yeah, keep it. Play hard to get.
Yeah. You know there's a stream going on?
I'm not easy.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Everybody warned.
I'm always
remember
live.
last time no one told me, and my son was like, "You're so cringe. I can't believe you."
He's
You remember
wrong.
that last time?
I do. He's wrong. As an
No, he
actor.
was totally Adam, and he says he's always live, Mom. Everywhere he goes, he's live.
Yeah.
No, I don't trust the chat anymore. Somebody. in
It'd be
the
your own
comments-
people, Rashida.
No, I don't. I mean, honestly,
Your kids.
Summer, yeah. But even my friends and stuff, really.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's the whole group of people that won't really talk to me unless I'm on Piper's thing.
That's so funny. That's crazy. No, I gotta unsubscribe now. Somebody in the comments asked if I was Cash Patel.
Oh my God.
I know,
so offensive.
I know who you are. You know,
so
we have
sad.
a problem.
So funny.
That's crazy. You're way more
The
handsome.
impression is really easy to do.
Okay, I see it
That's
now.
it,
You
that's
didn't
it.
have to do that.
But I don't think I look like
you
him.
didn't have to
goodness.
look
You're not
like
gonna be the charge today.
I know. I'm
You're
just
the
saying,
charges
like,
today.
You didn't have to lean into it. Like
no,
that.
for my staff called it out for me. I'm like, that's tough because we're all like, Indian men are struggling right now. You know, like
Yeah.
we don't got our good folks out. You know, so here we are. Now we got a problem.
I know it's just a
That's
campaign
right.
to lift them back up and get them back in the
We
game.
just gotta
Get
get
them
them
back
out.
in the
We
game.
gotta get somebody.
I want my suit jacket again. I knew she was gonna come in here with the
Did you
uniform
change
on.
your mind? That's crazy.
I changed my mind.
No. Do you want me to go to the car?
I have a suit jacket.
No, I love
Do you want me to go to the car?
No, it's too late.
No, it's cute. Extra.
It's too late, isn't it?
Summer.
It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. Yeah.
You got an outfit change. It's cool.
I know. Because
It's like you're doing two different
It's a new day,
things.
new content.
Are you? Is the speech gonna be different too? You're just. Was that freestyling or was that?
Freestyling.
Yo, it's off the top.
It's.
Yeah. I've seen her freestyle.
It's
pretty good.
crazy.
I like her freestyle more than, yeah.
Okay.
It's,
so awesome.
it comes from the heart,
Yeah.
and like, Pittsburgh comes out.
I get the expectations up, and it's not always replicable.
No,
I'm gonna try my best
it was
though.
so fire. I got text messages. People have been like, "Hey, you did a good job, but Summer." I was like, "I know, bro. You don't have to tell me." Like,
There are different mediums.
Yeah.
I'm decent sometimes at this meeting. I'm not always. It's not always. It's not always a grand slam.
Glazing you, so you mess up when you go on stage.
I know what I'm eating, and I'm catching this. I'm catching
Set it up. I set the bar up. Now you're gonna be like, I don't know.
And now I'm being so mad.
I'm gonna rip your whole speech. I'm gonna go up there. I don't remember everything. But.
Oh yeah, that'd be funny.
Oh no, honestly, I learned how to. The reason why I do like improv, extemporaneous, is because you never know if someone's gonna say the thing that you say.
That's true.
So
Yeah,
you have to
that's
always
true.
be ready to either say something else or to add on to what
That happens very often
We also
too.
do a line on a lot of stuff, so we're gonna sometimes say similar things.
Let me tell you something. I'm still in Abdul's whole chant.
Yeah.
That slogan, I'm taking that.
Yeah.
What was it? Get money out of politics.
Get money in your pockets.
in your pockets.
You know.
That's mine.
If anybody asks, we came up with that first.
That's ours. That's the official slogan for the abolish sugar tax bill.
It is true. We go put that on the side.
They'll be like, I'm Summer Lee.
Yeah.
Bite a little bit too much.
I just rolled in from Pittsburgh.
Because sharing is caring, right?
The Mount Valley, yeah, you guys.
Yeah.
The Mount Valley.
Yeah. People are gonna be like, that's strange. That's not your background that we know, but okay. Trying something different today.
I know.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna try to keep the energy up a little bit because I do this stuff, but like.
How often do you rallies?
I mean, not regularly. And I
Kids
can
one time.
Yeah.
You'll get in the mode. You get locked in.
I can talk endlessly, but you know, it's a different speed. I feel like to be able to like bring up the tempo in a crowd like that. You know.
It's good.
How's the week been?
It's good. I mean, the tornado missed us in my district.
You have a tornado?
There was, yeah, and landed in Van Buren Township in Debbie's district.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Some counties got hit hard. Yeah, it's the Midwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. We got hills. We're like more protected.
This is a reminder that Pittsburgh is not the Midwest.
We don't have the.
Do you guys get a lot of flooding when it rains?
We do.
We do.
Yeah,
we get a lot of flooding.
that's
a real problem.
We've been getting more. We've been getting like microbursts, tornadoes, like
the
adjacent.
most common thing right now is flooding.
It's not working.
Oh, the mic's not working.
You got to charge it or something?
Yeah, some
It's not connected for some reason.
I think it wasn't maybe.
We don't have any other like energy bevs or coffee here, do we? No.
Best I can do is my position.
Good. No, you have. I have Zins.
What's the preference?
Any sugar-free energy bev will do. I just want a little pickup if possible. If not, it's also fine.
Okay. We'll see what we can find. Oh, there you go. Okay. I'll send some. Can I send a picture of the vending machine?
Sure. Any sugar-free is fine.
Sugar free. Okay. Wait, where did you put your hat?
Somehow, the camera's been charging off of that same juice that I was like a 2 cents before we even got
Hell yeah.
in the car. I'm just waiting for it to be
You
done.
need snackies, chat? I do, but I'm good. I'm good without the snackies.
What's going on? Why are you starving yourself to 8 p.m. every day?
I forgot. Like today, I literally forgot because Abdul says something about this event being catered by the famous place potentially. So I was like, oh, there's gonna be sandwiches at the next thing.
Isn't that the sandwiches that were the last ones?
No, I
should have gotten you some food last time.
No, it's fine.
What's the famous place? Zingerman's?
Zingerman's.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I'll have some Zingerman's, and
are they even open right now?
Are we? Oh yeah, they're gonna be there. Yeah.
I'm not here.
When's your flight leave?
I don't want to say on.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Don't say it.
7 p.m.
Almost got him to dox his flight. That would have been bad.
You probably learned the hard way. But also, I called somebody. I can't. Oh, my friend Sayu's.
What's this guy doing?
I can't see anything.
Cotton 4K.
Very chocolatey. I don't even like brownies like that.
Look, a brownie. This is what you get, chat. This is what you get.
Would you rather have something with sugar in it or nothing at all?
Something with sugar in it's fine.
Okay.
I was gonna need a napkin now. Because my whole face is caked with chocolate.
Well, there's a bunch of dirty rags hanging off the walls. That's an option.
I like what you're doing. You're fine.
That's so fun. I was literally 16 years old.
I feel very dirty.
The first
Like a dirty boy.
But I was like I was like a student volunteer.
We're good.
Was ever elected to Congress didn't come from the East Coast, the West Coast. It came from the Midwest. That's
True.
right. We're gonna get him
I'm
elected.
gonna run into the bathroom.
Hell yeah.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
I love that. Like,
Really, emphasis.
You say inshallah, Chip Roy's gonna get extra scared.
Inshallah.
Yeah. He was on Fox News talking smack.
Oh, really?
Saying he's gonna be the first Muslim senator.
I bet he wouldn't say it to my face.
That's true. That's true.
That's gonna be my favorite part of like say it to my face. Go ahead, see what happens. Yeah, I bet you won't.
The head of the office guys asked me like, why do you like Abdul? I said, I was looking for a person running for office that can bench press 3 plates.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys. I saw that
Yeah.
and I was like,
3 plates. He's doing it. Him and Jamal Bowman. Those are the 2 people.
Bro, Jamal is doing like 4 plates for reps.
Jamal's
insane.
I've never seen strength like that.
He is like,
I'm glad he's back and doing it and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I just remember him like, and he's like looking like he's out of the 80s,
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
with his like sweatshirt on. And he like goes up, and I was like, oh man, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it twice. He's gonna do it 4 times.
You should do a diamond gym. You should go to Diamond Gym and work out with those guys.
I would, except for they all make me look weak.
Yeah, but
Have you been?
to Diamond Gym, no. Have you seen? Do you know what we're
No.
talking about?
These guys
This
are
is like a
But
viral.
it sounds like
It's a viral
you should go.
sensation. They yell at you. They berate you. They
Victor,
dominate
you know about
you.
Diamond Gym?
I did Dr. Mike.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, that's true.
I was just talking to him about the gym too. We got to take you guys out.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
they'll cook me. I'm a coward. I'm a weakling.
I'll
So it's
go
very,
hard,
it's
but
very militant, like go,
Yeah,
go,
yeah,
go.
they go crazy. Like that's the whole.
that's the
appeal.
vibe. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the whole vibe.
And some people like it. It's a motivator.
Yeah, they go viral.
So in college, they used to work you out until you threw up. That's
Oh,
how
I don't know
like
about
trained to
that.
work out. And like every workout was the same. You trained until
I don't
you
know
threw
about
up. It was awful. I didn't work out for like 10 years afterwards.
You know what?
So.
Yeah.
I feel so safe.
All right. Now that I got that one little brownie, I'm good. I'm good to go. I got my energy.
How was MSU? Yeah, there's like a lot of joy here because of the game.
I know.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter.
That's what I was
That's
like,
a- that's a-
I
that's a
expect the
crowd
energy to be
pleaser.
explosive. They just
Yeah.
won
No, I mean,
the championship.
I'm gonna bring that up.
Oh yeah, they're gonna
That's
go
a cheat
crazy.
code, right? What do you say? Go blue?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you got to know that.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is you'll say go blue, and then the MSU people are like go green, and then there's the whole fight, and then I'm like, I went to Wayne State, so I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm Penn State.
I went to.
Yeah, I'm
stay out of
Rutgers,
it.
so.
I'm gonna not say
in
we
my
are.
office, like our district director is MSU grad, and our chief counsel is U of M, and like they razz each other, like they'll like decorate their office door and this back and forth. Oh yeah, it gets really heated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big rivalry.
I
nothing is the
forgot to say
biggest
go
rivalry.
green when I was there, but you know it's fine for next time. Well, I need to learn how to do the crowd pleasers,
Yeah, go
things
blue
like
is
that.
I think sometimes you go blue and they say go white or something. Go blue, yeah, something like that.
Go white is MSU.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'll say that here.
Wait, so don't do that. I'm over here taking advice from Rashida because she's a true Michigander and she's
No, but because I'm all for
She's about to have us
everybody.
hemmed up already.
I'm for everybody.
I love
everybody
that.
to
I
win.
love that. Rashida for all.
That's right.
How have you been?
Okay.
Good?
You know, other than our president is losing his,
Mine?
becoming
He's
more
never had
he's becoming more unstable, and it's
By the minute.
no. I'm
Every
very
time I say
serious.
something, she corrects me. She's like, "No, that's always been the case." It's like, okay, you're right.
You know, when you wake up to that kind of message,
Yeah.
it scares everyone.
Yeah. And he also usually follows through. So
That and
there's-
the fact that people think, oh, he's not, you know, I still hear that, and I'm like,
Man.
how much more does he have to show you?
Yeah, he's already done it. I mean, the opening salvo, they blew up his school, you know? And it's crazy.
Nice jeans.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got swag.
Appreciate that.
My cam op. I don't know if you remember it from last time. Were
I'm
you
always,
there?
I'm always a big fan.
Yeah, we run a cooperative, so he's equal say, equal pay on the podcast. Terrible mistake. The socialism stuff. It's not good. Yeah.
It's more of an investment. Plus, the people that help us create never get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, he gets too much. That's what we gotta cut it out. Your days are numbered, March. Remember.
Is it 8:12 here?
Yeah.
We gotta go. Yeah, are we not?
They did 6 stories today on Fox News about me on the day of Donald
You're doing
Trump.
the right thing if you're doing stories.
Yeah, on the day that Donald Trump said he's going to genocide the entirety of Iran. It's just ridiculous. Do you think Democrats, when the ones that have like spoken out about this stuff, do you feel like they hear Fox News and all these other like right-wing outlets?
No, I do think
when they
think
see
there's
that
a shared donor base.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, shared donor base of folks that invest in those candidates as much as the ones who watch Fox, who benefit from Fox narrative.
Yeah, so they don't. So they think it's like it's good that we're in alignment. Oh, thank you. It's good that we're in alignment with the Republicans on this. They don't think this is probably unproductive.
I just think when you see that come out of nowhere, especially when they've never heard you.
Yeah.
They've never even.
That was so crazy.
Yeah, because a lot of the people making statements probably have never, you know. But for my 20-year-old, I know. You know, he says his stuff.
You're ready
But-
to speak, Congresswoman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, good luck.
Oh, they're gonna. Oh,
Summer, tomorrow.
can they just escort us one by one?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Well, in that case, I know I'm ready.
No, we're going right after. She's doing 5 minutes.
Let's go. Wayne State's awesome. I was considering going. Okay, guys.
I'm gonna plan for our future.
Where are we at? What are we at juice-wise?
Hopefully the camera or the backpack one's still charging. Yep, it is. Good. I'm just gonna swap this one now for this one. So that when I'm out there, I don't get
How many bars is the other one at?
It's 2. Which is more than enough for the camera, and then when this dies, I'll swap it in, and then we still have the baseline, and then we can come back, worst case, to this room.
Alright, nice. We did it. I mean, if we didn't do this like impromptu, last second juicer, we would have been cooked. We would have been out.
How you doing, man? Yes. All right. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. How's it going?
I'm peachy, man. We're enjoying our time, having a great day.
Wanted to introduce you to Summit. The
Summit.
CSG
I heard you rocked it.
Thank you.
Grateful. Oh, hey, have you met Hasan?
What's up,
Good, bro.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. You're tall.
Oh, thank you.
You guys ready? Yeah, say it again. You want to go? Oh, I heard you killed it.
Well, no, are you guys ready?
I'm always ready, man. I'm always ready.
How'd MSU go? Who's your first?
I mean, obviously, it's not.
It was good.
It's not home.
They were planning. I'm just the student body president, and they were planning. Like, I had to have a whole security team and everything, because the students supporting Israel on campus at MSU were going to work together to have a protest inside the building.
It's really interesting.
In there.
Did it actually happen?
It's like they didn't know what it was.
It's really funny. They always try to do counter demonstrations when I go on colleges, and it's never it amounts to nothing.
It blows my mind how much like outbursts people have about you coming on the campuses. We've had 5 events where we've hosted IDF soldiers.
Yeah, I know. Nobody says anything, right?
Who have like actively like come out and like said like there's no genocide. I was there. Like we only kill bad guys. It's really nice to meet you. Though.
Nice to meet you as well.
I have a photo real quick.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
let's
sure.
do it.
Student body president. Yeah.
Love it. Cool.
You want to pop in here for a photo?
For sure. You want to go over here?
Oh yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
How's my phone doing?
Chat at the end of the day. It's nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
One
It was
more.
nice meeting you. Yeah, for sure. Get in. All right. This is Chad. Helps us raise money.
Yeah, I want one. Yeah, I want one.
Got it.
Hey. And I'm throwing myself in there as well.
All right. This is Jacob. He coordinated our whole campus program.
Yeah, something like that.
The use.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right, is that time to go?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It might be. I have no idea.
You should be up in the next like 2 to 3 minutes.
Got it.
I might go up
I'm
with.
gonna
I might
have-
go with him and just. I just want to watch.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
It's hard to fly blind. You want to see what happens.
Okay, I got you. Well,
Plus, you got to feel it.
summer is right before you.
I mean,
We can also turn on the live stream.
are
if
people
you-
gonna see me?
No.
They might-
We
they
can
might
make it so that they
notice
don't
you.
see you. It's fine.
It's good. Man.
Okay, then why don't we just take everyone together?
Alright. Group wall. Alright.
So wait, so I'm sorry, are you planning to go upstairs as well?
I can do either one.
I just am like, if everyone wants to come, I'm just worried that it's gonna be like way too many people in that small hallway that we have.
Yeah, I should not have an entourage, so one person should accompany me, and I just want to see.
Okay, I will come with
Oh,
you.
is that our crew?
Yeah.
I love that.
So next to you.
So, actually, 1 second, let me check this.
This guy's in here. Yeah. Yep, I'm gonna leave my bag in here too.
Nathan, sorry.
Oh,
How's
nice
it going?
to meet you, man.
What's up?
Nice
How's
to
it
meet you
going?
in person.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm ready to go. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right.
Sorry, we'll have time. Don't worry. Bye, bro. We'll get him.
You guys, we're not leaving yet. We're not leaving yet.
Oh, I thought we said we were.
kidding.
No, I was getting you guys ready to go, but I will tell everyone when we're ready to go.
I thought Katie just said that Hasan needs to go.
I said.
Oh, you Catherine said.
All right, let's go.
Hey, look at that. Chelsea delivers.
Right now?
Is this more Red Bull?
Yeah.
I'm sure I knew
Just chug it, bro. Chug it.
It's okay, I'll take a swig too.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Alani's. I love Alani's. I really hope they're not problematic.
Want to make sure we got that one.
No, I need to get away from that life.
What up, Dom? How y'all doing? What are we studying? Oh no.
Oh no.
That's so kindness is a word I thought I would never have to see again. Oh my goodness.
Okay, we have to go.
All right. I'm doing the same vibe as last time.
Yeah.
You get your walkout, then I'll find somewhere to sit.
Okay.
Cover most of the
What did they
speech.
play for your walkout song? You don't remember?
You know what it is, Hasan.
Red Sun in the Sky?
No. Chat knows.
I like which side are you on?
We've lost our way as a community.
Remember, there's a stage, so it's gonna be like, there's gonna be some separation between.
I know.
Like, if you come on stage with me.
Yeah. I know. I'll be on. I'll play it by ear.
All right.
Wait, I'm holding next door.
But when I asked them what we're going to do about the fact that we have a water crisis, where I have high schools with garbage bags over their drinking fountain, and they can't seem to come up with the money for that. It's shameful. And I'm telling you, the folks that keep pushing back and saying, Rashida, you're always talking about genocide and Gaza. I tell them, if any member of Congress or Senate can support a genocide like that, what else are they supporting right here in our backyard at home? Dr. Abdul not only understands we have a right to breathe clean air, he put backpacks on literally on our kids in Wayne County so we can monitor the air quality. When I talk to him about the fact right now, at this very moment, people are literally losing their homes, their livelihoods, because they can't afford health care. He understands because he's heard the same stories. And we're not bullshitting you. He is going to move with the urgency that is needed. And I'm exhausted just like all of you are. I'm so tired of having to wonder whether or not they're going to press the yes button to support Big Pharma, or the crypto bros, or the word mongers, or all of these things. I'm exhausted. So why not get somebody like Abdul that you're elected that we don't have to pick up the phone and check him on his own. He's already got literally the way forward and making sure that we're not going to destruction of the country. the struggle of young people. It's not just the education. It's the fact that they have allowed us to be in survival mode constantly, in fear mode constantly. And what we understand is we got to move with the urgency that is needed. So please make sure you welcome my girl Summer Lee from all the way from Pittsburgh. And I will leave you with this. You know, I'm the eldest of 14. I've been taking care of people all my life. Mashallah. And the big mama bear in me is this. I don't want to wake up the next day in the general election and have a senator that now I have to watch 24/7. Let's get somebody in there that is not just a father and healthcare advocate and someone that fully understands what is important, but someone that literally knows that when he looks us in the eye, he can't lie to us. He can't mislead us. Let's get somebody elected that helps us thrive and not continue to struggle and continue to fear that they're going to turn around and, you know, literally turn around and sell us out. So thank you all so much for showing up for Abdul. Let's get him elected. And let me tell you, all the haters can keep hating because when I ran, I only won by 900 votes and now they can't get rid of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and enemies, please raise your signs and make some noise for our next speaker, Twitch streamer and political commentator, Hasan
Let's give it up for University of Michigan. They told me I gotta say, go blue. Yeah, I'm learning from the greats. That's gonna be a really hard speech to follow. Oh my God, this shit's leading. Give it up for Rashida one more time. I don't like a lot of politicians, as you guys probably know, but I mean, we have a really solid crew tonight. We got Rashida Tlaib, Summer Lee, Abdul and obviously little old me. Regardless of the fact that I wasn't even supposed to be here tonight. I think you guys know this already. For the past 38 days, Operation Epstein's Fury has been continuing by a bunch of fascist monsters that got tuned up by Israel, where Donald Trump basically was the first and hopefully last ever president that would be foolish enough to be at the mercy of Benjamin Netanyahu, to follow through on his lifelong project of continuing his death and destruction campaign. And a lot of the people that are on the Republican side, the reactionary side, they, instead of talking about that, decided to talk about me and stumping for Abdul instead. That's what they did for the past 2 weeks. Apparently today, Fox News had 6 different shows where they talked about Dr. Abdul Sayed. To all of them I say, they are united in their hatred of not just me, but all of us. And I welcome their hatred. Every single person in here, myself included, saw heinous war crimes take place every single day for the past 2.5 years. And we didn't stand idly by, we spoke out. And in the beginning, it was a lot lonelier when we spoke out. They used the same exact heinous smears. They said, you're anti-Semitic. They said, you are a radical Islamist, you're a radical fundamentalist, but also really woke at the same time. It doesn't really make sense. And back then, I felt a lot lonelier, but I don't feel lonely anymore. But obviously, the very same forces the very same perverse forces that have taken your tax dollars and chosen to use that on death and destruction campaigns and endless militarism overseas are still very much in charge. And our job is not done. Our job is not done. And that's precisely the reason why I'm honored to be standing alongside the likes of Abdul El-Sayed with the hopes that we can bring him into the Senate so we can be a real fighter for truth, a fighter for justice, and a fighter for all of you in here. For the past couple of years, we've seen defeat after defeat, both electorally, and it's created a lot of apathy. And a lot of people say, Hasan, how do you combat the nihilism? And I keep telling people, we have to maintain revolutionary optimism. Slowly but surely, holding on to the little victories of being able to convince a loved one on an issue that you care for, the little victories of being able to go out and door knock and potentially secure a vote for a candidate that you believe in, little victories when you phone bank for someone like Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, and hopefully a big victory of finally bringing in a responsive congressperson, a responsive senator who will fight for Medicare for all and will fight for justice and will not compromise to corporations and their malignant influence on American politics. Just as you all came out here to show your support and to hear from us, we're going to need all the help we can get. So I want every single person in here, every single HasanAbi head in here especially, to do everything in their power to convince others that we're done. Business as usual politics is over. This is how we win. Because united, we are strong. Divided, we beg, but united, we have power. And they know that we have power. And that's precisely the reason why many of those same corporate lobbyists and foreign lobbyists have spent the last 2 weeks trying to stop this event from taking place, claiming that people like yourself and your interests and your values should not be represented by our politicians. But we're done with that. There's a big battle brewing. There's a battle brewing. A battle brewing against not only the corrupt fascist forces of the Republican Party, but also against do-nothing Democrats that would rather sit there and collect paycheck after paycheck and fundraise for corporate donors that put your interests second to the interests of those very same corporations, that poison your water as they sit idly by, that make sure that every single piece of productive output of the wealthiest nation on earth goes back to our massive military-industrial complex that only brings about death and destruction overseas. Because remember, every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you. Because that's a dollar that they spend blowing up a school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhood. And if you want to put an end to the politics of corruption, you have to let your voices be heard. Not only organize in your workplaces, not only organize with your communities, but also organize to get responsive politicians elected. And that's precisely what Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is. He's here for you. As Rashida Tlaib said, you're not going to have to worry about having a politician that actually fights for your values. Wouldn't that be nice? For once. There's like a handful of them. I was looking earlier on my way over here. There's a new Pew Center study came out. 52% of Democrats that are under the age of 49 say that the issue of Israel and Palestine is very important for them. And among them, 80% sympathize with Palestinians over Israel. 80%. So why is it that if the base of the party is looking at this as a 90-10 issue, and yet the politicians reflect the inverse of those numbers? I look at Congress and I see it flipped. There's only a handful of Democrats that are actually outspoken on this atrocity, outspoken on the relationship that we have with a foreign country that we simply always have to send unlimited billions of dollars to. A country that has healthcare, mind you. You do not, but Israel has free healthcare. Yeah, you're right. We do pay for it. They don't want politicians to be responsive to your needs. They do not want a real democratic approach. And I fear that if we continue along this trajectory, we're not only going to lose democracy altogether, we're going to be heading down a very dangerous path. We're already in it. Fascism is here. Masked thugs, unaccountable to no one, unelected, ripping apart your neighborhoods. But there is power in numbers. We are strong when we are united, and I saw that with my own 2 eyes in Minneapolis. So I want to leave it on a positive note. Let the actions in community organizing that took place in Minneapolis lead the way for all of us. We all have a role to play here. You all have a role to play here, no matter how small it may seem. It could be $1 here and there to give to a candidate that you know is going to get hammered by AIPAC dollars. It could be phone banking. It could be demonstrating. We must not give up. And if you cannot maintain revolutionary optimism, when you feel really sad, when you feel really angry, remind yourself of the worst fascist that you know. It could be Donald Trump. It could be Rabbi Shmuley. They're going to be very excited if you stop fighting. So we cannot fight spite, but we cannot stop fighting. Let spite breathe life back into your movement. Because remember, none of us are free until all of us are free. Free Palestine.
Are you coming this way? All right, folks, let's give our next speaker a very warm welcome. Raise those signs, put your hands together for true champions for working people, Pennsylvania Congresswoman Summer Lee.
Ready to get speech mob?
I know.
What's up? I need a championship interview today because I heard that y'all want something. Congratulations, that's big. And let me just say, I am proud to be here in the next big fight that we have. So I hope that all the energy that y'all might have used up through the season and last night, that y'all saved something up, y'all, because we have big fights ahead of us. But first of all, thank you all for being here today. I'm Summer Lee, and I came all the way from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I do not always campaign for people, but I am proud to finally have a reason to be out here campaigning for something, someone that I believe in. And I hope and I know that you all are here too, because we have a stake in this fight. Y'all, I know you listen to all of our other speakers. If you might have watched the news all week or been on social media, listen, there were a lot of people who did not want us to be here with y'all today. It was folks who don't want us talking to people who might rock the boat. They don't want us to be in rooms with people who make them uncomfortable. But the reality is, and I said it earlier today and I mean it now, we are in the most powerful space in America. And it's important that you all know that. That you all know how powerful you are in this moment. And I hope that you all if you're anywhere else in the country, that we know what it feels like to have to fight for everything that we have. We know what it, some of us, I'm one of those folks who knows what it feels like to come from the working class for real. I come from family that helped to build this country with our labor. I come from folks who have built this country with our unpaid labor. And we know that we deserve, whether you are in Detroit or Lansing or Ann Arbor or Pittsburgh or Philly, that we deserve clean air and clean water. That in the wealthiest nation on earth, every single person here should be able to go to a doctor when they have a sickness, or you should be able to go to a school where you don't have to mortgage your life to pay for the rest of your days. That we deserve to live in a country that says that we should have a home, a country that says that we won't look at our homeless folks and say that there's nothing we can do for them. I'm tired of living in a country where we're supposed to believe that certain people can get more and more and more, and you and I and us, wherever we are, we're supposed to just accept that this is all we can get. But I'm here today to tell you that that's a lie. That's a lie. We will have so much more, and that's why it's so important. And let me tell you, young people, I know what you're up against. My sister Rashida talked about it. I'll talk about it. We talk about it all the time. We're here for real lived experience. Right. I don't take it for granted. I'm probably the comfort person that has the highest student loan debt in this country. I'm somebody who came from very little and made it here. It wasn't by happenstance. We worked hard to get to where we are. I don't talk to students and talk down to students because I don't think you're ready. I come and talk to students because I know that you all have experiences and perspectives that are so important to our democracy and so left out that I refuse, and we should all refuse, to not come directly to you and hear what you have to say. Right now, we're in front of multiple generations who have only known chaos and crisis. Crisis here in our own country with housing and banks. Crisis with our education system. Crisis with our healthcare system. We know crisis abroad where our dollars go to bomb children in Gaza, or crisis where we starve children in Africa. We've known crisis after crisis. We've had more to come. If we don't stand up and take a stance right now, I'm here because we can build a positive vision for what this country will be next. So let's get into it. Because there is a great force right now that wants to make you believe that there is nothing that you can do about what this world is becoming. They want you to believe that you can't affect the change that you deserve to see in our Congress or anywhere else. They want you to be hopeless and helpless and angry. But I'll tell you what, I've actually been to a lot of places and I don't see apathy where I go. I see people who have been squeezed. I see people who have been ignored. I see people who are tired. I see people who have tried and they showed up. I see people who want better for each other. And then I see other people who are fighting like hell to make you feel like your enemy is sitting next to you. That your enemy is somebody who worships differently than you are, or looks differently than you are, comes from a different socioeconomic status than you, unless they are corporate class, and do that is your enemy. They only have the politics of fear and division and destruction and disruption. They need us to keep our focus away from the people who have participated in the biggest sex trafficking ring in our country. Like we can't do anything. They need you to feel like you can't win. I need you to instead lead and learn and live in your power. I'm here today because who makes up and who sits in our Senate matters. And you deserve to have a fighter in Michigan in our country that will work every day until every person has health care. We need, you deserve a fighter who will get money out of politics. So it doesn't matter what APAC has to say, and it doesn't matter what AI has to say, but it matters what you have to say. You deserve a fighter in the Senate who will show up every day and be courageous when the cameras are on or off. That when you walk in the room, you know where he stands because he's always stood there. And because he comes every single time with the same energy. You can have someone in the Senate who doesn't kowtow to the corporations or the corporate PACs or the do-nothings, that they can reflect your actual actual visions and ideas for this country. Right now, we have something to fight for. So right now, I'm not asking you here to believe in us. I'm asking you to vote for Abdul, yes, absolutely. But I am saying that I need you to believe in you. I need you to believe in how powerful we are as a collective. I need you to understand our history, because here on college campuses, worlds have been reshaped and rebuilt and rearranged over and over and over. We see that anytime our country is in a problem, the solution is like our college campuses. That anytime our country needs courage and clarity, the solution is in these lecture halls. That you guys don't have to wait until tomorrow to walk into your power, and that's why they're afraid. So I'm saying, walk in your power right now. That your fight to demand more is seen and heard here in this Senate campaign. And that we need you to not relent. I always say that we need to stay in fighting term. We are in authoritarianism. We are. And it doesn't give us anything to ignore or believe. Our president woke up today and said that, gleefully tweeted out that he's going to commit a genocide. Things aren't okay. But right now, we have to fight just as hard as they are fighting to build the world that they're trying to build. We know who they're trying to build for. They want a country that reflects only them, that cares only about them. And if we care about building a new world, it's time to stop saying that a better world is possible, and it's time to start building that better world. It's time to start standing up for that better world. So right now, I need you to help us in Congress bring somebody who's going to build that world with you, for you. I need you all. Because you guys are worth fighting for right now. So listen, if you guys are ready to accept that it is all of our responsibility, and not only that, it's within all of our power to build this better world, that I need you to actually be up, be on fire, and have a championship energy. Because let me tell you something, it ain't going to be easy to get our brother into the Senate. There are a lot of people who don't want people in Senate talking about Medicare for all. They don't want us to talk about clean air and clean water. They don't want us to end endless wars. They don't want us to love our neighbor. They don't want us to build affordable housing. They don't want us to raise the wage. They don't want us to fight for union labor in Michigan. They don't want us to feel bold and empowered, but we're going to be there anyways. Be there anyways. So right now, I am asking you all to fight for myself, not for Abdul and not for me. I'm asking you to fight like hell for yourself. I'm asking you to ask yourself, what does your neighbor need? What does the person who is the most vulnerable in your life need right now? And I need us to go and fight for it. I need us to look MAGA or anybody else, corporate guns in the eye and say that we believe so much in what we are fighting for that we'll go toe to toe with you. So if you feel that way, don't leave here today and just get a selfie. Don't leave here today and just record the speeches. Speeches are great. I need you to leave here today and make more believers of the world. I need you to go throughout your campus. I need you to talk to everybody you know and tell them about what Abdul is here to deliver for us. I need you to call your family and tell them what corporate democracy has led us to. I need you to call your younger siblings or your older ones and tell them that it's our time to shape the next world and build it right up. So I need you to knock on your doors. Guess who can't get on the college campuses? All types of campaigns. You're already here. So I need you to, when you're out and you're at the cafeteria or you're at, maybe not at the party, have your time. But wherever you are, from today until August, what day? 4th. August 4th until mid-November 3rd. I need you all to fight like hell for yourselves. Make sure that we're sitting for champions. Don't wake up the day after and say, I wish I could have, I wish I would have, I should have. Say I did it, I stood strong, and I'm building this country right now because it's not in shape. So thank you all for watching me today. Please, please, please remember that the power of the people is always, always, always
the next senator from Michigan, Dr. Abdul Tlaib. Money out of? Pocket. Money in your? Pocket. What you care for? Money out of? Pocket. Money in your? Pocket. What you care for? That's right. My name is Abdul Tlaib, and I got no business running for U.S. Senate. At least that's what they tell me. They also told me I got no business having a conversation with all of you. They tell me I got no business having a meeting with somebody like Hasan or Summer Lee or Rashida. Whether you're talking about West Ann Arbor with Yusuf, or you're talking about West LA with Hasan, or you're talking about West PA with Summer, or you're talking about the West in general, we've got an opportunity to change the face of American politics, and we will not back down. We will not back down. I was never supposed to run for public office. I prayed the wrong way. I got the wrong skin color. I come from the wrong part of the world. I wanted to be a doctor. I will tell you why. I could go 15 hours from where I grew up to my family's native Egypt. I crossed a 10-year life expectancy gap. I saw that imprinted in the lives of the people I love. My grandmother lost 2 babies before their first birthday. I didn't have to go 15 hours. I could go 15 minutes from where I grew up in the city of Detroit, and I could cross the same 10-year life expectancy gap. And y'all, it shouldn't matter the color of your skin, it shouldn't matter what your parents do for work, it shouldn't matter where you live, you should have a long, healthy life in these United States of America. And I became a doctor to do something about it. And in my final year of medical school, I came to realize that the healthcare system I was training to be a part of wasn't just not part of the solution, too often it was part of the problem. Chewing up and spitting people out simply because they couldn't get monetized enough to feed the CEOs of the pharmaceuticals or the hospitals or the insurance companies that have sicked their tentacles on our healthcare system and monetized us because we dare to get sick. I decided instead to go to public health. I got the opportunity to read public health. There it is. Got to rebuild Detroit's health department after the state of Michigan moved through the city, forced it into bankruptcy, forced them to shut down a 185-year-old health department in a city with a higher infant mortality rate than my father's native Egypt. We rebuilt it around kids. We did things like guarantee every child a free pair of glasses delivered at school within 2 weeks of a vision test. A program that's done 50,000 pairs of glasses across our state.
Rashida's neighborhood, Marathon Petroleum wanted to raise their emissions of sulfur dioxide. We stood up and said enough is enough. We forced them to invest their own money to reduce their emissions when they had wanted to increase them. Put air quality monitors all over our county so those who can find information about air pollution. Mike Rogers, when he was in Congress, he helped to pass through the most damaging pro-opioid legislation in American history. Led to millions of people dying. You know what he got on the back end? They gave him a $14 million payout when he finally retired and moved to Florida to finally get what it was that they were paying off people. We put Narcan, life-saving anti-overdose medication, in vending machines for free in 100 locations across Orange County. I'm never going to forget that experience, watching what was happening and thinking that our kids in the city of Detroit would be exposed to the same lead we were hearing about in the place where we systematically concentrate our most vulnerable people for most of the day, most of the year in their schools. So we had them in school, daycare, and Head Start tested for lead in the water. In the first 68 schools, we tested 19 of them. Tested positive for lead. Got them on a pathway to being lead-free, got to work with folks like Dr. Rona to help rewrite the state's lead policy after that. And when we found out that Wayne County ranked number 8 for medical debt nationwide, with a whopping $700 million of medical debt, we realized we could eliminate it for pennies on the dollar. So guess what we did? We eliminated it for pennies on the dollar. That day, sitting in my office, when this administration decided to freeze federal funds. Y'all remember that? Yeah. I'm sitting there looking at all the line items they've just frozen in my budget. Food on the table for moms and babies through WIC. The last line of healthcare defense through federally qualified health centers. Vaccines, froze all of them. And I'm sitting at my office, and I get a push notification to my phone. And I learned that day that after his long career, our current U.S. Senator is not seeking re-election, that there's going to be an open U.S. Senate seat. And I had to ask myself, where is the fight for the public's health now? And I believe that fight should take us all the way to the U.S. Senate. I don't know if you remember, but the first text message I got was from our sister Rashida. Habibi, this one looks like yours. That's because I'm not new to this. I ran for governor back in 2018. I was 32, I had no clue what I was doing. Trump just didn't like it. I said, you know what, I'm gonna go big or go home. I went big and then I went home. But not after taking 340,000 votes. We ran a campaign on ideas and ideals. I said something at the time folks weren't quite ready to hear, which is that Donald Trump himself is not the disease of our politics. He's just a worse symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease is a system of corporations and billionaires and special interests who will buy and sell politicians to do their bidding. It's the reason that we pay more for the stuff we gotta buy and get paid less for the work that we do. It's the reason that they misappropriate our tax dollars to go and drop bombs on other kids and their schools and their hospitals rather than building schools and hospitals for our own kids right here in Michigan. For 40 years, we dealt with the symptoms, but we never dealt with the disease. And in this election here right now, we have a choice about whether or not we are willing to stand up against that disease of our politics, to take on corporations where we find them to do our bidding in our politics rather than theirs. It is no longer appropriate for them to pick our pockets simply because we got sick. It is no longer going to be acceptable for DTE to raise our rates faster than 46 other states. And no longer are we going to sit idly by while AIPAC tells us that the number one goal of our foreign policy is to align with a foreign government. AIPAC, everybody says, well, it's because you're Arab Muslim. No, it's not.
Fuck APAC.
It's because I'm fucking from Michigan. And I want my tax dollars spent in Michigan. Protecting Michigan kids. Providing Michigan healthcare. It's the Michigan way. It's the Michigan school. Now I want to be absolutely clear about one thing. This is a movement built on our love for people. All of us love and revere Jewish folk, our Jewish neighbors, the faith of Judaism. And trust me, nobody will fight harder against anti-Semitism than somebody who intimately understands what it's like to be discriminated against because of how I pray. Yep. But that love and reverence for the Jewish people is founded in a love and reverence for all people. So how dare I say that I love the Jewish people without standing up against the genocide against Palestinian people? That should move us to stand when we see injustice against Palestinians, that should also move us to stand up when we see injustice against Jewish folk. It is the same love for humanity. Now, I heard that our friends, students supporting Israel, were going to be protesting us. But I'll tell you this, at the end of the day, they will be welcomed here. Because at the end of the day, we believe in the courage of our convictions and our ideals. We believe in the ability to actually have a discussion about the kind of politics we want. Because at the end of the day, for me, all of us should be in the business of supporting America.
Yes.
And that is the working purpose. And in America, we believe that it should be one person, one vote, not $100 million corrupting our entire politics because AIPAC said so. Woo! They told all the friends in a memo they circulated that Abdul al-Sayed is the single most dangerous candidate in the 2026 election cycle for the U.S.-Israel relationship. I wish they would have made me a shirt. I'll award to them. I don't know about you. I don't spend my tax dollars. I don't pay taxes. I don't pay taxes, so when another country gets a tank or a bomb, I pay my taxes so our kids get schools and health care. Everybody asks, why are you always talking about AIPAC? Well, because they're going to be the biggest spender in this entire race. You know, if you want to win the argument, win the argument. But don't pretend that somehow this is a fair fight. When you're willing to stack $100 million of cash that gets funneled into, you name the super PAC, to run ads that have nothing to do with your central issue, you have decided that you've already lost the argument and it doesn't matter. And to me, I studied in these halls. I learned about a democracy that was built about having a persuasive discussion about the kind of America we need and deserve. You know what they didn't tell me? That $100 million super PAC is going to come and drop attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. I'll tell you this though, there is one upside. I'm an Arab dude. Okay? And the one thing you're supposed to have as an Arab dude is a nice beard. And I was never gifted with that. But for 3 months this summer, AIPAC's about to give me the beard of my dreams. to Minneapolis at the height of Project Metro Surge. I went because I wanted to stand in solidarity with the people of Minneapolis. And I wanted to understand what it looks like when our government spends $185 billion, which, by the way, is bigger than the budget of the FBI. It is bigger than the budget of the U.S. Marines. Spent that much money to weaponize itself against the Constitution and lay siege to a city in our own country. And the people I met there, they had courage about them. I met a guy, he was in full-on hunting gear, real tree. And I asked him, I said, well, you know, have you done this before? He said, no, I've never done this before. I said, who'd you vote for? He said, Trump, twice. I said, well, why are you here? He said, because I never knew it would get to this. And he taught me two things that I hope we all take with us. Number one, people have the immense capacity for change. And number two, that when faced with injustice, people are willing to do extraordinary things. And I tell you story and I share it here because I want to contrast his bravery. It takes a lot to say that you were wrong. It does. I want to contrast his bravery with politicians who tell us that we can reform or retrain ICE. Have you ever thought about what that would actually mean? Maybe it's because I actually ran government agencies that I understand that you cannot reform this. Like, how do you teach somebody who was willing to use a child as bait that that's wrong? Like, can you imagine a PowerPoint slide? Like, what's on the slide? You have the kid and then you have that little big circles with a slash in it. Don't take the kid. I'm so sorry, but if you're willing to use a child as bait, you do not belong in the U.S. government. ICE cannot be reformed. ICE cannot be reclaimed. ICE needs to be abolished. And just this morning, I don't know if you've been watching the Twitters, but apparently the most important thing happening on Twitter was whether or not we were going to campaign with Hasan. Our president is waging a genocidal, illegal, unjustifiable war in Iran that is torching our tax dollars to the tune of $1.5 billion a day, spiking our gas. Oh, the most humorous thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry, she's one of the hour bars. That's the minute. And I don't know if you filled up recently. I paid an extra $20. And just this morning, the president talks about wiping out the whole civilization. Now, I don't know about you, but like, when I heard that comment, the first thing I thought about was my kids. I have two little girls, ethnically half Egyptian, ethnically half Indian. They get their looks from their mom, thank God. 100% American. And I would do anything for those little girls. The people in Iran would do anything for their kids. 93 million people, conservatively. 30 million of them are children. And this guy's talking about a genocide of 93 million people, 30 million children. And somehow Fox News found it fit to cover this rally 6 fucking times. And not talk about the fact that the president wants to commit genocide in Iran. Here's the thing. This is the thing that gets me the most. I understand that guy is a narcissist with no functional mental capacity. I understand that he does stupid shit every day. I also understand he's got a weird obsession with the Drapes. But what kills me the most is when members of my own party want to do this doublespeak where they talk about, well, it's an illegal war, but if they ask me for funding, I'm definitely going to fund it. It's either illegal and you wouldn't fund it, or you think it's perfectly legal and agree with it. But stop playing games. Don't lie us. We have to believe that we can move past this. I told you about my little girls. One of the hardest things about doing this is I'm gone all the time. I got to spend a couple of days with them on end in the last 3 days, and one of the hardest parts about it is it took my daughter a couple of days to stop asking when I was going to leave. And we got home, and I had to tell her, my 3-year-old, today I'm going to not be here when you come home. And she said, today's the day you're going to leave? I said, yeah, today's the day I'm going to leave. But I'll come home, inshallah. And the only reason that you can justify that is because you believe that you are building something that is worthy of those kids. That's all of you. I can't verbally call myself young anymore. Okay? I'm about 41 years old. But once you get that 4, well, okay? But I remember what it was like to be young. And this weird thing that older people do, which is they think that young people should know what it's like to be older. Which is ridiculous, because y'all have been old. But we've been young. And I remember what it felt like to be young, the endless possibility of a life in front of me. And I was blessed to be young at a time when our politics looked somewhat hopeful. If you're 25 right now, you were born in the year 2000. I'm glad you're happy about it. And I just can't imagine the sum total of your lived experience in this place. I mean, when you were 8 years old, you either lost your home or you watched a family near you lose their home in the worst financial crisis, for which the banks who caused it paid nothing. You have been alive with the internet existing your whole life. I don't know how Hasan does it, but like, the internet sucks your eyeballs and eardrums. And you had to live in that reality forever. You were what, 10? 15, when Donald Trump came down that hideous escalator? He's been a feature in your politics ever since. And before that, you have to tell people, you have to watch people, tell people that they got fired from a job they never had. You have been alive for wars almost your entire life. And we're yet again fighting another one. I understand the nihilism. For every one of you who's here, God bless you. I know you know 10 other people who will be caught dead in a political battle. Belief itself is an act of hope. I can't promise you that it'll win, but I can promise you that someday there will be someone you look in the eye like I look those little girls in the eye, and you will want to tell them what you did when democracy was at risk. You will want them to know how hard you worked so that they can have a better life than you did. And my ask is, I want you to think about that. And I want you to picture that conversation that you have one day, and I want you to put all of yourself into this. Because we may not win, but for damn sure, if we don't try, we will lose. And look, winning is right there. We live at the golden edge of a horizon of our own making. We get to choose every day whether or not we want to forge that for ourselves and for the people we leave after us. And I'm asking you, we are going to put all of ourselves into these next 4 months and the next 3 months after that and 6 years that come after that. I'm asking you to join us. I'm asking you to join us for the people that you will leave behind. I'm asking you to join us for the people who are here with. We can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That's the choice we have in front of us. Now look, I know the forces are arrayed against us. I know that they think that they can pound us into oblivion. I know they think that if they pressure us, that we're going to back down. But guess what? We don't back down. When they tell us we can't
taking super PAC money out of our politics, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot stand with our union sisters and brothers, we don't back down. When they tell us we can't guarantee health care for the richest, most powerful country in the world, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot stand up against stupid, endless wars, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot stand up and abolish ICE, we don't back down. When they tell us that we can't build an economy that includes all of us, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot believe in a future that is bigger than the present we have, we don't back down. I'm Abdul. I am running for U.S.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay. We can go ahead and head back to the green room.
Okay. I'll follow you.
All right.
Only press that I sent over.
What's going on? I tried to bring up the energy this time because I knew you were coming up after me. Obviously can't hold a candle. I mean, oh God, it was another incredible speech.
We're just telling people the truth. It's easy to do that, right?
It's true.
It's easy to do that.
Is Abdul behind us?
Who knows?
He's probably crowd surfing right now.
He's literally shaking every individual hand.
Yeah.
He's the people's man.
This way. Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Directionally challenged.
Yeah, I remember.
Pack's at like 10%. I gotta swap that battery.
Oh yeah. Well, it's been charging, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You go do that. I'm gonna pee real quick before the press.
Okay. It's just you and me, chat. I think it's this room. Right? Oh, I knew that. And I knew that. It's this room. Yeah, the blind leading the blind, truly. Like that, chat? He's in the bathroom. He has a small bladder. Everybody says it.
Everybody comes at him?
Everybody says that.
You guys, so you're off? No streaming?
No, I'm still live.
Oh, okay, I figured.
It never ends.
I got all these personal questions I don't want to ask you.
It's okay. We're an open book here.
Hey, how'd we do?
You guys didn't even come up here.
Let's hope everyone around me realizes they're still on the hotline.
And you said yes. All right, we're gonna do this kind of alignment and have way more space.
It's not on yet.
All right, we can have press come up here. If you have a green dot on your pass, we're going to start with you.
No, it's too late. I was 3.
All right, Joe, I'm talking to you. Keeping you guys company while our piss baby streamer has to go empty his little tiny. Oh, it's so dark.
How many batteries do you go through a day?
We've been chaining off of the wall. I've been having to charge these like every time there's a, because we only have 3, and so they. But we made it. We made it. We've been going for like 6 hours.
Nice.
This is longer than we usually go on the IRL portion. I'm March, by the way.
What is your name?
March.
March? Nick. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nick.
Yeah, actually, because I'm with the New York Times. Do you mind if I get your name just for any photos that you're in?
Any photos that I'm in? Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Is it just like the month?
March with an E at the end.
March with an E at the end, and your last name?
Miranda, M-I-R-A-N-D-A.
And how long have you been the videographer? Is that the right title?
Producer, cam op for Hasan.
Producer
handler
/ camera operator.
Yeah, for about 3 years now.
Cool.
We're still waiting on Abdul, so we got like 2 seconds.
Oh, he's not here yet. Okay.
And just making sure that looks good.
Looks good.
Cool.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
March.
Of course. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Yes.
We're good?
I'm on it.
All right.
All right. Interviews time. Excuse me, guys.
I tried.
Excuse me, y'all.
I got, they were saying,
Okay.
they said I got double stuffed with speech
Yeah, but
mods.
we're just waiting for Abdul.
First Rashida, then Summer, then Abdul is like, oh.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Speech mug, speech mug,
man.
speech
That's how
mug.
it is.
Usually he's pretty good. I don't know.
You jumping ship too, man? Come on.
Oh yeah, I was the first one off. I'm
Yeah,
on
I
the summer train.
saw your comment in the chat.
I'm on the summer train.
You pulled out your phone to say that in the chat while you were filming.
Just join in.
Which hurts even more somehow.
That's more work. You're right.
Yeah, look, it's right here. Look.
Oh, that's hilarious. I thought you were kidding.
He was in the chat saying speech mog, that you were speech mog.
You yourself.
Good.
It's so good.
This socialism shit is done. It's done.
It's over.
Equal say, equal pay. It's ridiculous concept.
No
I'm
more.
Done.
No
I'm
more.
done with that.
I don't think anyone can tell.
You are a congressman.
Oh.
The Rustbelt Rosebud, she's so cute.
That was
What
so
a funny
funny.
What a funny lady.
Yeah, yeah.
Rashida.
What a throwback.
What a funny lady.
I forgot about that.
She's so good.
Wait. Who do you think won? Oh.
And then
You don't
Hasan,
hit women
man.
against each other.
Hasan, no, hold on. No, you were.
You don't have
Hasan. No. You were that. No, you were.
Okay, my audience was not feeling it. They were saying,
Be very proud.
all right, Abdul's here. All right, let's do it.
Who's first?
Steve. All right. Ref Lee, do you want to join? All right. Okay, everybody. Can we have it quiet in the back, please? Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask folks to raise their hand if they have a question. I'll be calling on folks individually, asking for your full cooperation here, just so we can make it run smoothly and get you out of here before it's too late. Can we have you two come up?
Oh, that's your jacket today.
You want to line up by height again? That's what we're doing?
That's what we did.
All right. Because we're at U of M, let's start with Michigan Daily.
Thank you. Yes. So, Hasan, what would you say to students who are apathetic to the political process and are like too disinterested to engage?
Yeah. To them, I say, I understand exactly why you feel that way. You probably went out, you protested, you were participating in the student encampments, and you might have even gotten arrested, as a matter of fact, in the process. But the reality is we just got to keep pushing through it, because we have made some very significant gains in terms of broad awareness initiatives. Obviously, our job is not done, but you got to hold on to those victories wherever you take them, and build on that and build the momentum that's necessary to make the changes. One thing that I always go back to is society never fosters unless old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. And I think a lot of the youth have the ambition, they want to make that change, and then they receive these setbacks, whether the punishments or the cancellations or a loss of job opportunities, and they think to themselves, all right, well, you know, we didn't actually, what was this all for? But the reality of the matter is change takes a long time, and you have to remind yourself of that, and you have to hold on to those small victories so you can maintain revolutionary optimism.
Thank you. Can you raise your hand if you have a question, please?
Can you step forward a little bit?
All right, hands raised. Nina?
For Hasan, why do you think Democrats chose this moment to fight about you?
Great question. I think they would rather talk about anything but the thing that many of them wanted, which is this war. The reality of the matter is a lot of the Democrats that are speaking out about this in the finite amount of time that's readily available for them, as opposed to banging the drums against Donald Trump's unjustifiable war that he was goaded into waging alongside Israel. They're doing that because they would rather lean into distractions. There is obviously a positive outcome in all of this, though, and the reality is that with the age of independent media, voices like mine that used to get used to be gatekept from polite society, from conversations in mainstream outlets, are no longer cast aside as easily. And we saw that with, obviously, the sea change on the issue of Palestine. I brought it up in my speech earlier as well. You have massive supermajorities of the population that have completely shifted their attitude on this issue because it's unconscionable that we have supported a foreign country that has committed a genocide and is currently committing another ethnic cleansing campaign in southern Lebanon with a million Lebanese people that have been displaced. People are frustrated with that, and the previous ways of dealing with this issue, instead of talking about the actual issue itself, was to simply say this person is a bad person. We're going to find quotes that we can mine and smear this person, attack the messenger rather than tackle the message. It's not working anymore in this new media environment, but I think it's a place of fear. It comes from a place of fear. It comes from the fear of losing control over the messaging, and I'm very excited about what the future holds. And I'm glad that there are real fighters out there who say this kind of stuff is a distraction, and we should focus on the real issues, you know, feeding families, making sure that we fight for health care for every single person, making sure that our tax dollars are allocated back to us rather than, you know, waging unlimited wars overseas. And I'm very happy to stand next to Abdul al-Sayed here, who I think is a candidate that will represent those forces very well in the Senate, hopefully, inshallah.
Thank you. We're going to go to Associated Press.
Hi, Abdul, I'm wondering why you think 2026 is different. You know, yourself, the progressive movement, has been able to fill rooms in the past. Why do you think this is the year that you can actually, you know, break through, win an election in a battleground state like this?
Yeah, as I said in my remarks, Donald Trump himself is not the disease. He's just the worst symptom of the disease. And for 4 years, we dealt with the symptom and didn't actually tackle the disease. And we know what happens to diseases you don't take care of. They get worse. So you're looking around and people are finding that the good life that they were promised is just further away. It's harder to afford groceries. It's harder to work a stable job. It's harder to afford a home. We're graduating with more debt. Young people are worried about whether or not they'll ever be able to get a job. Healthcare is more expensive. More people have fallen into medical debt. That is all worse now than it was when I ran in 2018. And at the end of the day, right, our job is to build an indelible relationship to the voters that we're asking to support us. We win because they understand who we are. And my job, because I've done this once before, is to go back to voters and ask, hey, is it better than it was? And I've been saying the same thing now consistently for the past 8 years since I jumped into politics. And do you want someone who is going to blow in the wind, or do you want somebody who's been saying the same thing over and over and over again about what it looks like to actually solve these problems? And so consistency matters. And I think it's something that we need to bring to every conversation in our politics. So I think that's what's different. The other thing I'll just tell you is, you know, in this particular race, I've run once before. When I first ran, I was 32, never run for office in my life. This time around, I'm 41 with 2 kids and a mortgage. You know, we grow up. And I'll tell you, there's nothing that chastens you like your children can. And I used to be real precious about the critique. And this time around, I just want folks to agree on a solution. I don't care how you get there, but I want you to believe enough in yourself that you deserve health care. I don't care how you get there, but I want you to be asking big questions about whether or not a corporation can come in, offshore, automate your job, and whether or not you actually need a union, right? I want you to be asking big questions about whether or not MAGA fighting another war that they swore up and down they'd never get us into, whether or not that's making your life more affordable. So I think all of that is what's changed. And I'll tell you, up and down the state, 90 different cities, 300 public events, right? In rooms big and small, in places like this, but also in VFW halls and in Escanaba or living rooms in Grand Rapids. That message is resonating, that we really can get money out of politics, we really can put money back in your pocket, and we really can pass Medicare for all.
Also, every single year is the year to show up and try.
Yeah.
Right? There should be a progressive running everywhere that one exists. And there should be the option everywhere that we have an election for people who care about working families and working values, and people who care about Medicare for all or affordable housing or free college. Every single year we have to take the chance. Every year, every race, we might not be victorious, but every single time we have to call the question. Every single time we have to show up.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to go to Andrew, Jewish Telegraphic Agency.
Thank you. Abdul, you grew up around a lot of Jews. You grew up near Temple Israel. I imagine some of them, I know some of them are concerned now about you campaigning with Hasan. What do you say to them? And Hasan, could you explain the Rabbi Shmuley comment?
So let me speak to that. I am so grateful to have grown up in a community with a large proportion of Jewish Americans. I learned a lot from the Jewish tradition. I'm grateful to have been invited to bar and bat mitzvahs and to be invited to seders and to be invited to spend time at shul. And I'm grateful to have been able to do that even on this campaign. I stand deeply and profoundly against anti-Semitism in the same way that I stand deeply and profoundly against Islamophobia. Those two things always run together. It is not anti-Semitic to criticize a foreign government, and it's not anti-Semitic to criticize a super PAC that is intent on aligning our interests with the foreign government. There are a lot of people who want us to think those things because they want to stretch the definition of anti-Semitism to encompass a foreign government. And I just will never be okay with that. It is out of my love for people, all people, that I stand against anti-Semitism. It is out of my love for people, all people, that I stand against genocide. And I would expect nothing less of anybody who claims to stand up for the equal rights of all people. When it comes to Temple Israel, I was profoundly shaken. Many of my friends growing up worshiped at Temple Israel. Nothing justifies the heinous attack that we saw on Temple Israel. I stand in solidarity with my Jewish sisters and brothers for an America where that kind of thing never happens again. I also think it's just critical for us to understand that hurt people do hurt people. And the circumstances happening 6,000 miles away can affect the lives that we live here. And if we stand against violence, we got to stand against violence, all violence. And I tried to make that clear in my comments. I think some people tried to quote that out of context, and I understand that's how politics works. I'm not here to defend myself. But I will tell you this, I will always stand up to defend my Jewish sisters and brothers who are fighting for an equal right to be who they are, to express their beautiful faith in the way that I choose to express mine. And I hope that folks understand that.
Do you want me to answer the Rabbi Shmuley question?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what you meant by that.
Yeah, Rabbi Shmuley is pro-genocide. It's pretty simple. And what I was saying is, if you feel like there isn't enough courage within you, if you feel discouraged, then let spite be the reason why you go out and continue to fight the good fight for truth and for justice and for hopefully peace in this region. He was the first genocide dare that came to mind. I probably should have used Randy Fine instead. I feel like he's more of an annoying figure nowadays.
About a specific person.
What do you mean?
You're talking about a specific person, not a generic Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh my God! You don't know who Rabbi Shmuley is?
I know a Rabbi Shmuley. I didn't know who you were.
Oh no, that's what I was talking about. Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, famous rabbi whose daughter has a kosher sex shop in Israel. That's what I was talking about.
Thank you. Can we have hands up for questions, please? All right, we'll go to Olivia at the Free Press.
Okay. So to follow up on the answer you just gave there, how is that not an equivocation? Because the logic, if you extend the logic there, that would be like if after October 7th someone went to a mosque and was upset, did something awful there. How is that logic how does that not translate?
Well, after October 7th, there was a whole genocide against Palestinians.
They blew up a lot of mosques in Gaza. I don't know if Free Press reported on that. Sorry.
So no, I just look at the end of the day, we can play this rhetorical game where we pretend that all actions stand on their own without a context, or we can try and have an adult conversation about context that exists in the world. Because at the end of the day, we all live in the same confined world. The things that happen one place in the world can affect what happens somewhere else in the world. And if we're serious about preventing bad things from happening in the world, we also have to be serious about the context in which they're created. And I'm trying to be serious about that context. So I can both say that the attack on Temple Israel was anti-Semitic and wrong. And I can also say that the circumstances that created that, it didn't happen in a vacuum. And that those circumstances that created that are important to stand up against as well. So, the notion that somehow I cannot condemn a war that killed a little boy and a little girl in Lebanon because of an attack on Temple Israel seems to me inconsistent with the way the world actually works. And I'd like to live in a world where we stand up against any and all violence, understanding that anti-Semitism is wrong, understanding that wars that we should not be fighting are also wrong, and understanding that there really is a connection between the two of them, however much the rhetorical games that people try to play tell us that there somehow is not.
We're going to take two more questions. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia.
As a Jewish state.
Olivia, we're going to have to
I'd love to
move
take the
on.
question. I'd love to take the question. Actually, what do you mean by Jewish state?
I feel like
if you can't define the question, I'm not going to answer your question.
We're going to move on to the next person. Fox News.
Hasan, do you feel like your presence on the campaign trail may hurt the candidates that you're supporting more than help them?
If I felt that way, I probably wouldn't show up, right? I really like Abdul, so no, I don't think so. There are a lot of people who have the shared resentments that someone like I have, anger and discontent with the way politics are going, people that feel completely shut off from this conversation, people whose needs are not being met. I've made it very clear, I'm a megaphone. The reason why I have the popularity that I do is because a lot of people find themselves frustrated and don't have the language to communicate that frustration, don't understand exactly why they're frustrated, why change is not happening in the way that they would like to see. And that's what it is. At the end of the day, I'm simply a megaphone. You can cancel me if you want, but the feeling is not going to go away. And I think that's precisely the problem with the DC bubble that currently exists, that sometimes the media can lean into as well. And the DC bubble that absolutely exists with our political class. It's not an accident that you have a 90-10 issue here with Israel, and yet the roles are completely reversed. It's the inverse when it comes to our democratically elected representatives. We got to ask the question why that's the case. And we also have to make that change so that our politicians are more responsive to our needs, our politicians are more responsive to our demands. Because that's the fundamental principle of democracy. I believe in democracy. I believe in equal rights. I believe in these values, and that's why I continue fighting. And I think that message is resonating with a lot of people. So no, I don't think that it's a burden on the campaign, regardless of how much people will try to slander and associate me with radical politics and dangerous politics. When, I'm a Muslim, Abdul's Muslim as well. And we're two Muslim guys that represent the moral majority at the heart, at the center of American politics right now on this issue. It's no different than any number of different candidates that I've actually aligned with and spoken to, and I will continue to support them to the best of my ability.
We're going to wrap the scrum portion. We might have time for poll sides. Do any of the three of you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think it's really important for us in our moment to ask big questions about who are we as a society and what do we want for people in our own society, right? That questions get asked in bad faith, in particular, specifically, to try and wrap us around the axle of things that are not within our control. What we really can control is whether or not we build good schools for our kids, whether or not we provide health care for our people, whether or not we finally break the chokehold of corporations and special interests on our politics. That's what people ask me up and down the state. If we want to talk about issues 6,000 miles away, I believe in equal rights to dignity, self-determination, and justice for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. But, at the end of the day, when we try to argue that somehow the world is not as it really is, when people don't ask questions about whether or not, despite the fact that every single president who's ever served this country since the creation of the State of Israel has talked about a two-state solution, but nobody ever asked the question if Palestine has the right to exist, ever, right? I think we all have to ask big questions about how serious we really are about these issues. But right now, every dollar we send abroad to drop a bomb on other people's kids, every dollar that we're wasting in war, every dollar that we give because of the impact of one gigantic super PAC is a dollar we are not spending on our own kids here. And like I said, I care about this issue because I'm from Michigan. And I'm watching as people in Michigan are getting a bum deal because of our terrible choices abroad. We're making other people less safe while keeping us from being as safe as we possibly could be. So I really appreciate you all. I'm grateful always to be able to be in conversation with folks. As I said earlier, I started my day on Fox and Friends. I finished my day speaking to an audience full of young people with Hasan Piker and Summer Lee. That's what it looks like to go everywhere and talk to everyone, to build a movement that brings people together beyond the differences in our politics around the same central goals. That's what this campaign represents. I hope that's why all of you all are here. And we got 4 months left to work, so watch us do what we do. And more importantly, go and have conversations with the people in the state. Go and ask them what it is they want. Go and ask them what it feels like to be on the teetering edge of medical debt just because they got sick. That's what I see every day. And I think the reason people miss this race from DC is because they're not having conversations with those folks. And I encourage you, please, go have a conversation with those folks.
Thank you guys so much. We're going to ask folks with the green sticker to move towards the back.
Thank you.
Elena has some like new media creator types that want to do something.
Hey, those are my boys, the Jam Pod.
Yeah,
Yo,
no, I know.
yo, what's up? I thought I was going to get to see you guys.
It's a great finally meeting you, man.
Thanks for coming out.
Of course, man.
How you doing, man? I love what you guys do.
Thank
Thank you for being out here.
I could not miss it.
I really appreciate it.
Of course, man. It's happy. I've been following from a distance for a while, kind of scoping out the scene. I very much appreciate your strategy.
I think she went to get a tripod or something. Okay. Can I bring someone? Did he go in? I don't think they need. Oh, really? I think they don't need her. Because they just isn't like, that's okay.
How do you want to do it? What do you?
I think we're gonna split up you three with different creators.
Yeah.
And this is Lenka Hasan.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You did the TikTok video.
You did my TikTok.
Oh my God! We watched her. Oh, thank you so much.
So you're gonna do the recording? I don't have to worry about this.
Well,
you're live right now.
We're live
Sorry.
right now. We're
on the stream.
But you should record on your own as well if you would like your own original footage.
Okay.
I mean, I can record it for you. Yeah.
But yeah, we're live right now. We're live streaming everything.
So, first of all, it was surreal watching the media target those specific topics when regular Americans are worried about so many other things.
Yeah.
That was crazy. But AI, and I'm not sure.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I am super anti-AI. Maybe it's because I'm a boomer, or at least that's what people say, but I remember being asked this question about like, what would your advice be to someone born today if they were to read it right now for a magazine? And I said, stay away from AI. Make sure you don't engage in the cognitive offloading, because I do think it's going to be a real problem. It's already a real problem. A lot of people are leaning heavily into it in their usage, and I think it's actually making them a little bit dumber. If you don't use it, you lose it. So I'm very fearful of AI. I'm fearful of the misinformation opportunities that it creates. It's already been a giant problem, both with the fake information presented, but also in the unwelcome suspicion, where everyone is constantly skeptical, like, oh, is this an AI video, is this not an AI video? When you got real videos of Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, and a lot of wishful thinking around his untimely demise has led people into believing that all of the videos that he's been filming to do proof of life are actually fake. They're AI videos, and that's a little bit terrifying.
It is terrifying.
Because I'm in the information game. I'm constantly finding myself having to deal with a lot of misinformation in this environment, and AI has supercharged it.
Right. So AI is eliminating entire careers. It's eliminating jobs we're not going to get back. Now we're talking about universal income, potentially. So what do we need to ask of candidates and our leaders in terms of policies to address this in the future? Can we trust the Elon Musks to come up with that universal income?
Absolutely
Can
not.
we trust centrist Democrats to come up with that?
Absolutely not. Unfortunately not. It's a great question. I think I'm a socialist, so I believe that technological improvement is fantastic. It's amazing, Unfortunately, however, technological improvement in the current organization of the economy is always used as a way to draw up efficiency, eliminate redundancy, which is, corpo speak for firing people, mass layoffs. What I think we should be doing is the federal jobs guarantee. What I also think we should be doing is to alleviate some of the workload that regular workers have. Technological achievements make it so that 10 people can do the job of one. And the reality is, a capital owner looks at that and says, great, we can fire 9 people. But what we should be looking at as the perspective that we should maintain is let's reduce the workflow for all of the 10 people. Let's not fire them, and let's continue paying them the same price, but now they have to work less. And I think this is a totally radical way of looking at things, but I think this is the best possible way to ensure that we have a healthy we have a healthy economy that works for everybody and not just capital owners, not just the corporations and the billionaires and the millionaires.
Which is critical for electing progressives, as many as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your phone ran out of storage, but you have
okay,
that
it's all here.
on the broadcast, so we filmed all of it. What's good?
My name is Hasan, your name is Hasan.
Yeah.
His name is Hasan.
Yeah.
What do you say to the Hasans of the world?
Keep fighting. Keep fighting. The good fight for all the Hasans out there.
Yeah, to all the Hasans. You guys are like the coolest people ever.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I get a picture?
Yeah.
Hasan supremacy, chat. Absolutely.
You want another one? All right, let's do it. Thank you, man. Nice to see you guys
doing what
again.
you're doing, man.
Well, I will. All right. Anyone else that wanted to do an interview, or are you guys good?
I think you got one here. Hasan. Here you go. Man.
Oh, hi.
Hey, I'm Taya.
Nice to meet you.
Do you want to make a video with me?
Sure.
Say hi.
Hi.
I have some advice for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
You're getting canceled, right? It's horrible because you're too radical.
Well, not really, but you know.
They're trying. They're failing, right? I think you should lean into it. I think you should get even more radical.
Okay, I will do that.
It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Hey, what's good? What's good?
We can get a little quick dig out the way. I got.
Yeah.
You take this mic. All good? Yep. I'm gonna probably spoof together y'all answers when I do different questions or everything. But we're gonna launch the first edition of a show that I'm starting called Keep It a Bean. Keep it 100. All right? Cool. So I have a question for you. So obviously you've seen the media about you.
What's going on? I wasn't aware.
But we've seen how much press that this event has gotten in general. It's one of the reasons why I ended up coming here, because of the concept of not talking with you for whatever other opinions that you might have had. I want to ask, what does that do for your, optimism or hope looking forward in what you're hoping to accomplish? Because it seems as though there's a battle to try to expand the tent.
Yeah.
And there's multiple millions getting pulled in to keep that tent as strict as possible. So how are you navigating that?
I have a lot of hope because, look, I've been doing this for 12, 13 years at this point, and it felt a lot lonelier 13 years ago when I was speaking to a much smaller audience. And now that tent has grown, whether the Democrats like it or not.
Yeah.
So I feel a sense of optimism in all of this, because even 2 years ago, if this level of coverage was so heavily focused on little old me, it would have done irreparable damage to my goals, my advocacy. I would have been besmirched up and down. I would not have been able to maintain a platform where I can continue communicating with, thousands of people. And now it doesn't work anymore. And also, it's a 90-10 issue. So if they choose to be on the other side, on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue, when there's a three-way election within a margin of error, great. Yeah. Abdul is a phenomenal phenomenal candidate. I've been very impressed with him. I've been very excited about what we can do. Right? He's a great representative of the new wave of left-right candidates that I want to prop up, that I want to fight for, because he will fight for us. And our shared values. So one of the problems in this race has been the fact that, despite that it's a Michigan Senate seat, there hasn't been a lot of media coverage, and I guess we solved that problem.
Of course, anytime. I feel like one of the reasons why it's so important to have voices like us, in general, people who fall a little bit outside of what's mainstream acceptable, is because you have to analyze what forces make an opinion mainstream. If there are people pouring millions, we've seen it happen in Illinois the other day, where millions are pouring out from outside forces to try to buy off Senate seats. And I feel like right now is you have to counter that with something. And bringing the eyes, do you hope that bringing the eyes, bringing the audience of the people who are on a Twitch or on a more modern, like social media type beat, do you think that attention will be hopefully a good counterweight to all the propaganda?
Absolutely. Look, we have a relatively sizable audience. I have a relatively sizable community. I mean, you saw a piece of that upstairs. But the thing is, they're very passionate. They're door knockers. They're campaigners. Like, these are the guys who are constantly locked in, even when politics is seemingly boring from a normie perspective. And these guys make the backbone of the foundation of every solid campaign. They were there for Zoran as well. Hopefully they'll be able to show up for Abdul Sayed in a similar fashion. And hopefully we can make this necessary change.
Hey, watching it out there, it always starts with step one. And it's a very good step one. So come out, support all the above. Of course. Appreciate you, bro. Good seeing you, Lois. Yes, sir. All good? Cool. Appreciate you, man. I'll catch you.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Hear me out on this.
The mic.
Oh, yeah.
Daughter.
What's up? What'd you say?
Linka is my mom.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Did you say that you don't mind holding this?
Oh, I got you, yeah.
Thank you so much. I don't think it press record yet.
Not yet. Let me know when you're ready, okay?
Yes.
Ready?
Hasan, you often talk about how the system is rigged for corporations, and Dr. El-Sayed has pledged to refuse corporate money to run a government that works for you and not Elon Musk. As a member of Gen Z who doesn't see an obvious path towards an affordable future, how do we actually break the chokehold of billionaires on our politics, and what specific actions should Gen Z be demanding of our elected officials to make that happen?
Make them commit to a better future, make them commit to taking no corporate PAC money. That's a good start. Holding them to account, meeting them at their town halls when they do have those town halls, sometimes yelling at them a little bit, applying a little bit of pressure. From my experience, I have a fairly cynical view of politics. I've been doing this for 13 years. And I always had this notion that politicians are not responsive to the needs of the base because they know it, they hear it, and they choose not to act on it. And it turns out, no, actually a lot of politicians are just in an echo chamber and they're completely oblivious. They live in DC, when they go back to their dishes, they rarely do any sort of events. Most of them are closed door, $50,000 a plate fundraiser events. They only have in their contacts list, like the people that are constantly blowing up their phones are corporate lobbyists. And that's the reason why there's this massive disconnect. So you have to make up for that. You have to be there. And you have to say, look, we want these things. We want Medicare for all. We want affordable housing. We want a clean energy transition. We want renewable energy in this country. We want a better future for our children, if it even gets there. We want to end these wars. So we have to make that demand be known. And then also on top of that, organizing is very important. Organizing in your workplace, organizing in your student unions, organizing in your clubs, and using that organizational tool to become an undeniable force for change. So yeah, it's a tall order, but I think you guys can do it.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for doing this today.
Of course.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
I just have a question, kind of comment thing, right?
Not my forearm.
And
So
I'm
much.
not like professional, so I don't have.
It's all good.
Okay. So, have you ever been to Israel, like visited there, or?
No.
Oh, this is gonna be
I'm
good.
just curious because because like I'm Roman Catholic and I just noticed that like there's been so much like violence over there against the Catholics of the West Bank and like Jerusalem, but like they don't talk about it.
Yeah, no, I mean there's violence again. Look. This is why I oppose Zionism. This is why I say I'm an anti-Zionist. Obviously, this is a vague definition that is, I would say, tactically vague. It's different for every single person when you talk about these issues. But the reality is, the underpinning ideology it closely resembles fascism. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is exterminationist in principle, and we've seen not just the ideology itself, but we've seen the impact of a society that has fostered this ideology and has committed heinous acts of violence, genocide, the crime of all crimes. The reality of the matter is, things are very different here in America in many respects. But over in Israel, it is a fascist society, and
funded by American
yes.
Christians.
Oh no. I'm not saying there's a separation there. I'm just simply saying that cultural forces and cultural attitudes are different, right? It's the domineering mentality in Israel, and that's precisely the reason why there's very little pushback against moving society in this fascist direction. I fear that America is moving in a similar direction as well with Christian nationalism here in the United States, and I want to stop that from happening, and I want to stop that from happening in Israel as well.
Catholicism, if you know what Pope Francis said the very same day on Palm Sunday that he said, the blood's on your hands. Then the patriarch he was locked out of his church on Palm Sunday, and then last Friday Pete Hegseth had Protestant only. He didn't have Catholic services.
Yeah, that was strange.
Well, yeah, it wasn't like an accident.
America's a secular nation. It's very strange the direction that we're moving in.
Yeah,
it's interesting because I think like a lot of American Jews don't recognize what's going on either in some ways, or they're too focused on what they perceive to be anti-Semitism. When people are critical of Israel. That's not the case. But I think these guys, the people that are, casting aside Catholics as well, I think those guys are the real fear here. Those are the number one disseminators of anti-Semitic thought, even if they are in line with the agenda of Israel.
Right. It's weird because the Heritage Foundation guy, who's supposed to be Catholic, the people that put the Supreme Court people in are supposed to be Catholic, but they don't care about this issue.
Yeah.
And I've been following the West Bank stuff in Jerusalem. They're like spitting on Christians that are trying to go to like Easter Sunday. They're not letting in the churches. So I was just curious if you followed that.
Oh no, I'm very familiar with it. But again, it's ethno-religious supremacy. That's what it is. Unfortunately, it exists here in the United States of America. It exists in Israel. It exists in many societies. And if we are people of good conscience, then we have to oppose these dangerous forces. We have to fight back against these dangerous forces in order not to let that kind of attitude manifest, that kind of dangerous ideology manifest again, because it was unbelievably bloody when it happened the last time, as is the case with the Holocaust in Nazi Germany.
Well, I just want to say hi to you, and thanks for supporting Abdul.
Nice to meet you, of course.
I've been supporting him since 2018.
Hell yeah.
This is the year.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hasan, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm Jacob from the Michigan Daily.
Yeah.
So,
What's good?
It's good. Medicare for all seems to be like a pretty popular issue among Democrats. I mean, like Bernie Sanders ran a pretty successful.
Tell that to Congress because they don't seem to hear that as a popular issue to take on at all.
Well, I was going to ask you. Yeah, I mean, he ran a fairly successful campaign. He didn't win, but fairly successful campaign for president, primarily running on that. So why do you think change hasn't been implemented in Congress on that, and what can change that?
It's corporate money. It's corporate donors. I mean, this is an unnecessary middleman that doesn't exist in many other countries. Many competent OECD nations don't have private health care. Some of them do, but it's heavily regulated. It's safeguarded so that what we experience here in the United States of America, which is the unthinkable, medical debt, doesn't happen elsewhere. And that's the major reason. Sometimes it's that simple. They get money from United Healthcare, Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, all these billion-dollar, all these companies that represent $1 billion industry. That's great for the GDP as well, right? But it's not great for the overall welfare of the American population. And that's precisely the reason why Democrats are unresponsive to the needs of the people, and they'll come up with a million different reasons. They'll be like, oh, it's not popular, it'll be too devastating. They just make excuse after excuse in an effort to justify their incompetence or their lack of interest in making the necessary changes, no matter how great that would be electorally, no matter how great that would be for the population in general.
Another quick question: is this the beginning of your career campaigning? I mean, not campaigning, for running for office, but like going out and supporting other candidates. Are you going to do more events like this in the future?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this goes, right? There's been a lot of hubbub unnecessarily around this. I've had many. I've appeared alongside Abdul in many instances. He's been on my stream. I came out here like last year. We went to Dearborn. We've worked out together, and there wasn't a lot of controversy until, again, corporate donors started making boss calls, and then all of a sudden, there is this manufactured outrage, right? The very same outlets that had written profiles on me and had even brought up the same quotes back then and saying, like, this is the guy that's combating the manosphere, this is the Joe Rogan to the left, all of a sudden forgot about those previous reports that they had conducted, and now we're taking a very different approach overall. It's insincere. I think it comes from a place of weakness for these groups that are desperate to cling on to power in the party because they know that they've lost a base of support. So they're just trying to like pressure politicians, and some politicians are unfortunately too malleable. They shouldn't be. They should be brave. They should be bold. They should say, look, this kind of stuff, we're done with that, right? What matters most is not incivility, but what matters most is what a person advocates for. Do I agree with that? I've spent a long, I've been doing this for 13 years, and I've combated anti-Semitism every single day of my career, and that hasn't changed post-October 7 either. And because of that, I've been attacked by neo-Nazis, I've been doxxed, I've been swatted, my family has been harassed, and yet I continue to do that because it's something that I believe in, right? I believe in humanity, I believe in universal human rights, and I believe in fighting against bigotry no matter what that bigotry looks like. So it's very heinous, it's a very heinous smear to just like turn around and say, especially at my level, I probably might be one of the last remaining political commentators of my size that also still actively talks about anti-Semitism. It's unbearable, but what are you going to do? I think people have the capacity to see right from wrong, and they have the capacity to see a smear campaign and manufactured outrage when they see it.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, we're gonna bring in these folks from Stalking the Capitol.
Yeah.
It's great to meet you.
Stalking the Capitol?
Have you seen our stuff at all?
I don't know. Maybe.
So we grade members of Congress using their personal campaign finances.
Oh yeah.
Is your member of Congress a piece of shit? Yeah.
Love that.
So I was hoping you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
So on the Integrity Index, which is the website that we've got that tracks all the campaign finances and the personal finances, we have the top 6 right here, folks that have gotten money from AIPAC in 2026.
Oh, okay.
Direct and
I thought you were gonna say the broke boys, like the brokest, the Integrity Index. You make it seem like they have no portfolio whatsoever, or they have no donations from corporate PACs.
No, these are, we have that.
Okay.
We have them. We have our top 10, but these specifically, I'm not going to show you.
Oh, don't show me.
These are the top 6 I got right here. Recipients of AIPAC money 2026 cycle. Mm-hmm. I want to play a little game. You get 3 strikes. How many of the top 6?
It's gonna be tough.
Do you think you can get?
Nonpartisan? Like it's both parties?
Both parties, and this is counting the earmarked money and the direct donations. No super PAC money though.
Ooh, that's tough. I genuinely have no idea. Wesley Bell.
Wesley Bell, yes. He's number 3.
Boom!
Still got all 3 strikes. You're good.
Okay.
Nice. That was a good pull.
Yeah, he's the one that comes to mind immediately because like that was that was like a singular race where AIPAC was like the only force pretty much.
And the super PAC money was crazy in that race.
Yeah.
Crazy. Right here, this is just, it's right under $900,000 earmarked and direct. Super PAC money, I think, was over $10 million in that race.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable.
Wild.
Okay. Let's see. So that was a Democrat. Mm-hmm. They do spend a lot of money on Democrats, a lot more than you would think. Mm-hmm. So, you know what? I'm gonna go crazy. Hakeem Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries didn't make the top 20. Which is interesting.
All right.
Strike one.
All right.
Strike one. Strike one.
Strike
right.
one.
Sorry, strike one.
Okay. It's tough. Wait. 2026 is what you're asking.
So it's the 2026 cycle. So 2025 and 2026. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, that's part of why.
So it's not going to be the folks that were in the
yeah. 2026. Haley Stevens.
Haley Stevens is not in the top 10, but she is the Michigan member of Congress that got the most AIPAC money.
Damn
it. It is a second strike though.
God damn it. Okay.
Rules are the rules.
Okay, but they're good. There's just so many of them.
I know. Yeah. There are a lot. There's 332 recipients of AIPAC money.
Can I say like who is in opposition to the guy? I don't remember his name. The guy running against the Ro Khanna.
Oh, in California. No. Sorry. These are all sitting members of Congress.
Oh.
Sitting members of Congress. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, no third strike there.
Okay, hold on.
And senators. This is
who's
all.
Everyone, who's running? Who's in Congress right now? Is running for re-election, right?
That's true. The senators running for re-election are going to be pulling a lot of money right now.
Yeah. John Fetterman.
No, that's strike 3.
That's true. He's not even running. You said.
Do you want one more?
That doesn't count. Think obvious. Josh Shapiro. Gavin Newsom.
They're literally not sitting on the car.
I know. What am I doing? I'm just throwing.
He's trying to get you. I'll give you one more.
You're
He's
throwing
doing a book tour.
He's doing a book tour. Who the fuck's doing a book tour? God damn it. It's Chuck Schumer.
We're thinking of Cory Booker there.
Oh, damn it.
So if I were to give you the top six.
All right,
we got Susan Collins number 1, Tom Cotton number 2. You got Wesley Bell number 3. Lindsey Graham number 4. Cory Booker number 5. Richie Torres number 6.
I didn't want to say Richie Torres because he's been. Okay, here's why I didn't say. Because that's my number 1 op, as people might know, right? Or was my number 1 op. But
who's your number 1?
Well, there's many of them now. But the reason why I'm saying that is because Richie Torres was much more aggressive with his pro-Israel message for the longest time, and he's been noticeably absent from the conversation, except to criticize Israel. He recently.
You think that was the Adam Freeland effect?
No, I think that's because he understands. He's trying to run. He's trying to win his seat again, and he knows he's going to lose. So that's why he's shut the fuck up about Israel, except for when he actually criticized Israel, when he came out and spoke out against settler terrorism, which was shocking. Real change of heart there, probably because of Adam Freeland. Let's give him that.
Yeah, let's give him a.
All right. Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, great meeting you.
I started so strong.
Starts with 1.
Abdul was really good at his Michigan. His Michigan Money Politics trivia, he was on fire.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. All right.
A couple more. You good?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
She's been waiting patiently to just say hi.
I just wanted to Hasan Tiger. I'm Casey Helton. I'm here on the behalf of the unofficial council of Deborah's. Huge fan, and I just wanted to say I really support what you're doing, and I'm a new listener. I'm a new HasanAbi. I started listening in October. I'm a labor organizer here for U of M.
She actually endorsed my race, SEIU, Board of Regents.
Yes, I'm here on a person. Yes, we did endorse, and we're happily. But I just wanted to say that I know you get a lot of shit, but you handle it. Yes, you handle it amazingly, and you're a great voice.
Because I have my convictions. This is what I really appreciate about Abdul too. It's as long as you have your convictions, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people say. I know who I am. I know the values I represent. I know what I fight for. And the onslaught of misinformation and slander and smears doesn't change that dynamic. And luckily now I have a fairly large audience that also can see right from wrong and recognize the truth and support me in spite of the heinous smears.
Well, I tweeted about this day. That's kind of my medium is X, but there was 2 kids in front of me waiting to get in, and a Jewish publication came up, a reporter, and was asking them questions, and they said, are you here for Hasan Piker, or are you here for Abdul Sayed? And the kid goes, well, I've heard of that guy, but I'm here because I support Abdul because he supports Medicare for all.
Oh yeah, I saw your tweet, I think.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So I said, you know what, I gotta tweet that.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Yes, we all want those things. Can I just get a quick picture with you?
Of course.
Do you mind? I'm a real shorty, but I'm a fan. Oh, thank you, Amir. Yes, real quick.
right.
Thank you.
All right.
It was so good to
Anything
see you,
else?
man. Take care.
Nice to meet you.
We'll talk soon. Hasan, nice to meet you.
All right, this is Mom Rad, the creator.
Hi.
It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Sort of newer to yourself.
Oh, okay.
But I've been following Abdul for a long time. I voted for him when he ran for governor in 2018. And I feel like it's different now. Do you feel like Michigan is ready for Abdul?
Absolutely. I think it's not just Michigan that's ready for Abdul. I think the entire country is ready for people like Abdul to finally step up to the plate and take back power from corporate oligarchs. Really, this is the time. I mean, it's always been the time, but now I have more hope than I've ever had. I've been doing this for a decade plus now, and I've never seen the amount of support and people that would normally vote in the primaries that are way more predisposed to electability arguments, that think we got to pivot to the moderate center. People are not having it anymore. And I think that's precisely what Abdul represents. A guy who's not going to fake it. He's not phony. He has his convictions, he has his values, he represents them, he's uncompromising, and he's always going to fight for the people.
And do you think the pushback that he's been getting and you've been getting throughout this, do you think that comes from a fear from the Democratic establishment that people are ready for the party to change?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not necessarily the Democratic politicians themselves, with the exception of those who are much more responsive to the corporate calls that they get, the donor calls that they get. But I think it's more so a couple different interest groups that feel as though the left populist movement, the left flank candidates that are now rising up all around the country, represent a real threat to their interests because they want to maintain as much control over the party as possible. And they don't really care if the Democrats lose because from their perspective, you know, they're hedging their bets. They'll go and fund Republicans too. These are faceless, lifeless corporations at the end of the day. So they are worried. They're worried that we will have a different type of politics, one that is putting the interests of people over the interests of corporations. And I think that's what they're fearful of, and that's why they want to stamp it out to the best of their ability. By using a figure like myself, they're not just attacking me, they're attacking a lot of people who also have that same shared resentment. They're trying to attack our candidates that we support, that are elected representatives of our values, of our principles, of our needs. And, you know, this is not going to go away. This is going to continue throughout the midterm cycle. It's very clear. I don't really mind when the Republicans do it because, you know, they're Republicans, who cares? They're horrible. But it does hurt me a little bit when I see Democrats come out and try to dupe their audiences into believing that I'm this malignant force in the party. It hurts, but what are you going to do?
Well, thanks so much for your time.
Nice
I
to meet
appreciate
you.
it. Thanks for being out with Abdul.
Thank you.
Okay, two last things.
Okay.
One person that would like to say hi, and then Takeo would like to say
Of course.
How's it going, man?
What's up?
Not so much, man. So big fan. I've been watching you for probably 8 years or so. And yeah, I just wanted to say, love what you do, man. Also, as a cameraman, I just want to shout out March. Seriously.
Don't
Thank you.
He's awesome.
Thank you.
He's gonna grow.
Nah.
He's already too big.
Let his ego blow.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also made this for you, handmade evil eye bracelet. You don't have to wear it if you don't want to, but handmade. And yeah, love what you do. I'd love to just get a quick photo.
Of course.
Awesome.
I can take it if you want.
Thank you.
Hold on, let me put the bracelet on. See, I trust you. I trust you not to lace me.
Nah, you're Thank you, Hasan.
All right.
Thank you so much.
So just want to thank you. Amir met with Healing for You of M Region. I don't know if you heard, but
yeah,
love to have your support.
Of course.
You know.
So
yeah.
So listen, our statewide election's coming up. We
It's
have
live, by the way. Okay. You're live already. Do
Well,
your
listen,
pitch.
We're running a progressive platform. Michigan Daily has said we're the most progressive candidate. We're running a platform that wants to get The sense of fear out of the campus, get back to having academic freedom, the right to free speech on campus. I was the lead attorney defending the students in the encampments here at the University of Michigan. Sometimes you got to take a victory out of the courtroom and get into the boardroom, which put me in the ability to run for this seat. I want to reinstitute the DEI policies that have been gutted by this board. They capitulated to the Trump administration, and we need a fighter that's going to come to the University of Michigan Board of Regents that's going to push back and stand for the people. So we're running a people's platform, brother, and I would be honored for your support.
You got it.
All the listeners that are out there, Amir Immaculate is my name, and we need to get the do-nothing Democrats got to get out of here. It's time for guys that stand up and stand tall for our rights.
Hell yeah. Thank you for all your work. Thank you. Seriously. All right. Nice to meet you.
You deserve a raise.
That's crazy. All right, one more you said?
All
right, let's do it. Hi. Nice to meet you again. All right, let's do it. Where do you want to sit down?
Sure.
Okay.
The last thing is just a quick photo for me.
Yeah. Does the New York Times want to do?
Yep.
Do they want to do more? Because I talked to him in the morning. Yeah, I talked to him already.
I think he'll let you know.
All right.
Thank you.
Of course.
This is the first campaign that you have attended the fundraiser for, is that correct?
I've fundraised for Abdul already. I've fundraised for plenty of candidates in the past. I've brought candidates to my platform many times. Most famously, Zoran probably is the one that comes to mind. That was like a big splash. But I've never stumped for a candidate. I've never gone to a campaign rally and spoke alongside a candidate. And I didn't even realize that was supposed to be something different. I thought, what's the difference? I've hung out with the guy many times. Who cares? Turns out for DC, by DC standards, it's a big difference. Or at least they're trying to make it seem like it's a big difference. But it's all manufactured outrage at the end of the day. But yes, to give you a short answer to a much longer answer than you expected, it's my first time.
And why are you supporting Abdul in this way?
I'm supporting him because he can bench press 3 plates. That's it. That was the only reason. No, I mean, I'm supporting him because he's honest. He's a fighter. He is representative of the needs that people have. He's representative of the fight that we need to take to Congress. He is exactly the change that I want to see in the Democratic Party, a party that is actually going to fight back against the excesses and the violence that the fascist Republicans represent.
On that note, what's your response to Iran today, the proposed ceasefire deal?
I'm glad that Trump tacoed out. It's Taco Tuesday. I mean, it was unbelievable that he was just trafficking in genocidal language. It's expected, yet still hurtful to see very little response and reaction from the Republican congresspersons and even European leadership, as a matter of fact. But I'm glad that there is. I'm glad that there is a more productive conversation taking place right now, even though the bombing campaigns are not going to stop. But I'm glad that they're not blowing up the power plants, at least.
And just on you again, I mean, are there any other candidates you plan to campaign for?
Whoever I like. If they ask me to stomp for him, I'll do it. I got the bug now.
And then one last question. You've talked a little bit about this, but why do you think that this is the moment that Democrats chose to fight over you? And, on the Hasan Piker litmus test, what do you think it's really about?
They're scared. They're scared of losing their influence in the party. They know they've already lost the base. And they're really trying to stamp out dissent. They find people like myself that are uncontrollable to be a real threat. I'm a megaphone at the end of the day. I represent the values of a lot of people that I speak to. I represent the moral majority of the Democratic Party's base of support and independents as well. And they would much rather go back to business as usual politics and hope that there isn't anyone out there that's capable of combating against the misinformation campaigns and the undemocratic initiatives that AIPAC and many other corporate lobbyists represent and bake into our so-called democratic process.
And last question, what do you think of Michigan?
It's wonderful. It's very cold, but I love Michigan. It's a beautiful place.
Are you heading back tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking
Of course.
the time.
Nice to meet you.
Would I be able to get your number for any future questions?
Well, you can ask Mehdi,
Okay.
and he'll give it to you. I don't want to say on the live stream.
Did you type it?
Sure.
Was that the final one? Are we done?
No, photo.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Okay, how you doing? I'm Nick, man.
Sorry.
Nice to meet you. You're looking sharp.
Oh, thank you. I'm just going to be standing right here against the wall there.
Okay. This wall?
That wall there. See, can I have you slide a little to your, yeah, so you're going to be up against it like this, but I just need to get you in a certain spot against the other side. Slide just a hair this way towards you. Yep, exactly. And then can I have you turn your head slightly to the right? Yep, great, perfect. And yeah, I like that little squint of the eyes. Great. Turn your head a bit more this way. And then on me, yep, great. Chin up a little bit. Can I have you look out that way? Yep. And then eyes a little that way. A little bit great. Follow my
Never seen somebody
Hold that.
shoot so well in top-down lighting.
And then to me. Great.
Very impressed right now.
And then head lean forward up a little bit with your head. Yep, great. Just like that. Yep.
Dr. Jihad Fashion Week.
And then chin up a little bit.
Why does he have to look so good?
A little this way.
This way?
Yep, right there. And then just gonna see how the lights in.
Stupid sexy Hasan.
Yeah, perfect.
This is great for the live stream.
Oh yeah, they're loving this.
It's good for the
Chad, you get to see how the sausage is made.
I saw your profile by GQ.
Yeah.
You've had a few, yeah?
Oh yeah. Good?
Can I just do a couple more? Is that
Sure.
cool? Yeah, I'm just gonna move this chair. And then just right.
This is how we get those sexy photos, Chad.
And then take a slight step that way. And then see how that looks. And then a little bit this way. Yep, there we go. And then perfect, yep. Chin up. And can I do in line with your neck? You're looking up that way. Yep, and then eyes here. Hold that. Then turn your head slightly this way. Eyes on me. Stay there. Just need to move the light up here. And then over here. Yep, and eyes on me. Chin up. There we go. A little squint of the eyes. Yeah. And then chin up a little bit again. And I have a question. If you're down to try a certain portrait style.
Okay, let's see.
So, how would you feel if you did like a pose portrait, looking like at
In
the
the
mirror,
bathroom?
in the mirror at me, like I scoped it out?
Sure.
You down to try it?
Sure. Why
Yeah?
not?
All
Let's
right,
do it.
Cool. All right.
You want me to like take off my jacket or?
No, I think the jacket's sharp. Just I think it'll just be a cool, more a bit dramatic portrait.
Closing soon, so if we're gonna get a
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you want? Yeah, you should just do them first. Then.
Are you down to do that though?
Yeah, afterwards. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
If you got time.
Hey, Abdul.
You good, man?
Get ready. It's gonna take a while.
Can I just get a photo?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Thank you so much.
Roxy, you want to get in it? Not in the fridge. It's not.
Yeah, let me get some.
Okay, that's better.
I can take it for you.
So I'm just gonna have you.
Alright, we'll swap. Okay.
What?
One quick picture.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'm gonna head out.
Cool. Hey, bro. See you. Catch you around, man. Keep up the good fight, bro.
Keep your head up, man. They coming after you again.
We'll catch you next time you're in Chicago.
Bye.
Yeah, of course.
We'll let you go.
Of course.
Oh, Roxy's next. Yeah, she's priority.
Oh, we have
No
problem.
You know they're trying to shut the building.
Oh, we gotta go.
We'll do one quick pick and then you're free. I think.
Thank you, guys.
Roxy, can you take a picture of us? Thank you. I like how we're both like 5.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
You dead inside?
Yeah. You gotta do
I'm just a little bit tired.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit.
We've been going for like 9 hours.
I'm gonna grab my jacket before I forget it. Oh, and the battery over here. All right, we're ditching this on entirely. It's the Marcy Show.
Oh God. Oh, we have Summer's guy's charger. Can you give this thing? It's not dying. I was packing up.
Okay, well, I think we can end the broadcast at this point. It's been
Probably.
a million hours.
Okay, let me just pick up the camera. Hold on. Okay.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. I didn't know what to expect, and it was, I think it was spectacular. You know, if this is not a devastating consequence for the campaign, hopefully maybe we'll do more of this kind of stuff for others as well. Obviously, we got a big, busy week. I'll be back at home base tomorrow, live a little bit later than I usually am, but I'll be live nonetheless. Love you guys for coming along the journey and seeing how the sausage gets made. And I can't wait to see what kind of fucking nonsense people have written about all of the events that unfolded today, because, you know, we were in the heart of it. And of course, once again, you know, shout out to Summer Lee, Rashida Tlaib, Abdul, every single person that works behind the scenes on this campaign. Yeah, it was a great experience. You know, remember, open up those wallets, give to Abdul as well, because he's got a big battle against them. He's got a big hill to climb. Anyway,